Another day in Europa. Venus 4. DeyZan Smyth-EL squad. aka mgthefuture. I'll be your host today this short afternoon on November 5th. Ooh, what an exciting day. But it can be. It's about to be. We got the super full moon today, boy. And all the chemtrails to match it. They do not want us to see that damn moon, do they? I've never seen no wacky-tacky environmentalism as they're starting to do documentaries and talk about chemtrails. It's always been real, like I said when I was a kid. But just look. They'll tell you those are contrails that turn into clouds like that. Contrails? Water vapor do that? The devil is a damn liar. So, I don't think they're going to block the moon out, though. They better not. We need that energy, boy. It's a beaver moon. That's the moon that the nature uses to prepare for winter. Oh, look at this bullshit. It's blue. Ain't nothing in that blue. Look how that curve go, boy. Where'd they get all these planes from? I thought TSA was grounded. Where are all these flights? And then you'll notice those aren't even fucking flights. Like, you can clearly see Spirit and Southwest through this bitch. And those are never it. So, maybe we'll talk about it. Let me share this link. Oh, I'm back. Can't whistle loud enough for this damn bird. It laughs at you every time you whistle back at it. All you gotta do is try, and they'll respond to you. It's the weirdest thing, especially if you got a feather in your head. But yeah, supermoon time. And then the sun had an X class. Was it X class? Felt like an X class. My ass was tired yesterday, boy. But an X class solar flare? That's just code word for a lot of radiation your body got to. That shit sent me into a dream state last night, boy. That shit was trying to give me a nightmare. I seen a whole bunch of people I don't like. I was like, the hell? I seen an X from 20 years ago in my dream. I was like, I know the devil lying to me, boy. I'll never want to see that girl. She in my dream, acting like how you would expect a person that you used to know that. I was like, yeah. Someone, a family member, come in my dream trying to Indian give me some Tupperware. Like you just moved and they're like bringing you housewarming gifts, and they unpacked the Tupperware, said they liked it, so they might take it home. I'm like, first of all, I'm not even crazy about Tupperware unless it's glass. The Pyrex shit, that's pretty cool, but why the hell are you in my dream? You in the Tupperware could leave my dream, actually. Someone was frying catfish. I was like, what in the Jesus 5 loaves of bread is going on here? I don't even like that. So it was a nightmare on paper, but in a dream it was kind of like I was younger. Like these are characters in movies that couldn't happen now if I wanted to. It's expensive. These are red bottoms. These ain't the type of dreams for that shit. So yeah, these solar flares are loosening up some old cycles, obviously. What the fuck year would that be? 2004, 5, 6, 7? 20 years, quite literally. So I'm going to take that as an indicator to go journal about something, because I'm definitely over that shit. That's how the subconscious is. Remember I was telling you how, like, when you start doing the work and journaling and going through different seasons of your life, especially if you find yourself in isolation, welcome. It won't be the first time or the last time. And your most reoccurring thoughts that fuck your mood up on a daily, those are the recent things. Those are the ones that are the heaviest, if you will. And once you learn how to do the feng shui and the law of polarity on those, and then finally convince yourself or joke enough with it that it becomes nothing to you, then what does the subconscious mind do? It's a cue. It pushes the next one up. And then that one might be a little bit older. Might be easier too. You might be like, shit, I ain't worrying about that shit. I'm in a whole different environment. Then eventually that one will fade off. Then you'll think about certain people because the situations you're in. You're like, I don't even understand it. No comprende. And you're like, ain't shit to comprehend. And my little hack for that is, even if I could comprehend something that happened in the past on behest of a situation, a job, an employer, a person, or just like willy-nilly internet things, would I give a fuck if it changed today? No. So what am I feeding psychic energy to a memory for? No reason. That fades away. Then you'll end up in weird dream spaces, which is you progressing through your subconscious mind, by the way, while you're awake. Those dreams and those recurring thoughts, they're ping-ponging with each other, whether you're awake or you're asleep. Those moods and those averages then dictate your personality. Your personality then emits certain signals, certain responses to other signals, and that creates your reality. So the more you create or change subconscious thoughts and ideas, the more your personality shifts. The more your personality shifts, the more the reality shifts. The tricky shit is time. It's not like, okay, so I understand this and I wrote it down. Let's tomorrow. I'm in Hawaii. Some people got the juice like that. Some people got enough mana to pull that one off. I'm just going to be the reasonable one to say, even if that doesn't happen, it's still worth doing. And if you hold on to Hawaii long enough, it will take you there. You just got to understand time. Not your time, though. Like, it's your whole fucking nervous system's timing belt. And it's geosynced, I think, for most of us. We're not out of whack. So if you adjust to the season changing in your mood, if you adjust to moons, women ought to, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in a seasonal change, because remember, winter solstice is coming too, right? When is that shit? I guess December 21st, right? January, February, March is the third one. April, May, June is the next one. July, August, September is the next one. October, November, December. Yeah, so December. So we're right in the middle of the fall equinox too. So remember, fall is all about storage and preparation for the winter, symbolically. I don't know if that's a story if you live in Hawaii or a desert, but you know, energy-wise. But instead of worrying about money or resources or food in that sense, when it comes to this, your storehouse of your subconscious, your thought space, what are you storing for the winter, if you will? What's making it with you going forward? What is worth holding on to? What is worth preserving? And can that carry you to next year type shit? I look at it like that. It makes it so much easier to journal about it. Because everyone can use more physical resources. That's exactly why we're doing the mental social experiment with ourselves. Because you have to meet it at a certain frequency or a certain part of your life. As they would say, God ain't going to give you a whole bunch of shit if you're surrounded by criminals. You got to get out of the criminal maze first, right? Or God's not going to bless you in your career and your job. We just look at the NBA and NFL as a prime example. Although that's a little bit man-made, but I'll give an example. How these brothers marry these harlots of the night, these gold diggers, and they play nice for a few months, get married, change up, try to get the 50-50 going like it's fucking Fortnite, and then as soon as the divorce is finalized, the big boss on the team then cuts them a new contract for like $110 million. For real, man. That sounds like some shit God would do for real, honestly, in every other area, that is. So it's the same thing. Sometimes you gotta get through that divorce, and then everything reconnects. Sometimes you gotta reconnect to the new location, and then everything falls through. Like, think about like all the shit you dream about if you're a music maker like we are. Like, damn, I can't wait to, you know, do this at this studio, work with this artist, or sell X amount of beats. But then your life is like, oh shit, I'm at the grocery store today. Oh shit, when I get back to the crib, I gotta hear this person's face. Yeah, that's not the time you would want to be blessed by something that you're actually asking for. Because those other two problems are going to spoil it for you, right? And then it makes you frustrated, right? Because it's not happening faster. Well, what's not happening faster? The thing you want, which is pivoting you away from what you don't want, or you just having a problem with the things you don't want persisting. I got good, bad news for everybody. You know what works faster than getting something you never had? Getting rid of shit you don't want. I tell you, man, something about that energy is different. You know, like you could pray for something for a long time and it just doesn't seem. You eventually get it, man. It might take years sometimes. Some shit. I tell you right now, like, I manifested this shit. No, not that shit. Look at these tic-tac-toes, boy. They gonna tell us there's no chemtrails? The fuck is that? This shit look like Monopoly, Connect 4. This is a cheat code to Twisted Metal on PlayStation 1 and everything. What the fuck going on? That's crazy. Like, absolutely OD on a super moon night. Like, that shit's OD, bro. This shit won't like that yesterday or the day before. Even when they do chemtrails, because, you know, the TSA and all that shit's bonked down and flights ain't taking off. But these motherfuckers, that's like 12 flights right there, boy. And they too high to be domestic. They way the fuck up there. That's the range where the UAPs be hanging out at, too, on top of that. And then when the clouds break apart, you can kind of see letters before they get that wide. But when they're more tighter coiled, like DNA, can you fucking imagine? Sometimes you can read words into it. And then I go, oh, that's more like Ezekiel than the chemtrail. I don't know what the fuck going on. I don't know what the fuck going on, man. And then you'll see some clouds are actual in alphabet. I don't know where those come from. I'm pretty sure those are aliens. I'm almost certain those are aliens. I'm telling you, boy. People don't pay attention to the shit long enough to get it. Or it don't happen frequent enough in their life. And that's the point, too. I pay attention to those things, thus I notice more of those things. Same thing with problems. If you pay attention to too many problems, you then notice more problems. Right? This is what ruins relationships. You're in a brand new relationship and you're waiting for a new situation, new timeline, new place, shit, new zip code. And then you're looking at a new person and you're waiting for them to exemplify old behaviors of another person. First of all, that's breaking all kind of universal laws. But because this gift is no respecter of persons, it'll do it for you. Well, if you're looking for a problem, it'll find one. That's the nature of this beast. That's exactly why the subconscious mind is the most powerful tool that you have. It does not require you to be super intelligent or smart for it to work, right? It doesn't require you to have a good report card. It doesn't require you to read a lot of books, although all those things help you. Feed it possibilities. But if you have a basic understanding of things and you have a basic wish, that subconscious mind will basically make it happen. Oh shit. That walk, boy, kick your ass. Well, there's 110 nuts. Let's see what happens. Let me just remember, I'm talking about the subconscious mind, and I gotta talk to the chat next. What a day. You could feel these damn chemtrails in this damn radiation. That's goofy. It's pissing me off. Swoop. Life don't make no sense for me. Life stopped making sense January. Yeah, subconscious mind. I got my Bible and I got a whiteboard. Let me see if I draw it on the whiteboard. I gotta make sure this shit don't drop. Am I still here? I hate that the phones do that. It'll just automatically connect to a Wi-Fi when you have the shit turned off. Like, Apple, you're a dickhead. Am I still here, Mr. Now? Okay. I had to turn Wi-Fi off again. After there is no Wi-Fi, but it'll try to connect to it on its own when it's off. Wi-Fi off. No, let's reconnect to it automatically. Why? You don't fucking do that shit when it's on. Half the damn time, right? They just do that shit to fuck you up. We out here. But yeah, it's a subconscious tribe. Shout out to Brother King Well. The moon and the money is the same energy. Come on now. Full moon, full money. Let's talk about it. Let's claim that. Ascending E3. Mr. Now 744. Bro, I've been catching that angel number all damn week. 333, 222, 422, something 44. So it's 22, 33, 44. 22, 33, 44. Like those, the minutes are always fully. Refuse to lose. Gratitude. Composure. Slim. Whoa. TBFB. Check it out. When I wake up 2 to 3 times, Wi-Fi is back on, even if I've been leaving and when I come back to the house. Off before going to sleep and up. It's on. Yeah, it does that a lot. Because it tries to force its downloads of updates. And then when it fucking bricks your phone, they're like, well, sorry, your phone is old. Well, stop forcing updates, you dickhead. You've only had this problem for 15 fucking years. I work there. No, we'd rather squeeze pennies out of people instead of building a quality product. Why does someone need a new phone every damn year? To go to the same fucking Instagram? That shit don't even update that prolific every damn year. You feel me? I'm telling you, Apple would have been cooked if it wasn't for Instagram. For real. Ain't nobody making phone calls. So imagine. Well, if you only needed to make phone calls, then you don't need 1,000 damn phones for $1,000. But yeah, subconscious mind is it's a very interesting game to play. I'm gonna see if I can diagram it. Oh shit. Oh shit. We might have. Just gotta make sure there's room for the microphone not to be blocked off, because you know how this shit go. All right, how about this? Oh shit. So what were we talking about? The subconscious mind? The moon? The sun? All right, there's 2. Uh-huh. Got it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What is that? We almost there. Look, I almost got the shit. Hold on. this shit quantum, actually. They're trying to redo our. They're trying to. They're trying to mirror what the mind does with computers. Apparently, IG peak changes is now you could track where people post from. Stupid shit. He said, "Yep." But yeah, so we're dealing in the world of the intellect most of the time. When we do these videos, when we talk to each other, you're awake. You're expressing your many thoughts. Everyone is locked into their hopes while they're awake. And then it has a lukewarm tendency because you're going back and forth with yourself. Hot to cold, happy to sad, up and down. And that's the brain. The subconscious is also, you would think it's your brain, but it's subconscious. So it means it's buried deeper. You access it when you're asleep or sleepy. It communicates to you, the intellect, with its symbols, like me describing a dream. What does the symbol of an X mean? What does the symbol of Tupperware mean? What does the symbol of a new place mean? You know, and you have to filter all that. And that's where your dreams happen. And also when you program the subconscious mind from the intellect, it bypasses polarity. It doesn't care if something's right or wrong, good or bad, left or right. It takes the intensity of that signal from the intellect and your thoughts. So if you're lukewarm, it's unsure. But if you get this formula right, then your reality become more dynamic because it's not just happening with the other minds or the reality itself, the greater reality, the global reality. You make changes to it, you awake and you walk through it. But before you walk through it in reality, it's in your mind first, your subconscious mind. So your subconscious mind is where it loads. Your intellect determines what loads or tries to. You feel me? And then shouts to brother PT, man, for the Cashapp. I appreciate y'all, man. Cashapp, money sign mgthefuture. Thank you, thank you. And then the intellect takes that, and then once it shows up in your life while you're awake, you're like, oh shit, I did dream about that. Oh shit, I did pray for that. Oh shit, I did journal that. So your thoughts become material form, but only after you're able to download those symbols into your subconscious. All your hopes and all that shit, they'll result eventually, but it depends on what your dreams are, right? Like you gotta work with these dreams in order for the intellect to realize the ping pong match it has going on with your set lukewarm limitations. And dreams are usually going to expose that. Dreams are always going to expose a reality that hasn't happened yet. Mind you, this part of it is time, this part of it is present, and this part of it is timelessness. Because you can have a dream, like what they say, you're in REM for like the last 5 minutes before you wake up is where you recall most of your dreams. But it'll feel like you dreamed all night when you're awake. You thought you dreamed all night. But if they measure that shit, they're like, nah, you only dreamed for 5 minutes. So this is a more timeless space, which is why it's important you conquer this one. Because it's the only one that really doesn't change. It can't. It's not doing snap by snap. It's not doing frame by frame. And it's definitely not fixed. Once reality happens, you know, you go back to sleep, another day happens, and reality rematerializes again. It results something else. But reality as a whole is doing this with everybody's intellect, not just yours. You control your local variables, unless for whatever reason big homie gave you some cool shit in here that can overgo that, and you actually adjust global variables, which I suspect some of us do. Just remember, the brain is the filter of all these particles and these lights. This third eye is able to lock into these and then produce a single image for you, literally in your head. If you've never used your third eye before, the only way I can describe it to you is you close your eyes, you focus on your forehead, as you're falling asleep, and you'll notice particles, lights, stars, water drops, whatever they are. And this is the intellect, you know, the thoughts trying to determine what that wave is. But you'll open up an eye with your eyes closed. I've done it so many times. It's very weird. I can't control it, like, you know, raising my eyebrow. But if I'm sleepy enough on certain times of the month or certain times in the year, all of a sudden, like, this fucking thing happens, this little train happens, and I focus in on one of these modes, and then boom, it takes you into a dream. But these quality of dreams, when you use this, are different than the ones you have when you're asleep. I can't really explain the difference. I'll say your normal dreams are like 720p, but when you're conscious and you're trying to tap in, they're more like 1080p. And sometimes they're about the future directly. They're not like, you know, oh man, the dog ate my homework and then the cow jumped over the moon. They'd be like, nah, sometime you're going to see this thing over here and blah, 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 blah. So because of this experience, I already know what this is. Like, I know from experience that when you really get control of whatever it's meditation, accessing the third eye vision, blah, 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 blah. Hindus be danged, right? Shout out to my ancestors. But when you access any of those, you're actually accessing the reality of things that are to come. Your brain just filters it based on what you know, right? So you filter these feelings, these impressions, these symbols out, whatever brief moments you may have with this. You know, we talking about mushrooms, DMT, all that shit too, right? It's all in this little sleepy phase. And then boom, then your eyes or your five senses plus ultra are interacting with a quantum reality, which is the results of it. So everything in reality is secondary. Reality is not prima. It cannot be. It is that physical reality cannot be, because once you zoom in enough on anything, it looks like this. There is space between every atom, every electron. And even when they look at atoms and electrons, they only see the shadow of it. So it's almost like the thing's not even fucking there, right? But because of your brain and because of all of its gaps in its physical composition too, holding your soul and your spirit, you walk through this bitch, and if you run into a fucking wall, that bitch gonna hurt. But then, you know, some other people who kind of master this shit and master this shit, they could put their hand through a fucking wall or walk through a fucking wall. I don't know the ingredients for that shit, boy. But I'll tell you one thing, I believe him. I absolutely believe him. I seen street magicians and all kind of shit. They doing something, boy. They doing something with the brain filter. That shit don't make sense to nobody over here. I tell you that. My thoughts and my hopes and my awakening intellect ain't enough to understand that shit just yet. But I know one thing. I know one thing. That's all the shit we do in our dreams. And if we know this is first, then we know this is second. You just the middleman. I connect know the man, not the man that know the man. So as long as we're middlemen to this, you know, it'll feel like you're being torn back and forth between your dreams and what's right, what they say and what you feel. You know what I'm saying? It's a law of rhythm thing. It's a little pendulum swinging. And then you're always looking, when you're awake, you're always looking at your reality and like, damn, today's a good day or a bad day. This guy don't give a fuck. That's the danger in it. That's why negative self-talk and like the type of work we got to do in journal, why that's so fucking critical. It's not for healing so you can be happy per se. Happiness is gonna be a side effect of stability of thought. But what I'm saying is when you judge anything in the waking reality, plus, minus, cold, hot, remember this thing right here. There's people who can't even feel those things. There's people who don't hear no voices in their brain when they read. There's people who, there's all kind of different brains and filters out here, right? Genetics, breeding. But we all can kind of gain agreement and triangulate what reality is. The problem is a lot of people are trying to take the tones of what reality is based on scientists who only start here. They start in the brain. They start in the thoughts. They start in the intellect. They have to transcribe these things to paper and pass it to someone else and say, hey, did you notice the things I wrote on this paper? Like, yeah, I noticed it. So it must be, you know, a fact or something. And then if there's enough facts and we can reproduce it with everybody, it becomes a law. All of that is a law of intellect or a law of thoughts. Meanwhile, they ass was not created by either, so it doesn't fucking matter what he thinks. Anyway, back over here. Anyway, back over here. Anyway, back over here. If they could just think about this shit right here, they'll know. They little quantum electron, split electron experiment is just telling them what the mind is doing. After all, it's your awakening thoughts and brains looking at the damn experiment. The experiment is only reacting to man. Deer don't show up and squirrels don't come up with fucking notebooks saying, hey, oh, by the way, did you notice if you put a fucking, you know, fucking color grade on that bitch, you start to see like Uncle Sam's signature appear. No, nigga. It's explaining this wave that enters your mind. And that's solar, that's lunar, that's wind, that's fire, water, heart, whatever, go planet, all the niggas. Your brain is filtering all that shit. That's why they say like the people of our pedigree, we have coils in our hair, kinky hair, nappy hair, whatever it is. However you define it, it's coiled to slow down the vibration before it gets to the brain. Like it serves a function. Like it's not random. Like we didn't wake up. Well, we did kind of wake up like that. But what I'm saying is it's not like genetically. It was like, nah, it's for a purpose. It's all that energy from being outside, hence darker skin. So then your hair adapts because you're absorbing so much more of whatever that is. But in our thoughts, in our awakening state, we're not taught how to use it. We're not taught how to reposition it because almost everyone out here is told, well, fear this, fear that. But remember, the subconscious has no polarity. It's only the awakening thoughts that fear things, because the brain has a body and it could be fucking hurt. But you are not your body and you are not your brain. Yet, still, without either, you see all this shit somehow. So we're a middleman to our own brain, actually. The observer, they call it. It'll be down here somewhere. Let's keep that in mind. That's what the fuck they be trying to say to you. That's the science they try to science, like for the ages. You know what I'm saying? We gotta fucking relearn it every daggone generation. But then we have different variables outside, which is worth relearning, so you don't keep creating the same things too. I don't know how to micromanage it. I'm not in management. I'm reading the comments real quick. Taryn Art, how you doing, bro? Haru, Denmark in the building. Happens more during naps for some reason. It does. If you take a nap in the middle of the day, let's say you wake up in your morning and you're waiting for certain things to manifest and, to go a certain way. And then, like, let's say around 12, 3 o'clock, there's still time for shit to go a certain way. If you just revise that in the middle of your day, like, let's say you're anticipating a phone call, for instance, and you didn't get it, and you're not sweating it, it is what the fuck it is. But for whatever reason, on the other side of that phone call, anticipation, you need it to happen. Well, all you do is when you take your nap, you visualize looking at your phone or hearing your phone ring, your ringtone, whatever it is. And then you just see your hand. Like, this is so fucking important. You have to see your hand, reach for that phone, lift it up, and see the name or the number or whatever it is you're waiting for. This works for text messages. This works for little red dot notifications on certain apps. Like, however you experience it in your waking life, when your eyes is closed and you're sleeping, you're about to fall asleep, you want to reanimate that as best as possible again. And if you can't see it in your head, then you repeat it, right? You repeat whatever it is, like, when I wake up, such and such will call me, and I'll answer the phone, and then A, B, and C will happen, right? You can even do it with words as you're falling asleep. Like, when I wake up, I get a call, da 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 da, and that's the starting of it. But the trick of it, no matter whether you can see it or whether you have to repeat it, what you're doing to yourself is setting up a loop so that you can set the vibration of receiving the call. Don't miss that. It's not about how clear the picture is and the edges of the phone in your visual. It's not about this, that, or the third. You're doing all of that in order to, first of all, occupy thought space as you're falling asleep. So your worries and the sounds and all that shit is not involved. So just the exercise of repeating it, affirmations and denials. Like, just because I didn't get the call this morning does not mean I will not get the call at all. Or as I fall asleep to rest, I don't have to worry, because when I wake up, everything will solve itself. You know what I'm saying? Like, those type of affirmations and denials in absence of imagery. And all you're trying to do is change your mood. You're changing your mood. You're already sleepy, so it's very easy to do. Sleepy is already a big mood, right? But you're trying to make sure the quality of that mood in your intellectual space feels like the request being made, especially with simple things like that. Now, I say simple things like that because technically difficult things are just that easy too. But that's where the faith and the mustard seed and the experience and wisdom and seeing the pattern over and over again, you kind of get more confident at doing it. But something for a phone call you're expecting, same story. Go to sleep. You just drop it off your head and go to sleep without the worries and everything attached to it. And then you'll wake up and either you'll have a missed call or email or text message, or you'll be woken up by the phone ringing, or you'll wake up and then, and this is very important, if you wake up and it didn't just happen, like in that little short moment of sleeping, don't revisit it. So you don't plant the seed and then go check and see if it's growing. You don't go back in and dig it out. Say, they ain't going to call. I knew that before, That right there, that negative self-talk. It's not negative self-talk against people or things. It's negative self-talk against your expectations. And that negative self-talk has a residual effect on your mood. And then you kind of drop your vibration because you've been disappointed by an expectation that you set for yourself. And that indeed filters and colors all the other data that comes through in that moment as well, which is, more importantly, it's not about what you want to get out of it. It's about the fact that you keep setting your mood up or your resonance up not to drop because things aren't happening in physical reality fast enough. Once you get out of the box, and it's very hard box to get out of, trust me, I'm still practicing this shit. It's not a walk in the park ever. I guess until we're old men, really, right? Like, you start hearing niggas in their 50s and 60s kind of, they figure it out even without, trying. The life itself is a hell of a teacher, right? Because everything slows down, there's less people, less drama, then you can kind of see the in-between of life easier, I guess, as you get older. So, but we can shortcut all that bullshit. the key of it all is that no matter what is happening in physical reality, you have an awareness that you have an input to it no matter what. Like you are, this is the whole co-creator thing that you hear the New Agers talk about. I don't mind that. I feel like that's kindergarten though. Because they make it seem like God is just some, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't like that. I'm biased. I'm biased for reasons. It's in my name. I'm biased. I'm biased. But what they're getting at, essentially, is taking control of how you think and feel. If you can take control of your thoughts and your feelings, moment to moment, day by day, and in doing so, you raise your general vibration, right? How do you know you raise your vibration? You're not thinking negatively as much. You're not afraid of stupid ass thoughts and scenarios as much. You're not worrying about him, her, them, or them, and what kind of impact and what they think and what they feel about something. You know, you're not stuck worrying about as much tomorrow and what does that mean if this doesn't work or that doesn't work. You know that whatever tomorrow brings, you can do it again and change tomorrow again. Like at most, you'll have an inconvenient 1 or 2 days if you're caught off guard. But when you're in that inconvenience or those storms, if you will, you notice you have plenty of time to think. It's more important for you to just breathe. Or sometimes just hold your breath for 5 seconds and snap out the shit. Or 30 seconds if you can. If you can just... Woo! Just randomly hold your breath for a long time. For no fucking reason. What happens is it stimulates that vagus nerve, and then your adrenaline and all that, you get a little bit hotter and shit, and then it just clears your entire thought space. Just like that. Because you're simulating drowning, I guess. Or not drowning, it's not that serious. Because you can stop, you can breathe anytime you want to, but it stimulates something primal in us. And then it starts triggering the brains and the heart and the blood, and it does something different just for a moment. But while I was doing that, I was visualizing. You can visualize whatever. Just stability, just yourself in the mirror, whatever it is. While you're holding your breath, and you're gonna try to hold it and hold it and hold it until you just don't fucking feel like it no more, really. You ain't trying to kill yourself. You just, you know, it's more than a few seconds usually. I can just do that random for a whole fucking minute for no reason. I'm a fucking smoker, so you can imagine. But I didn't learn that, well, I used to swim, but I didn't learn that from trying to, you know, keep my lungs clear. I learned that because that's what it takes. Like, it's that fucking serious. You have to learn all the physiological hacks that's available to us in this age. And as you perform them and you practice them, you notice, like, nah, things do change. Like, if you walk outside and something just startled you, you know how, like, you have that spike of awareness, the adrenaline, like fight or flight, but it's real short because you're like, oh, that's not a dog, that's a bag. Like that. But you notice how, like, if it was a dog, you have a whole different moment until that threat or that apparent threat is calm, right? You ain't gotta wait for that to happen. You do that whenever the fuck you want. But just remember, it's triggering that vagus nervous system, the human of you, the animal of you. And ain't got no time for all that other shit because it's focused on a minute. It's like, yo, why are you not breathing? It's focused on a minute. Like, hey, yo, man, you know, you gotta release this dioxide or whatever the fuck it is. Like, hey, yo, boy, you gotta monoxide. You gotta do something. What's going on? What's wrong with you? It's just little goofy shit like that. Yeah, that shit. That's only to get to your subconscious mind, by the way. Your subconscious mind controls flight or flight, by the way. So that's why sometimes you'll be scared or reacting to something. You're like, what the fuck I react to that? Why did I freeze on that? That wasn't you. That was your built-in subconscious system. Because there's no values inputted by your intellect, it's just going to do what saved all your ancestors. That's why when you train in martial arts or breathing or military type of, you know, more strenuous stuff, what are they actually changing? The way your nervous system responds. How do they do that? By impressing the subconscious mind. How do they do that? By repetitive tasks, exercises, and drills. They're not trying to get through to your intellect. You can say, I know what to do, I want to do it, and try it and fail. So obviously, comprehension isn't what's really slowing people down from living a decent life individually. It's convincing the self, the area of belief. Like it says, it only takes a mustard seed of faith, and then the rest of it, which is implied, is that because mustard seeds turn into mustard trees, and mustard trees are forests. So that planting of a mustard seed is not happening. Like, where is it happening? They think you send in a fucking letter with a mustard seed in it to a god or something? You think that like it's something external happening when we're talking about thought space anyway? So where is this mustard seed being planted? No one asks that question usually when they get into the religiosity of reading. But really, like, let's be practical with these master metaphysicians, the one that you call Jesus, right? At the very least, he's a master metaphysics kid, right? At the very least. I'm just saying, like, we're trying to be reasonable with these people who believe he's someone other than our grandfather. But when you plant a mustard seed of faith, the substance of things hoped for, right? The evidence of things not seen. Well, where is the not seen? If you don't see it, that means your eyes is closed, right? All right. And it's the evidence of what you're hoping for. Well, who is hoping for something? You, right? Where do you hope for something? In your head, right? And you're hoping in your head, which is also the unseen, right? So if your hope it can't be seen, if your thoughts can't be seen, and you're hoping and faithing and all that's talking about what? The whole category, the whole sentence is talking about your subconscious mind. If you believe, okay, can you see it in your eye, in your third eye? Can you see it in your imagination? Can you see it in your mind? Can you? And if you don't have that value, right? If you don't have that part of you leveled up yet, it can. But let's just say, like, can you say it to yourself and feel the relief of it? Can you imagine how you feel if it did happen? That is the mustard seed. The mustard seed is replacing the doubt, the fear, and the worry of the sickness, the death, or your daughter, and moving it out of the way, sin, no more, and then replacing it with the opposite value, hopefully greater value on polarity, in your mind. Like, he's asking you, can you calm the fuck down and clear your mind enough to imagine the result that you want? Then follows up and says, well, if you believe in such a thing, what are we talking about? Go and sin no more. So the treatment was, for the soldier, was to replace the fear he has of his daughter not waking up or being even more sick or having to get all his money and take on a further trip to some healer of Delphi. You know what I'm saying? Like all the different things you think about now. Or instead of you worrying about all the things that ain't just yet, and she just laying in her bed, she ain't dead yet, right? All right, and you coming up and pulled up on me because I'm down the street. All right. So can you imagine if, when you got back home, your daughter woke up and got out of the bed talking about she wants some ice cream? Like can you run through that scenario with me real quick in your own mind? Can you real quick? Can you imagine something better than what you've been ruminating about your whole fucking walk here? All right, then it's possible. I'll tell you why. Because certain things, no matter what you think or what you do, are unshakable. It's called inevitable. Certain things are happening that are inevitable. And what's really being exposed here is, well, the idea or your intellect, your thoughts, and your negative hopes about the outcome is not the outcome currently, because you had time to leave her alone and come see me. So your worst case scenario hasn't manifested yet. Or you wouldn't even have the opportunity to run into me on top of that, right? So a lot of this shit is kind of like, if you know, you're like, well, the fact that you left, the fact that you're here, the fact that I'm going to talk to you about this, already told me, because he like on me already know it's going to be fine, because this don't happen when it's not. You know what I'm saying? When you start understanding the ropes and how the lines of energy goes, you're like, he won't even be here asking me about this if I couldn't do it. And this is what I be doing, right? So he wouldn't have showed up in my life. And this a Roman soldier. This a guy who's about to gamble my clothes away. You know what I'm talking about? One of them types. So I know, listen, the devil is a liar. I know this Roman soldier ain't about to ask me for no daggone healing. Unless it's possible. Because he already believes. It's a Roman soldier. who already know what Jesus is about. He already believes he can heal things. Foregone conclusion. Mind you, his case is about people of his own tribe, if you will, with the benefits. The Kohen, king of Jews, it was almost like Khan, but with a C. Kohen, Khan, same story, but not the same guy. And he's like, my people, but the Romans, right? These mixed people, these mixed tribes of people, they're like, yo, I'm going to break rank and talk to him for a personal favor. That is the faith already. If you are a Roman, that is. If you're just Jesus homeboys and people out of Galilee and you just kind of take it for granted because you're related to Jews and Jews do all kind of magical things, you're not adding too much spin or weight on him because you've heard all the stories since you were a little kid. Like, well, if he could do all that, how come he can't do this? Well, he ain't got no bends, you know what I'm saying? So you're dealing with niggas who are too close to the fucking fire rather than a Roman soldier, right? Who's just there like police to enforce your occupation to do these things and pay these tolls and, you know, hit you in the head if you don't give them what they want. Them type of niggas. You gotta stack this shit up to the ceiling for real to really understand anything that Yeshua was saying for real. He's sassy, but not in a feminine way. He's audacious. He's rhetoric. He's talking in soliloquies. He's like, is it not written? He's asking them, is that in the book or not? But he's not asking him to read the book. He's talking to a person that says they read the book. So you understand the sassiness in it. Well, if you do read this book and it is written that ye are gods, he didn't say is it written that I'm a god. Don't miss that. He didn't ask them when they were pressing on him, talking about on what accord do you get to say you're a child of God? You're not even, and this is the part I heard, they said you're not even old enough to have known Abraham. What's the point of fucking saying that if Abraham was dead hundreds and thousands of years? Exactly. So you got a time frame between Jesus and Abraham that's kind of like, yo, you're a little too young to know Abraham. Do the science. Anyway, so I heard that. But Jesus was like, wait. These are the people accusing me of breaking our rules, right? Rules of Jews, by the way. Not human rules, not country rules, not United States rules. This is how the Jews in captivity are supposed to behave. And they have some kind of guidelines or book or reference. Obviously, it's not the New Testament, right? All right. And he's telling them, in that quote or that passage, ye are gods, is in the Old Testament. I need to Google it and I could probably read it to you. But what Jesus is saying is, you stunting on me being a descendant of God. What does the book say you are? And then they walk away, right? Because there's one goofy nigga there who know how to read. And you're like, yeah, that is what it says. Damn, how do we miss that? Being fucking subordinate beneficiaries of a Roman occupation. Like any other nigga we seen with the 501c3 talking about Moors and all this shit. I would have to ask him the same question. Oh, you want benefits as a subsidiary under a constitution through a republic that's been hypothecated and now is a democracy written by foreign occupation. And you want the benefits thereof of your nationality. At the same time, is it not written that ye are gods? Gods have nationalities and factions that are under mankind, right? That seems to make sense to you, that you're climbing the mankind ladder as a god, right? As a descendant of God, you're climbing the mankind ladder. The little ugly pyramid with the big old lopsided bricks. That's what y'all want to do for the next millennia, right? That's where you're at with it. That's all you've read. You don't want to read the Bible, obviously. I know you ain't read the laws then. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's like that. He's like, yo, what are we talking about, basically? Is it not written? Like, what have I done or demonstrated that's not in your book? I'm giving you the tour de force of how this looks. In fact, I'm descended from the people who fucking wrote it. I thought you were too. You a mixed Jew on Christopher Columbus, right? Christopher Columbus is a mixed Jew. He's light-skinned. Those dumbass drawings they have in it, go to the Americas book and look at him. That's a Drake-ass nigga. Anyway, and he's a Jew. And he's a homosexual. Don't miss it. And I'm not stacking that up to mean something bad or nothing. I'm just saying whatever that is, that ain't in the Bible. Whatever they're about to do with they shit ain't in the Bible. Whatever they do with it is, that's not Judaical, that's not Abrahamic, and that's definitely not Yeshua, right? And then look at what they did. You see what I'm saying? So just by spotting the fish and calling it fish, you're like, all right, it's a gay mixed dude who's working for the ops. Nothing good is about to happen out of that shit for me. Same story. Jesus saying the same thing. Yo, is it not written that ye are gods? Then why you acting like bitch ass niggas who can't read? You understand? Well, my grandfather. So like, once you understand that, it's like, all right, this ain't that. This ain't that. This is something, but this ain't that. This ain't what they said it is, because they can't fucking read. This ain't what they said it is, because their ass wasn't there. This ain't what they say it is. They can't even believe. This ain't, you understand? It becomes very one-to-one. And then the idea here is like, even if you didn't read that book and understand it, which one of these men replaced God? I didn't ask you. I didn't pray to you. I didn't think about you. I did not calculate you. Why the fuck are you bothering me? So you understand that he was surrounded by what? Narcissists. Ain't that the same problem today? It's like a problem that won't go away because they keep fucking. Exactly. It's genetic. So, you know, in a world of bad genetics, you got to rise above it. You don't have to. I mean, I say that assuming you want to see better and attract better and live a different life and be out of the bounds and the dimensions of everything else that's not quite right yet. What we shoot ourselves in the foot is that we assume as a crab in a barrel captive that you're supposed to join arms with every last single crab in that barrel and rise with the water together and everyone gets out of that barrel. That's like the human ideal that even a person who has no intentions of being a decent human, in their own brain, they think they're changing or saving the world with their shenanigans, right? Like, it's just something about the hero. Like, if I can get lit enough to save so many other people, then that would be a life worth living, right? Especially as a man or as a woman, right? When they're kind of like, I got so much, and you know, I want to look out for the battered women. I want to look out for the homeless kids or the orphans or the, you know, the LLCs and all that. Like, the principle is, as a little person, you want to save the world. But then you have to filter it through 501c3s, and if you know, and 48 laws of power, and by the time you get up that tower, you're like, I'm helping people by proxy, but what difference is it really making for real? But they achieved all the steps on the ladder made by mankind, you know, the jagged rocks. I mean, cool. You didn't stay in the dirt. You climbed something, but is that the Giza you were hoping for? Obviously not, right? Yeah, so many people on Instagram, TikTok right now talking about they climbed all these things and did all these steps and got all these degrees and went through all the interviews and was patient and held their tongue and showed up and overtime. And, you know, sometimes I believe them, sometimes I don't. And then, but either way it goes, they have the same exact exit point. We can't afford to pay you no more. You did everything you were supposed to do to get paid very well. And now that so many of you have done it, we can't afford to pay that no more. Salute. Good luck on your next ventures that will not pay you anymore. What? So I understand why they call it in the Matrix. They climbed one of those mankind pyramid schemes. And they got to the top and they still can't see the damn eclipse. Life didn't change. You feel me? Like, that's the West or whatever the fuck generation we're in. I don't fucking know. I think they got the same problems everywhere sometimes. If you're always climbing the wrong mountain, right? But it's easier for us to see because we're allowed to speak freely. And in our thought space and our satisfaction variable, when enough of us are dissatisfied about whatever we were promised, guaranteed, and mind you, most people are being sassy right now about the politics, government, food stamps, Republicans, Democrats. It's because what are they pivoting off of? What they thought, what they were taught. Thoth, Jupiter, right? What they were taught. And then they're comparing what's happening and what someone else is doing, what someone else is saying, and they're comparing it to what the consensus algorithm was with the Rockefeller Gates education program. And the same families running all of your mainstream wholesome family content where the woman gets to be the narcissist and the man is the idiot and the kids kind of listen, but they never really get in trouble. But, you know, life is awesome because they're not poor. That's a very Polish, German, Jewish story, 1940 and 50, by the way. So, you know what I'm saying? Everyone ain't got the nuance to understand everything. They see all the names in the credits and don't realize who those people are. But I do, right? So, but it don't matter. We're still comparing it to the images, subconscious, Topanga, Corey, Laura, Steve, Full House, and like, but that's all on the TV. Is it not written that that is entertainment, nigga? They're looking at fucking Civil War and Iron Man and shit, and how the president was talking to Tony Starks. And like thinking that, you know, humans who react to the script is how humans react in life. Is it not written that that's a script? Is it not written that they're invaders? Is it not written they're immigrants? Is it not written they're illegal? Is it not written that they just got here? Like, when you do all of that instead, then you go, then what the fucking problem is? Why are you climbing up the same hill with all the things that you climbing up against? That's common fucking sense. These motherfuckers created that pyramid. You want to climb it because climbing pyramids is what the Egyptians do. I get it. But that's the wrong pyramid. And it ain't Egyptian. We're not Egyptians. We're Toltecs, right? You understand everything. Like, it's a different language, but it's describing the same society, right? So, is this a Toltec design to you, baby? That shit aligns to Orion through the gleam of your eye, nigga. You catch the sun sides and everything right between it at the right sunset. That's what one of these is? Nah, they ain't one of those. That's some shit built by Trump and them. They just put it anywhere they can fit it, boy. Pause. Understand? So, why you think they like little kids? Wake your ass up. So, understand everything. You ever had those little shapes and those little blocks when you was a kid? You gotta match the cube with the cube. Well, you gotta match a pedophile with a little person. Understand everything. So, is it not written? Common sense? Wake it up. So, yeah, we in a very, you know, today especially, like our generation at this age and the people around us, like we're at a very particular point where we get to see all the things that were supposed to work and all the things that didn't work and all the things that we want and all the things we didn't get, and it was like, all right, what the fuck is this shit? Thank God. Thank God it don't work, because it was fucking stupid to begin with. It not working is proving to you how stupid some of this shit is. Things that are sound and designed and the costs are calculated and they're meant to be created and imagined and thought and dreamed of to have a certain effect would. So all the things that are coming to an end right now didn't have the original thought space or intention to go as far as we wanted it to. And it wasn't our thoughts or ideas. Those were the options we were presented by theirs. Now they don't have no more ideas. They already climbed up their ladder and they trying to stay up there. And I'm telling you, as soon as you push that ladder, they got to use their hands and hang on to the belt. No Dudley brothers, like, and if they let go, they lose type shit. Now you understand everything. They want you to figure out how to build a new pyramid so they can walk back down and then take credit for you saving them. Yeah, this shit's evil, but the only thing that's evil about it is that it's stupid. Evil is stupid. It's living backwards, ass backwards. Evil is ass backwards living, right? Because, and the reason why it's stupid and ass backwards is because you get way better results if you just did it the other way. And most people don't do it the other way in those realms that we allude to because they're not good people. They don't have good math. They're just taking it, they're parasites, if you will. They're not even qualified to be in that position half the time. Y'all know that, right? Like, the people who create systems have not proved themselves as system creators. The people who create opportunities are not people who went out there, worked hard, and got opportunities. Working hard means something different depending on what class of character it is, right? Working hard for someone might be waking up 6 o'clock in the morning, tending to the animals, feeding the dogs, checking on the pigs, coming back home. You got 45 minutes to do that. You got to take a shower real quick and get your ass on a bus and ride an hour to go to school. Working hard for someone else might be waking up at 8:30 in the morning and getting the coffee going and checking the newspaper and looking at their phone, and their kids are already ready to go out the door, but in 15 minutes they got to tell a few jokes and they walk up to the bus stop and make sure they're gone. You understand? Like, it's hard. Or is it hard enough that you wake up first thing in the morning and you got to walk 10 minutes to your outhouse to use the bathroom? Or is it hard like you wake up first thing in the morning and you got cotton mouth and you got to walk a mile to go to the well and you got to bring 2 or 3 buckets of water back home? Is it working hard because you ran out of coffee? Man, I had a rough start today, man. The traffic. The traffic on the way to work 5 minutes away was very inconvenient because you're talking about you're late. But meanwhile, that little African kid is still walking to the goddamn lake. You feel me? So, you know what I'm saying? So the mind, the individual, is using polarity based on where it feels comfortable and it's not an absolute value when people talk. Because of our language too, by the way. Don't sleep. English is like that. English is created for polarity and entendres. It's you can use the same sentence and mean 13 different things. You don't need to do nothing but meet some Negroes, right? And everyone under wonder, like, why do you do that with the words that your grandparents created? What the fuck you think we were speaking before? If we're Semitic people, and English is a Semitic language, whatever language we could have had variations of prior to meeting your ass, you think we had a different root language other than the root language of English? What language is that? What language could we speak before English, 1611, that isn't related to English anyway? On Phoenicians, on Semites, on Afro-Asiatics, on Egyptians. Like, let's stop fucking playing, right? So, but that means there's a linearity of how long we've taken shapes, symbols, and emojis and made them mean something else, right? I don't think the intention of Steve Jobs and crew to make the eggplant emoji was for what they use it for, right? I don't think the little pistol emoji is what they intended it for, right? You know, and you see some people use the laughing emoji with the two tears to mean someone's laughing, crying, like laughing out loud and crying. And other people will be like, my brother died, and they'll use that laughing ass emoji. I'm like, what's funny about that? I'm like, oh, they're using that as sadness. Or are they? Because nobody else charges that emoji. But these people, different state, I guess, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? Like, one emoji can fuck up the whole text story, can't it? Right? People be like, I didn't mean to do the right punctuation or say the right word, but motherfucker, the wrong emoji, the wrong symbol can have a person vexed about what you said to them. Understand? Like how you react to their shit. You be like, why you ha-ha that? It was funny. I didn't say anything funny. That's the thing, that's the problem with language. This shit, the way my brain interpreted it, that's some funny shit I would say. Forgive me. I wasn't laughing at, you know, the other version of those words that don't equal nothing but funny to me. And then what do? We then argue the language model. If you do it with women, what do? Well, because I know how those words feel, it would seem to me that if you reacted differently, then you must feel differently. Can you see how those words would make me feel? So ladies are already telling you that their words are based on how they feel about something. Where men be like, no, this is a scramble that came to my mind. I mean, shit, I'm freestyling, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm freestyling. I'm a rapper. I grew up in hip hop. We freestyling and shit. I wasn't thinking that deep. You see how fast I responded to the shit? I typed and responded to that shit faster than it takes for you to read it. On me. On me, I'm fast at responding and reading and interpreting things, right? So if I miss a variable of quality or polarity, then, you know, my bad, but then you're like, oh man, now the energy is going a whole another fucking direction, right? You've been in that situation before. Hopefully you're not in situations no more. But you notice that the argument is going to be based on what does that emoji really mean, and not your intentions, and not the point of the conversation to begin with. Wait a minute. So before we sidestep on values, polarities, and icons, let's get back to the story you're telling here. Where are you going with it? What were you creating? If I responded the other way, let me assume my response is the other way so that we can keep building this pyramid. No. I'm human, bro. You're human. And I'm showing you how human you are, by the way. You're being a dickhead. Now let's let it go and move forward. You can't say that to a woman, right? But the math and the science don't change what the fuck it is, do it? Exactly. Just in male and female relationships, that's telling you that the genders even charge these words and these meanings differently just by default. And I'm talking about multiple women. I'm talking about my sisters. I'm not talking about women I'm related to. I'm not talking about a woman I'm dealing with. I get into more of those bullshits with what? People at work, right? You get into more of those bullshits with some random comment on Instagram, right? Twitter or whatever. You get into more of those bullshits just with people you don't even fucking know for real. Hence, you don't know for real. But we all use in English. Right. So that's how the subconscious mind is so different than your intellect too. The subconscious mind is feminine. It makes all the sense in the world, man. Why you think that's the realm of delusion? And I'm not even being fucking funny. Your subconscious mind is delusional. Like how a man dealing with certain type of women would describe those moments of delusion. The intellectual mind is masculine, right? Is what it is. This is what we're dealing with now. This is the threat. This is the solution. This is the math, right? Yeah, exactly. Positive and negative, up and down. Conscious mind and subconscious mind, but it's quantum, meaning there's more than 3 variables, X, Y, and Z. It's algebra. You still have a super conscious mind, and that's the one that they equate with godliness, where you get those downloads and intuitions and like things you don't know cognitively, but all of a sudden you get like a tap on your shoulder and you know it. Like, I'm not going down that way. I won't even think about that shit. You see your shorty over there? She look good as hell. Oh shit, turn left. Why am I turning left? I gotta go to the right. Turn left, nigga. You turn left and you just see where it takes you, and you see the girl, and then all of a sudden you go on fucking Instagram on the newsletter and you say, oh shit, the gas station employee, you know, whatever, fucking car accident. Like, that's not in your dream space. That's not in your intellect. You're usually distracted when you're awake. But what's giving you intuitions? What's giving you downloads? What frequency, what band is that? If channel 3 is Sega and channel 4 is Nintendo, what's channel 2 or 5? And usually most TVs don't have that. But I'll be the first one to fucking tell you. There's some TVs that have that back then. On Philips Magnavox and everyone in between us. You know what I'm talking about? Some of them have 3 channel inputs, for real. I've seen them. The bigger TVs. But whatever the case may be, right? Because for the VCR and all that shit. But I'm just saying. Your brain is no different. Since all the things we're creating is based on a human brain. Can you fucking imagine? Well, as within, so without. We can't create nothing else but geometry, algebra, and expressions of light. It's almost like we're a tool itself. But we're a tool of some really cool dev mode codes, if we just fucking believe it, right? That's how you know you're not your body. Because of the cheat codes, because of the dev mode. I don't know if squirrels and birds can pull off what we pull off. I don't know. I don't know how much of that shit is, you know, automatic or subconscious on their part. But I tell you one thing. If I set my intentions on some shit and it happens without lifting a fucking finger, listen, I'm gonna give fucking everybody a run for their money in this bitch and talk in terms of orders of creation. So why would the creator of creations give you God mode codes? Think about that. You're already dangerous just being a man. The way our sisters tell us, right? And I know I can be. I can be an evil son of a bitch. I could ruin someone's fucking day. I could ruin a fucking country for real. If I put my, you know, if I push myself through those paces to go there. I know it's possible, right? On my ancestors, because they've done that before, right? So it's not unusual to me to consider polarities and degrees of fuckery. But the fact that we choose not to, what is that? The fact that we have a conscience that kind of holds us accountable, or if you feel bad about something. Whether you feel bad because you lost something or you feel bad because you made someone else lose something. The fact that you can even have a quantifiable thought exchange within yourself to challenge that behavior and that outcome and go, you know what? I don't want to do that again. Where the fuck's that come from? What is this self-reflective process of some random human experience holding you accountable and making you sharpen anything, any flaw and the flaw is perceived, right? Because we make up what a flaw is. But you know what I'm saying. In today's modern vocabulary, you take a flaw, you notice it, and you want to change it and blend and, you know, buff it out and make it something more beautiful. Like, where's that coming from? Exactly. Super conscious, right? It's like your intended design or reference point, your intended template of you is what you're raising up to. Meaning there's already a higher idea of what you ought to be, but free will allows you to move around the desert, but at the same time, you have this other guide, man. It'll take you somewhere fly too, but it doesn't impose itself on you. And I notice the only time the superconscious imposes on you is when you're in a really, you know, when you're in a pickle, when you're in a damn jam, or when shit's really fucking weird, or you're trying to save your goofy ass life. You notice all of a sudden those superpowers turn on just for a few seconds, just like your adrenaline, right? And then it turns right back off, don't it? Exactly. So that's just 3 versions of your mind. We don't know if it's just 3. Shout out to real Mr. Cool. Oh shit, Haru on the track. Yep, snapshot of everything. Peace. TFB3. Mission L3. Evaluation converters. Come on now. Yeah. We're very wonderfully and fearfully made, boy. You just gotta remember that first. That whatever created you to be a fucking problem if you need to be. Don't let no idea of some rusty old dead person steal that fact away from you. Like you have they're trying to make nuclear weapons. You are one. You're a nuclear masterpiece, literally. At the very least. Weapons and missiles ain't gotta be pretty. You're a nuclear masterpiece. Hmm? Ain't you? Where does that light or that spark or that soul comes from during conception? What's bringing that in? Versus all the babies who don't have that, stillborns, all kinds of complications you can have. The number one thing missing is light. Where's that light coming from? And light is just particles of information, right? Split electron theory. So even you are a split electron holding a pattern. You ain't come here because of the gross physical substance. We already discussed ad nauseum that is just an after effect of thought. What is the thing driving the physical reality? You are the spark. That's what I don't think humans get, or man gets, or whatever the fuck we are. You're the spark that enters your mother's belly. You're not the materials. Your body is the material reaction, nuclear reaction. The light, the proton, the electron, the positron, the negatron, the nigatron, whatever it is, that's you. You show up as light in a holographic reality. Well, if this reality is holographic and you show up as a light in it means you're not inside of it. Oh my God, here we go again. If we just listen to our ancestors, man, they kind of said that. The Hindus definitely, man. Hmm? All your feelings are your nervous system. Shout to your dad. But what is feeling shit without electricity? Nothing. In fact, when you have neuropathy or you have like a stroke or something and you can't move or feel your arm, why is that? The heart, which is pumping out this electricity, actually, it's not pumping blood. It's not a pump. It's actually a vortex. Your heart unrolls like a ribbon. Did you know that? The shape itself tells you what type of torsion field it creates. That's when you get nerdy and shit. They start giving us better quality TikToks about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm new to it too. For a few years, but I was like, oh shit, that's what a torsion field is. Same thing with H3O. You spiral water in a certain type of cone and there's more volume of water when it's done. How the fuck can you pour a cup of water and then just through motion, it becomes more than a cup of water? Not a whole lot more, but it reshapes. It's called reshaping the water, the molecules. And thus, when you're looking at the water, you're not looking at more water being poured. You're looking at water that has a different structure. And thus, it takes more space. Imagine. Imagine. Just fucking imagine, right? And they talk about the states of water. It's depending on what? Motion, right? If you slow down water, it freezes. If you speed up water, it vaporizes. It's not the heat. Some people can't feel heat. But their skin has a heat threshold in which they'll fuck themselves up without ever feeling it, right? So that's because the electricity is not going to those nerves. It's a blockage of light. All of it. We may not be light beings,
because we're not here. But the part of us that supersedes the body is being transcribed as light here. So, law of correspondence. Your light corresponds to whatever you really are if it's not here. That's important. That's that whole heaven and hell and earth and all that shit, why there's different dimensions for you to go without your body or with your body. You were formed in your mother's womb. I knew you then. I counted all your hairs then. How? You ain't got no hair yet. Program, numbers. I know the pattern. I know what you're going to be. I designed your pattern. Of course you're going to be what I designed. These are the variables. It's not a flex. It's not about how long or how fast or how supercomputer God is. You know what I'm talking about? Like, no, it's common sense. All of those things that they quote God saying is, if you read it correctly, you put the sassy filter on it, you'd be like, that's common sense. If something created you, then it wouldn't know everything about what it created because it had to put it together piece by piece. Even if you're doing fractals and equations, it's got to know where the parentheses is. Isn't that crazy that that's a belief system? Something that seems to be so common sense. We did not create ourselves. You go back this chain as far as you want. Humans just did not appear out of the mud. You have not seen shit else new your whole life just appear out of nothing, actually. You haven't seen one species that's been here for millions of years evolve into something else either. Ain't that fucking impossible? If all of this is evolution and all of a sudden when we're here watching it, there is no more. Everything ain't evolving at the same time either, so something should have broke form. It doesn't do it. You ain't find no dogs that grew wings yet. But a chicken used to be a Tyrannosaurus? Fuck out my face. The monkeys are still here. The apes are still here. Bigfoot's still here. We finding giant bones everywhere. Maybe a couple of giants are still here too. Don't sleep now. They were technologically advanced. So, like, you don't know who flying those UFOs for real. Listen, if they're local, I got a wager for you. Knowing where we got the materials from, no Thor, no hammer, bitch. It's them. That's their craft, originally. The Vimanas and the UFOs are built by giants, originally. Not to say that humans didn't make smaller ones after. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm more concerned about what the motherfucker that came up with the tooling, with the math, the science, the language, the technology. Why would I be here and not them? We ain't been everywhere. Let alone all these underground cities. Don't miss it. The United States got underground tunnels per capita, bro. I'm dead ass. We live on top of another civilization right now. Right fucking now. To this day. You can find the maps of the node points. I live right next to one. Like, there's underground ancient civilization artifacts that people find on accident. Now imagine if they could see X-ray or LiDAR, all of the interconnection, all the interconnectedness of it. I told you, you can go from DC to California underground through the ocean. There's an underground ocean or waterway, whatever it's properly defined as, and you can go there in a submarine. Then you have the trucks. You've seen Alex Jones cover it. These trucks are going to these underground cities that are so-called man-made. I'll tell you one thing about these men, they don't make shit. So it's another base they hypothecated from an older civilization. And ain't no problem with that. I'm just saying, they don't build that. The fuck? They can barely build a bridge that lasts. So imagine having to depend on their structure underground. Like, fucking really do science. So there's some of regular modern society that are underground bases. You hear all your rich people, for some fucking reason, this year especially, all of them were building bunkers, right? All of them. Mark Zuckerberg, all of them. Bunkers are back in the news for the elite, if you will. Cool story. I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do down there, but you know. They're not the only ones down there. I hope they know that. We know that just by the UFOs, right? The UFOs go into mountains. Where the fuck you think a mountain leads you? To the sky? UFOs going to the bottom of the ocean. Where do you think the bottom of the ocean leads you? To the sky? They might enter these underground canals through the ocean and end up parked right under your house. That makes sense to me. I'm like, yo, I know they ain't got the technology to go this deep, so let's build a tunnel this deep through the ocean and then work our way back into the continents and the lands and the mountains and the veins of the United States. Quite literally. You seen the sinkholes in Florida? Out of nowhere. Shit just fall right to the bottom. You don't know how far that shit go. Now imagine. Hmm? Grand Canyon like that. The Grand Canyon. No Africa, right? Think about it. There's pharaohs there. Think about that. They said Obama Kenyan, it looked like Akhenaten. Imagine that. Meanwhile, his damn statue in the Grand Canyon. Real life. Real life. The Grand Canyon is an underground network of tunnels. Hmm? There's a little village in there right now. Old white guy from a long time ago married one of those natives. And he became the de facto regulator of who gets to enter in and out of that tribe's. Mind you, this is a wandering tribe too. It's not theirs. They're not Egyptians. They ain't built the shit. But as of the late 1800s, early 1900s, they'll die soon, and then people will go back in it again. Yeah. What they say, we haven't scratched the surface of what's here now, let alone fucking Mars. The monstrous solar K, the destroyer, like a rose. Yep, it's like a rose. Yeah, it's wound. The heart is wrapped. That means it's circulating energy. It's not moving blood. Inefficient design. What a time to be alive. We out here. 24 persons, 24 likes. Squad. What's going on with y'all though? Now, let me get caught up in all the so-called bad news. We got plenty of that shit. Even the bad news is stagnant. It's the same bad news. They said Trump was losing it on Truth Social, which is his personal Twitter, because his own people, or the United States is not united on anything right now. Even they got people coming after Gavin Newsom now, California, I think. They got the new guy that I was telling y'all about. He actually became the mayor of New York. Ain't that a bitch? I swear if they let me just speak on everything. He won. Didn't see that shit coming. And if you're only subscribed, right? And then what else the fuck? Someone else died. Celebrity deaths come in threes. They're saying Trump ain't got no money for you for the SNAP benefits. That's today, right? Does anyone know if they released the SNAP benefits today, like they promised? Limited or not? Today's Wednesday, right? Miércoles. The sun in your sky is on this grand day of Miércoles. Do you know if your friends or family actually got the what I guess what the proper term would be, adjusted food stamp rate? Because they said today now, and I need y'all to keep that in mind, that the people who are already disappointed are now given a false hope, if you will, if it doesn't come through today. And they're not going to like that turn of events, I promise you. You can't fucking play with people like that. They're already entitled to it. They're already qualified. They already have it. And not only that, that budget originally, which is how you know it's been hypothecated, was already set for X amount of people. So it's not new money. It's not like it's supposed to, what's that called? They're not waiting to fill it back up. No, they approve these people based on their budget. That one department, that is. So if a bigger department stole from it, which is probably what happened, then it's literally, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're freaking out about having to put that money back because some other thing didn't work out. And then they're using Trump as an authoritarian figure, saying like, "Oh, it's because he did a thing." Actually, no. Your president don't run the FDA. Your president don't do SNAP benefits either. The fuck we talking about? We would say his policies, aka his henchmen or the people connected to that branch, may have, followed his accord and leading to such shenanigans. And I'm like, you're wrong again. That corruption across the whole fucking thing is individual based. It's a if you know situation. That ain't one man doing all that. That nigga couldn't do the budget for the groceries in his own goddamn house. Are you serious? That don't make him a bad person per se. It's just saying that, that ain't his job. That ain't what he do. It says, the moon over here so bright and all the chemtrails are gone by 7. Lee the Sage says, I'm from Kentucky. Mammoth Cave is here and it still hasn't been fully mapped. They got LiDAR now. They couldn't if they want to. They shook. Mr. Now says, news, they're active. Just halved. And Terrence says he sees the moon too. It's very bright. Yeah, it's a beaver moon. Closest moon to the Earth this year. So hence, subconscious, the moon. Perfect time to talk about it. The moon lights your dreams. The sun lights your reality. Mm-hmm. The moon, Allah, feminine. The sun, El, masculine. You might get an ISIS raw L at this story if you keep up to it. Sun, moon, and earth. Mother, father, and son. It's always a trilogy. In a world that literally has a trilogy. Can you imagine? We may not even have those variables if we were anywhere else. Now imagine how fucking magical that is. So that means it had to be created in such a way for the math to stick, at least in this environment. Then zoom out. What does it look like? Which created the other environment? Is it the same story, the same people, the same gods? Or do you have to zoom out again and go, what created them? And you just have to zoom out again. Well, what created that? Well, good thing we only have so much fucking video RAM and so much fucking processing RAM, because I don't think we'll ever figure it out in these bodies. I think that's kind of the point of this lobby. Your limit is your body. But everyone who breaks the limit, they're using their mind. So what creates the body? The mind. The universe is all. The mind is all. The universe is all. The mind is all. So the mind and universe are synonyms. The mind is all and the universe is mental. That means your mind created the universe. The way that we use that term. Split electrons, we know it. You only see those stars there if you're looking. You only see what's on that cathode ray tube TV, light-wise, unless your eyes look at it. If you're not looking at it, there's no picture. I'm trying to tell you something. That's sad that they limited that to white boys with bad hair and glasses, because I swear everyone should need to know that. It answers so many questions. We know it. Shout out to the brother. Let me see what Mr. North got. Let's see if I can. Don't get me one of them goddamn iPhone holders with the arm. The good one too, the ones that don't fucking bend. I've had some and they were cheap. They start to bend on you. Come on with the goddamn. Oh, your rotation. Shut the fuck up.
Haru says, there were some strange, unnatural cloud formations last night. What they look like? Were they like shapes and dinosaurs and shit? Or were they like feathered and angeled like? Missing Out says, triggered a whole bunch of time-based dodge combos. Didn't miss any. God is good. I'm starting from the stomach, moving up like jolts. Mm. I don't have too many nervous system correspondences in this era. I thank God, because I'm telling you, that anxiety in my arms, and that's funny, it's only in my arms when it happened. That shit was whooping my ass in Charlotte, boy. I swear, I was journaling about that shit every day for months. I don't know if it took 6 months, 7 months, or a year, but I remember one time, it was during the first year of Charlotte, but by the second year in Charlotte, I didn't have that problem no more. That fucking sun was cooking my ass, boy. And all my worries too, I guess, or it corresponded to worries because of how it feels, but I was looking at them like, why the fuck am I even worried about that shit for? It was just a loop, chemical loop. Street marijuana didn't help either, because Lord knows what they're spraying that shit with. So, thank God I got to a state where it's regulated by the army, I guess. What the fuck going on out here? Anxiety's a bitch. I don't like it. I think that shit way on that. I think them settings that they put us on with the damn vaccines and chemicals, they didn't tweak that shit correctly. Fucking stress and anxiety. You know what fixes that, right? It's common sense, but it's not. We lost the recipes, I think, in our diatribes. Why so many people on social media are saying the same type of lines. Relationships suck, jobs suck, friend groups, support systems. Like everyone's identifying these things. You know what all those things lead to? Like a good job with the money, security, a good relationship, good friendships, and a family circle. You know what, what, not what the words are describing. You know what chemical everyone's describing in that pattern or patina? Oxytocin. So people have created a higher dopamine threshold through instant gratification and the life we live, which is, listen, it's not a judgment, it just is. But dopamine has replaced the need for oxytocin, at least in the last 5 to 10 years, right? Because it's longer than the pandemic, but it's most noticeable because we had the most people during the pandemic voicing. So, microcosm to meta. So the meta of it is an oxytocin deficit. Whether they do drugs or not, whether it was Molly, or fentanyl that did it, or whether it's just the nature of dealing with those people and their pull for it, and the after effects of their influence on other people pulling for it, not knowing what it was. It's oxytocin. When you have enough oxytocin, you block cortisol. Cortisol leads to the stress and anxiety, by the way. So cortisol is the chemical you release when you have anxiety and stress. That feeling in your body is cortisol. That heat, that's cortisol. That's all it is. It's not your thoughts, it's not your reality, it's nothing else. It's that those thoughts and those feelings correspond to a chemical, and that chemical cortisol runs through your body. Makes you fat too. Trust me. And I lost a lot of weight. And all that change is my damn mind. Cortisol production. Then you get that shit on a schedule. 21 days is a habit. You can have none of those stimuli and still have cortisol production. And then you're responding to the cortisol production and the thoughts that it brings up, hence the journaling. The journaling helps you clock it. Like, oh, why am I worried about this shit at 11 o'clock in the morning? How come I feel like this all the way until 4 p.m.? Like, oh, the sunset. So I can't beat that. But at least I know when the sun is out, it's okay if I feel a little, whatever, because I know it ain't real. I know I'm almost at the end of it. But by the time the sun goes down, I'm not going to be feeling like that anyway. All I got to do is occupy my time during the sunset in a particular way, right? And as crazy as a lot of that pattern comes from going to school and having a job at those times too. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. When you're an older person, your brain starts to loop older cycles of like when you were in school, and especially if you're like us, you know, like get good grades and study all the damn time. That was high stress. That was high stress. I wasn't worried about competing or winning or beating anyone. I was worried about not getting my ass kicked. So that was a cortisol experience for 12 years in a row. So we gotta, like, you know what I'm saying? It's a thing. Oxytocin, boy. A chemical that's only produced by being around other people. Can you fucking imagine how evil this is? If you were a scientist, like if you're just a scientist trying to hack it, you're like, God damn it, you can't live alone. Are you serious? Don't listen to these older women, boy. They're bittered by the science. I mean, like they may mean well. Their little conscious mind, intellect may have did that, but it never adds up because they're not chemists. You dying alone is not a flex because you can afford it. You have to imagine how it feels to be alone without oxytocin. We're talking about people who go to recovery programs because they abuse those pills. We're talking about people who will cheat on you to fuck somebody to get one of those pills. We're talking about people who do anything in their day to map it around getting one of those pills. What are they talking about? I'm telling you, boy. That's what all those drugs that people take and get prescribed are emulating, right? Hormonal states of the mind. So they're really not cures. They're really not medicines. They're artificial preserves. Uh-huh. And it's usually people who have a deficit in the contact that would produce it naturally, right? No support group, not in a relationship, people playing games depending on their age. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of false positives of oxytocin storage. So then you shop, you buy, you eat, you get bigger. You get bigger and you deny it. And then you like, oh, that's all right. I don't need a diet. Chick-fil-A, what are you hiring? You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's all a replacement, bro. It's all a replacement for touch, for care, for tribe, actually, family. Same words, same ideas. And that's why the United States feels like it does. Nothing that it's doing seems people-oriented. It does not seem to be caring about itself as an abstract, let alone individually, right? Like to the degrees in which it used to. At least the advertisements, at least the belief systems, at least how people acted until they ran into narcissists. You understand? People are not even playing that game no more. So there's no oxytocin generating moment at this very moment. So if you feel stress, anxiety, or do I call it cortisol, then that's perfectly normal. Once you know that, you halfway out there. You halfway out like, oh, this is cortisol doing that. This is a chemical that my brain is producing on its own because it's a deficit somewhere else. Well, if you rely on people in other situations, not too much you can do about that, but you can acknowledge the fact that it must be temporary. Amen. There's got to be. There's got to be a better way to, balance this dopamine and this cortisol and this oxytocin out. There's got to be a better way. Diet, exercise, that's just getting started, but obviously it changes your mind. It changes your mind, bro. And then your fat stores all those chemicals. So then when you start losing weight, you have less of it to access. Come on now, slime. This is mathematically divine. We got this. We're almost there, right? That's what metaphysics is. It's damn near chemistry. I hated chemistry. I would have failed chemistry if my teacher wasn't black. He looked out for me. At first, he was kind of hard on me because I was like the only black dude in his class. But then when he saw my girlfriend, he got real weird. He started looking out for her brother. Dead ass. He was a Jamaican dude, Mr. Constantine too. His name was Mr. Constantine. And he saw my girl, was like, oh, you got a fox. I said, yo, what the fuck does that mean? My grandfather said the same thing. My grandfather called me before he died. He was like, I heard you got a fox. I was like, what the fuck's a fox, bro? And then I had some weird person in February, March. They sent me a fox, like Shiba Inu, that orange fox teeth. They sent me that. I was like, the fuck is going on? What is this? That's how I knew it was a girl. But Mr. Constantine, man,
he gave me better grades because I had a pretty girlfriend. Can you fucking imagine niggas, man? Jamaica, Yamaka, like one of them guys, one of them freaky frogs is talking inappropriately to 10th graders. So we talking about him teaching AP chemistry and my ass about to D my way out of this bitch. It's the fucking math, man. I hated it. Same year I had that algebra too. Fucking hated it. Like, I don't want to see this shit. But thank God I paid attention to every fucking time his Jamaican accent said ribonucleic acid. So when the mRNA came out, I was like, oh, Mr. Constantine squad, I know what this is. That's the only thing I know. That's the only thing. All I know is RNA. For real, if we talk about it for real, I took AP chemistry. That's the only thing I remember from that damn class. Now I understand wisdom. Like, oh shit. If I didn't pull a bad bitch, boy, I would have got injected. If I didn't have a bad bitch in 10th grade, boy, I might be vaccinated and just like my goddamn grandfather or turbo something, nigga, as much as I smoke. Hell nah, man. Shout out to Mr. Constantine, boy. And that evil ass girl. Oh my God, was she evil. But yeah. I think she got married and unmarried. I think she's a lesbian now with a dog or something. I don't know how that story played out, man. That story didn't play out too good. You know, you shouldn't fuck with the chosen ones like that. I don't know. You have a different outcome next time on Dragon Ball Z, man. Yo, that's a random fucking memory from 20 years ago. Shout out to Jonathan. Oh shit, we got some math. Hold on now. The weather conditions changed, Mr. DeRoot. Straight line clouds. Oh yeah, I don't see those often. The weather conditions changed, so now it's warmer and less gray outside. Brand water tides. Peace, peace, peace from Dallas. Jonathan Mills in the building. 3, say no to prescribed drugs if you can. Some people need them, but don't depend on them. Like, figure out if you can find a way to transition off of them sooner than later. Don't increase it, decrease it, if anything. You don't want your body to get codependent on that volume that it doesn't produce naturally. That's all. Especially with the prices of everything and the trade wars and the minerals and stuff. You don't want to be in a weird fucking position where you need like 5, 10, 20 milligrams or more of something, and then it's not available over the counter as much, or your body has to learn how to re-regulate from that deficit. Your withdrawal is going to be fucking wicked, right? But as long as you know that, you're like, well, it's temporary. And some people don't have that type of resolve, I know. But I'm just putting it out there. If for whatever reason you had to get off of something your body was depending on to regulate, your body can still regulate without it because your body regulated with it. And a lot of those pills be placebos anyway. So that's half the battle, knowing that. So, you know, they like to skimp on profit. You know, the same companies, brought to you by Pfizer. So just imagine. So then your mind does have an ability to regulate itself through the suggestion of consuming something, right? So your brain is now mapped to taking something and adjusting vision, if you will. So all you gotta do is find the other things you can take instead. Ashwagandha, is that how you say it? I don't know how to say these words. They ain't in King James English. But that one right there, you can buy in a powder form. In Babcoa, Babcaoa. It's almost like cacao, but Bob cacao or some shit like that. Just look up powder plant herb for ADD. Bob Cola. I would put it in my coffee because it's a powder substance, or the version I bought. And I had the other one, ashwagandha, in a powder substance. Same company. It was in paper bags, kind of packaging. Some type of Hindu, Indian brandish thing, they're not, but they brand it that way. I have a picture of it somewhere. Anyway, those substances, like shit like that. You just replace it with that. A lot of people don't know what those are. So FDA regulation, feds, they're not even really going after it yet. The prices might still change because I don't think they grow it locally. But I'm telling you, it's cheaper than the prescriptions anyway, right? Get it. Try it out for yourself. I tell you, I need it right now. I need to buy some because it does help. It absolutely does. It puts you into like that plus marijuana. It's like relax, relax, relax. Like, and it's temporary because it lasts as long as a powder or coffee would last. But you can tell. You tell right fucking way. You chill the fuck out. Mm-hmm. Beautiful. And that's just two of them. We don't know them all. You find one or both of them at the same manufacturer or producer or website and see what other powders they sell. I'm telling you, there's something to it, man. And basically, that's just what your prescription pills are. Just a modified chemistry version of those things, making it more potent, I guess. But now the plant and the herb is available. Mind you, I put mine in coffee. So, you know, caffeine already going to raise up your nervous system to a certain response. So you got to be careful with that shit. But it balanced it for me. I don't know how. I was just trying shit out. Like, I don't like the way this shit tastes. Especially not no goddamn water. Let me put this shit in my coffee. Or if you make smoothies, that too. I put them in smoothies more than coffee. But if I forgot to put it in the smoothie, I put it in the coffee. And yeah, life hack. Lime mushrooms, chaga mushrooms. Chaga make you feel away too. Chaga put that heat sensation in your body. It's happening in your blood though. It's not cortisol, but it could trigger that. You feel like you're stressed out and have anxiety. That's another thing too. I was taking chaga in Charlotte the first year, in the second year. So if it was chaga doing it, it helped because it made me write down everything, think about everything, and then still taking chaga later, it didn't do that no more. It didn't even do the heat sensation as much. So that took like what, 2 to 3 years for my body to get acclimated to the side effect of chaga, the bad side effect, if you will. So everything's like that. We're just impatient, I think, as a creature. Some shit takes a time. Losing all this damn weight took time. I knew based on how tall and big I was, it wouldn't be good for me to lose it fast on my joints or all the shit that you would have to do the math. But I said if I could pace it out, if I can just allow myself to give myself time and hit certain checkpoints, then I'll be on, you know what I'm saying? As long as I'm going that direction, as long as I'm on the way down, I get to where I'm going. And sure as God made green apples, boy. I'm down at least 100 pounds since the pandemic started. Yep. Like 20 pounds a year, I think. So, but it's because of all that shit. Mind magic. Once the random interactions in the streets or with friends have to be all transaction related. Oh, you talking about Instagram right now. Propaganda, it removed any opportunity for people to gain some of that chemical back. I'm telling you. Taryn Art said yo to Jonathan. Jonathan L says, yo, I finished the replay on the drive, and that part you were talking about beautiful or ugly people math, the math checks out. Listen, I try not to be cruel and unusual to people, but on my channel, I'm going to keep it real as I can to not offend nobody, because I'm not trying to offend nobody. But when I describe ugly, I'm not talking about features. It's hard to describe spiritual things to people without your eyes, right? So we have to use a more unified code, if you will, to describe these things. And the best way to describe it is ugly. Yeah. Ugliness. As within, so without. You seen it? We used to keep it separate because we're not as much of a social creature as them. That's probably what it is for boys, right? Ashwagandha, Composure Slim. You said spirulina pills. I had spirulina once. That green shit get everywhere. Be careful with that. But I started my journey on those things. Shout out to Jamaica again. There's always Jamaicans that got it. And Indians, Hindus. And I'm Hindu, so same story. But It was the other one. That's not spirulina. It's cousin. You know what I'm talking about? Gosh darn it. It's green. It's not the chlorophyll or the cetaphil. It's what the fuck are you called? It's very similar to spirulina. Damn it, what is that shit called? It helps with like people with diabetes and shit like that. It regulates your hormones, your blood. It's like good for everything. It's almost like a sea moss, like in terms of mineral properties. It's algae. What are you called? It's an activated algae that's green or brown. You know how they bleach it, but when you add it to your drink, it turns green like spirulina does. Ah, I could almost see it. It was like 5 or more years ago when I had the gold NPC first. Was taking it. What are you called? Ah, come on now. I can see the bottle and everything. I just cannot see the name. I had a liquid form, or no, did I? I had like 2 different forms of it too. It's next to spirulina. Same category. Them shits help you. Ashwagandha is a lovely, I don't give a damn drug. So if you like that, you like Babcoa too. That Babcoa and ashwagandha combo I had, oh my God. Chill. Like, for a little while, it's like, whatever. What the fuck going on out here? That's how I got through Raleigh last time, honestly. Rhodiola is another good one. Okay. Not powder, because if you drop it in a smoothie, that touch metal blades or metal spoon lessens its potency. You got Tongkat Ali. Never heard of that one. Mr. Now says niacin is if you really want to feel what eternal fires feel like. It cleans out the system that's like alcohol or even pill related. With charcoal pills combined, niacin and charcoal. Only take 100 or 1,000 megagrams and you'll be on fire the entire body for an hour. That's very similar to chaga. Niacin is a really good one. Jonathan says, good for using as a vehicle for other supplements too. Moringa. There you go. It was moringa I started. Moringa is how I started. Chlorella I've had too. Chlorella was messy. But moringa, I had the pills in the powder. I started moringa pills from Amazon, from Jamaica, when I was at my most weight. But then like it changed something too. Like it almost triggered the detox and the purge that gave me all my health issues. So it literally started my journey. It jump started everything. It was like, nah, this is wrong, buddy. Thank God. Then I went from moringa to chlorella, spirulina once. Then the pandemic happened. It was like fucking elderberry, chaga, lion's mane. And then the last 2 years, I was able to get back to Babcoa, ashwagandha. So I'm gonna do that again. I'm gonna do ashwagandha, fucking Babcoa, and chlorella or moringa. Moringa probably. See how my eyes and everything react to it this time. For everything else, there's weed. You said embrace the niacin flush. Shit. It's like a sauna that's internal. Like I said, chaga triggers anxiety, so I already fucking know what y'all talking about. You can feel the heat on your skin. As soon as the effect wears off, you pee first thing in the morning. I did it 3 times. That was enough for me. Yep. All of it. Fuck it. Just I'm gonna redo my medicine cabinet with all that shit. And black seed oil so you don't get sick. Stay woke out here. Yes, as soon as I got from that airport, I all these people, I'm like, shit. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, hell nah. It took me that nasty ass drop of fucking black seed oil, boy. And I woke up like nothing was wrong. Every time. Every time. Every time. Every time. Who the fuck needs a flu shot? As soon as I feel like something's off, I take that shit. And it's like, that's like Bobby Hemmitt's peach soda now to me, boy. I don't even know if the black seed oil work for real. I know as soon as I take it and I have that visceral response to its fucking taste, I'm like, ugh, I'm back. I'm fucking back. These are life hacks, man. These are life hacks. Definitely cheaper than going to the doctor for those kind of things. Blood related. You can fix most of that at home. It just takes time. And if that shit ain't working, that's because your ass got a parasite. Thus, you also need a detox. I really wish I remembered the name of the one I took. I'm praying when I charge the other phone. I have a picture in there. I should. I ain't that stupid. I'm pretty sure I took a picture of it a couple of times. I'm gonna find that picture and order it again. Because that shit right there, boy, I don't know what it did, but it did it. I felt totally different when I stopped taking it. Like, it got me to the other side of whatever was internally off. Cut more weight too right after that too. No new activities. I always walk. But all of a sudden it was like that weight was burning off, like the last little bit. Fasting, of course, too. Shit. Fasting by default with this damn economy. $8 for eggs? Nigga. But yeah, the detox is really what I should have did 5 years ago or 6 years. I don't know how many years it's been. Shit, so 2020 for sure. No, when I moved. I was like 330 when I moved. So 2021. Almost 5 years ago. Yeah. Yep. I plateaued at 330 for a while. And then after that, it just... And then that detox was like, finish him. And I'm in my 250s. What? I haven't been this weight since senior year in high school after playing football. $20 years. I haven't been this light in 20 years. Damn. And I'm still going down. I had to go down even further before I turn 50. I don't want to be too heavy when I get older like that. For bones. In case I beat someone's ass too. All kind of reasons for it. Like, make sure I'm fucking limber and fucking make sure my fire slap don't lose its valor. Like, slap really fucking fast. You know what I'm talking about? Like, yeah. Gotta pay attention to your body. I had to get my fucking balance again. Thank God. I grew up with that flavor, the black seed oil. That tastes like home to you? I shot black seed oil. Tastes good to me. Really? That shit tastes like oil of oregano's aftertaste, but like pepper. It's just the one I have. It's the one I have though. You know what I'm saying? Mine's just like made by somebody. I don't know if it's like, I don't know. Depends on what kind you got. But mine tastes like oregano without the oregano. If you know, you know. But it works. Moral of the story. Hot stuff works too. Like the Mexican food. If you're not feeling good, get you some of those fucking green salsa verde. What they use for that? Tomatillos for that? The little, all kinds of shit. You know what I'm talking about. The habaneros, all that shit. All the green shit. All the green shit that Mexicans put in their rice and their beans and shit. Go ahead. Just go. You might as well just go have Mexican. Make sure you don't have too much cheese in your Mexican because of the mucus. It'll offset your, what you're doing. But you can find some shit you put in those goddamn, just tacos actually, and the green sauce, and then some tequila, margarita. Shit, you'll be back in no time. You have to bypass the dairy when you do it. If you bypass dairy in that meal, it'll get you back. I've had maca powder too when I was in Houston. Mr. Now, the clean detox I takes was wormwood, black walnut hulls, and clove. I want to say that's the one I took. I'm almost certain the detox includes at least wormwood in it. Yeah, cloves are good too for women with bad periods. They can chew on them or make water or tea out of it. And it'll stop their cramping and their blood or whatever the fuck going on, for real. Cloves, just cloves. All kind of other shit too on Dr. Sabi, but cloves is a big one. It's your blood. It's what's in your blood. Taylor Swift. Bad blood. Your tongue, your urine, all the same system. Yep, if you drink, the last cocktail should be something with ginger and you're good. Moscow Mule. Ginger too, cloves, ginger, yeah. All that shit. And now you back on the Asian side of town with the food the hot food they make. Same story. That's why they make them foods hot like that, for real. It's more for health reasons than it is to taste, if you think about it. It's about the blood and the kidneys. We talking about people who coexisted with opium and alcohol too. Like, you got their science was different. They're like, we need to mitigate the side effects of opium. Not quit it now. Yeah. You know, we in an opiate society, man. That's the illest shit about life. Anytime I'm on Instagram now, and I see one of the white girls with really big eyes, I'm like, scroll. Because I already know what she want to sound like. She want to sound like she ain't got no self-awareness. Can't blame her. She just need to go shut the hell up somewhere. And go be happy. The hell are you talking about? You don't feel anything these people are feeling. Don't play with us. I've tried them. I know what they do. Like, they ain't gonna get over it on me now. You don't feel like none of us. So you don't understand anything. Nah, that ain't normal, boy. Whatever that feeling is, that's not a deep shit. I'm scared. I'm scared to, man, hell no, I wouldn't want to do that. Because you don't want to get used to life like that. You don't want to get used to a life like that. And then one day you just, you finally get off of it, or you can't take it, or it doesn't exist, or, all the variables of you not having it no more. Let alone the residual side effects of living like that, because that's not natural, right? It's not natural to always be at that elevated state. So, orientation-wise. But, whatever. That shit's scarier than some drugs to me, honestly. I want to do certain drugs on GP because I seen the results of what these crackheads and these meth heads and these crystal heads look like. Vanity or something. More concerned about that. I'm pretty sure it's a good feeling. But that other shit don't look like that. Outside of their eyes, you can tell. But even still, I'm more scared of the fact that you would get codependent on that shit. Like, Timbaland ain't been happy since. You ain't seen him as happy as he was in that Bounce video? When he was in the studio with Jay-Z, smiling, playing beats and shit. Then look at him now. Looks so serious and Monroe's. That's because he had an opiate addiction. The same thing with them girls who did all that E when I was in high school. Fucking around with street ecstasy or fucking Molly. Going out to the clubs and partying and having fun. And then now they just miserable. In their face, like just in their default resting faces, just like, you don't even smile anymore and you don't even fucking notice it. Nothing's wrong. Nah, as within, so without. Something's off. It's in your face. Always is. If you got eyes to see it, so.
guess I just have fucking eyes to see the dumb shit. But yeah, I can't fuck with that. Kuntini thesis, I just want you to react. I don't know what that means. Are you English? Why are you using our language? Mr. Now says, makes you present to while you're eating. You have to focus and breathe deeper. He looks like a pediatrician now. That's wonderful. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody figuring it out. Again, for ourselves. Again. And this millennial generation. Again. The fall of the United States Empire, man. Who would ever thought? Oh well. I didn't do it. They said there's only 10 corporations keeping the United States afloat right now. Can you fucking imagine it? I think Mark Lamont Hill was debating a economist, older white guy. And he was like, nah, it's over. And Mark Lamont said, well, you know, if this is happening and it's creating more jobs, then, you know, it's better for our economy. Like, he believes the school version of the story. And the economist was like, well, let me play the economist. All those new jobs you're talking about from those big 10 companies, they're not making them in America. The end. He was like, oh, but the car industry? Like, well, the best car industry in the world currently, 2025 edition, is in China, BYD. And there's nothing that no other car company has that comes quite close to its speed and quality. I'm not saying that would be that way forever, but, you know, you got to invest in certain things and retool and relearn and re-educate, and it's going to take some years. And even still, the damn CEO of Ford is driving one. While the lots are full of cars that won't sell. On top of the fact, dealers are getting in trouble for selling used cars as new ones. All kind of messy shit going on in that world, right? So it's like he's trying to tell them, like, if your default setting is the car industry, even that to be Mark Lamont's backup answer. And I understood where he was going, but it's just crazy because he thinks like everyone who got laid off from Google and Facebook want to go build cars. Like, I hate when they present an option to like Detroit and like that accounts for all the people looking for jobs. Like, yeah, we're gonna move to Detroit and work on cars like it's fucking 1930 again. Like, no. Why the fuck would anyone want to build a thing they can't afford anyway as a living? I can't afford this bitch. They're not gonna pay me enough to afford one of these bitches. So what's the, you understand? Like, it's the cruel, unusual solution-based model we got here in 2025 is ridiculous. He said they're making them jobs in India, China, and somewhere else. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. They have more people, more working class people, more people who only have shit per capita, like numbers wise. Yep, that'll last a generation or two for them. That wouldn't last a generation for us. Like, the United States has a unique problem is like, what kind of jobs do you create for United States citizens? Even if you just look at the college graduated competent and you use that as a rule, like what jobs are those? What can we create now and tomorrow that will have enough of those that will, you know what I'm saying? Where are they at though? Is there another Facebook coming along that's going to have the same prospect of interest, who gives a fuck, and money flowing through it? Probably not, because Facebook ain't got no fucking money flowing through it. It's damn near borrowing more than anyone else. Facebook is bad as the federal government. OpenAI the worst. They trying to get almost $1 trillion more dollars. No profit, just purely borrowing. Stocks and unrealized gains, like they're betting. So like, you got 10 of those companies holding up the whole thing, and most of them are betting.
Then they didn't even have it. You know what I'm saying? Like they said the bank bailout, they said is up to so far. And that shit blew my mind because I said 50. And I saw someone else say 20. And then someone today says over the past 5 days, it's been 150 billion. So I heard about one number, someone heard about another number, and those numbers were adding to give banks liquid, to move around the loans and all that shit, to acquire things, those people who qualify for it. Canada's already saying, nah, we got access to their bank accounts. We're just going to take it out of their tax, out of their customers' bank accounts. Ain't that a bitch? Now, mind you, they don't use the U.S. Treasury for their dollar notes, but they're using the same IMF. That's crazy, boy. It's two different countries, two different constitutions. Not when we had it, though, we were united kingdoms, but, as they divided it, I guess they gave Canada and Disney to fucking England. Can you imagine? New England's right there. But, yeah, like, they're stupid, boy. They can't fix this goddamn economy by creating jobs. They don't know what fucking jobs to create. And they can't be creating jobs for people if they weren't about AI. So they're not even going to. That's the illest shit about our dilemma. It's not whether or not there's more useful things for people to do at our population size. It's the fact that no one wants to do those things, because why? Good question. And then two, the people who have the money and liquid to build those things are worrying about data centers and AI. Where in that equation do you get new jobs for people who went to college and had Starbucks? Nowhere. New York got a new mayor, though. I guess that's a cool story. Maybe the people who didn't get the mayor they wanted. Remember, they spent a lot of millions of dollars to try to stop him from getting elected in favor of Cuomo. Mr. Cuomo with all the weird cases. Don't forget it. He one of them, too. He got a lot of weird cases. And he was backed by Elon and Trump and shit. Imagine the Epstein list. But we do the magic of the science and the energy thereof. If a cosign from Trump and Elon ain't enough, then Trump and Elon are cooked. That's a golden ticket 10 years ago. He got a golden ticket from the president and Elon Musk and still couldn't win a fucking mayor race. That's telling you what the people think. Energy. They're not paying attention to that shit. They ain't trying to go to Mars or buy an electric car that'll burn you alive because there's not an override to unlock the damn door. And some nigga in Mar-a-Lago ain't a more in sight in that Dead Sea. Jews. Like, you know what I'm talking about? So, like, nah. That's now. That's up to date. They going for the communist Muslim play from the democratic states. And all the blue states is where most of the GDP comes from. Can you imagine, liberals? But the Republicans got all the money. What is going on out here? Shit, Republicans got all the damn grinder data too. That's crazy. I did not see that coming. I did not see that our biggest homosexual base be coming out of the MAGA party. Or the Republicans or the conservatives. Like, that's almost an oxymoron. What do you mean? On white Jesus, what do they mean? So what premise do they have to it? Where's their morality? I'm just talking about as a tradition or society. What the fuck are they talking about? Like, what's their reference point? If they're the most users on Grindr, like, where does that line up with what their mama and grandmama taught them? You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about per capita. Per capita. Not liberals, not LGBT. MAGA? Y'all aware of this phenomenon? This must be some new genetics. Because that was not what it was when I was a kid. That's where we got all this xenophobia and hate speech rhetoric from, was them. And the whole time, they're a bunch of grumpy old men into men. Can you imagine? Like, that bell ain't ringing loud enough. Like, we're already in a life of contradictions, but like, even your political factions. Remember Obama, obviously gay guy, was the first president to push for gay marriage.
And the people who push against him have the most grinder data. So they're just out here wasting women's time. No wonder why the women be mad at us. I ain't them, sis. I am not on Grindr. I'm not into men or trannies. I love women. And I can't fucking stand them. But there is no other option here. These motherfuckers raise money against options that they choose. The fuck? That's a waste of money. What's going on? Doesn't make no damn sense. Mr. Now says estrogen-ridden old cuckolds. That's the old ones. But you know, Grindr's for the millennials. These are kids and old men. But I'm just saying, like, it's even the new generations of them. Like the ones who show up to conventions. They say anytime they show up at a convention, that Grindr for that location crashes. If they gather en masse for politics, gay sex is through the roof. One more time. I just got to run this back. This is recent data. This is as of now. It's wild. Phoenix, Arizona. They had a MAGA conservative, whatever the fuck. And Grindr started lagging because of how many people in that convention were on it swiping. These are conservative red men and young men who would go to some silly shit like that, right? So all the way from college to, you know, the sponsors and the money. The whole crowd, Craig, going crazy on Grindr. Can you imagine? Even if it's just 1,000. Like, what are the politics? I don't understand the politics no more. If the blue side is LGBT and the red side's on Grindr, that means the whole fucking government is gay. The fuck going on? On Obama and Michelle, Michael. Bridget Macron, that lawsuit with Candace Owens. Candace Owens won, meaning Bridget was unable to fabricate that he or she is not a he or she. That's the second lawsuit that he lost about being a boy, born a boy. And then in France, they pulled the tax records. And his name, John Michael. On his taxes. On his taxes till this day, his name is still listed as John Michael Brigitte Macron. And he groomed his husband, Macron, since he was 15 years old, and he was a 30-something-year-old teacher. So he was a pedophile on top of that. It's a pedophile groomer in real life. But they're married, so it's all right. He liked it. And then there's videos of Macron getting punched in the face with Bridget. This shit crazy, boy. Like, what are the politics? I think he know that a boy. I think he might be hitting him back. It's a little boy, too. But I saw that little boy punch him in the face when he getting off a plane. And he was just like, yo, I'll air you out if they didn't think you was a fucking woman. Book your vacation to Paris now. Nah, the Legionnaires would never, would they? Would they? They're kind of mean to men. I wonder. I didn't think that would be the end of the story here. Who would have known that the United States is gay? I mean, Addis is a boy. Statue of Liberty is a man. And the United States this whole time has just been gay. It's been in the closet. As a whole, policy-wise. Not all 300 million people. I'm just saying, like, the United States, the corporation side. It's gay. It's a gay corporation, isn't it? Mamelukes and eunuchs, Thomas Jefferson. I know. But really though, like, it hasn't changed its gender. That's what's wrong with the United States versus the rest of the world. It's a gay corporation.
That's why it's so feminine and narcissistic. It makes so much sense now. All the laws at once. The United States is like a gay woman. That's weird. So it wasted the last 25 years of policies in LGBT, DEI, and gay things. And the whole time it was gay itself. Meaning it just suspended 25 years of like helping people just to deal with its own reflection. It's a weird fucking story, man. Obama until now really just focused on gender identity. And that law of gender, don't miss it, affects the qualities and values of other things that have nothing to do with men and women. Like, it's gender queering the language on top of that, which people don't, they don't connect their mind to language, but they think in language. It's a weird story. But when you're a scientist, you go, oh, it's not about whether or not you like boys or girls. It's about the type of society where it's fluid like that, and how you can move money and policies and convince people to do certain things that are against their nature. Way bigger than their sexuality. It's way bigger than if you love someone or oxytocin is triggered by the same sex. That's not what this is. That is not what your government cares about. Obviously, they're all in the fucking closet, so they don't actually care about it. But they have to operate on the looks of things, especially if they're dealing with these foreign countries who have a zero tolerance policy. I'm telling you, it's gonna fuck up the game with the Saudis, man. It's gonna fuck up the Muslims and Christians in Nigeria, if the United States, all of that, man. It's gonna fuck with South America. You know how them brothers in Jamaica are about this shit. Now imagine Barbados and all of them. They're the same story, bro. Trinidad, it's the same story, boy. They're not gonna go for that shit because they know the history. They know that these Mamelukes and eunuchs came to these islands and did what they did to them on Christopher Columbus. Those are male rapists. It was a gay army. Most people don't know that because they don't talk about sexuality, but it's a whole bunch of men dressed up in wigs and makeup and fake teeth and high heels. That was not the normal attire, dude. That was them. That was not the Indians. You don't even see clothes on the Indians most of the time. It's too hot if you're trying to be cute and glamorous, let alone wear a goddamn wig, as long as our hair grows. So when you separate them from us, they was on some other shit when they came here. Masquerading, secret societies, in the closet. It's all the same story. The Hellfire Club, look it up. Yep. They live in sin on purpose on that level. Sociopaths, psychopaths. They have the same persuasion. That's why men got to be more careful with the women who are fluid like that. Because that type of persuasion where they go back and forth to poles and genders, it's usually a side effect of their mental health in terms of psychopathy and sociopaths. Not all of them, but they ain't going to tell you anyway. You'll hear it in their conversations about their past. And then you just think to yourself, like, you're always complaining about men, but your ass ain't got no girlfriend, but you like women. Do the science. What's wrong with you? You're mad at how men treat women, but you treat women the same. Do the science. You didn't get that girl her luxury home and take care of her. Shit, you talking to a boy me right now, you ain't talking to her. So how the fuck we having a conversation about men and women dynamics when women and women dynamics is in the damn closet? Cut it the fuck out. You catch feelings over a guy on Tinder, but you don't catch feelings on the woman you were sleeping with? Cut it out. Miss me with all the bullshit, boy. Miss me with all the bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And then you have like these weird taboo social dynamics that, the language model could only be the mainstream thing because they're hiding something else. They can never get it because if they get it, then they have to apply it to themselves, and themselves is hiding a different secret. Yeah. Narcissism, sociopaths, psychopaths, gender fluid people. All in the same type of bubble. Not all the same degrees, though. If you're dealing with a girl who's dealt with girls, man, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, boy. Better be careful. That's all I can listen. I'm just talking. I'm like a casino. I'm talking just hedging your bets on shit. That's all. Hold on. I'll be right back. Jonathan L3. TBFB13, yikes. It's like pulling multiple masks off the same villain. I won't call them villains. They're not villains. These people I struggle with trying to interface with this concept because it seems that a large majority of our population today, and all we have is today, but as of now, as of today, per capita, you deal with people who are afflicted, if you will, with narcissism, and it manifests in different ways. It's not all the same. And there's intensities to it, which is what I'm worried about, because I know what they do to your life over time. I was raised by one. I'm not sure which one it is, though. I don't know if my dad's a psychopath or a sociopath, but something like that, for sure. And I know how scary that is, because I've seen it for myself, without knowing what it was. Without a frame of reference to anyone else's dad or any other men to that degree. And I just know a little bit about his traumas and a little bit about his upbringing. Even outside of his own words, I know what's true. So I know what type of fears and guilts. If he were me, and that's my dad, so you imagine me imagining if I'm like my father to some degree, how I would feel in any of those dynamics that he experienced too. And I'm like, none of that's good. Cool story. But then how he dealt with that and how he masked himself and what his values were. To me, you've heard it. Do as I say, not as I do. I heard that from my dad directly. And at first, it sounded like he ate something. Like, oh man, that's fly. I brought you into this world. I can take you out. I don't deny it, but I'm not an easy fight if it came to it now. Trust me. Everyone has a survival mode trigger, but I understood what he was getting at. They're very big on respect. That's how you know. Like when you get to a person or you meet somebody who's all their language and all their presentations about themselves as you're getting to know them rhymes with oh, they think people respect this, like valor or status or authority, like that type of respect. Not respectful, not decent person. I'm talking about like they want to be respected. Like, I've accomplished this, or I'm this, or I'm like that. My dad tried to get respect from being a parent, being a good parent. Like, that was the mask that he showed people when they were around us as a unit. And he was always extra and making sure he can correct me, and like almost like he was giving a tutorial to someone else, if you will. And I'm just looking at him like, this is lame as fuck, right? But understanding that, understanding what other position could he have. If he lost control or respect of me, he would be a bad father too. The problem is they're bipolar, so they don't find all the shades of gray where like, oh, too much of this, a little bit, you know what I'm saying? They don't know how to fine tune it like a parent has to. They're like extreme, like a drill sergeant type of energy too. If you're looking for it in a man, he's always talking about his self-respect and how other people respect him. And when he talks about his house, or you know, the way his program is, it's more like a drill sergeant than a collaborator, right, sisters? Right. Don't miss that. That you can't miss it. You mistakenly identify those people as alphas though, and that's where it gets shaky in the water, because you can only be an alpha in relationship to other people. You're no alpha by yourself. That construct is with social circles, not by individuals. Meaning, you take the same individual and put them in different social circles, and they'll show up differently. For instance, you put someone around a bunch of 4-year-olds. By default, they're the alpha, right? You put someone in a different culture or language and they're famous. By default, they're the alpha, right? But then you take that same person that's famous somewhere else, and you put them back at home where they're with one of these partners, they ain't the alpha no more. So alpha is interchangeable depending on the social circle, which is why it kind of tells you a person's dispensation to a certain energy or interactions, but it doesn't really tell you what they're made out of. Like, being an alpha is like, you're the center of attention, maybe. Maybe you know how to get everyone's attention, or maybe that you cast so much energy that people respond to you, and then over time they don't realize that that's what they're doing, because they're not trying to modify anything. They're happy. Oxytocin part 2. Like, but when a person thinks they're an alpha, and because they think they're alpha, because they're an alpha, that this means how they treat other people. That's just narcissism. That's not alpha anything. Because a narcissist has insecurities. If an alpha is truly an alpha, then those type of insecurities would not be their defining mode for being alphas. They would be acting like alphas, which is very dangerous with men. As a man, as a man to other men, I can tell when a man thinks he's the center of something, and then to me, I'm indifferent. I'm like, I don't even know what that means. I'm not a bitch. And you're not my dad. He was evil. So like, ain't no alpha I seen out in the wild that would even make me feel or think anything anyway. Like, you can't beat my dad. So I know you can't fucking beat me. You know what I'm saying? Like, why they act like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, you can't beat my dad, bro. And you can't beat me. I can beat him. You can't beat my dad, and you can't beat me. I'm scared of my dad, and I can beat him. I'm scared of him because I won't touch him. So I know I'm toast. But if I could, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, nah, that ain't alpha then. And I'm not alpha. Every alpha I seen in a school or work situation, I could beat the fuck up. So what's alpha about it? It's like giving someone an inch and taking a mile. No, they're alpha in terms of their influence in a particular circuit. They keep it going. They move the energy around. They're in control of it. But the problem you have is if that feeds into narcissism, then when they don't get the energy they're supposed to get, or the response, or the cooperation, or all the things, like a football coach, then they start yelling and screaming and doing all that extra shit because they're out of control. They're out of control because the things of other people didn't do what they thought or said it should do. Isn't it crazy how the team, the child, or someone else can come up short for the first, like, this is instructions and designs of someone else that they have to implement, but the implementer, the person who gives the idea, they lose control? Yeah, that's not an alpha. If an alpha in your life loses control, loses their cool because someone else, then they're not an alpha. But this society's ass backwards, so they codified narcissism as alpha. Don't miss it. There is such a thing as an alpha, but an alpha and a narcissist are incompatible because a narcissist cannot be an alpha. A narcissist is not the alpha of their own thoughts and feelings. So how can they be an alpha of energy in anyone else's if they're not, you know what I'm saying? They're the source of the energy, oh no, they're alpha because they're taking all the energy. No, that's a vampire. And women fall in love with vampires, not alphas. They want to turn a beast into a prince. That's some Disney fetish shit right there. That's bad subconscious programming, by the way. That's not how women are made. We didn't have those stories back in the day. So how were you made when you were Planet of the Apes? You know what I'm talking about? Or dinosaurs. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. So you understand all this is new. But yeah, narcissism is documented very well in the Bible. So there's just those color palettes of people and their energy and how they are socially. Yeah, maybe there's such a concept, but nah, I'm not in any of those categories. Fuck what everyone's talking about. I'm going home when I feel like going home. I'm always here to help. So and I'm always the jackass that be helping too. Like you go into a situation, you got like a gathering. There's a bunch of chairs that are not unfolded yet. And like 2 or 3 other people supposed to be doing it, but they just disappearing, socializing, being lazy. I'll be the dumbass to be like, I'll just do it by myself. And I'll do it so fucking fast that by the time they act like they want to help, it's already done, right? I'm that guy by default. My dad raised me that way, to show up. But that's not alpha. That's like, shit gotta be done. And why not? What else am I gonna fucking do? So, and then I'll go the fuck away. I won't even tell no one I did it, right? Like, so I don't even understand that dynamic. I don't need credit for that, like, for help, for being there or having the ability to do something. Most alphas don't do that. Most alphas tell other people to do it. They're not leading the charge. In this 30 chairs, they barely touch 3. You know what I'm saying? And I've witnessed this energy my whole life. So when I see the alphas on the podcast, and I look at them in real life, I go, no, they're not. No, they're not. They wouldn't even have to have this diatribe or talk about women in such a way if they were alpha. Listen to them. The alphas and the men, the Gen X usually, sadly, are fallen brothers. Listen, y'all come from a generation where y'all have to like stack a certain value in order for you to get the woman that you find attractive. Most of the time when I look at their ugly wives, my bad. Most of the time when I figure out the women that they're dealing with, that they're having problems with, they ain't even a chick I would talk to begin with. And that's not saying I'm big and bad or nothing. No. I'm just talking about values, correspondence. Like, my taste doesn't correspond to the women that they're trying to be alpha over. Why would I need to be alpha over her? What are we talking about? Oh, she's a cute girl. Wow. You've been outside much. And then they'll create a whole, and this is what women respond to too. Man. So I understand the sisters, although the sisters don't understand me. So we got to work on that. But what sisters will say, well, why do all the men talk about the women in such a way? And then the men be like, do you hear what these women are saying? But then the women go, we all agree with the same thing. And the men will go, we all kind of agree with the same thing about the women. Women agree about all the same thing about the women. Nobody seemed to agree about men though. Like, that's a weird variable that everyone keeps missing, right? So women are just saying, well, women are like this because men do these things, and women don't like those things. Why do men do those things? And the men that do those things, how come there's other men that say that they don't do those things? Blah, 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 blah. And it'd be the same fucking math problem, bro. To my brothers and my sisters, y'all doing algebra wrong. Y'all missing something, boy. I don't know if this algebra, pre-algebra, algebra 1, algebra 2. I took algebra 3 as well. I don't know which algebra it was in, but I caught it. When you evaluate value systems, you have to make sure you're using the same variable. You gotta go from X to X, Y to Y, Z to Z. Everyone's doing X to Y, Y to Y. There is no other X, so it's just X, Y, Y, Y. You're missing X somewhere. And it's almost usually masculine. It's almost always the guys. And it's weird for this to be a patriarchy modeled society where men are considered last. That doesn't make sense in the hierarchy of class. If men created this society the way that it lasts, then men would be at the top of the pyramid in considerations through everything else socially too. And that's never been the case in human history. But I'm just saying if. I'm telling you, this is a gay woman operation. This is Persinia. This is Mulan. This is all those Disney stories. It's talking about what happened to the United States. This is the Cali Wars. It was taken over by a gay woman. She took over the Vatican. Persinia. That's one of her names. Persia. You start to break it down. Addis. You get a Mauritanian or an African. It's a black woman with a different type of hair. And you go through it. Saint Maurice. You go through it. You can just look through it. You're like, oh, that's a woman acting like a man. No accountability. Different story. And thus, the system is filtered through that politic, that military, that religion. They're the ones with religion. We're just Jews. We didn't have a religion. We wrote the Bible. We didn't have a Bible. Jews wrote the Bible. The Jew writing the Bible didn't have a Bible. We good. All right. So we're not a religion. But because that socially seems to be very feminine or androgynous or whatever it's considering itself as a policy, it's fucked up the value system for everything. That's why people can't fix these equations. I'll give you a fucking example. Let's just do all men are dogs and all women are hoes. I'll show you. I'll show you what the math look like. You start doing the science differently. Hold on. I got you. Hold on, real quick. All right. So we say. Just on the topic of pairing, just on the top 1,000, they can't control themselves. They can't. So they're not alphas. Alphas are in control of other people. Can't be in control of other people if you're not in control of yourself. Hopefully, shit. Let's just do a pairing. So let's just start with a scene, a school with 10 people, 20, 10 women, 10 men. Do you know how pairing works in real life? Like what the actual math is on who gets to reproduce? 8 of the 10 women are producing with 2 of the 10 guys. That is the math, how it's worked out as long as they've been trying to do this math. So just recent generations, let's say in the last 400 years. We don't know what the dynamics or the kingdoms or none of that was like, but on law of averages, to this day, only 2 of 10 guys get 8 of the women pregnant. So what women don't seem to understand when they do their equations is that they don't understand that 8 of y'all are describing the same 2 guys. 8 of y'all don't even see these. Y'all have something called hypergamy. 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 Meaning you want the best of. Right? You want the best of. So again, you're gonna bring those 2 guys down. And at the highest part of Mount Olympus, from those 2 guys, they also have to have the hypergamy of what you guys want, right? Provisioning and protection, right? That's not a problem. Because 60% of these guys of all those guys already do that for themselves. 60% of these guys are in the middle class. You're not looking for the middle class. Hypergamy, you don't look for the middle. You look for the top of the pyramid. Well, the 1% financially is not always these 2 guys, by the way. But you hope one of them are one of those guys from up there. You hope that what makes him breed is genetics, right? Or what we call aesthetics, or the attraction of genetics, if you will. It's on a genetic or a light level, or, you know, based on the society's rule book that you copy, obviously. Not all of you, because two of you are not even dealing with them. You would hope that these two left over, all of them, even see these guys, and you'll find that that's usually not the fucking case, because those two come down here and they're still hypergamous. So if she can access him, she's going to access one of these guys who are at the top 1% of men. And then you start getting to the 1% of men, you're talking about money. And trust me, nobody in the top 1% who make less than, like, I think the middle class is $400,000 a year. That's high. That's like the top 10% of people. Meaning the gap between them and the 1%, although it's 9% of people, that number is exponential. So this is a more realistic number that people earn a year. So you're looking for one of those guys if you're hypergamous. Like you are shooting for the fucking top of the gym of all these things. But then you add other things like his height. You start adding other things like his type, color, hair, all kind of shit, right? You keep stacking this shit. Y'all do that. All 10 of you do that. Y'all stack on this shit right here. And then as you're looking, all 8 of you and the other 2 looking too, but they don't get to pair. They don't breed with those 2. That's the difference. This is breeding I'm talking about. This is the ratio for breeding right now. And it lines up on the dating apps too, show you the same ratio. The swipes for women to men and the men that are getting swiped on versus the women getting swiped on. It's the same fucking ratio. No matter what. It's going to be what, 1 to 5. So on the man side, what is it? 1 out of 5 men are matching with 4 out of the 5 women. No matter what. No matter what, whether it's breeding, marriage, or just swiping on an app. That is how it works. So that means there's 4 out of 5 men who ain't getting no love on average. But they might get lucky and find one of those 1 out of 5s. Notice, that 1 out of 5 ain't going to be the women that get with him. So these are not attractive women. Hold on. That ratio that's left, that's indifferent, that's not breeding, is because they're not attractive. To the breeders, the top 2 men, they ain't messing with those shorties. Or they ain't got time. I don't know how it works. But the problem with women is they say all the women will say, based on this one guy, that all 5 men are the same. And I'm here to tell you, sister, math don't fucking lie. That's fucking impossible. You guys don't see all the guys to even consider them for pairing. Oh, shit. 2. That's crazy. He's back. It tried to delay me from reconnecting too. And it's crazy. It said that my phone turned off at 10%, and I turned it back on, it's still 10%. So now Apple fucking goofy ass or whatever YouTube is pulling energy-wise for a live stream, you can't do it below 10% battery or it just turns itself off. And that's with battery now. It turned off with battery. And I turned it back on with battery. It was very fucking weird. But yeah, anyway, I ain't gonna forget the Great Gatsby. I ain't gonna forget the Great Gatsby. I was already doing science. I gotta keep this stupid shit on the damn wire. Anyway, so I was drawing the math of it. The math is the problem. People don't know how to do the science. So, if most people, oh, this damn orientation lock is gonna be a bitch. If most people do not pair with most people, women have a very interesting advantage in terms of their value, but they have a very interesting disadvantage in terms of their values. So most men are describing most women at all times. At all times. Because it's most men that you see talking. The some men that most women, or the type of men that get all the women, they're not talking. They're only 1 out of 5. So on average, most men are on average. So when most men on average are describing life on average, trust me, they make up the majority of men. Yes. But women, y'all don't understand. It's not the majority of men who are doing those things to the majority of women. We know that. Dating apps, that's your values. Breeding, that's your values. Your value system dictates that you reach for those guys. And what are they going to say no to pie? I don't think so. But you be debating with those guys. That's where your frustration comes from. You're telling the majority of guys about the woes you have of some of the men as if they're even in the same conversation. What are we talking about? The majority of the men are not those men. So you cannot have a social demonstration and say that these 4 out of 5 men need to change because of the actions out of those 1 to 5 men. Like how they treat women. How are they treating women? How are they treating women? What are we talking about? How is the average man treating women when the average woman is getting pregnant by the same 2 guys? You see what I'm saying? So when you enter these debates and red pill and blue pill stuff with men who are using logic and numbers, you guys don't go in there with numbers. Y'all go in there with your feelings. And that's why your feelings be getting hurt. Because a lot of those 1 out of 5s are the loudest in your crowd. But all of y'all, on average, have the same experience with some of these guys. And you all, no matter if you dealt with 4 out of the 5, you're not with the 4 out of 5 because you're waiting for the 1 out of 5. That's y'all difference. Y'all waiting for 1 out of 5 men to act right. Most men are waiting for most women to act right. Don't miss it now. So a 4 out of 5 guy can meet 4 out of 5 women and will always run into a woman who's reflecting on someone else. 4 out of 5 other times. So that means realistically, men are looking for the exceptional woman who is attractive, who isn't the 4 out of 5, who goes that way. But come on, dog. The math is not with us for that. Thus, that's why you see more men, no matter what their stats are, the majority 4 out of 5 men who are not getting those girls pregnant, no matter what their stats are, they become more valuable with time. Because the thing about those 4 out of 5, there's only a certain amount of time you can be attractive, and there's only a certain amount of time you can have kids. So if you get up to our ages that we see now, the 4 out of 5 most women, we get to a point where half of them won't even be mothers. But they'll be old, meaning their attraction went down and their breeding ability went down. But all there's left is what? Personality and bills. Now, they're still holding out for one of these exceptional men to be dating older and ready to settle down with the age mate after 40, 50. Girl, most of the men that you meet at your age are the 4 out of 5. And you forget that when you run into them, they've been waiting for you for 40 damn years. The fuck? Why would he be trying to be all exceptional suddenly and treat you like an exceptional woman? What's exceptional about most women being most women? If most women are most women, and most women are, then you can't expect like how you felt to be treated as an exceptional, to a prince, to a king, if you will, when you were younger and attractive. You can't expect like him, the 2 out of those guys, or the 1 out of 5 guys, to all of a sudden be like, yeah, let me save you at 40. No, it's not going to fucking happen. It's not going to fucking happen because those are the only guys you were dealing with, and it didn't happen. So you know it's not going to happen with them. You know it. You're at the age, as most women who know the hypergamy target doesn't want you at a certain age. So if you didn't lock them down or have a kid or do all the things you did, all the things you said, running through your head, you're going to run into nothing but the 4 out of 5 that are left. Out of the ones who are single that are left. And so on and so forth. But I mean, what's wrong with them, by the way? By the way, just highlight the fact that hypergamy is your quirk. It's not a given. You chose to do that. Hence why 2% of 2 of those guys get 80% of you pregnant. Like, you guys are choosing to lay down with them before all the other stuff that you start demanding by the time you get to the age where you're surrounded by average men, as an average woman. So these men, average men, are supposed to treat an average woman above average? Just do the science real quick. A man who's average is going to find at some point an average woman, if you will, versus the science and statistics. And he's going to treat you like a queen. But you don't treat anyone like anyone unless they're a king already. So what do they get? What do men get from the average woman? What do average men get from the average woman? Nothing. Because the average woman is going to be older, single, more mentally unstable, feminism, unbearable, hard to talk to, not a place of peace, and a body count that's 20 to 30 years old now. Fuck the number. So the average man out here isn't even playing the game that you're playing. They can't. We know that already because we saw who you got pregnant by. We saw who you're dating. We hear who you talk about. We see who you move on to go to. You keep going back to that pond where there's more value somewhere. Correct. Never emotional, never compatibility value, but just values, like, lifestyle adjustments until a certain age. And then y'all hitting that certain age as of this video now, right? If you're above 30 after the pandemic, we're talking about now. So you're an average single woman without kids, phasing out of your ability to be fertile. Why would a top percent, just on math and science, why would a top 1% guy, 10% guy want a woman that has a closing window of reproduction? Why do you think guys want women? Maybe that's where we got to start with our sisters. Why do you think a man who's taking care of his business and got it all together, finally, what do you think he's looking for a woman for last for? His life mission was to kick all the ass he had to kick and overcome all the narcissism he had to overcome so that he can take care of a princess? They definitely got that believer gene. They believe in something. No, but I'm not even stunting on them. I'm just saying that's what their language model keeps saying. And they keep talking out of the princess language model. None of them princesses in those movies you watch were adults. They're all teenagers, first of all. So how did you act as a teenager? Did you act like a princess as a teenager? Did you find your prince as a teenager? Then I need y'all to stop referring to those movies. Right? Because boys couldn't ever do that, could they? Unless they were playing with their sisters and cousins with Barbies. And you already seen how that goes. 4 out of 5 times, you know what I'm talking? So, nah. We're not in it. We're in real life, unfortunately. Real life is definitely pattern-based and mathematical. That's why you have a democracy, right? Yes. So yeah, law of averages. The average man is the majority of men are average. The majority of average women are not looking for them. The end. The majority of men are average. The majority of women, no matter if they're average or not, are not looking for them. One more time. The majority of men are average. The numbers, the stats, the heights, the weights, the money itself. Because you're in capitalism, so you understand there's only 1% and everything else is middle class until you get to the bottom 16. But that's for men. You get to the woman's side of that pie, it don't matter which one they are to men. And it doesn't seem to make a difference to them even. They want to go higher up. With the help of a man, that is, right? Correct. All right. Because even if a woman gets high, she wants a man who can do what? Take her higher. Like, this is as far as I can go by myself with my degree. So my man gotta match me so that overall when we collect, I'm higher than this bitch. Don't miss it now. Women are competitive as fuck, man. We may got that gender thing fucked up. Alphas are more like women if you think about it. Do the science. They don't usually make sense. They're always telling someone else what to do. Come on, do science. So anyway, big mama energy on a boy. That's crazy. So 4 out of 5, 1 out of 5. Cool. But that's the thing. Average women want exceptional men. But on average, women are not exceptional. So it's a type mismatch. You're not exceptional looking for exceptional. And what I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with that. But y'all numbers don't show you how average you are. Our numbers do. So same thing, right? If those 2 guys can sleep with all the women, then all those women slept with 2 guys. Hold on. That means 8 of those 10 guys, average guys, most of the guys actually, but average guys are most of the guys, They didn't sleep with any of them. So just because you have two bodies, it don't mean that most of the men have two bodies too. If you ain't sleeping with them, right? Because if you ain't sleeping with him, then that means your homegirl ain't sleeping with him. And if your homegirl ain't sleeping with him, then her cousin ain't sleeping with him. So you'll run into a guy who ain't sleeping with y'all. But you done slept with the two friends. And then your sister did. And then your cousin did. And then your homegirl did. And your enemy did. You see how the numbers stack for them? The numbers don't stack for the other men, though. And women just cannot accept that. Because they don't understand math and how numbers work. Fundamentally, debt, savings, loans, all of it. Like, women blind spot is math when it's algebra. They get arithmetic. They know more money equals good. But they don't know algebra, like how these percents and things work out and what does that mean. Can't form an argument based on exceptionalism. We do not live in an exceptional reality. And you cannot provoke or invoke an exceptional standard if you're not an exceptional person to the average. Because it's not exceptional if average women say the same exceptional thing, right? Like all women want the same exceptional thing. So all those women cannot be exceptional. So it is not exceptional to one exceptional. That's an average idea. There we go. That's algebra. Algebra is the only way you can figure that out, right? You have to understand how the variables move. They can't just move to where you feel. They have to move logically. And we get caught up arguing and debating things and getting canned responses and all that shit with women is because they're not trying to move the variable where it goes. They're trying to move their feeling in place of any variable. These girls trying to do magic. And I'm not mad at them. But we ain't not talking about magic. We're talking about answers to why and how things is. You feel me? Women invoke their magic into a lot of things. And it's weird that they don't know that that's what that is. When you're trying to, codify things or genderqueer something to mean something else, you're invoking magic. That is a form of sorcery or sleight of hand, but you're using language to do it. And you might not even intend to do it, but you don't know what society you come from, so maybe that's why you don't get it. I do. I know where we come from. So you're doing a form of because I said so, abracadabra. And that's cool if you're a paladin, but we're not paladins, man. We're capitalists now. Y'all pick this, so we got to work for someone else who ain't from here to get things that aren't from here for us to get things that don't come from here, so that we can be happy. Yeah, in that game right there, the magic ain't magicking because you know what I'm saying. That's unacknowledged. It's benign neglect in this system. You're using it wrong, but that's cool. At least you're using it. Some recipes don't die. But anyway, yeah. Women don't understand they're the majority of the narrative. Meaning they're also the majority of their problem. Per capita. Women are stopping other women from growing. You have these old hags telling young women to waste their fucking 20s like they did. And you can look at that bitch and see that she ain't get none of the shit that she wanted, but she telling you to follow her footsteps. Y'all don't even see that she's sabotaging you. Y'all think the narcissism is only in male flavor, but you know those influencer girls are narcissists too, right? On Kim Kardashian. So of course they want to tell you some irrational shit. They think they're badder and better than you. Ain't that the whole fucking purpose of climbing the ladder? To prove that you mean something or that you're important? Then who the fuck you think they talking to? Other important people? Exactly. I can never take that value for granted because you got to think about who's talking. And if you can't read them, oh well, I can. And I'm telling you, most of these people that talk, they're not giving you good advice because of who is saying it. So what do they mean when they say, oh, they're talking down on you? All right, well, you listen to them, you goofy bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, easy. Same thing for the men. But men don't need a consensus of another man to stand on business. Women do. Y'all gotta call your homegirls, your girlfriend, your mama, somebody else to get a cosign on a narrative that you just experienced. A man will go through it by himself and be like, it is what it is. It'd be cool if someone brings it up or you get a chance to talk to it, but shit, 4 days later in our own thoughts, man, we get to the other side of it by our damn selves. Without anyone co-signing where we landed. Women will tell you they get to a certain point of mind because they had some type of recommendation or co-sign from somebody else's opinion. So much so when you're on a date with them, they'll bring up the other dude just to see if they're still right 2-3 years later. You feel me? So I wouldn't call that a flaw, but it's a flaw if you don't acknowledge that that's different. And then play the game with the flaw unacknowledged, just handicaps and shit. Y'all are not enforcing the roles of men and women and all that shit. You guys are trying to outbid hypergamy. You guys are not demanding good men. You guys are demanding your hypergamous needs to be met. Per capita, on average, the average woman, that is, which is the majority. Like, that's all we see. All we see is women arguing about why things aren't the way they were based on their hypergamous ideal. How come the hypergamy part of this isn't being delivered? Like, these are great guys, and I have some friend zone guys, and these are good guys, and whatever, but I can't settle under my hypergamous ideal that I created as a Disney princess when I was 6. Like, it's childish too. Their reference points be childish. Their reference points be like 20, 30 years ago too, per capita, on average, right? They keep talking about shit about a long time ago, but to be the main one to tell you to get out the past and focus on tomorrow. Right? Right? Don't let your past stop you from getting a good job and working really hard and accomplishing your dreams. But in the same breath, they compare their life partner, their oxytocin source, to how a guy was a long time ago. Do the science. We should be abusing math and chemistry in this bitch. And that's what I'm saying. Like, women have to hold women accountable to math before anything else, y'all. It don't matter what y'all say to us, and no matter what we say to y'all. Ain't shit gonna change if the math don't add up. Y'all need to, when y'all come to these debates or these what is this shit called? Like Dave Chappelle used to do, these little congressional hearings about men and women relations. Y'all need to send your best mathematicians from NASA first, because y'all are not negotiating correctly because you're not using math. You cannot negotiate with feelings that are irrational. You have to negotiate with what it is. With today and tomorrow, not with what we thought about a long time ago when we were kids. It ain't got shit to do with value of a person, personality, good or bad, wrong, right or wrong, none of that. Like, y'all make that shit a longer song. No, on paper. Why the fuck do you think your results entitle you to an exceptional person? Why did you create a person so fucking exceptional if you have no intention of becoming that damn exceptional yourself? Since we're talking about law of attraction. So if you are not the top 2 out of 10 women in your caliber, why do you feel like the top 2 out of 10 men want to marry you? When you know it's only 2 out of those men, and out of those men, that's who you're looking for. They done had 7 other versions of you. That's them. They ain't us. Do you know why it's not the rest of the men? Because the rest of the women don't want average men. They want the 2 at the top. That is their own democracy. That's amongst women, bro. Men ain't got shit to do with that. Think about it. Those 2 dudes ain't putting us on. We're not a united front, nigga. But y'all are. Y'all are. Y'all absolutely are. Y'all have a girl code, feminism. Y'all have a whole bunch of parameters that are consistent that you can get the guide rails for. Just any argument, any decision, any question on a date, you have a referral and a Wikipedia to at least 1,000 other women. What do men get? Man, you ain't never gonna understand women. So imagine our reference points. Talking to a guy, an average guy. Imagine average guys talking to average guys about women they never have. That's the fuck y'all sound like. Y'all watch these girls who think they're top half of women talk to the bottom half of men and be like, points were made. Girl, he is constantly hypothecating on how to make your goofy ass happy. He never had one of you. He want to say all the dumb shit he's supposed to say to a girl that look like that. In real fucking life, though, come on now. Come on now. It's entertainment at the end of the day. Come on now. You know, some podcast dudes never be the man you want. Now do the science on averages then. Who the fuck y'all be talking about then? Who the fuck y'all want? Maybe we should start there. We ain't seen them yet. Because there's never be the guys talking. It never be the guys who answering the questions and the hypotheticals and the pontifications of why it ain't working. I know it ain't Donald Trump. So who is it? Exactly. It's like trying to figure out what you want to eat for dinner. Even that changes. So I learned the lowest common denominator of what most average women are saying is they want the man that they want, chemical, biological, but they want him to behave the way that they all agreed a good man should behave. So they have a standard, they have a thing, a prototype in that they're filtering their experiences with. And they're not getting those experiences, but they're still holding it there. But when they find a good guy, they want him to check all those boxes off of this filter that they created amongst themselves as girls. Generational, I guess. And nothing wrong with that, by the way. I mean, that's how societies work. But I'm just saying, your society did not create it for most girls or most men. It created it for hypergamy. Yeah. Hypergamy means everything but average. I need you to understand the hyper part of this. If you're hypergamy in nature with this indoctrination, you always are going to overshoot average. And then you'll mistakenly think you're settling for average because you've been looking up the whole time. The whole time you're looking up because you're average. So hypergamy takes away the average from the woman. Right. The average woman doesn't know she's an average woman. Right. But most women are, right? Average, right? But all women are hypergamous to different degrees. But the more they think they're higher than other women, the more hypergamous their needs are. Because I keep myself together, because I look good, because of my routine. She ain't talking to no men. She flexing in front of other women, dog. Men don't give a fuck about none of that. We'll tell them that every fucking day. All 10 of 10 men will tell you they don't give a fuck about that. So they cannot be talking to us. They're responding to whoever they're competing with within their alpha structure of females. I'm telling you, they're projecting to women. Come on, who else are they fucking talking to? They say men don't listen. So in their own fucking brain, they're always voicing their opinions based on the feedback of women. Anyway, right? This is common fucking sense part 10, right? So women have only learned how to make points that make sense to women anyway. And that's a bigger tragedy and like out of intimacy and things like that, just in business, just in building, just in social media. You know, it's like men and women aren't really interacting with each other. And we've been on the same internet for 20 years. But the only time there's an interaction with a man to a woman, it comes across as thirsty. Because women, by default, assume that they're drinkable. What if that dude just want to talk to somebody? What if he don't want your ass? Imagine that. Average women can't even imagine that the average man don't want his ass. Because the average man also likes above average looking women. But average man will settle for an average woman because he knows math. How come all the men turn around when an above average woman walk in? How often do you think there's an above average woman in a law of averages, first of all? And you answered your own damn question. Why do all the men seem to be looking at these type of exceptional looking women when the average woman doesn't look like them? Why would that happen? Then ask yourself, why do you want an above average man and you've never met one? So if she walks by, that's the closest any man that's average will ever get to seeing one of those in person. So this is like a rare UFO event, nigga. That's why men are like that. Meanwhile, in everyone's exceptional town, y'all ignore every single guy there is. Your mind only sees above average. You fantasize above average. Your movies, your TV shows, your books. It's an above average experience, above average trip, an above average home. And I'm talking about average in real life, in your real life. Look at the averages, sis. The dream you want ain't average. And it ain't supposed to be. Listen, don't miss anything I'm saying. I'm saying you cannot do math and debate with your fucking fantasy. They're incompatible. You're not average people pairing with average people to create a fucking Final Fantasy. We're repopulating the fucking world. We're not building fantasies. We're not building Western romantic novels. Like, we got to pay bills and go to work tomorrow. And we're going to get old by ourselves if we don't have some fucking kids that do it better than us. Period. That is your insurance policy. Yourself, nigga. Right? You are your insurance policy by creating more of yourselves. And then the chances increase if you're a damn decent person and you pair with another damn decenter person in your own eyes, that your kids are gonna have a really good fucking chance of being decent people. Can you fucking imagine? Because if you do it on hypergamy and looks and all the other shit, this generation has just bred it what? A bunch of fucking little narcissists, right? YNs, young narcissists, right? With the baddie mother and the ancient daddy as the prototype, but on average, everyone's acting, right? That's bad breeding. Right? These are people who are born listening to Little John and shit. Come on now. So I walk out of the club and they think I'm a punk. Like, that's what their daddy was listening to when they were fucking this bitch. If you don't give a damn, go and throw it up. And then even worse, you got the people who wore those really big tees and ace of spades and diamond hats and was doing snap videos on MySpace with a VHS to digital converter. And they had kids. Hold on now. Let's stack this shit up. Let's go back to Slam. Dun, 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 dun. Let the boys be boys. Her daddy got a baldy. He curly hair Indian, and he got a baldy to look like Sunset Park. What time it is it? And he got him a light-skinned Latino adjacent girl pregnant, and that girl on MySpace today, almost 30. Like, we talking about these people. We talking about these people, guys. We're talking about these people. They might look cool, it might be a cool aesthetic with the right clothes and makeup, but genetics, like why they were in the streets, why they were doing drugs, why they were selling drugs, all that, and then you mix it and you're making kids out of that Play-Doh at a 8 out of 10 to a 2 out of 10 ratio. So you're picking the best of the worst on average every time, generationally. The only people who could save this society are women. But not because they give birth to people. No, because they're the only ones that give birth to people, that are giving birth to people. Numbers. Not because they're women, though. The average woman, 8 out of 10 to 2 out of 10. Y'all determine who the fathers of the next society is. Not just the fact that you have kids. You're actually picking, as a whole, the quality of people in your society by the way that you breed. They're just exploiting your hypergamy gene through marketing. That's the part y'all don't understand. This is biology, but it's an abuse of your biology, if you understand who Jewish people are. Anyway, Bernays, so yeah, we got it now. We got the math and science for this. It's just that people want what they want, men and women too, right? There's a lot of delusional men out there, on average. They have to be delusional because they don't have the real thing, so you can't notice that. You can notice a delusional man and you're upset about a delusional man. That's a dumb fucking story. That's like a man being upset by a delusional woman by being a delusional woman. We ain't got time for that, shorty. Same story, right? So, per capita though. Turn that camera off. You'll see the truth. On average, the way that women mate, most of you will always be baby mamas because you can't settle. I'll be honest, that's that lesson there. If it's 2 out of 10 men getting 8 out of the 10 women pregnant, 2 to 2 leaves 6 women pregnant without a pair in a monogamous society, right? So there's always 6 baby mamas to 2 wives, just in the way that y'all ignore average. And that's the only thing it is. You've slept with plenty of average men. So you know what it is. That's why you keep looking for another one that's better. But settle. Like, stop. Y'all don't stop until you have to. Ain't that crazy? Like, life has to tell you to stop, or you wouldn't. Your body has to tell you to stop, or you wouldn't. Your age has to tell you to stop, or you wouldn't. That's the difference. if you don't check that shit and get to a healthy place and a realistic place about your goals and objectives as a human, at least, you're never going to be happy. What the fuck about creating new humans is a happy task? Why would you have to be happy to survive? Hypergamy is for survival. Where's happy at? You want a strong man to protect you from the wild and shit. Where's happy at? There's a chance he can go out there and die. So how did we turn hypergamy into what it means to be happy then? That's a variable only women can fix. They think they're only happy if they get the highest hypergamy key chain there is. Reality, you're just looking for a man that's more competent than you. Not even for you, for your damn kids, genius. But you'll get pregnant by a damn idiot and not settle for the idiot. What? 6 out of 10. You know what that number is? That's 3 out of 5 women. That's a more than average women, by the way, are getting pregnant without being married or being paired. So a man, an average man, is looking at average women in our age range, because we're millennials now. They're in the 30s and 40s and shit. Come on now, come on. I'm just talking to us. Gen Z got their own problems. Listen, hopefully we can help. But I'm just saying, right now, today, 2025, it's just us. That our generation is the beginning and end of all of it in terms of civilizations next on Dragon Ball Z. So don't miss it now. So the average man of this generation today, between you and me, is looking at most of the women he encounters are going to be single mothers, but more importantly, by a man they didn't want. So listen, I'm explaining math and science. So to a man that's using math and science, not all of us do now, sis. I know, trust me, but I'm talking to you as one that does. So please don't throw me into the rest of the categories. I'm 6'3", by the way. Hello. Anyway, so the average man has to go out here and filter through 3 out of 5 women who might be single mothers by now. That's not really the problem per se. That's how the dice roll out, right? But if you encounter one, right? And then you see that she prioritizes all these hypergamy things on you, but didn't prioritize that on the father for a kid. Stop right there, sis. Because y'all the main ones to say things that rhyme with equality and fair. What's fair about that? What's fair about a man that's more competent and able to take care of you and your kids showing up in your life and you're applying to him variables that no other man you've been with, let alone had kids with, ever got right? And the problem isn't the audacity. The problem is that's what your happiness marker is. You're not going to be happy with that man unless if he checks all these dots that the father of my kids never did. And if I ever met him, ever did, I'm not with that man for some reason. So it doesn't help, right? It doesn't help the next guy. Like, well, you had a guy that was all those things. Where do you go? You hear the baddies, if you will, the makeup goddesses, because that's all they look good in is goddamn makeup. They be the first ones to tell you, well, I had a man pay my rent for X amount of times. All right, cool fucking story. It seems like he's really stupid with your ugly ass. How come he ain't marry you? Crickets. Oh, I can call him now if I need anything. If you need anything or if you need money. It's crazy that you only know niggas that answer the call if you need money. Ain't that what a gold digger is? Why is she on this podcast then? How a gold digger going to give sound advice on how to be a functional human and mother? Y'all be taking all your advice from gold diggers too. We talking about hoes that'll move on to a nigga with more money. Meaning they're always chasing the hit. And you be wondering why these bitches be on drugs. Until what? Until time runs out. And time is running out for them, our generation. And now they're changing their tone. They can't figure out why in their big age that the average man who watched them for 20 plus years on the internet isn't breaking their neck for an average woman. And now that you're old, what happens? You become below average because there's more younger women. You know how numbers work. So now it changes the model of average single women, because now an older man goes all the way down to 21 if he wants to, right? But just averages anyone in their 20s. The whole crew outnumbers you, millennials. So it changes the pool of what an average woman is, expects, and how they act. And I'm not saying that's even better. What I'm saying is if he avoids that new cast of characters and finds someone in his age group, right? That's average. Compared to the other new age group, she's not below average, right? Less fertile, doesn't have any kids. You understand what the values are, right? So a woman can't say, oh, I'm single and I'm over 36 and I got my career popping. And a dude will go, well, this girl, she's single, 26. And if she fucking act right, we'll fuck around and have 6 kids before she your age. Niggas ain't living this life to prepare for retirement comfortably. They trying to have kids and raise a family. They trying to rewrite their story. Especially if you're talking about a guy that thinks above average, right? Let's deal with the variables. We ain't talking about everybody else. Ever, right? You wouldn't even consider everyone else. So why do y'all compare the average man's response to your queries versus looking at what you're actually looking for as responses? Anyway, the men are listening to you because average men are looking at average women. We have no other target audience, Chief. Y'all do, though. That's what I'm saying. It's not fair, man. It's the program filtered by 2 different genders. That's 3 different perspectives. The persons that came up with it, the average man experience, the average woman experience, and then have to bring that trinity of unholiness together and date it as if it's like one size fits all. And you can get close, man, if you use math. But if you don't use math, man, niggas are just talking. Exception I knew. Like, all right, now you're in a room full of average people. They in here with us today? No. Are they even alive? Can we follow them on Facebook? Because what the fuck we be talking about? Then you take the damn, if you break it down into tribes, genetics, and colors, man. The average man ain't a black one per capita in your country. So to the sisters out there looking for brothers of my patina, imagine how small of the number of us there is. Imagine how small of the number of us in the number that there is that's in the 1%. Hypergamy. Y'all doing hypergamy in skin colors. Do you know how bad that math is? That's why y'all be flirting with the white guys, the ones that want to take care of you. Yeah, you care about the money, dude. But I'm talking about all the other sisters that want to keep it true. Copper, right? How many of you in your occupied indenture servant Amendment 14 having ass do you think in this society right now that you don't want to have kids in? Do the sciences. What the fuck are you looking for? A scientist? In your own scientist of what the damn society is, from feminism to liberal and everything in between us, is because society fucking sucks. Do you think it sucks less for your brothers? You need equality to get better jobs. Do you remember who the fuck we are in this story? Below average on average by every metric that you set up, right? That's just how the numbers work. We're below average on average across every category, right? You know how numbers work? All right, so out of the below average on average crew, you're looking for the best of the below average on averages. Do you know how much smaller that number gets for y'all to all be sleeping with the same 2? How did you get your bodies up to 20? These ain't all the top dudes. The numbers don't prove that. So you have a track record of sleeping with below average men. who didn't have to do shit. But then you're going to find an exceptional above average man in the below average pot and make him live up to a dream that you have that no other man in your fucking life could ever do because of how numbers work, right? Don't forget, whatever man you're referring to, there's 7 other women that could refer to him, so he ain't yours either. Now do the science. Yeah, our sisters can't do that type of math. It's not in them if it contradicts what they want. They will divorce logic if it interferes with what they want. And that's dangerous. Time is the only thing that can change that. If. And by the time time changes that shit for you, it's over. Because time is changing something. So, I be trying to hope that the majority of the decent sisters out there understand what those parameters are. Like, nah, you're not looking for what any of these women are looking for. I promise you, they've never been single in this age, in this generation, in this fucking second-class society, by the way, ever before in human history. So you better look for something that's not a fucking mystery to you. You find it, water it, grow it, and get the fuck out the way. This ain't a fucking high school reunion. Squad, Jonathan L3. I sure got report 3. 1000% TBF3. Somehow always catch your live when it matters. Peace off. Shout out to 100 legs. That ratio fraction needs to be a positive polarity of 3 versus 5. 3 over 5. You got it. Mr. Now says straight tarded. Jonathan says terrible. Bad breeding. It is bad breeding. Haru says we're not building a Barbie world. 3. How to get more money from another dude. It's still dick related. It always is. It always involves sex too when they do it, and they miss that part. Mr. Now says, why are you still trying to figure out women? What else are we supposed to be trying to figure out? The science is so easy for men. If we're supposed to morph and multiply, we kind of need women. The end. Everything else is the Olympics. Who said I wanted to be an Olympian? Do we even consent? Like, not only do you have to be a top guy, but you must be a top guy too, right? It's not even optional. Like, what if I never wanted to be the top 10% of guys? What the fuck does that even mean? We're talking about on paper? That's what you consider top 10? No wonder I don't want to do that dumb shit. They can't beat me either. The fuck wrong with you? Niggas had to go fight bears, lions, and dinosaurs. And you want us to have the best Excel spreadsheet course? Shut the fuck, man. Men gotta beat the game how women would play the game to win. I am Chris Redfield. I am Leon. I am not Jill Valentine. How many? Resident Evil taught boys everything we needed to know. Resident Evil taught us, listen, the Japanese held men down in understanding these variables. The plus and minus of Jill versus Chris is so easy. She has more inventory. She moves faster. She has more bullets. Poor Chris. He's stronger somehow. I guess when a zombie catch you, but the last thing you want is a zombie to grab you, so not very useful. I would love more bullets in my inventory. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Every video game we play handicaps women. Japanese will handicap women and make them better. I don't think you understand anything. It's a fucking polygon game. It's not real. But they'll pick the female character and buff it in such a way that it actually be easier for you to beat the game as a woman. Yeah. True story. The magic characters, women. The healer characters, women. Men get defense, meaning they get to get hit more. Tanks, they get hit more. Don't miss that part. They might not die, but they're getting hit more. You feel me? Like, the Japanese prepared us for this shit. Oh, the Japanese prepared us, boy. On Dragon Ball Z, bitch. You see how Bulma get over on Vegeta? Y'all don't pay attention to the Prince of the Saiyans? The of the Saiyans panders to the rich blue hair woman on planet Earth, if you will, wherever the fuck they are, right? Hold on now. The prince, he's a royal, Vegeta royal, Vegeta royal, Goku a noble, Broly a royal. They're royals now. They ain't regular Saiyans. They're trying to figure out why they're so powerful. They're royals now. Vegeta especially. And mind you, Gohan and Goku give him a run for his money in terms of energy, but his blood say something totally different. He the Prince of Saiyans, dog. And you trying to figure out why the Japanese got him paired up with the richest woman on Earth. One more time, let's run this shit back. The richest woman, Cap Corp, right? She discovers time travel and shit. Future Trunks be damned. That's his mother, right? He a half a Saiyan. But he also half Bulma, the richest woman on the planet. And he got purple hair. Do the science, red and blue. Come on now. They telling you something. Mr. Satan, come on now, it's right there. Big black guy with afro. Come on, it's right there. He ain't African. Do the science. Come on now. He can only be Afro-Asiatic next to Hawaii. Come on now. Come on now. Come on. It's right there. Japanese have been dry snitching, boy. They've been dry snitching. Goku got an average woman. Chi-Chi's an average woman. Ain't nothing wrong with that. He has an above average son, though. Goku is an above average Saiyan. So if Bulma was on Tinder, she wouldn't even swipe left or right for Goku. But she'll see Prince Saiyan Vegeta, right? It's right there in front of you. Don't miss it. Don't miss it now. I don't know what type of baddie Yamcha got. I thought Yamcha had a crush on Bulma or something like that. I didn't watch too much of the first Dragon Ball. I don't remember all that. That's like 1997 or something. But I'm just saying, like, Yamcha, you know what I'm saying? Well, I don't know who his baddie is. Shit, even Krillin got an android out the deal. That nigga's short. He a short king. With a Destructo disc, he a short king. Krillin's the short king of short kings. And he got a wish to turn a robot bitch into a real one. Happily ever after. We ain't got time for this shit. The below average guy, if you will, had a wish for a bitch that don't exist to become human. Pinocchio story. It don't leave a lot of room, man. Motherfucking Piccolo was the stepdad of all anime history. He's the best six man in human history. Piccolo now. He's a god, by the way. I don't know if y'all know that about Piccolo. The Moor, right? You got the cape on and the turban, and you're trying to figure out where they got that story from on Muhammad. But Mr. Muhammad Piccolo, he's a fusion of a god of Namek, right? They just keep fusing. Instead of dying, they fuse into each other and they continue on whatever the fuck going on. It's a weird fucking story. Reptilians or something. Either fucking way. He got god blood in him. And he a goddamn stepdaddy. Fuck out my face. He don't even get the bitch. He don't even get the benefits of being a stepdaddy. Like, he don't get access to the mother. But he raising this other nigga's kids. He's raising an above average man's kids per Earth logic. But Piccolo the whole time got his own fucking planet. Vegeta, the prince of his planet. Goku's genetically superior. Piccolo got his own fucking planet. He the Namek of Nameks on Dende. Like, he the Namek of Nameks. He come to Earth. He don't get no traction, boy. Thank God he disciplined. He's Neville Goddard's Abdullah. Neville Goddard is Gohan, and Piccolo is Abdullah. If you need the science, if you just need the science. Abdullah is a Jew, by the way, with a Mohammedan name. Don't miss it. Don't miss that, man. On Jerusalem, don't miss that. So, yeah. Yeah. And he look like he's Sudanese. On top of that, imagine, man. So, yeah. I think, I think men, because of our programming, kind of get it, too. Like, even if they don't assign variables to it, it's the same pattern that repeats. Sailor goddamn moon.
She get 2 tuxedo masks. She ain't even the main Sailor Moon, dog. There's another woman on the moon that's the woman of the moon. And this little goofy high school girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, talking about moon prism activate on ISIS, right? She's supposed to be, Japanese people love referring to Egyptian cultures for some reason more. But she's supposed to be like ISIS and shit. She got a little black cat named Salem on Jerusalem again with a crescent moon on Ramadan part 2, right? She got a Ramadan cat. And she got she got a tuxedo mask in the black, and there's a tuxedo mask in the white. Coming to rescue her damsel in distress ass. By default. She's like a princess or something. She got 2 suitors right off rip. At least. Goku save Earth every other year. And he get Chi-Chi, an average woman. Don't miss it. So those are the variables we got to play by. Symbols and subconscious and repetition. Men have been repeatedly shown that, well, if you want a princess, you need to be a prince or a king or something. Too bad we live in capitalism with no kingdoms. So the only thing else it rhymes with is rich. So in order to be a good man, and women don't care, per capita on average women don't care, what your personality is if you have the money. So then the man who prioritizes having access and money, tricking, ends up spending it on a lot more women. Because the average woman wants the same thing. Corey Holcomb will tell you $200. That's LA prices though. And y'all think they being mean or something. Nah, they dead serious. They are messing with women, like average women. And average women are good enough for $200. It does not align with the hypergamy model. They'll never get a hypergamy model guy. So you understand? They've made the adjustment. $200 or a guy who's gonna waste your time. Shit, cooked. LA got him for inflation. Cooked. Think about it. And he's rather well known on top of that. See, he be joking, but he don't be joking. That's how funny people are. Real life sounds funny. Trauma sounds funny. He's not happy about that. Think about it. If y'all ever watched 5150 or Corey Holcomb, and he's talking about women, he's halfway famous in his field, right? He know all the famous people in his field too, right? He does a show. Listen, Darlene. I don't know if you know who Darlene is on Corey Holcomb show, but you better do your fucking homework real quick, real fast. She that girl in the bikini on Ice-T's cover. Run that shit back. Run that shit back. Run that shit back. Go back to that cover real quick. Ice-T's one of his first or second album covers. And there's a girl holding the gun behind him. That's her. That's Darlene. Ask any man with a record collection in the late 80s and early 90s. They got that album, not because they listen to Ice-T rap, nigga. They got that cover because of Darlene. So she been bad since the idea of baddies in music videos. Sitting next to Corey Holcomb. You shitting me. Shitting me. She used to be an above average woman. Per anyone's standards, right? And she's sitting next to Corey Holcomb. Every day to do a show. So if you don't believe him, you have to consider, then why the fuck is Darlene sitting next to him? It's not because she's old. It's because she's been around men. You understand? Darlene like one of them. Like she been around the men of LA for at least 30 years in a row, right? So she know the game. Look at her when she was a kid, you understand? We're talking about Ice-T, a pimp. Don't miss anything, please. Please don't miss anything. Don't miss anything about what I'm saying about these LA niggas, including Darlene herself. That's an LA nigga right there. And listen to how she deals with his shenanigans. She agrees with him most of the time. Can you imagine? That's not a random woman. You understand? That's not an average woman at all. She older now, you know what I'm saying? She gained some weight, you know. She's not the prettiest woman out there no more. But she got a whole bunch of pictures to tell you different. Mind you. So now when you look at Corey Holcomb, you're like, I got a podcast with Darlene, nigga. The fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? I got a podcast with Darlene. The fuck you talking about? Fuck on my face. What are they gonna tell me about women? Nothing. Nothing. He ain't with Darlene, but he got enough riz to have her wake up or get out the bed and go outside and tell jokes with his goofy ass. That's not an average man's experience. Average men don't have years and years of history with Darlene, bro. And he paying $200. Yeah, so our sisters don't understand ratios and scales. They don't understand statistics. That's what it is. It's not even algebra. Sisters, y'all need to take there's an app that teaches you math every day. Instead of doom scrolling, go ahead and do that algebra 3 and statistics too. Go ahead and just add trigonometry to the trigonometry gonna help you triangulate everything you're trying to manifest anyway. I would say calculus. I ain't got enough experience with it, but I'm doing good with just algebra. But statistics, I took that one right there, cardinal math, all that other shit I didn't even know about. Like, damn, there's a different way to do averages. Oh shit, done. You gotta understand something. Yeah, shout out to Corey Holcomb, man. Can you imagine? That's like me having Amory on a podcast. You understand what I'm saying here? It don't matter how old that girl get. If I have Amory on a podcast before she 50, I won. Fuck out my face. I ain't talking about marrying her. I ain't talking about being with her. I'm talking about just as a podcast host on my show. Shitting me? What they gonna tell me? Like CMP can never. You understand everything. You like trannies in Miami too much. I don't like that. So yeah, man. I fuck around and get Amory on the goddamn show. Watch. And then it'll be the same story though. She'll only show up because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Even if they don't agree. And that's one thing about our sisters. Y'all ain't gotta agree with men. You're not men. You just have to understand where we're coming from. So you can better understand why you don't agree. You can't just say I disagree by default. You have to understand what you disagree with and who you disagree with. So you can get a range of what we ignore all the time. Think about all the shit we agree about. Epstein list, pedophiles, come on now. The only thing you disagree about is leverage. Math. Most men and women problems are math problems. Bills, vacations, time. It's all enumerations. Not enough numbers. Not enough energy. It's all math. Like, men and women have math problems together. It's not even human stuff. It's math stuff. It's a side effect of the system we all are in. I know. Spare me the gory details. But some dickhead made this system. Why do I need to live up to it? I don't. Most people don't. On average people don't even max out the system as it is. It wouldn't be so difficult if they could. It's not even created for you to do that on average. On top of that, that's why when a man does it, he's quite exceptional. And when a black guy does it, oh my God. Can you fucking imagine the odds and narcissists and bullshit he had to go through? So why would he want one woman? If every woman in his life told him he had to get to the top of Mount Olympus to get the woman that he wants. And now more than the woman he wants him. What's he gonna do?
What did that girl do in high school? Stay woke. So yeah, it's a flip of polarity. Once men get older and get it together, they get treated like the girl in high school. They get the washed up popular girls from high school chasing him like he's the popular guy in high school. Don't miss it. Qualities. The type of women that chase him change. That's what makes it difficult. It's not that women want him. It's that the hypergamous women want him. Sisters, one more time. When a man gets successful and he leaves you, he is not leaving you for an average woman. And I can't do the computation for cheaters. Since most women are average on average, if he's cheating with a below average woman, that makes sense to me. Because you're supposed to be the exception. But yeah, I understand everything. So yeah. Law of averages is a bitch, man. Women, y'all have the advantage. Don't lose it by being bad at math. Jonathan L. says the narcissist formula is the opposite polarity. It's go forth and divide. Sound like the CIA to me. Mr. Now says, what if I wanted to be the top 5% of crocodiles? You just have to identify as that. One of the first games I remember playing where you could select a woman was Golden Axe. Yes, it was. And Streets of Rage 2, Blaze. And guess who I ran through Streets of Rage 2 on? Skate didn't have a chance in Hades compared to her. She had a fucking Hadouken, boy. Axel, the guile, the white boy, the blonde, he had a weird little uppercut, like he was Ken or something. Blaze was goddamn Ryu. I was running it up. She said, Soul Force. Chi. Prana. Even Blaze exerted masculine energy. Blizzard 2 sometimes, yep. Eamon Ross says, damn, I chose Princess on Mario Kart because she had the best car. On Super Nintendo Mario Kart, Toad is the handicap because he's small, so he's faster. He jumps higher somehow. I just Googled Golden Axe, Jonathan L. The lead designer was Makoto Uchida, who was also responsible for the creation of Sega's earlier Altered Beast. That makes sense. That art style makes sense. Altered Beast was a bitch. Yeah, that's a cool fucking Sega game, but that shit was hard. The fuck they talking about? It's like Contra and Sonic and all that bullshit at once. I hate them damn boss battles. I am top 2% of crocodiles already if I do that. Good idea. Uchida is coming through again. 3. Dragon Ball Z relationship partners on Tinder logic checks out. 3. Walk a Mile in Piccolo's clothes. Best stepfather of all time. He is. Real Mr. Koo says, I guess it's time to restart the podcast. I don't know that girl's contact information. I already know who she is, though. She don't know that, but I know who she is. Eamon Ross says, there wasn't a lot of girls in stats or advanced algebra class. There wasn't. Not a lot of sisters either. Mind you, I'm mainly the black guy in all my classes. So the girls I was attracted to were never in my class either. That fucked me over. Because I don't relate to none of my age mates from my school because I wasn't in class with them. Experienced. Jonathan L. says, I just experienced that last week. They like to be around because of the sharing knowledge that's good math. They disagree and get angry, even though they don't care. Their defense is still activated. Mr. Cruz says, hold division. He. Why are you laughing, man? I ain't gonna bother that girl. Gorilla Gospel 3, peace, brother. Ascending, I have a question. What state in the United States has the best women? As of now? What do you mean by best women, though? I can just tell you about my girlfriends.
I can tell that story. I can tell you about the girls I met. I had to do the science on that shit. Thank God I'm sitting still. But I've had the best experience with women who grew up in Houston. Girls who grew up in North Carolina, horrible. Girls from New York are cool at first, but they're the stereotype of like New York, right? But as women, so it's like even when I meet them somewhere else, that shows up. And I'm compatible. I'm from New Jersey, so I understand what that is. But once you experience that energy of Texas or Houston, it's like, nah, I ain't got no time for this shit, actually. Mind you, the girl in Houston got on my goddamn nerves because she's evil. But she didn't treat me evil until she did. So before she treated me evil, that was the best experience I've ever had with a woman in my life. As a man, like just as a man. It's hard to explain. I was in a better financial position and all of that. I'm sure that affected the operating system she was running on me. But whatever her reasons were for treating me that way, majority of the time, not all the time now, I haven't seen any other woman from a different region present that. Out here in Vegas, the women that I run into and meet or just see, I'm not interested in none of them. And it's a weird story. Because I don't know why yet. I haven't talked to them enough to figure out what that code is, but it's a culture shock to me. I wouldn't fit in with none of them per capita, average. I might run into a woman out here that might have to be from somewhere else if that story were to happen here. But I don't expect none of these women that I see in and out on the main boulevards, on the bus, at the dispensaries, none of that. A lot of them are partnered up though. Our age. I'm only looking at people who are old enough to have a conversation with me. So, I don't know. New Jersey women are cool, but I don't think I've ever had a New Jersey woman. No. The girl in North Carolina, she was from New Jersey. But I am too, so. But she wasn't from the same part of New Jersey. She's from the no black people around part of New Jersey, so I understand everything. Who else? When I was in Charlotte, I met way more girls who would have been in and around Tennessee and Chicago. I'm sorry, South Carolina. More geeky, more country girls. The more curvy girls. Them bitches are evil. Almost had to call a cop on a girl. I've never had to call a cop on a woman. I've had women try to hit me. But this bitch was evil. I was like, I am not dealing with none of my third and fifth cousins out of South Carolina, boy. It don't matter what they look like. There's something wrong with their goddamn brain, boy. Per capita. Yeah, New York girls waste your fucking time. I think hypergamy comes from the Jews in New York, actually. Marketing. But our sisters that come from that, it don't rhyme with how they look. And then Chicago girl. There's a girl from Chicago back in MySpace times. That's the first time a girl ever talked to me like that. Her name was Sydney. Jesus Christ. The way she talks, like as a culture or region, ain't too many girls like that, man. So yeah, Chicago and Houston, man. Dead center, right? Right in the middle. For me, from what I've dealt with. I haven't dealt with all the states. I haven't dealt with all the women. On average, per capita, what I've experienced, my little database, man. If she ain't in Chicago or Houston, boy, I don't fucking know what you're gonna do. I haven't been to California yet, but I'm seeing the per capita of Californians that end up in Vegas. Oh, it's not the top 10%. Single, our age group. Let's just be very clear here. And if they're here, they're hiding, so they don't count anyway. I'm not gonna knock on their door. I'm just talking about the average of what's visible. That's all you can do, actually. The average of what's visible to you. Split electron theory all over again. But yeah, Houston women
that pattern, that program they have. The only problem is if that shit is paired up with delusion, hypergamy, or narcissism. Easy come, easy go. But what I'm saying is, you don't run into that problem no matter what the region is. So if you had to, weigh it out, I'm like, all right, then I'd rather take the Houston version because the North Carolina version, you don't get shit at all. That's on me though. That's how my electrons and atoms work in this universe. Made me fix myself again. Jesus Christ, it's the longest I've been off. Yeah, Houston women are cool as fuck, aren't they? 3, the Kitty Bo Biddy. How you doing? Real Mr. Cool says fair. Ascending East said the best looking women. What the hell does that even mean, brother? You said the best looking women. You know how to find the best looking women? Find a damn city that has a baseball team, a football team, and a goddamn basketball team in the same proximity. That's how you find them. You gotta use hypergamy against them. Well, if I was a hypergamous woman, where I look for men, that's the city you go to. If you're just looking for looks. Eamon Ross says a cousin of mine and her friend said that they never heard a woman say that they left a good man. I'm like, shit, of course not. Because y'all don't want to sound stupid. It never meant he was a good guy. But the women you're talking to will tell you that, if you get into these little debates, I'm like, well, I dealt with good men before. And I'm like, perfect. Come right into the combo I'm about to make here. So where is he now? And if I'm the litmus test against him, does that mean I'm also on my way out? Do the math. Compose your son. Boom. The Kitty Bo Biddy says Midwestern. I don't know. I said for me though. That was the time and place for everything. At the time, I went to Houston, and who met me there? And everything else I saw when I was there. And trust me, I saw everything else in Houston. Houston had a lot of bad women per capita. Like every day, you'll see one. Whereas in North Carolina, you'd be waiting months. And that's the only way you can appreciate it. If you're there all the time, you ain't gonna notice it. But if you go somewhere else, like here, you're like, oh shit. Is there gonna be an attractive woman walk by anytime today? Like, I'm talking about when you gotta squint your eyes and kind of make it work. I'm talking about just like right off the factory settings. Houston. Composer Slim says, women in Houston make money. That was part of the damn problem. Jonathan L says, those dogs, what are they doing to them? I don't fucking know. I think they're Asians. Mr. Now says, the skyscraper's a new nomenclature. Any dealings with the new ones from New Orleans? Casket girl types? Amen, Ra? Shit. New dealings. Nah. I ain't good for nobody. I'm toxic. I'm toxic because I think. So I ain't got a chance in Hades for most women. From this generation. I'm telling you, there's Venus, Mars, there's other destinations. I might mess with these white boys, we might actually get the fucking the jump room to Mars popping again. You never know what's waiting for us on the other side of Egypt. So, but from what I've experienced in my life, I'm the problem. And I'm not the problem because I'm a bad guy. I'm the problem because I'm trying to be a good one. This inversion, it makes sense though. It's an inversion. I'm not acting in the way that I ought to act to be that guy. I'm acting the way that I act. So, if women are looking for exceptions, they don't know how to deal with things that are exceptional. If that's not their average experience. Yep. I'm telling you, I'm a walking Tower of Babel and nightmare for these women, boy. For the United States government, for the law, for everything, because I make it make sense. Or I make it so that it's a stalemate. It's a whole different altered form of debate. I get straight through all the bullshit. Like, let me tell you exactly where the gap in your fucking argument is. And if you don't fix this particular gap that I showed to you, nothing you build on top of it will ever make sense. Amen. And then I go from there. And as soon as I'm able to find that exploit on Metal Gear, I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about? This, all this math is wrong. And you want to skip to the end and give me the solution. This ain't a multiple choice test. This is a geometric proof. That type of shit. And trust me, that doesn't work on women. Women don't like geometric proofs, bro. Don't even fucking waste your time with it. And I'm talking in hyperbole. I'm talking in metaphor here. If you understand if you're a nerd like we are, fucking got my ass kicked for no goddamn grades. But I had to do a geometric proof. Wasn't good at it, but I passed. I say that to say this. My brain think like a geometric proof when it comes to things I don't understand. Women. So if you approach dealing with a woman like a geometric proof, you're gonna fucking lose. Especially if it's not that type of woman. We don't get to pick the type of women that enter our life though. Like it's not a casino, right? It's not like put $20 in this slot. These types of women show up out of the most women, right? Averages. The average woman wouldn't be your type. Just like for sisters, the average man wouldn't be your type, right? So now we got that out the way. So whoever type shows up in my goofy ass life, I always run into that problem with math with them. It's them building the path forward one way, me building the path another way, gaining agreement along the way. I did tech support. And then there's a break or a branch in the road. And it's usually them. They're trying to force, create, happen something else suddenly, right? Wasn't going that way a month ago. But now this conjecture, this is important suddenly. And I go, well, let's see how this thing goes. And then I can't bend or break but so much because I still created the path that I'm on. And I know we got to this point because of the path that I created. So I'm not about to get off of my path and create something else. And they can't do that. They can't rationalize failure to make the adjustments that they deemed suddenly. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. I don't like going like because I've been hiking and camping too, right? Like I have way more experiences to justify it in myself actually because I know how shit goes in real life. And sometimes we don't be dealing in real life with them. The arguments don't be about real life. The fears and insecurities don't be about real life. It's all hypothetical. They're triggered by the idea of something. Whether or not you trigger them or not shouldn't be fucking important. The trigger is creating something that's not real. You feel me? The only thing any other person can do by someone who's triggered by things is mitigate the triggers by being conscious, but that requires more skill because you've never had to adjust to that before, right? You've never met this person. You don't know all of their ways. They don't know all of yours. But with women, it seems to be one way. It's like you got to know all their ways and all their formulas and do it that way that leads towards them. They're used to dealing with simps. That's how I know they only deal with average men. But I'm not a simp in that way. I'll take care of a woman, do everything I can do in my power. But what you're not going to do is put me in a chain and pull me in a different direction. You know me? Like a pit bull. Like, yeah. Don't put your hands in my face. I will bite you. Yeah. All that shit's cool. If you throw a tennis ball, I might go back and bring it back to you. Yeah. But if you yell with your face next to my ear, I might bite you. I've bitten far more for less. So women don't respect the ledge. In my experience. I didn't know that was a lesson they had to learn. Right. There's dudes out here whose no means no. My no is final. They can't take no for an answer. Or anything like it. AKA if you don't stand down on something. If you don't stand down, man, then they make a bigger problem. They're trying to manipulate off of some shit they made up in their own mind or some previous experience. And the ill shit is, it's not even you and what you're about to do. It's them and what they feel like and what they doing already. And if you apt enough, psychic enough to detect everything, then they definitely can't move you. Like, the fuck are we talking about? I don't know that I know something is wrong in your shit already. That's why this is coming up. I know this pattern. You're about to be guilty of something. What are you up to? And why are you using that as a catalyst about what you are or not going to do based on how I react to this hypothetical? You fucking playing a game with me. You're fucking playing a game with me. And you know, with me, a person like me, I can be soft and goofy. But I played StarCraft growing up. I compete with my brain. I don't compete in athletics. I don't even compete in music. I compete in how I think about how to solve problems and utterly destroy someone who has me fucked up. Not everybody. I'm not trying to conquer the mountain and take someone else's kingdom. I'm only targeting people that have me fucked up. When I was in East Orange, I wasn't trying to fight everybody. I didn't have problems with nobody. I had problems with the people who had me fucked up. And I had to learn how to utterly destroy them as a child. And most of that was mental and emotional manipulation and maneuvering. And if there was a physical conflict, it was no more than 5 minutes. But it may have taken 5 weeks or 5 months to get there. And that in itself is the battle. All of my battles have been mental, in fact. So women, I'm not that. And they know it. Yet they will still try to apply the workflow that they apply to someone else. Like, why would you fuck with me of all people? I'm doing everything. I'm considering. Every time I go to the store, you know I go to the store, I'm bringing you something back. I'm doing all the things y'all pretend y'all do, actually. And I rarely get it back. Whether I pay all the rent or none of it, I'm always good for something. But definitely paying the fuck attention. I know when I'm in hostile territory. I'm in India. And women don't understand that. Once a man starts having to feel like he's walking on eggshells because your response system has become unstable, because you're not voicing or articulating exactly what it is that you feel or need from him, and you don't even know if it's real yet. You know how your cycles go. But if a man encounters that energy too much and it becomes a pattern, habits, 21 days are formable. And then the pattern is, I have to consider way more variables on how I'm going to do, live, or respond to you. And then you have none of those considerations when you speak to me. You're creating a hell of a math problem. And a lot of women, unfortunately, if they feel like they're above average in looks, or men have convinced them as such, maybe. I don't know their stories. But by the time they get to me, I'm like, look, I'm not this or that. I like to be my own person. I'm not going to respond like this or that. What you think is dangerous is not dangerous. That wasn't dangerous to me as a kid. So I'm not unresponsive. I'm not soft. I'm none of those things. I understand I was raised very evil. I doubled down on peaceful and goofy as a trauma response. You understand? They see me and they see something else, something happy and goofy. And all of that's true. But that's not because I was born like that. But in order to keep it, I had to fight. They missed that part of my bio. I think every human does. I was born a happy, goofy kid. You seen the picture? I try to be him now, absolutely. But that playthrough where I'm from, I would have never made it alive. By myself, outside, for all of my life. Women don't have to do that. Not the women I'm attracted to or meet. You don't have to be out here in these streets by yourself. You're scared of men. So am I, nigga. Yet and still, I gotta do that shit by myself. I gotta bring the temperature down in rooms by myself. I gotta de-escalate with strangers by myself. If I run into a conflict, I go home, I gotta think and strategize my next move by myself. I gotta meet that obligation and come up with something by myself. I've been living my whole life by myself. for 40 years, right? Mom dead, dad worked a lot, ended up in fucking prison. Been by myself ever fucking since. Again, even next to a woman. They don't know what the fuck lonely is. Y'all don't have a fucking mitochondrial idea of what lonely is until you're one of those kids. Stuck outside by yourself most of your life. Shout out to the brother Rail. Jonathan L3, Real Gospel 3. So, yeah, I'll always be a fucking problem to women. They've never met anyone like me. I haven't. Thank God. No one's childhood should be that fucking evil. The intelligence and aptitude is his own ingredient. Despite the fact I'm smart, it's not because of my environment. It's because of genetics. Rest in peace to my mother. Her mother's a damn genius. But she ain't grow up in the hood. I did. It's the only difference. They like dudes who be in the streets and got pistols and sell drugs and things. Like niggas who had good families, who just need money faster so they can get hoes and shit. That's a different type of street nigga. That's a street nigga trying to get clout. I'm a street nigga because I grew up in the streets. I didn't go to the streets to accomplish something. I was in the streets by default to get out of it. Those are two different stories. This shit hood or ghetto to me. But it's a 5-bedroom house in Las Vegas. But I know energy. I know people. I know degrees. Law of correspondence and polarity at all times with me. Nah, nah. I can't play that game with women. So I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do about it. Rail said peace to everybody. Harut says peace. And that's another thing. I suppose there's a lot of different versions of that in other people. We have very unique variables that sets them apart from an average storyline playthrough anyway. But yet we're still gonna measure everyone new to the same types of things. And they're praying that God send them peculiar people. And that's before telling them who I am. Like, I don't even have to prove it to them. There's nothing, what's to prove at this point? I can't even go there. And you know what's sad about that? As a man, a father, like, we have to consider, like, our kids. Not like their safety and their upbringing, how rich they are. No. Like, the impact of the mother on their brain. Like, what type of kid is that going to be? Filtered through that. The women raise the kids. We ain't got a chance in the 80s. Even if we took the kid, my dad took me, I understand everything, but I'm just saying, no. No, that ain't the problem is when you're trying to have both. What we're saying is, you have to cut off a woman on the sake of your kids. And she can be the most beautiful woman alive. But it's just that one thing about her that you can't tolerate. And you wouldn't dare subject your son or daughter to it. If you can't, right? We're not talking about happy accidents. We're talking about like people who are precognitive and get older and looking for certain things, right? Like I have to constantly think like, but my daughter though. Oh, you had a whole phase and a couple of threesomes, but you calmed down though. Sad story. Why you calm down when you meet me for, shorty? Anyway, but my daughter. I'm tired of these hoes not want to be a hoe as soon as they meet me too. Who's delegate? Who delegated this? You don't want to be a hoe no more. As of me, what's behind door number 2? What the fuck going on out here? I'm telling you, men ain't gonna tell you nothing. I'll tell you everything. I talk to a lot of women, and a lot of women are on some dumb shit. But that is the program as a society. So I guess it's not really dumb. It just is the script. So the women ain't dumb. The script is. I know these sisters ain't dumb. But that script they got, dumb as shit. It don't work for shit, boy. Especially if you're dealing with anyone that's competent. It's sad out here. It's absolutely sad. Fundamentally, everyone is settling. Settling into reality. Because that other shit that people are making up, that never existed. We've been chasing waterfalls since TLC, boy. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to. Start in your house. And find you 3 wives and married women alive right now that you've known your whole life. And talk to them. And see if their way of looking at life and variables is the same way that you do. Those are rivers and lakes. What does this generation do? Compare the idea to a confirmation coming out of their cell phone from a stranger they've never met. Whether they're reading it or listening or seeing it, it becomes de facto generalizations of a society-wide zeitgeist paradigm. The internet fake. That's default. So the ideas coming from the internet and internet people is the fakest degree of anything you can have in a society anyway. Trolls, bots, you name it. That is not real life or society per capita. The problem is TikTok and those things is way more people adopting it that you'll see elements of it in the society, but you notice when they're outside, it's not compatible. You don't see them with 20 followers. You don't see them with retweets. They usually have their head down in their fucking phone. So it's a subway. It's the Sims. Like, the attitudes and the energy only works on the internet. You do not see it outside. Unless another phone pull up with a camera. Action. What are you supposed to say in these situations? Ass niggas. Remember, they're even doing content today. These ain't like interviews like Sally Jesse Raphael in the news. These are people hoping they can go viral too. Hey, follow dude. Them answers are never going to be genuine. Fuck whether or not they're competent at random. So everything on the internet is just, for the most part, per capita, on general, average. There's going to be an average consensus of some silly shit that someone made up on the internet. It only sounds good if you read it on the internet. They cannot say that shit in real life. To their mother or their daddy. Old Ice Cube album. Who's the nigga with the camera? I don't know. Great question. Especially when you see all these girls thirst trapping, but someone else is taking the picture. Who's that in the reflection of the glass or the marble? They don't even notice that. No, that guy's standing right there. Who's holding your camera? They act like we didn't have 3D Studio Max growing up as kids. Like we weren't dealing with physical-based rendering. That we would not study light and reflections. Yeah, they those type of girls really assume that men are stupid. Like in real life though, like as a rule of thumb in their head, they really think we're stupid per capita. So they don't plan arguments and debates and responses that are smart. That requires a lot of thinking. Stereotypes, biases. They think we're stupid per capita. So they've never really had to think about nothing in terms of going back and forth with men. Women, you see, women are poor at that. Women are very poor at going back and forth with men. Have you noticed? Like, if you look at barbershop talks or Joe Budden podcast, and they going back and forth, like without fighting, right? Without a physical altercation, without talking about someone's mama, but just passionate about whatever the fuck they believe about something. They'll go back and forth for minutes. And like, ah, man, whatever, fuck it, you know? But women can't do that same thing back and forth with a man. If a man makes sense too early, she'll shut down. And then we get stuck on, oh, she can't admit she's wrong. That ain't the problem. The problem is she shut down too early in the ladder. She wrong in the first 3 steps. So you've never seen a man and woman go back and forth to step 12 or step 13 or any concept or idea, just by the nature of men and women. Women can't take that type of energy emanating off a man like that to pass it back and forth. Like they can't do it. It's not a character flaw. Like I just noticed, like no woman can do it. Like I can be talking to a woman passionately about some disagreement and never raise my voice. And as long as I keep passing the ball back to her, like taking what she said and turn it back and go back, she gets louder. And now she's getting louder, and I'm thinking like, yo, is she even hearing me right now? Let me be more assertive in my tone. Hey, yo. Boom, 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 boom. And she's still yelling. And in her yelling, she'll be like, you're loud. You've been yelling way before I made that adjustment. You got loud 6 steps ago. I'm getting loud as a reference point. They can't do it. They don't know how to de-escalate men once they trigger that step. They run away from it. So they've never learned how to think or combat that intellectually. We do that all the time and don't fight. Like think of like people like me and arson and things like that going back and forth. Women can't do that with men. Never in human fucking history. They get disrespectful by step 3. We'll be up all fucking night on step 10. And then half the time that should be funny. It's never funny when a man and woman are doing that. So they don't have that experience. At all. That's the biggest deficit because that's a mirror of a smaller problem. Let's say you don't get loud at all. And you just have a difference of opinion and view about something that takes that many steps to get uncomplicated. Meaning she's going to shut down before even trying. Especially if it's the man's idea and it's a man idea that requires several steps. She's not going to climb that 3rd step on your idea. So she'll never fix it. And I'm starting to think it's not like fuck you on purpose. It's just that their brain doesn't do that with men. They don't consider step 4 and 5 with our problems. They tell us to express our feelings, the things that we are always thinking about as men. And then when we start the story, they don't know how to, you know what I'm saying? I've never seen a woman respond appropriately. And I'm talking about even watching other people's videos of when a man is doing it and see how the woman responds and what her first answer is. I was like, oh, you've never talked to a man about feelings before. These are the queens of feelings, though, who don't know what man's feelings are. So are women really good at feelings yet? Or are they just good at being women? Ain't got shit to do with feelings, though. Yeah. We're at a time in our age and our, I guess, generational group where women keep asking for men to be emotionally intelligent just to find out that some of us already were. And if you're asking me, an emotionally intelligent boy, about average women, as an emotionally intelligent person myself and every other form of intelligence I can show, these women who talk about emotional intelligence do not have it. Because emotional intelligence is not what they're describing, first of all. They say read the definition, they'll read the definition, but what they associate in their mind behavior-wise with emotional intelligence is not that. What do you mean you don't know what that man's feelings is? You don't have to say nothing and we can walk on eggshells. So who has the feelings here? If you don't know what's wrong with that man, last minute, out of nowhere, you just don't know what it is, and he don't want to talk about it, and you don't have no symptoms. But a man can get off of work and walk in the house, hearing nothing, and already know that it's time for him to code switch. Because something is wrong. I can feel it. Those are feelings. So an emotionally intelligent person can sense those changes of vibrations, the subtleties. They may not be able to describe them or have a language model, but they adjust accordingly. So do women have feelings? Or do they have opinions about how things should be? Because you'll tell her how you feel, and then she'll tell you how she thinks it should be, and how you should look at it, and why that shouldn't affect you that way, right? They'll start pulling down all the things that are not working for you and just tell you it's not working for you, so make it work for you, and just twist it to that's not an excuse, so boom, that shouldn't affect you that way. They're not being assholes by this. I think that's just how their brain works. And it sounds like an asshole talking to us because we're emotionally intelligent, especially if we're talking about our feelings, right? We're logical, so our feelings are filtered through what? Intelligence. Absolutely, by default. There's no other version of this. Any other version of this, the whole world calls you a bitch-ass nigga. Correct? Oh, he was raised by a single mother, all right. Oh, he had a lot of aunts around him. He's acting like a bitch-ass nigga. Those are not feelings. He's not a bitch-ass nigga because he has feelings. He's a bitch-ass nigga because he won't shut the fuck up. He lacks emotional intelligence and situational awareness, like a woman. Yes. So, yeah, we do not have an emotionally intelligent society to begin with. We don't have the language for it. I can't even express all of it. But feelings? Oh shit, do I not have those? On 3 times Scorpio, I don't have feelings, right? I'm 3 times Scorpio on feelings, boy. I can tell when something's wrong with a goddamn dog, bro. Like, it is not even with humans. I can tell when it's the wrong time to go. Oh my God, nah. I can tell, like, yo, I make a decision, and if I don't feel it, I don't even talk about it anymore. I'm like, I don't feel like I should do this right now. And I just let that shit go. And I'm like, and I've trusted that over time, because in some circumstances, you don't have a choice. But then you learn how to use it. You're like, wait, now I feel like this is the time to press shoot, and I shoot when that time is a feeling. So emotional intelligence, oh my God. My Pokedex of feelings is crazy. But I don't be caught up in women and their feelings. I be caught up in when they're trying to tell me what the fuck I ought to do. Or they suggest something, or would like something, and I simply just don't do it. Because why the fuck am I making an adjustment? For you, if you're asking me about my feelings. Right? How does us expressing ourselves and what we're going through turn into an actionable item list in their mind that you should do to get past some shit? And they do it so smoothly too, boy. You miss it if you ain't one of us. You know what I'm talking about? If you're one of us and you old enough, you catch this shit. Like, they be so smooth with the shit. You be talking about you, the man, and what's going on and what ain't working and what is, or whatever's in the background, whatever it is, and then all of a sudden she wants to solve it for you, and then she's holding you accountable to her actionable item list of solving it for you, as if her actions would solve the feelings itself. You think men feel in actions they haven't taken? Is that what women think our feelings are? Like, we have feelings because we didn't do something great? Like, oh, well, to change that, you should go work out in the morning. Oh, and to change that feeling, you should try to get that other job. Your feelings will be fine as long as you're on a treadmill. Ass niggas. They think all nigga feelings is related to the goddamn gym or a bank, don't they? But we don't ever hear them talking about going to the gym or the bank. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Y'all don't know how to talk to men. There's no men in feminism, apparently. Y'all know how to talk. Y'all know how to communicate. Y'all can do all that shit. But there's two different degrees of it. You don't know how to do it in masculine. You don't know how to do it towards the gender of men. You know how to communicate women to women as women in a society of men pandering to women communicating. Yes, y'all excel at being women. Imagine it. Y'all cannot communicate to men who are men. That is consistent. That's why them younger girls, like, they want a man that's kind of like that, alpha man or a leader man who takes leadership, because he's just going to tell her what to do. I'm not that type of man, though. But I am part two, you understand? Like, just like how he would be, I'm just like that emotionally. You're not going to have me feeling any kind of fucking way. And then not take accountability for the shit. And then try to flip that shit. Like, I don't know martial arts or something. Like, how the fuck are you going to flip this energy? Because remember, I'm feeling it. Like, I feel the energy turning. Like, whoa. I've never talked to a guy and had that energy come back to me. Not in these conversations, right? Like, shit, nigga, how I feel, shit. When my mom died, right, check this out. That's not even, don't even cry about that. That's not the sad part. But because my mom died, I was raised by a single father. Let me tell you that story. By the time, man, you can't even get to East Orange. You can't even, there's not a girl that knows a damn name of any of the schools I went to in human history. I can ask any of those girls, what's the name of the girl that I got married to? They don't know her name. Think about that. These are the same women that be hung up on a guy 10 minutes ago. Be on his Snapchat and Facebook once in a while just to see how he's doing or something. Or to see if he's still hurting. You know, they crazy sometimes. They got different reasons for doing it now. But whatever the reason is, you know him long enough, you don't know his name. It might even pop up on her phone sometimes, even if she's not answering, right? You know, they're not all criminals now. But I'm just saying, like, emotions and letting go of things and names and stories and details. Not once in human history has a girl heard that I've said I've been married and asked me anything about that bitch. They wouldn't know if I was cheating with her or not. They don't even know who she is. So as men, we kind of come to expect, y'all don't really give a fuck about our stories. The relationship works as long as we're available to listen to yours. We run into a tiffy if you run into a problem in your story and we try to fix it for you. You don't want us to fix that for you, not during the story time. We're learning. But how many of your men have story times? I'm saying these girls are smart. Shit, they might be smarter than me on paper according to their degrees. And they never to think. Like, yo, tell me about that one time you got married. Why did you marry her? What was she like? Shit. I'm trying to be with you. You know, this could be some very useful data, like what didn't work? How did you feel? What did she say? Why did it go that way? Nothing. I've never had that conversation in my life. I was married 20 years ago. Right? Right? 20 years in a row, I've never had that conversation with any woman, any age since. They don't really give a fuck. Feelings? How'd they skip that one? How'd they skip that one? I ain't married anymore. They care about feelings. No, they don't. They care about how you make them feel when they're in that polarity. It's a different story. How I make you feel is not what feelings is. Those are chemicals. You're 3, 4, X times Scorpio here. Harut, come on now. 3. To do the list routine PowerPoint. Jonathan says, had that exact conversation last week. We were talking about how it's a man's duty to protect the community from predators. She was like, nah, that's none of your business. You have to focus on you. Oh, she is a solo survivalist. Mr. Nell says, not thorough equals not serious. Jonathan Lee has told her, you've just never been around real men with honor and courage. Quite possibly. Jonathan Lee, she said predators are none of your business. Who are you talking to? Ghislaine Maxwell? Y'all crazy. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? Even this microcosm of the microcosm of men and women things. Women haven't learned how to listen to men ever. And it's not in the stories either. It's not in the movies either. It's not in the TV show. Look how Lois talked to Peter. Look how Marge talks to Homer. Look at how Al Bundy's wife talked to him. But Al Bundy was more raunchy and toxic, so it's kind of like, the counterbalance. And he's the guy reliving his high school, college alphaness, you know what I'm saying? Like he's a pedigree or a prototype, but that ain't how I am. The fuck? Nigga. Nah. Al Bundy a cool dude, but he a cool dude by himself. He a cool type of dude. He's a cool Al Bundy. You know what, trying to be like him. So even in male role model modeling and entertainment media, y'all be thinking those the men we trying to be? And then you just call them black people, and you look at us, and like how many examples we have on TV. Who are we trying to be? Tyrese? Snoop Dogg? Cut it out, sister. Cut it out. I have this bandana on, but that's not because of Tupac. Mine God M had this bandana first. I could have sworn that was BC. I could have sworn we was here longer than Tupac. His name is Amaru Shakur. I could have sworn that was talking about the same time period. So yeah, we've been wearing bandanas actually. They banned us from doing it, remember? We're Mohammedans. We wrap our hair up. We have long curly hair. We're Indians. We're on beaches. We're on boats. So we cover our hair up like Hebrews, Phoenicians. Yeah, we're Indian. That's why we did that. Now I'm bald. Tomahawk scalp. Epigenetics. Can you imagine it, Ben? I go bald exactly where they scalp us. I'm Indian though, so it'll be in my gene code, regardless. Ain't that what the story is? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, damn, I couldn't have that conversation with a woman either. Black women don't believe I'm Indian. Black dudes are like, yo, I told something about something you said, and they said, cool. Yo, I was looking into this other thing and blah, 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 too. Hey, yo, Did you hear about the Freemen's Group? What do you think about them and the Moors? Boop, boop, boop. Like, brothers understand. If I say I'm Indian or something like a Moor, it triggers a whole bunch of other conversations. And these are the deepest conversations we can have, right? But if you tell a woman, like, yo, but by the way, I'm Indian. How come black men... Hey, yo, sister. I told you I went to school with all the white people, right? Yeah, that's high school and shit. But I grew up in the hood. Mm-hmm. But the whole time I was Indian. I'm an Indian that was raised in the hood, not a black person. I'm a Khan from the hood, not an African. I'm a bloodline of the royals, not a pacifist. Nah, I'm Indian, chief. I'm an Indian chief's kid. Indian sheik's kid. On all Sharifs and them. John Smith, sir, knight. He's knighted. He's knighted. My grandfather was knighted. That's the military of a kingdom. My name's Dwayne Smith. I'm his grandson. Why do you think black men... You ever take Spanish in like college and shit? You know that's Moorish Latin? Crazy story. You know that my grandfather brought it to this country? His name's Carlos V. Yeah, Carlos V, you know, colloquially you call him like a black guy, but his name's Carlos V as a Maury. Can you imagine little Steven, you know, speaking Spanish for some reason. Hispanics, Hispaniola. Can't do it without my grandfather, Carlos V. Spanish. And they want to talk to me in English about African Americans. No, I'm an Indian. I'm Carlos V with an Indian's kids. I'm John Smith with an Indian's kids. I'm the kings of kings with Indians, sis. This is way before African slave trade. I'm them. See what I'm saying? You can't talk to women. They don't give a fuck about feelings. They don't know how that feels. Most people don't. But boys are kind of better at talking about it and researching and helping me at least, right? Like, shit, you should look into this. Well, shit, you should do the rest of your ancestry. Well, shit, damn, that's you for real. Like, damn, this shit sucks. I know the fuck I'm supposed to do down this motherfucker, bitch. But you tell a woman that. I uniquely, we talking about the top 1% of things on the planet Earth. Oh yeah, I'm top 1% of the damn genetic family tree. I don't think nothing stacks higher than that, actually. Right? Thank God I don't lead that way with women, right? Like genetically, if I have a kid with you, by default, it's a king. Genetically, if I have a daughter with you, by default, she's a queen. Genetically, if I have a kid with you and you could bring it to life, it can manifest an angel inside of it. But no, let's talk about how you feel about masculinity and language. I am King James' grandson. You're speaking to his grandson in King James English, and nothing goes off in their head. It's the scariest thing to witness. I'm not expecting a certain response either. It's the fact that there isn't one. But they understand everything else that isn't real. So we're programmed, bro. I'm an Indian. I am John Smith's grandson. I'm a Carlos V's grandson. That's the whole story of America. There is no story of America without them. I am the fractal of the history of America, right? And I teach these things and I talk about these things and all the degrees in spirituality that comes with it. But I'm doing that as a royal. I know everyone can't do that because it's not in everyone to do that. But it makes sense why I'm doing that because it's in me. It's genetics though. It ain't because I'm special. The genetics are though. Very special. We go all the way back in time. This is not our first planet either. What girl am I talking that shit about with? I had a girl freak out because I showed her how to break down algebra out of English, Greek, because duh, it's using the same phonetic Hebrew alphabet in mathematic algebra. By the way, algebra is Archangel Gabriel, God. You understand everything about this Venetian moon called Europa and one of her daughters? Yeah. Anyway, I break that down for a girl, and they couldn't fucking receive that shit. It triggered them. I be talking about bitches who got tarot cards, who go to the same damn Botanica and crystal shop and buy one of the little chains with a little amethyst pendulum on it. We talking about them. We talking about them. You gonna say YouTube history is a bunch of songs that suck, and I'm a music producer. And then there's stupid ass tarot videos about Scorpio moons and Libra Jupiters. We talking about them. We talking about them today. That's who's outside after the pandemic. That's who's single and left. And you know, these witches are crazy. I know, man. It's a real thing, boy. I only attract witches. See? Them sisters don't be listening to me, boy. Feelings. Want to get to know a guy. They don't even hear me when I say I've only attracted witches. Some chick with a tarot deck. Don't even, the red flag, the alarms don't go off. No Six Flags Great Adventures. Bitch. I deal with witches. And you're saying you're not a witch. But I deal with witches. And you have all the ingredients of one of them. Okay, continue. I'll allow you to pretend. They have a bigger problem than their loyalty or faithfulness. They lie about being witches. Like, bitch, that's what that is. Y'all on some lesbian shit. And I'm Solomon's grandson. I'm Solomon's grandson and I only attract witches. Can you fucking imagine the science on this? Duh. Fucking duh. As it was written. As it was fucking written. No shit on Sheba and Mary Magdalene. Of course. Of course. I resonate with witches. That's where they get it from. Us. So I put that out there. Like, nah, they miss that shit. They don't hear nothing I say, God. I be dead ass serious. And they still fucking play in your face, boy. That's way before you get the cost of living and gas costs. They don't understand the economy and dynamics and finances? By now? Shit, you dealing with a little girl. She ain't lived outside by herself long enough to understand why that shit sounds stupid out loud. Where the fuck have you been for 20 years? Anyway, yeah, that's one of my peers. I make her my wife. The fuck she gonna teach my kids? She ain't noticed shit for 10 years. How the fuck you gonna teach my kids? You ain't noticed shit change in 10 years. You ain't noticed in the pandemic when shit shut down and the prices jumped up and the shit was weird? People getting fired? The same thing happening now? You're just noticing now? Where the fuck you been for 6 years? What kind of relationship was that? The Django Unchained? I don't want that to be the damn leader of my kids. Crazy as hell. It don't even be about the shit they talk about on podcasts, boy. It be about everything else. They don't know that about us. They don't think that there's anything else to think about or feel about. Just the shit that they do as a consensus. And that's a terrible equation to run in a civilization where you only prioritize the perspective of women being the de facto guideline for everyone else, especially men. You can't say you want men as leaders and then have them follow your social etiquette and recommendations. Either men are going to lead because they're self-generating, or they're going to be subservient and lead you to a grave. Either if that man can't lead in thought in the way that he says things, he can't lead nothing else either. As within, so without. You attempting to change that is you attempting to lead him. If you don't like him, then of course you won't like him as a leader. So why are you dealing with him? Stop trying to change shit. Get away from the shit that you feel like needs so many changes. But you might find under this deranged occasion, everyone you meet is going to need some changes because they're not you. Thus, they don't do it with logic. They don't know how to. They don't feel like what they want is a mathematical category. They have more faith than us. They're just wasted on things that are not real. I want a husband. I want a big house. I want this. Maybe some kids. You want nouns. Why don't y'all ever say you want to be a wife to a great guy and have a beautiful family? And then put period right there. Why would you not want that, first of all? Versus all the things you want. Like, that basket right there is full. You're not married to a fool, or a simp, or a trick, or a married man. They never describe what they actually want from men. They describe them in third party now. A husband. What the fuck is that? Some kids. Whose? You adopting? You're freezing eggs? What's going on? You don't want your man and you to have y'all kids. Everything else first. Meaning so many other people can fill that spot. Yeah, that's why you're not happy. You're oddly not specific enough about what the fuck you want. That goes for men too. Men listening to women and countering their parameters to match women for the man side. Yeah, it's called a podcast. That's admiring though. He ain't African American either. I cringe every time that boy say nigga. It don't even sound right. Shit, weird. I'd rather hear it from Eminem, for real. Like, something wrong with that, man. Maybe Somalian or something? What the fuck is that originally? Because it definitely ain't rhyming with niggas. So anyway, those type of guys have women think differently. It's just so simple. A guy that has everything together is looking for a wife. Therefore, I should look for one of them. Nah, that's de facto. That's like duh. That's like saying duh. That's not what you're trying to do. You're not trying to counter Myron's stares. You're trying to be some random woman in some random guy's equation because he has things together looking for a wife. Like, that's the guy you want? You want a guy that has the things and looking for a wife, and you can just walk right in? Like, that's what the game is? Like, you're looking for just that template of things. That's fucking weird. Because you're looking at a guy based on things that he has and not exactly anything that you would get or give to your kids. Genetics. They don't even describe liking a guy. They never say love either. What type of guy wants a woman that doesn't love him and then to wake up every day and do whatever he does to take care of her and her kids? Women are trying to figure out today. I'm talking about right now, today. Every damn time a woman does a video, younger women, like, what do men? What is something going on? Nah, men listen. Men listened. That's what it is, sis. Y'all confused. Let's wake our sisters up. Women, y'all been talking the whole time on the internet, bro. Y'all got these podcasts. Y'all shouldn't have done that because you didn't have this. We play Madden, though. We arrange our playbooks to win games. Like y'all be sleeping on us. Y'all be making fun of us for playing fucking video games. But you was the one playing games. These video games taught us about play styles, archetypes, playbooks. We got all your playbooks. The young boys do all the crazy, weird interviews and red pill things now, being cute and clamorous because they got the cheat codes without the experience. They lack wisdom. Don't worry about it. They'll get it one day because they have to use it if they actually want a woman and not just to talk about women, right? You understand? There's differences, there's levels to this shit. I wouldn't be out all day talking about women. I'll just get some women instead. That's just the way we were raised. But being that I'm talking about women currently and men, we got the playbooks now. I'm 15-1, in 5-1. We have the playbooks now. Y'all can't convince us it's not a playbook. I'm just saying, even if it's not, and it's something else in your head, you couldn't convince us that it's not a playbook. So we're going to treat it like what? A playbook. And thus, the playbook suggests, based on what women's saying, they don't care about the person. They care about the artifacts. No man that's a person wants to be with anyone else who just sees them for their artifacts, no matter what degree it is. And we've seen women even dismiss that. Why these men always think we want to take something from them? They ain't got nothing anyway. Well, shorty, you're sleeping with him. What are you saying about you? Like, you know what I'm saying? They're younger, dumber chicks. Their spokespeople are dumb. Like, sis, you could talk shit all you want about what he or that man don't have. You're only talking about him because you slept with him. Why are you sleeping with so many men that don't have shit, but then going around outside talking about niggas ain't got shit, gotta have shit to be with you? So what I'm saying is, the man that has shit that can meet the lowest threshold to be with you, he's watching you sleep with all these people who don't. They don't do the math backwards. Like, if that's the standard you hold yourself up to, like, the man has to be all these things to be with you. When you find that man up there, he's gonna look down at you and all the men down there with you. Your ex, the guy who ain't shit, the guy you mentioned on the internet, the guy you talk about on the podcast, all of them ain't me. But I'm supposed to be on your level. That's weird. That's fucking weird, bro. It's fucking weird. You gotta, as a man, you're suggesting to us that we have to climb to the top of a mountain, and when we meet you, we have to come down to your level. This is math. One more time. You need a man above your level, and he has to do things at your level. That means that man has to come down and meet you in the middle. You're not stepping up to him. You don't even know how, because if we look at you horizontally, you're all damaged by them. People who didn't even climb the mountain yet. They can't undo that. The conversation stops at a weird place. It's like, well, body count doesn't matter. Cool, let's do a different story. Let's do quality count. Let's not enumerate. Let's do a gradient of quality. All of your body's quality men who meet me or exceed me. Go. And if you say no, we're going the right way. If you go some are, then I'm gonna have to ask you the next question. Then why aren't you with them? How rare is that for you? Because there's a lot of, to get a good quality thing, you got to go through a lot of duds now. We ain't stupid, but let's pretend you're a lucky person. Oh, you ran into 3 quality guys in a row. Now brothers do science, so 3 other quality guys didn't want to stay with you. Why? Women don't understand algebra. We're not saying that has shit to do with what we want or what we're going to do. We're looking at odds. Meaning, no matter what the fuck I do, if you're the one that initiated the breakup with 3 other great dudes, ain't shit I can do in 80s. This is going to be a performance thing. Because I'm not going to know what it really is since you can't give the real answer about why you left 3 great guys. So either you're making up the fact that they were great guys, or you're hiding the fact that your ass is crazy. Guess what? I don't have a playbook for this. All right? I don't have the playbook for this. The fuck am I supposed to do with that? Can't nobody else make her happy? And I'm at the end of the list. Like, think about this. Nobody else better than me or exceeding me made you happy. And I'm gonna have to raise up to your expectations of my raise to keep you equal, right? And no one has done that before, starting at a higher part of this pyramid with you. You just said that. Yeah, I heard y'all say that. I heard y'all say that. Plenty of good guys out there that want to marry me and stuff like that, you know, about one thing or another. There's plenty of good guys that, but all men ain't shit. Wait, how, when we ask you, have you been with a good guy, there's plenty of good guys that want you. But when you're on the podcast talking about everything else but you, men ain't shit. Which one is it, sis? Like, men be listening. Y'all say that all the men are the same, their dogs ain't shit. And when they ask about the men you dealt with personally in relationships, they were all good men. And then out of all those good men, though, none of it seemed to work. But then everything you talk about is how niggas ain't shit. Which one is it? Why are you worrying about the men that ain't shit if you knew a good one? What are you disappointed about? Why are we stuck on your disappointments with the men that ain't shit? What does that even mean anymore? If you know a good guy. If you've been with a good guy and it didn't work out on him or on you, that's your reference point. But you say niggas, plural, ain't shit. So you went below your reference point. You went below your you went below your reference point. In your story, I heard you. You had a reference point. I asked you about it. Aha, I'm good at this. I play StarCraft. Am I Terran or am I Protoss? Where I'm at? Where I'm at? Oh, you got me. You trying to humble me? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. I love starting chess this way. I know this strategy. All right. So there's a spectrum. Cool. I'm not at the top of the spectrum. Cool. I might be autistic, but I'm at this part of the spectrum. Cool, cool, cool. Well, tell me about them. Since fundamentally every man knows that those are the guys you would be competing with. This is good math. First date questions. Like, all right, that's cool. Oh, he did this and had that. I ain't never doing that. So we'll see if we can replace it. Replacement property. I might be able to do something cooler. But all right. Oh, he already took you to Aruba. All right. I still want to go to Puerto Rico. You've been there last summer with your girls allegedly. All right. Shit. Well, maybe we'll just go to Switzerland. None of them niggas ever go there. So let's go there. And you know what I'm saying? Like you can finagle and figure it out someday. But then you have to ask them about, well, what happened to them and how long ago was it? Well, who are all these other niggas you've been talking about? What is that story about? Well, I was just out of a relationship and I moved to a spot and I was just hanging out and we were like friends and like one thing led to another. And like that's the best way for that to happen. That's how all the stories happen. One thing always leads to another. If you're around a bunch of men and you're single, I mean, come on, can you think about it? Like, we love you going to a club by yourself. Like, one thing leads to another in every other story, but this one, huh? Right. You feel me? They don't listen to what they're saying. They don't listen to us, and they don't hear what they're saying. Yeah, I'm telling you, boy, it's maddening to listen to them in those type of ways. I mean, just in that what I'm describing. It's tiresome to listen to them in that little spiral they be in. And it's all because they're lying. That's the illest shit about it. You only have that much confusion and contradictions in your own belief, right? Because remember, they're speaking from belief. That means if it's not consistent in the math, because we're talking about algebra here, it should line up both sides. They should have had the great guys if it's more than 2 to 5, right, at our age, then they should know like what the standard is for good guys. So there should be no reason why they should be traumatized or heartbroken by a guy that does not add up to any of those variables, and they never fucking do when that happens to them. Cool fucking story. What happened to you, right? And they'll make up some excuse about how some era or time in their life where they're not with a good guy, that they end up with a guy that's not a good guy. And I know that's no one's fault, but they spend a lot of damn time with the guy that's not the good guy, and he's not a good guy. So like, why are you spending so much time with him? Understand everything. They can't speak to that. I've never met one who could speak to that. Not even on these damn podcasts. I ain't even talking about even just a girl I'm talking to in third party. Like, I ain't getting with her. Like, tell me everything, bitch. Like, the fuck I want to do? Judge you? Where's your husband at? The fuck? What's going on? So yeah, like, I never fell for the bullshit. It's just disappointing. Our feelings that we get from women in those moments isn't sadness or like insecurity. It's disappointment. We're disappointed. Women don't know what it's like for a man to be disappointed. Being disappointed doesn't mean anything changes. I'll give you a perfect example. You get disappointed in so many ways, like losing a game. I'm 15-1. Losing that game that I didn't play didn't make me sad. We won 15 times in a row. It's just disappointing that it wasn't 16-0. But even though it wasn't 16-0, I'm disappointed. I'm still proud, and I'm still that same player, that same team, that same time period that went 15 in a row. We won 15 in a row. So even with that 15-1, I'm cool with that. I'm disappointed. 16 feels so much better. It's been so fucking impossible. But 15 in a row is impossible too. So yeah, there's a disappointing element to that. But at the end of the day, I'm part of a great sports team and moment. Same thing in relationships. Like, a girl might do something we don't care for or don't like or isn't ideal, and we'll be disappointed by it. But you know what's more disappointed by the facts? Like, oh, that's just what happened. That's how she lived her life. Good. We just met each other. I can't do but so much about that. It can be disappointing, but we'll move the fuck on. I'll adjust my parameters correctly because we have playbooks. We play Madden. But the thing that's more disappointing than that is that they don't even give you the chance to pull a playbook because they're going to hide, deflect, or benign neglect very important variables that paints the persuasion that you choose based on how they want you to see you, how they want you to see them. And if you're a guy who can have these questions without triggering them, they'll get deep enough in that conversation with you and stop still. And I notice what that is. I know what that is. They get into a room or a door where they would have to tell the truth for it to make sense. But they don't want to be judged for that truth, or they don't want the truth to change your judgment of them. They're trying to think for you. They're trying to think for a man, rather than just giving us what it is and let us deal with it for what it is and then make the playbook to adjust. Instead, hut, it's a fake out. Then it's an audible. Then time goes on. You hear another variable, and time goes on. It's not Tom, it's Eddie in them. Like, as time goes on, you have a whole different script. And you're like, I could have sworn I asked her this question already, boy. I know how I am on God. Like, I know, like, I got a different answer out of this. I know I did. I know that none of this equaled this. Yeah. And even when I got older and I can get to that point faster with women, I just tell them, like, yo, this, and this, and this. Oh, yeah, and this is what's going to happen. On that one guy you mentioned, you know he going to hit you up soon. It's cyclical, something with the moon. Blah, 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 blah. Why would you say that? I'm the bad guy because I'm saying the obvious. And then guess what happens? Always, the obvious happens. And that's when they start to get weird and shut down and start projecting and getting weird. Because it's not because of the scenario ever. It's the fact that they realize they can't run it on you. Women don't like to be vulnerable. Obviously not naked, but vulnerable. Like, I want a man who can see me. No, the fuck they don't. They be talking about they want to see a man that sees like the beauty in their flaws and, you know, how strong they are and what they've overcame. They're not talking about a man who can see all the bullshit they hiding. I can see the bullshit they be hiding, like my whole life. And I won't know what it is. I just know there's bullshit being hid. And as I meet more women and have more conversations with different women, you know, with no attachments or no, you know, it's not personal. I don't win or lose by hearing these stories. As I put that all on the fucking, the Pokedex of what it could be, then I come across it and I start getting good at that shit. I'm like, well, based on these other variables, let's do geometric proofs. Let's triangulate. Oh, she's the type of girl that's done this in that city, college. Okay, these are different variables. All right, how old were you? Okay, over there. So this age range, like it's like fine tuning a dating profile for real. I know what story you about to tell me. I know, substitution property. This algebra. Listen, humans are humans. They ain't that deep. Like if you have the right variables and triangulate, you gonna figure out where the story going. The only thing that's going to change is the intensity. Mm-hmm. That's the only difference I've noticed. The only thing I'd be off about is like getting precise data points of dates or something. Well, I can guarantee the missing variable in this goddamn story is going to be in this damn box, and I don't pull from that box, and I won't pull from that box before they do. I'm going to mention it first. Like, how about this? Any situation, blah blah blah. He said this, that, or this guy over there did that over there, or they were friends, and they don't expect you to be paying attention, let alone to like be able to triangulate some shit. That's what they like. Like they like a guy that's paying attention. You prove you're paying attention by triangulating for them, right? But if you lead them to where they don't know you're leading them to, because you know how to pay attention your whole fucking life, they don't like that shit. They don't like being vulnerable. Like they get mad at you for figuring out their like men are hunters, trappers. So women are trapping, right? Like a hunter. They're, setting the rules and setting the path you can follow and the things you have to do. You have to feed the deer for like 10 days in a row and type shit. But even when the deer has to earn your trust, they're earning the trust of a hunter. It don't matter if that hunter ever gets you to eat out of his hand. He don't need you that close to eat you. Right? The hunter don't need the deer to come up to him. He just needs to know where they're going. Same story. Women be sending traps for trappers out here. That's crazy. Women don't know this about men. Y'all don't let us talk this long. That's the only thing I noticed. If I wasn't one of the guys with a YouTube channel who can just like freestyle and talk shit, you wouldn't even get to these damn depths of women to men. It doesn't fit on a little sticky note. It's not an index card question. You gotta live a little bit. You gotta believe everything everyone said and everything they said, and then ask yourself truthfully, why is all this always wrong? And the answer always is, someone's fucking lying. The math ain't wrong because you don't know how to add and subtract. The math be wrong because one of them variables is lying to you, boy. And I noticed that shit real quick. I gotta find that out from my Pokedex, not for you. Oh, you think it's about you? Nah, I ain't trying to listen. George W. Bush Jr. said a fool can't be fooled again. Well, listen, I'm trying to get understanding because I know this ain't my wife talking to me. So if this ain't gonna be my wife, all I need from you is understanding now. Where'd Jermaine Dupri at, boy? I'm trying to escape, not run into this snare no more. I'm gonna get this is gonna be, this is a lesson for me too. Well, guess what? I'm doing fucking summer school with this problem. Well, tell me more, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. I feel the eggshells rising. No problem. Crack. All right. Now what happens? Because I'm never doing this shit again. So I might as well, you know what I'm saying? You got to get it out the way sometimes, brothers. You got to face all your fears and go down all those dark tunnels with that crazy girl. You just got to. Just don't put your hands on her. And if she get weird, go ahead and pull out that camera. But in terms of language and going back and forth and seeing where the game goes, once you realize in yourself that ain't her, shit, like, yeah, well, fuck it. Let's see what she says to this. Like, so I have a question. You ain't gotta be agreeable nowhere, and you ain't gotta be disrespectful or nothing either. I'm cool, cordial most of the time, any damn way. So even when my Chief Quimby and Inspector Gadget, this fucking message will self-destruct. When I know this relationship is self-destructing, I'm just gonna hang on to the idea like, yo, if I could land after this, cool fucking story. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and get this SAT out the way. So what were the? There's 5 more questions at the end I didn't get the answers to. Can we cut this with the time we have left? And women be thinking like you trying to you gonna pander or beg or give it a few days or a few weeks and show back in their life when they finally become less neurotic. I'm like, nah, that was the final exam for me. I appreciate you. For real. I just tell them that. So I appreciate you. I don't tell them how they ain't shit. I don't tell them what went wrong and all that. No. I'm like, no, I understand. And they hate that. Women hate a nigga that said they understand something. Because you're supposed to be stupid. But I be like, no, I understand. And then I give them a nice little chat GPT summary, right off my brain. Like, look, this went here, this went that. You said this, and I always bring it back to the beginning of our story. You said these things. These were the expectations that you gave, so you knew I was listening the whole time. These things happen. I understand we're humans and things can happen. And it is okay that these terrible things that you did, by the way, but I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say, hey, it is what it is. This ain't the first time I went on this rodeo. It ain't you. They hate that. They hate to be compared to someone else who fucking, they're supposed to be better than any other girl that you've ever met, but you're just like the other one, actually. They hate that. That's just a personal demerit in their system. I don't know. That's an ego thing. But anyway, yeah, basically, you're kind of like everyone else in that way. But you know what? I learned something from this, and I appreciate whatever I appreciated. Oh shit, these are some cool crystals. I didn't know what these were before I met you. So I find something to be grateful for. Like, listen, oh, they incense selection be cool. I'm like, shit, my house gonna smell good for the rest of my life when I get my shit together. So I thank you for that. Edison light bulbs, whatever. Like, I thank you for that. Oh shit, I got my suitcase. Who knew I've been on an airplane so many times this year? I thank you for that. But you're not my wife. Either way, we do this story. So what is there for me to hang on to? What is this going back and forth? Why am I following up with you after you try 3 more, no one else's? We'll get back together in the end? Romantic. I didn't write the notebook, nigga. And I'm definitely not forced enough for Jenny. So, what I'll do, I'll keep on running. Find me wherever I'm supposed to find. Shit. Hell nah. What is making it work? Y'all crazy as hell. That language model and workflow in that playbook is ass. You gotta meet somebody based on paper variables, and when they're kind of decent, you gotta work at finishing the paper variables, and then you get to the top of the ladder. You probably get pregnant first before you even get to the ladder, and then while you're pregnant and everything changes and hormones change, you don't even really like each other yet. You just like what it looks like on paper, and then the kid comes in, and none of y'all really know how to deal with the kids yet because you're not emotionally intelligent because you live your whole life on paper, and then the kid thing on paper don't work, and then someone gets stressed, and then someone's cheating, and then someone didn't get off the damn dating apps, and blah blah blah, and the ex hit up, and blah blah blah, divorce, 50-50, or we can be like good co-parents. So I'm still looking for someone. I don't want a man that's single over 30. But I'm a woman with 3 baby daddies over 30. You don't understand. It's different. Like, oh my God. All this dysfunction. Then they use that dysfunction as a basis to normalize the values of what's required in dating. That is bad geometric proofing. You should do everything opposite of what those motherfuckers are doing. Because whatever their ideas and solutions are, didn't work. 3 baby days later. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Got single women listening to women who ain't never been single in 30 years. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. They pregnant too much to be single long enough. How the fuck? Cut it out. We're going to remove 9 months for each child. They got 3 children, 4 children. What is that? 18. What? 2 years? 3 years? But they pregnant every other year? Come on, dog. Come on now. Bear with me. She with somebody else with the baby weight, bro. Like, there's no time in. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. And they found 2, 3 other guys in between that to kind of be stepfathers. We got stepdaddy to 1 kid, stepdaddy to 2 kids, stepdaddy to 3 kids, now stepdaddy to 4. How? What are we talking about? Those are the guys? Like, we want to use them as the average man code of how average men ain't shit? Cut it out. Why would you want the man that you want to be anything like those men that wanted her after 5? Cut it the fuck out. Please. They see what I'm saying? They're not reasonable with their own parameters in these stories, even. We didn't even get to the crazy part. We didn't even get to it. We ain't even talk about they crazy. We don't even talk about how they crazy. Women, y'all know all men think y'all crazy? Have y'all thought about that? Have y'all thought about like all men say the same thing? That women are crazy? Y'all haven't had a conference in Vegas about this yet? You think all men are making it up. Consensus. You think we just say that because it's a cool story? You think we like losing our day-to-day routines, our favorite apartments, our cars, our kids? You think like we just enjoy the throes of life and change and growth? For real? Y'all know y'all ain't been describing men your whole life? Y'all been describing your ideal girl? Women have been describing studs their whole life because of feminism. You guys have been designing like the best lesbian, kick-ass stud dude that ever lived. Y'all have never described a man. First of all, as a man listening, I haven't heard y'all describe a man. What a man is. Like that list is very short. But what a man gives, you in 2 pages in your journal. So what is a man? Yep. 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 So what are y'all talking about? Y'all want men? Y'all don't know what men are. So what do you want? That's like trying to find out what you want to eat for dinner now. That's weird way to spend the rest of your life. Undecided now. Right? They describe men by things that men do while saying they're the women that already do the things that the men do. So you're not describing men then. You're describing actions that men can take, yes. But women take those actions. So you're looking for men that take women actions. Because you never filter it out for love or men. These women have never described men in their damn debates. And when they talk about men, they do, why do all men? Meaning they don't know what men are doing. They don't know why not. Dude, the internet and ChatGPT, they still don't understand what men be saying. We be saying it so fucking clear, bro. That's how I know gender's got different ears. Hey, yo, sis. We're real people. Not your ideas. We gotta start there. You gotta get to know who we are. Not what you hope we are. You gotta start from there. What are men? How do they feel? What do they think about? What are they into now, 2025? Your favorite movie from 1999. Stop playing. Women need equal rights. Men need humanity. Men don't even have humanity in this system. It's an inhumane way to treat anybody. But look how they treat us. We're secondary to our own women. They'll take the kids before us and wonder why we don't want to die for them. It's a sick program they ran on these girls. And it is a program. It's absolutely brainwashing, social nudging. I know it is. It's sad. They can't see it. That program don't work for nobody, sis. Especially not you. None of you created that code. So none of you will ever be happy, even if you could. It's not yours. Got a long genetic history of something else. You can't just rewrite that in one generation. Why would you? To be a lesbian. Lesbian is a gene marker that's ending a bloodline. You're listening to the propaganda of the people who are the last people in their bloodline, talking about courting and creating bloodlines. There's an error in that math. You're a feminist because of a concept by Jewish lesbians. So all of their websites, all of their sponsored content, all of their narratives, all of their nudgings in school, you know they love doing that shit, controlling people's thoughts. Same pattern, by the way, as everyone else, Mossad. So, you know, Epstein, that's what they were doing, math teachers. Now do the science on it. So, same story, god damn. So the same type of people, they're women who are lesbians, were the feminists. Politically. So the ideals in the conversation and the arguments is from the perspective of a lesbian. So if I hear a girl talking about she's feminist, like the young girls you see on these little interviews and shit, I'm like, yeah, I'm a feminist. I'm like, oh, that's a lesbian. I don't need to see the supplement. I know she's a lesbian. She's a lesbian. She's looking for a trophy husband, a sucker. She ain't looking for a man, her partner, someone she's in love with. She started the conversation by saying, I'm a lesbian. Yeah, I have a lot of lesbian values. I know. Lesbians don't care about body count. Yeah, you know, I agree with a lot of the lesbianism because, you know, men in the workplace, created by men for the workplace, only where men worked for men by men, when women didn't have to work at all because men was taking care of their men. Lesbians didn't have a man taking care of them at home. Yeah, lesbians didn't have that extra income, sis. So lesbians were short, boy, wasn't they? If lesbians couldn't vote and lesbians couldn't work, what would they ever do? Everything but be lesbian. They'd be a closet lesbian and using men like a gold digger, like a casket girl, like a hussy, like a queen, Quean. They still sleep with men, but they're lesbians. They sleep with men for power and money. They don't like men. That's why they do that. That's why they make that their job. They're lesbians. Duh. Oprah's a lesbian. Duh. Ellen's a lesbian. Duh. Them Kardashian girls. There's very lesbianism in there. Chris maybe. Duh. Look at her husband. Duh. 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 Jada Pinkett Red Table. Her and her daughter and her mother. How they talk. Like lesbians. Duh. Duh. Will's not happy. Duh. He's with a lesbian. Duh. But you hear rumors about him being gay. Duh. Duh. Like all this shit's gay. How could it ever make you happy if you're trying to make a family based on heterosexuality values? They don't have those values by default, dog. How could they make you happy? Duh. Oh, he's on the down low. Let me guess. Alpha, hypermasculine. Duh. You like that though. You like down low men. That's the dream pick for a lesbian. Duh. Duh. Motherfuckers out here pretending. They're narcissists. Duh. The fuck? They can't afford to be judged by society. They got mountains to climb. Duh. Can't be a president unless you're married with kids. Duh. Barack Obama. All right, Michael, let's adopt some kids from our campaign managers. Look just like them. Duh. Fucking duh. They care about looks and appearances. They're lesbians, dog. I'm telling you something. Fashion, all gay people. Duh. They care about how they look. They're masquerading. That's not, and that's not like a bad thing. It's just not, if you're heterosexual, like, we don't care about none of those values, actually. You can tell. So we're primordially differently in that design aspect, whatever that design aspect is. It's not here to judge it. It's just, it can't tell me shit about being straight. If it never was. Period. I'm not going to tell it about being gay. I'm just going to tell you it's not straight. It's cool. You're something else. That's why you're gay. That's why you have another word. You have another word. That means there's a whole other box. It's cool. We'll do the semicircles of humanity. The overlay on the other side of your sphere is the gay stuff. That's not in my overlay. That's over there in the gay stuff. That's it. But we have a whole society that is planning its life out like the gay stuff. Independent, by myself, high value, high earning. I can have anyone I want, and I don't want anybody. Like, no, that's gay, bro. Nigga, we were trying to have kids before we were 21 years old. What the fuck I'm waiting until I'm 50 for? So I can climb an imaginary hill of crypto? So I can find me the ideal closet witch lesbian? That's a cuck fantasy? Fuck out my face. Lit enough so we can go to a Diddy party? Hello? Hello? Look, we got Cassie at the Diddy party, texting him back, talking about when's the next one. Hello? They love that girl song, listening to a hoe. Hello? She victimized, yeah, but she a hoe also. She a victimized hoe. She was a hoe the whole time, boy. It's in the song on Ryan Leslie. Come on, stop playing with me. She left Ryan Leslie for Diddy. Hypergamy in action. You wonder why she can sleep with male prostitutes. How can you do an operating system reload? What do you think you were going to get out of it? Well, you thought it was going to be something else. Only women do that. A hoe is a hoe. Hoes don't act right. There's hoes on a mission, there's hoes on a crack pipe. Come on now. Can't turn a hoe into a housewife. She texting Diddy. Lauren London texting Diddy. Crazy story, boy. It's a crazy story, man. You see Nip and Diddy in that studio. Yeah, it's weird energy, man. I detect everything. Lauren London hanging out with Pharrell. Could you imagine going to a Diddy party? Diddy, Pharrell. All right, maybe it's the same circle, man. Duh. They ain't going to Miami for the trannies, nigga. Trust me, I went to Miami. There's nothing but trannies there, so I don't understand anything. Duh. Duh. Per capita. Duh. That's where all the surgeries are. Duh. Like, yeah. Makes sense. Dr. Miami's right there, of course. It's probably right there. Duh. Duh, 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 duh. A lot of life is duh, bro. So it's not men versus women. No, this is a Golem's Madness match. There's at least 4 to 5 different factions playing this game. That's why they made it all money. That's the lowest common denominator for women. That's all. It's down to value of money because these people are living lies. They're not even heterosexuals. And we know this is in the genetic compensation of the United States because that's who took over. Mamelukes and eunuchs. It wasn't just men, it was their women too. A lot of descendants of lesbians and hoes are. Like what I'm saying is like other kingdoms deliberately, on purpose, got rid of their undesirables. We're talking about totally Catholic, totally Christian kingdoms. You understand? So the people that had in their insane asylums, they're prostitutes, they're unmarried, and they're crazy and deranged and everything in between it. Drugs, opium, and everything in between us. In general, evil possessions and witchcraft and all that other shit, right? Because you got to do the time period. Those people that they didn't want to deal with, they put their ass on a boat and sent them to America. The end. They didn't send their best people. Why do you think they're so evil and hateful? They didn't send their smartest people. Why do you think this shit is stupid? They sent their undesirables here, and they're very clear about that. But that's only if you do the history of kingdoms. The history of the corporation was Mamelukes and eunuchs going against the kingdoms, which they were the warriors for, and that's why they sent them across the oceans. Like a disposable force. And they said, we like this place. We want to stay here. And that's what they did. Then they imported the homosexuals and lesbians from France. This is 1706 to 1720, I think. And those people were mostly black. Not all black society. Those are mostly black society and all their parents. So there's white people too, obviously. But no, you gotta understand how genetics works. So yeah, they sent that over here. Hmm? They did. Look it up. Casket girls. Look, it's a whole Wikipedia article about this. They sent hoes, lesbians, gays, witches, and crazy people. That was the lower class. Does not speak to any of those individuals' hearts or characters. That's just how they were sorted by their society according to their rules at that time, which were different than these, probably more strict. So you gotta imagine how, like, yeah, like it was worse than what you think it is. And they sent them here. So it was like, oh shit. They incentivized their men by saying, hey, if you marry one of these hoes in France and you take her ass to America, we'll give you a house. Everybody wants slaves, but there's a whole bunch of hoes out here. One more time. The leftover women, the hoes of France, late generations. So even when they still weren't getting married. The only incentive to get married, especially these French, which is why a lot of those people down south have an accent, by the way. They're speaking French first. So the French, they weren't getting married like that. Up until the American Revolution, they weren't getting married like that. The South, with slavery and indigenous plantations and all the other weird shit and all the hoes and stuff, the idea of marriage and nuclear families is very new for this country. These motherfuckers ain't Indians. So they weren't even getting married where their grandmother came from. So you have a whole bunch of people who start genetically here from people who weren't marriable there. And then they have sons and daughters. And that doesn't speak to their character and their changes and adaptations. Not at all. But genetically predisposed, it's in the last generations. Have you noticed lately? We think this is just like men and women and social media. That's an amplification of the genetics that's in us. Mirror neurons and shit is being reactivated. Yeah. You better find out who your grandmother is. Because if she was a casket girl, you're cooked. If that is what your genetic dispensation leads you to think, feel, and believe about yourself. That's why her ass couldn't get married. Not because of slavery. This land was empty. They were giving these motherfuckers over there from Europe after we left. Remember, we got here in the 1500s. Whoever was left over or moved in after, or however the fuck that story go, when they start sending their undesirables out here, they ain't talking about us. It was here already. They sent them down south. It wasn't for slaves. Their slavery was bondage. They're bonded because they don't own their house. So all the work they do is go back to their kingdom. They're like a co-signees. They're given the opportunity to get the fuck out our face and start somewhere else and start their own families. But what the fuck else they gonna do? Work at Walmart and Microsoft? They're giving them houses, dog. They're giving them land. They're telling them you only can do it if you're married and take your ass to church. You hoe. Right? Like, that makes sense. Why there's so many hoes in church? I'm not judging hoes. Ain't nobody got wrong with hoes. They just ain't trying to marry them. Hoes and housewives. That's as old as America. Quite literally. Phenomenon. Housewives are new. Housewives are a new phenomenon for Americans. The fuck y'all talking about? Y'all know the history of this country or not? There was no housewives. If all the black people were slaves, first of all, cut it out. In your own belief system. If everyone was slaves, then ain't no goddamn housewives. Cut it the fuck out. There is no joint incomes. There is no corporations. This is your life is your life. And you owe something to somebody else every day of your life, right? You can't have your own destiny. So what power couple are we imagining? So you want to fast forward this video a little bit? Reconstruction. Fast forward to the Great Depression. Oh, they stole all the money out of our banks. Here we go again. Part 2. Now we got Jews. But we're the Jews. But who are these? They're Jewish now. Whatever that is. Take that ish out of my shit because I'm not ishy about none of it. I'm a Judean for real. Like, The fuck? Everybody else just got here because they wasn't doing what the fuck they were supposed to do where they come from. Per their society standards. Of course they come to a new society without those standards. Look at the standards of our society. They're in hell. Your country's being fucking rigged by grinder dudes and pedophiles. That ain't a fucking accident. That ain't a conspiracy. That's the genetic makeup of the caste system. Like, our sisters don't understand we have to compete against caste systems. Genetic dispensations. Why the fuck would you want me to climb to the top of the ladder to hang out with them anyway, sis? No excuses. There's got to be another way. It was like you about to have another husband. Like, cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. Let's take life seriously so we can get some real results. Family is a modern concept. Do that amount on the word. Plantation, family, husbandry. All that's about animals, nigga. Education's about animals, nigga. Chattel. Farmers, agriculturalists, sharecroppers, indentured servants. Those are motherfuckers you're moving in. They ain't talking about no goddamn Indians. Bitch, I'm an Indian before there's a federal government. Half the time they ain't even talking to anyone that look like us. And you're not French. And you're not Spanish. Ain't a whole lot of time to be white people in English. And why would they need slaves for if they went up north? And they're competing with the South with the slaves and shit. From France and Spain? Bitch, please. If we only knew how to fucking read. And how much time they don't have from 1751 to 1868. Cut it out. On Webster's Dictionary, they don't. 1828. It's the cut out. Running out of time. House Resolution 137. The land belongs to the Moors and Indian Associates. So the federal government, United States, ain't talking about them. It's talking about these dusty ass people it brought over here from France, England, and all that shit. As a kingdom, by the way, not the states you see today. Don't miss it. Jesus Christ. So yeah, this is a recent phenomenon. A lot of these people descend from people who got kicked out of their country because they were not the proper phenomenon they desired. As if that makes a difference these days, but I'm just telling you, like, it was rare for a woman to be married anyway in the United States, especially if she was an Indian. Women who get married because they own land anyway. So if you came here from another country, you didn't own the land anyway. You're not Indian. So you coming over here off of a kingdom benefit to work. What else could be here but slaves? What else could be here besides workers if they're not Indians? In Indian lands, doing treaties with Indians. Who else? Like, we don't even think about nothing. The American Revolution people and their servitude and stuff, they hypothecated and projected on African slave trade when it was really something else. It was kingdom based, right? These people come, King George III, 1775, like it's kingdom based the whole fucking time, right? The people who were the rebelling against the kingdom were upset with the fact that they accept whatever their limitations were. Period. Whether that made them a slave or made them a whore or whatever it was, they just did not perform well in their kingdom. They're the lower caste of their kingdom. So the lower caste people overthrew their government here, foreign, and it's foreign to Indians, but they won a battle by proxy. They didn't go to their kingdom with that bullshit. They stayed here, obviously. So we're talking about the losers of their society running the Americas. And these are their kids. Don't miss it. They won something by betrayal, not because they were strong or courageous or brave. Once again, how do them fighting white people give you lands owned by Indians? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It don't. So they don't even make that shit add up. And this is the side effect of that society with even new immigrants and new theosophies and new ways. Whatever the fuck they were going through over there up until 1940. Can you imagine? 100 more years and not with these niggas. What were they going through? And they still went through something else. Same family. So Then they bring their ass here. Everyone wants freedom. Then they bring their ass here. They want to change the meanings. They bring their ass here. Man, you in a fucking gumbo that tastes like shit. It don't even take shape. It's just random opinions. Then take your ass back to where you live and see if that shit stick. And you know it don't. Them African girls on the podcast can't do that shit in Nigeria. Them men wouldn't tolerate that shit. And they know we know it. They don't talk to no red cap barons like that. Everyone over here pretending. The land of benefits. For no fucking reason. So yeah. We don't see the game clear enough. So if you find you somebody that see anything, let alone you and the light that's in you, maybe you should start there. And then help each other get all the benefits. That's what life is for. I could have fucking sworn it was. Even the hoes and the homosexual men had legacies in Louisiana. They're diametrically opposed socially, but it came to some benefits. Maybe we should start a family, get a plantation going. Great Depression, Harlem Renaissance, same time. Harlem Renaissance, destination for all those Louisiana casket girls, descendants. New York City again? All right then. Very hyper-masculine women. Understand. That was the 1920s. These are descendants of hoes. Especially if they mother didn't own land. How can you have Big Mama's house without Big Mama's land? What about all those women? Exactly. They import women that ain't got land because they ain't from America. All right then. They obviously didn't have land where they came from. All right then. What kind of woman is that? An unmarried one. Thank you. We have a society that is being fucking multiplied by unmarriable women genetically from like goddamn 200 years in a row. And then throw some chattel slavery in some of the stories too. That ain't the way to go. Don't tell me you were married in Africa. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out. We have the book on when they ass converted to Christianity. Cut it out. They don't want no damn marriages. Africans be having like 40 wives still. So imagine that. The idea is that they got taken from Africa, a place where polygamy is normal, come to America, being populated by hoes and casket girls and Circassians, and then finally get some iota of mobile freedom once the cities were hypothecated and taken over from the Indians. And then they started making families after World War II because it's so sad these boys ain't coming back. But here goes a whole bunch of new white people that were never here. Cut it the fuck out. We gotta cut it the fuck out and deal with what the fuck this is. This shit is fucked up because it is. These are some fucked up ingredients, boy, for this pizza. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Ain't nothing happened to society. This society is made out of, look at it. Look at it. Now just subtract 200 years. Ain't nothing changed. So yeah. It's exceptional to be decent. They ain't enough either. Apparently. I've seen what they do for money with indecent people. Hi, Dubai. What you doing to them girls, Dubai? Oh, you so rich. You have so much. Oh, you a prince somewhere. Oh my God. And you hiring girls from America to do what to them? Oh wow, that's real. On Allah. Oh wow, on Jesus. She go to church that next Sunday though, but at least she got $10,000 and some Yeezys. Ass niggas. Ask Amber Rose. Stop fucking playing with me. We men be listening. Like, so many of these girls got so much to say, but they don't say shit about what they did in Dubai. Ain't that weird? Ain't that weird? Anytime I see a new young girl talking about she in Dubai on her damn pictures, I'm like, blocked. Goddamn charlatan. I know why you in Dubai by yourself. Cut it out, bitch. We ain't stupid. And even if you're not there, optics are everything, right? Y'all niggas care about appearances. Now do the science. Why do you care about appearances? And why would I care about appearances? Same story. So why you think? How would it appear to you if you know all the rumors about the girls who go to Dubai always got act like they baddie, always got money? How come they was getting pissed and shitted on? At the very least, white girls sell a different story. At the very least. So come on now. Come on now. Let's be reasonable. These are the bitches they look up to. So this whole thing is unreasonable. The whole game is unreasonable. Welcome to the world of men. We're dealing with some unreasonable fucking variables. Listen now. Frozen back. Frozen in. There's to be a different angle to become a fat. Wow. Oh, Mr. Now, 2000 is crazy word. They can't do that shit in Europe unless they're in France and strange parts of Spain. Exactly. And we don't travel enough to know that. That our society is fucking reprobate. As a standard. Mr. Now says they definitely can't do that shit on concrete. If you're not playing Minecraft and still can't use the sentence shit on the chest, you are a very strange worm. Lord have mercy. But remember, you gotta be good enough to keep that lifestyle going for them. You gotta be as rich as those Dubai princes that shitted on them. Like, you can't shit on me unless you pay me in the bag. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna shit on her for free, is what she's trying to tell you. All dimensions. How could she ever be a wife led by a man? It's not in her design. So a lot of women be confusing husbands with partners. Y'all want a partner. Y'all don't want a husband. Y'all want an equal, but don't want to go 50-50. You keep breaking your own damn rules. You want a partner or a husband. You know what husbands expect, you know what partners expect. You know what friends and associates and benefits is. So if the husband's at the top of the ladder and you compare yourself to a queen and a king, you think a king wants his woman with all the little boys that be down by the horses and shit? Apparently not. You wouldn't want your king in the brothel every night. So let's start the partners. Let's start as partners. They get toiletry and royalty mixed up. Dyslexia or something. That is nasty work. JP said, peace out to Harut and vice versa. Squad, we got 42 likes in this bitch at 445. Anyway, single ladies, you better start playing the game as a single player. Fuck what everyone else is talking about. You go ahead and find your partner. Whatever that is. This ain't no men versus women. It don't nobody win, it don't nobody lose. This is not a united front of dating. It's a competition. It's Fortnite. Only you gonna get the chicken dinner. You're not playing teams. You're not playing trios. You're not playing duos. It's just you and whoever that man or woman is. From the time you meet them until you die. It's like Fortnite. Don't get in that ring if you don't want to. We know what's on the other side of it. Ain't that what our civilization, our generation is showing? Especially if I listen to the women who talk about it. The men who are playing Fortnite, they're in the circle already, but there's no women there. And the women who are playing Fortnite, they're taking damage because they're on the edge of the storm because they took a little bit longer to keep looting tilted towers when the circle came. And then the circle's going over there to the mines. And they like jumping in the water and electricity is hitting them and they keep popping potions and shit. That's what it feels like. It's like our sisters don't know they're outside of the storm circle. They're still alive. I mean, they're still in group chat and shit. We still hear them. Like, you better get your ass in this circle because by the time you get there, it's going to move again. Y'all familiar with the science? Fortnite? You got to get into the circle. And then you still have to win the game. Getting to the circle is just a different part of the game. That is not the main part of the game. The part of the game is to be the last one standing. But you don't have a chance at being the last one standing if you don't get into that circle. And that's the other thing. Men and women. Those men who did everything right can't find a good girl. Yeah, you got to the circle. Matter of fact, you didn't even have to move. You had a silver spoon and everything. The circle surrounded you. The women started on a different part of the map, brother. They've run into the circle. Maybe you need to go back further, but you don't lose your positioning. You got a vantage point. You looted all the chests by yourself, and you just perched up waiting to the final circle, right? And even those people don't always win. They waste 15 minutes of the game just sitting still. Then we have other people who don't rush the circle. They'll play the edges of the storm, and what happens? They get the most kills. You play the circle. I ain't gotta rush. I'm gonna kill this nigga, I'm gonna get his health. The fuck? That's how you practice. You practice by playing the ring. Get to safety. Ain't nobody getting to safety. I know they looting. I know where the purple chests are. I know they over there. We saw the explosions. So I'm gonna set up right here. And as soon as they get to the other side of that circle and start popping their shields and everything, I'm already there shooting their ass. Give me all that good loot you got. I don't even have to go to that neighborhood because I know you did. Yeah, there's levels to this shit. They're not playing Fortnite on the levels that you can play it on. You don't even have to know how to build for real. So you get to the end and you do a fucking sweat. Just knock his fucking building down. I carry rocket launchers. Fuck all that extra shit. Hard mode for no reason. That's just the inevitable variable. Yeah, the storm, the circle, time. The circle represents time. And you're on the right side of time or the wrong side of time, sis. That's all it is. It ain't even you. It is the game. And trust me, if you meet a single man your age or older, he believes you. These niggas ain't shit. Trust me. We know these bitches ain't either. That's why we're single. We know. We believe you. We're single because it's the same story, but different variables, but same story. At the end of the day, everyone just wants some oxytocin. Find the weakest point and boom, Harut on the track. Yep. Jonathan L. And this season, on hard mode for no reason. They're doing those community maps on Fortnite where you get like unlimited health and unlimited bullets and shit going against zombies. Nah, that's practice. That's Metal Gear VR training right there. There ain't no big boss in that shit. Nah, you gotta get the Psycho Menace at least. Nah, you ain't played that game yet. If you ain't have to unplug your controller, you ain't played Metal Gear yet. Don't talk to me about no Metal Gear Solid, bitch. You ain't playing life like Metal Gear Solid. You ain't Sigma enough for that. Metal Gear Solid a Sigma ass game, boy. Ain't nobody more Sigma than Solid Snake. He had a couple of niggas on FaceTime. That's it. And that's it. Solid Snake only had a couple of niggas on FaceTime. That's it. Meanwhile, Big Boss had a whole base. Ocelot had his brothers and everybody else. Goddamn, what's the new snake called? Venom Snake. Venom Snake best friend was Big Boss. Like, this shit's weird. Meanwhile, David had to play by himself. Looking for his daddy and his mama, apparently. They didn't even know it. TV 13. Come on, David had it hard, boy. Liquid had the bitches. He had the army base. He had Ocelot mentoring him. Solidus became president. David had a cough. Like, you feel me? Like, they don't put enough respect. Like, come on, man. Man's man, hero. David, Solid Snake. Come on. Who else? Who else held it down by themselves, boy? We didn't get Raiden until, like, we was washed up. We about to die. All right, Raiden, your turn. For real. For real. Venom Snake knew his daddy more than he did. That shit crazy. You look just like that man for no goddamn reason. Face Off, Mike Cage, come on now. Nick Cage. 3 Kodak. The Kodak is FaceTime. All Solid Snake was some niggas he met on FaceTime. They ain't even pulled up to fucking Shadow Moses. Except for Octacon. Otacon, he was a real one. His little tech support friend. He had Otacon, but Otacon couldn't shoot shit. He was good for Wikipedias and researching. But outside of then he had a cameo from the Ninja. That was a real one. That was a sad death. But you know what I'm saying. You know how the Japanese are about that shit. But yeah. Maybe more girls need to play video games. And win. That's the other part of it. When you learn how to win video games, there's a very particular way to win them. Everyone who play games don't beat them now. Don't let them boys you date fool you. They have a whole bunch of games. You ain't beat them. I beat them all. 98% of them, I should say. Some of them piss me off. But yeah, when you start beating video games, you're a different type of character in this world, for real. In the world of video games, trust me, they're competitive for a fucking reason. Because it's not easy of just pushing buttons. You have to think. Like, you really have to be good at thinking. At the games that we play, at least. There's simulated thought. There's simulated warfare. They're not just like cartoons on the screen for us. Playing video games is not like watching cartoons at all. It triggers warfare. Mind you, who we come from. So it's a warfare thing. It's strategy first. It's fun later. You notice most of our fun is when it don't work. We start yelling and screaming and cursing at motherfuckers. Those are the funny moments you see on YouTube. You don't see the moments when we're locked in. When I'm locked in, you can't even talk to me. When I'm locked in, you can't even talk to me. When I'm 24-0 on Modern Warfare, you can't even fucking talk to me. Don't fucking talk to me. I got one more fucking kill before this shit go bye-bye. Don't fucking talk to me. And what they do, they want to talk to you, ain't they? Why are you always trying to talk to me when I'm locked in? Is it you in those video games? Or is it me locked in? That you only come to bother me when I'm locked in? Is it the video game or is it the fact that I'm locked in? Because you're complaining that I'm locked into a video game. Is it a video game or is it that I'm locked in? Because if I wasn't locked into a video game but I was still playing a video game, you'd be fine. Y'all only notice when we're locked in to anything else but you. Part 2. These things I learned in 20 years. It don't be the video game. It could be music. If you locked in, they will come and see what you locked in about. And if you're not social or you're not sharing the story or the narrative or the way that they communicate the way that they are, they will take it offensively. Like, what, you don't like it? What? Why are you being mean? I'm not even being mean to you, first of all. I'm being mean to this video game. I can't code switch that fast. I'm gonna fuck these zombies up. And you come bother me. Did I mention I'm playing with zombies, bitch? They scary. Like, that shit'll give you a jump scare. Like, I'm locked into that world. I am in a simulation of an apocalypse. And these zombies are trying to eat me and kill me. And you come up talking to me about, what you talking about again? You ain't even got nothing to talk about. You just noticed I was locked in with zombies. Just sit down. I need a drink. Sit down. Going to round 25. Goddamn. I ain't got the ray gun yet. Nothing. I'm trying to pack a punch, but we got this asshole on my team. Like, strategy is fucked up right now. I might not win. I'm not playing not to win. I'm playing to win. Hence, I'm locked in. Yeah, they don't understand that's a simulation. Like, and your brain don't know a difference, but they know all about manifestation. Like, cut it out. If a man gets locked into a video game, he's simulating something in his brain because it's not real. Does the brain know the difference? Never does. So how do you go from killing 233 zombies to, yes, my dear, tell me everything about your wonderful day. No one ain't gonna be wonderful. Cut it out. I got to get the pack-a-punch on my ray gun. Bruce. This nigga went down again talking to you. They be thinking you mad at them. No, we just got this nigga up and he down again. Fuck. Why are you cursing? It's not that serious. We just got this nigga up, boy. It is that serious. Have you ever played zombies and won? All right then, don't talk to me. We ain't the same type of character. All right. We ain't the same type of character. Relax. Sukoshi says they gave Snake the opto camo. He blind into any environment. Yeah. Metal Gear Solid was hard. So was Ninja Gaiden. All right, I gotta play that one. As a greater thinker once said, this moon will never be fuller than the love I have for the game. Amy Ross says Zelda on 64. The homies had to help beat that shit. Come on now. Mr. Now, trying to clutch on a 1 versus 5. Want to start a conversation with a Y. I am playing. What's that mode called? That is a Search and Destroy, but it's Counter-Strike usually. Search and Destroy is Call of Duty's Counter-Strike. I'm on fucking Counter-Strike on the computer. I'm in a server 16 versus 16. Hold on, run that shit back. 16 versus 16 on a computer server. We didn't know what latency was. You want to talk to me? Boy, I shot this boy around the corner. I'm watching a replay. How the fuck did he get me? I'm behind the box. He shot through the door. What is going on? Of course I'm pissed off. It's a game. It's not that serious. Oh, it's a serious game, so it kind of is. People compete and win millions of dollars on it. Could you fucking imagine? If I followed my dreams. JPX says, my girlfriend beat Resident Evil 4 a handful of times on 3 different consoles. Oh, you got one that understands the game. Resident Evil 4 gave me a fucking panic attack. 1, 2, 3, all of them did. Especially Nemesis goofy ass. But Resident Evil 4, I ran through that shit until I beat it. But it was not easy on my nervous system. This nigga got giant fucking automatrons? Where can I get some rocket launcher fuel at? What are you buying? What are you selling? The fuck is this guy come from? He got heroin? Sukoshi says, it's like when the reporter was asking Allen Iverson about practice when he was worried about the game. Practice? We talking about practice? I'm a franchise player, and we're talking about practice. I'm an MVP, and we talking about practice. You worry about whether I miss practice. Whether I miss or don't miss practice, I'm an MVP. And out of questions you can ask me, an MVP. You worry about the chatty patty gossip about why I didn't go to practice. Oh my God. It was a woman that asked him that, didn't it? I'm telling you something. There's a pattern emerging. No disrespect to sisters. We love them. I'm just saying, you're not men. That's why we love you. If they can just figure out we love women being women because they're not men, they'll understand why they don't like men either. We don't either. Mr. Now says, just drop it. Drop it. A, it's not that serious next time somebody says something about somebody online. Oh my God. Baddies Club, the next TV show, the next episode, something Tyler Perry wrote. And just have them caught up in that simulation of a story that someone else wrote. And you tell them, man, why you even watch that fake shit? You'll get a fucking college essay. Playing 500 DPI, 3 sensitivity, looks like I'm climbing the desk, but from the outside it looks like I'm asleep or something. Yeah. I understood what that meant. Yeah. Yeah, we be locked in. That's all it is. That cannot be personal. We're quantum entangled to the screen. Quite literally. You should check out brain waves. They have science about this. You should do the science on it. That's why they're so popular. They act like video games is like some random phenomenon of like collecting rocks or something, right? Like it's not niche. Video games are not as niche. Like he just said, his girlfriend ran through Resident Evil 4 3 times. I don't want to run through it a second time. I let Capcom know I ain't nobody's bitch. And I proved it, and I beat it, and that was it. Shit, I bought Resident Evil 2 again. And I started with infinite ammo. I am not trying to impress nobody in this bitch. I want to get to the other side of that goddamn puzzle. Yeah. Video games are the truth, man. They really help you think about things. Especially those stories. Some very prolific writers who think about life or who can zoom out of the character. Incredible. Because remember, a lot of those, it's like reading a book to a boy, actually. It's like a book. It's an interactive book. Really, a campaign of any video game is an interactive book. It's an interactive story. It's not like a movie that you're just watching. Like, you have to participate. You have to choose the page of the adventure. This is Goosebumps. If you grew up in the book fairs and Goosebumps books, that's what a video game is. It's more like a book. It's more like a novella. Detroit Being Human, easy. Novella. Heavy Rain, novella as fuck. And women would love that game if they had only known. I watched them watch all those weird Netflix shows. I watched them watch all that shit on TV. Criminal Minds, CSI. I've seen women watch these things. If they just pick up the goddamn PlayStation 2 or 3 or whatever the fuck it was and go ahead and play Heavy Rain real quick and get the fuck up out of our face. All girl gotta do is play Heavy Rain. That's it. And then Detroit Being Human. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, you learn how to play games after that. Those right there. Yeah, they be starting with like 2K and Grand Theft Auto. Nah, y'all weird. No, go back to Final Fantasy 7 or 9, please. You missed something. You don't understand how amazing that game is until you play it versus the other ones. First of all, Titus, come on now. Titus and Luna, come on now, Titus. Underwater soccer, you could never. Zidane, come on, man. This is when Dragon Ball Z was out. This boy had a tail. Can you imagine the thought space going on? He's trying to save a princess in distress who don't want to be a princess for real. She want to go out fighting and shit. I'm like, oh, this is about Persinia again. God damn, Mulan, you gotta help Mulan out. Fucking Vivi and Zidane. You got fucking Vivi in this bitch. These girls dress up like Vivi on Twitch, but they don't know who Vivi is. You play Final Fantasy 9? Why the fuck you got that mage hat on? Final Fantasy Tactics. Get the fuck out my face if you don't play Final Fantasy 9 and get the fuck out my face. Vivi got a sad backstory, boy. You got to really understand the backstory to these games. They're not random video games. They have lore. They have history. So most people who play video games are also aware of a whole bunch of different worlds and reference points. Yeah. Even Grand Theft Auto 5, right? Powerful story. Powerful story. You love fucking Breaking Bad. Well, you love the campaign on Grand Theft Auto 5. You can't miss it. Boys in the Hood. Well, shit. If you love black movies and Tyrese, you should play San Andreas. A lot of girls who like object to guys playing video games or video games as a pastime, they miss so many things culturally. Like they see those emojis with the damn CJ again, or here we go again. They don't even know what that means. You don't know what that means. You don't know why he's tired of doing this again. You don't know what he went through. You don't know how many pounds he lost on that bike. You don't know how many shootouts you got at that cluck. Nothing. Nah, and you don't know why this one's so special because you ain't played Grand Theft Auto 3. Some generic white guy, he's a cool dad somewhere, I guess, but there's a strip club in here. Now you get to be CJ. The Game, Ice Cube, MC8, everybody you listen to in hip-hop is in this video game. No Vendetta, like, come on now. What an experience. What an interactive experience. Them shit, man. Get me to testifying in this motherfucker. Shit, I've been gone a long time ago for that video game. Shit, some of my most trying times in life. Shit, like now, I ain't got a console right now. Shit hard, but other times in my life, nah. When them girls weren't acting right, guess what I'm gonna do tonight? I'm about to use Peter Griffin on Fortnite, bitch. Fuck y'all. That shit funny to me, and I'm gonna win. Yeah, and the gold shoot too. I don't know, you ain't gonna miss me. I'm on a dirt bike doing backflips. She said, what? Ah, nah.
This is one of them nights. I might gotta get on Apex Legends. Shit, I'm gonna take my time. I might gotta get. Y'all ain't hear what I said. Depending on the day, depending on what she said, I might pick Fortnite or Apex Legends. They don't catch that reference. They don't know the difference. Fortnite's more casual, more laid back. You don't have to win to still have fun. Apex Legends, you gotta lock in. That game has a lot of empty space. I don't like the sounds either, but damn it, these damn people keep shooting me. I'm crawling on the ground and shit, nigga. Nah, fuck this. I gotta find a new strategy. This character sucks. I don't use this fucking. I think the zip cord across the board is awesome in any fucking video game, but his ass, no thanks. I'm gonna have to pick a girl. All right, so here we go. I'll run through this shit. Here we go. All right. It's more like Destiny 1 than anything. All right. I'm telling you, man. Y'all ain't never played Titanfall. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. Nah, they ain't beat Titanfall 2. Tell them don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. You say you love the Power Rangers and G-Force and all that. Oh, did I watch fucking Mech Warriors and all that dumb shit? But you didn't even get Titanfall 2 at least? On Bungie or whatever that studio is. You didn't even get Titanfall 2 at the very least. Nah, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. It's Call of Duty and Mech Warrior in one video game. The best game ever, boy. It just didn't have the people. They didn't have enough people playing it, but that was the best concept ever. You can play Call of Duty or Mech Warrior. What the fuck? I'm a Gundam and a Call of Duty soldier? Nah. At the same time, Craig. At the same time, man, you don't even have to know how to shoot. You just gotta learn how to assist and get the fuck out the way, and then your Gundam come right out the goddamn sky. Like, oh my god. The drama. And then you gotta make it to that motherfucker, boy. Like, shit, I gotta stay alive to get in the Honda, boy. Man, I'm locked in. What's wrong? Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. I'm calling my mech down at the sky. I'm good. I'm so good, I'm about to win. What's up? Oh, shit, I'm tilted. I can't. Oh, shit, here we go. I'm 12 and 37. Oh, shit, let me play Apex Legends, I guess. No, I can't even do that if I'm tilted. No, you can't play Apex tilted. I can't even play that tilted. I gotta switch to something else. Let me play some of these fucking Marvel classics. Let me get my flow back with Ryu and Street Fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta start with the basics. I gotta go all the way back to the beginning. Like, all right, I feel like playing Spyro the Dragon. I didn't play that growing up, but I'm really good at it as an adult. Let me play Spyro. I'm gonna catch this guy stealing the damn eggs. I'm tired of this shit. That's half the damn level right there trying to catch his stupid ass. I ain't got time for him running around in circles. Bitch, nigga, I'm a dragon. How come I can't fly anyway? So yeah, like, I don't know how brothers vibe. If brothers play video games growing up, I don't know how you vibe with a woman that doesn't understand video games. That's half my damn problem. I met a girl that had a PS5, and I didn't find out until like the last day. I was like, you had a PS5 this whole time? Yeah, I told you that. Yeah, you said it once or something, but I've never seen it the whole time I've known you. Now you tell me you got a PS5? This message about the self-destruct, and now you don't even play that PS5. That's a boy trap. Who you buy? What boy you buy that PS5 for? Because there ain't no way you know me this whole time at PS5 and you didn't play PS5 once online. Cut it out. Cut it out. Hell no. You gonna piss people off. The fuck Peter Griffin just killed me. Come on now. Impossible to play Apex tilted. You get sniped by somebody running faster than life on the second floor if you finally slowing down. Apex intense. To be good at. I don't know. I don't like it, but I don't hate it. But I'll play it. I don't like my characters, I think. I gotta keep fucking farming to unlock the rest of them. Again. Change fucking consoles. Stupid as hell, dumb as hell. Fuck, I'm talking about, I have to do that shit again. If they're still making it. Was it on season 30 now? Like, goddamn. I'm way behind on Apex. Last time I played it, I had Team Deathmatch finally. Like, I can get behind this shit. I don't learn how to use these guns, bitch. And sure as God made green apples, I did. I was running through that shit like Call of Duty. Like, that's what I thought it was. There's some other shit. This big ass map.
weak ass guns. I need to find all the attachments, nigga. You find, I'm farming more in Apex than Fortnite just to get the gun rate. Like, what the fuck is going on? These bullets don't go to these bullets. I gotta drop these bullets and pick up those bullets. Bitch, why? Why? You could just be Halo. It's cool. Be Halo. Shit, Destiny does it. Be Destiny. Give us 3 types of bullets. What is all this extra shit you got going on? Y'all got some green bullets and some light green bullets, nigga. You know I got astigmatism. The fuck? I don't know the difference between electric and pulse. The fuck going on, bitch? Does it blow them up or not? Yeah. Half of our life is in a video game, ain't it? Fucking shit. If a Wraith gets around you and that dude watched Korean highlights as inspiration, I'm killing the computer. Shit, Pathfinder iced out skin on the good day is unstoppable. I'm not good at Pathfinder. Always, yeah. I'm too adventurous with his grappling hook or whatever the fuck going on. I be playing like it's Unreal Tournament. That's the real problem. You gotta play that shit like Ghost Recon. I'm not used to that shit. Not with those graphics. That is not Ghost Recon graphics. Why are we playing like Ghost Recon? For real, Apex is a Ghost Recon game that make you think it's Destiny. That is not Destiny. That is not the speed of Destiny at all. No. Shit, even Halo faster. Halo a pain in the ass too. Halo was a pain in the ass for me to get used to. Because I not played growing up. I had to play it as an adult. And I was like, why do people love this? And I love Destiny, so I understood the mechanics are similar to Destiny backwards. So I was like, okay. Kroon, 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 headshot. Oh, that's what we're doing. Headshot. Okay, you got it. A headshot is 3 headshots. Okay, unless you got a sniper. Them bitches move too fast for that game. Just cut it out. Cut it. That sniper, that aim down the scope, that ADS system on that sniper on Halo is ass compared to other video games with snipers. So yeah, but I got really good at fucking Halo too. I had to beat the campaign first. That's what you got to do. I was like, that's alright. It's alright. Ain't, you know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at it. But yeah. Gamers, the good kind. It's one of those games you have to play with the monitor as close as somebody's and envious. For real, Mr. Now. Yeah, it's intense for no fucking reason. For it to look like that play style is weird for those graphics. But I like it though. Like if you're good at it, you're good at shooting games. That's definitely, if you're good at Apex, you're good at other shooters. Especially the damn Rainbow Six ones. I ain't good at those yet. Shit. Rainbow Six got a fucking Counter-Strike. The hardline one. The cops versus robbers type shit. That shit go hard. I am not getting 25 and 0 in that bitch though. Nah. I'm better at Counter-Strike, and that's saying a lot. Nah. Hell no. You don't like Battlefield? I barely like Ghost Recon outside of nostalgia. Being the first of a kind, but I'll tell you, be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I'd rather play Fortnite or Call of Duty with you, if that's what you want to do, because I'm telling you, I'm getting 100 kills in this bitch. But in that game, I'm gonna have 100 deaths. I don't get it. This game ain't playing how I play games. You gotta adjust your strategy. And that's how we learn women, too. I said all that to say it's just like dating part 2. You can come across 2 different women and both of them are shooting games. But you don't have to play that game different. We got playbooks. Oh, shotgun is very effective in this game. This is a shotgun game. All right. I'm playing close quarters in this match. I get it now. Oh, this is a game with some space. If I keep running out like that, I'm getting killed. This ain't Halo. Oh, I need a sniper rifle. I need to take my time. I can't miss this shot. And if I do, it might shoot back. Hey, blew my cover, part 5. Yeah. Women even gotta compete with the men who think like video games. No wonder. We need girls to play video games. And we're not talking about The Sims. We ain't talking about what was that shit that I had that shit on DS too, my goofy ass. No, it was what was that, a Game Boy? What the fuck? Nintendo Switch portable? Not Farmville. God damn it, those two Candy Crush ass kids. No, the dumbass game, the pets, the damn Animal Crossing. We ain't talking about Sims and Animal Crossing. Y'all gotta beat Red Dead Redemption 2. Y'all gotta beat Metal Gear Solid 2, man. It ain't that hard. Just learn how to shoot. You gotta play one of the Resident Evils or a few. They gotta do some storylines too. I saw one brother vote for Zelda. I wasn't a Nintendo kid that much, but I was kind of. You got Zeldas, you got Final Fantasies. I'd be impressed if a girl can be Spyro the Dragon. Let's just start there. Let's go back to the basics. It's Mario World-ish and Sonic-ish, but it's Spyro. He's cool. I'm telling you. I put a girl on the Final Fantasy, and when she broke up with me, she acted like video games was her thing. Girl, please. You're not going to no Comic-Con before me. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't act like that. I'm talking about a long time ago. I'm talking about, you know, the Final Fantasies and Secret of Mana. Oh, you Johnny come lately, girl. But who put you on? Who put you on? Who beat Grand Theft Auto San Andreas in front of you? Stop playing. I put you on a Final Fantasy 10. Don't you forget it. They didn't get it. All of a sudden they get it. Now it's their shit. Oh my God. We can't have nothing. We can't have nothing. I put her on the Final Fantasy 10. I got it for her. Like, look, you need to sit down and actually play a real fucking video game. Then she went on to Rogue. Something Rogue. It's like Final Fantasy. Kingdom Hearts. Oh my God. Yeah. You wouldn't like Kingdom Hearts if you didn't play Final Fantasy. I put you on the Kingdom Hearts. Just let's keep it. Let's keep it cordial. Let's keep it cordial. Jump into Kingdom Hearts without Final Fantasy. That's uncivilized. Some play Tor Bourgeois. Some play Farah. Animal Crossing. Yep. Both games speak gibberish all day. I played Rainbow Six briefly. I liked it, but it's too indoors for me. It's one of those games you have to play with the extra monitor. Yeah. But yeah. See? We're just ordinary people. We're just trying to figure out which memory card to use this time. Shit, even playing Pokemon properly would be impressive. Do I know a Pokemon girl? That's usually them heavyset white girls that you be working with in office. I don't be knowing no baddies that be good at Pokemon. I could be wrong. I ain't asked. But they ain't talking about it, so they ain't. I got a Pokemon card now. Stop playing with me. Hold on. Do I know a girl that even knew how to play Pokemon? You know, girls who know Pikachu, like Summer Walker and them might play it. I don't know how good they are, but you collect all the badges. You went to the Fantastic Four, the Final Four, whatever the fuck they were called. You get Mew. You get Mewtwo. All right, pop trivia quiz. How do you get Missing No? You got Missing No before? You know to exploit cheat to get more rare candies, duplicate items in your inventory. You don't know about Missing No, and you don't know about rare candies. Oh, you don't like Pokemon. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. You wasn't outside. Yeah, nah, there's no way you didn't get Missing No. We didn't even have the internet like that, and we still found Missing No through word of mouth. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. You just gotta surf. You gotta surf right there. You just go back and forth. Eventually you run into that nigga. I'll wait till you like level 30, but you'll run into him eventually, man. Shit, you catch his ass. Every TM you got, he got. Anybody in the chat, Legion Go 2? Have a Legion Go 2? I'm trying to see if it has latency during gameplay. A Legion Go. I never even heard of that shit. Is that some type of controller? You trying to figure out latency. Latency during game. You want no damn latency during gameplay? You get goddamn wired T3 internet. Get you a CRTV and the oldest Xbox that plays the game you're playing. That's how you get low latency. Them old TVs, them box TVs, RCA cables. Fuck the HDMI shit. Skip that frame refresh rate. Skip all that shit. Go straight to the CRT. Get that Xbox 360, whatever the fucking one it was, or whatever the fuck it is, emulator, or whatever the fuck. And then put that shit on T3 internet, and then you play that game. Yep. A lot of people still play on them. Yeah, T-tier internet connections. But not as common. Maybe Google Fiber is good enough, but I've never tried Google Fiber. But I know T1 and T3 you can always get because businesses get them. They just cost like $20 or $30 more these days, so you don't hear them mention it, but they have it. They do. These days I don't know, but they had T3 for a long time. And the reason why is not just because it's high speed; it's because it's dedicated. Meaning, no other snotty kid in your neighborhood or some hood rat chick with the air fryer and Cheetos and her 6 kids on 6 iPads and 6 internets and 3 Rokus is on the connection with you. So what ends up happening is you'll be on that dedicated line and whatever businesses or other people that pay for it. But when you play your games in your apartment complex or in your neighborhood, it's usually just you. Pro tip, a dedicated line, not one that's shared by your whole neighborhood. That's the difference. It's really the kind of internet they have. And then it's everything else. Yeah. Mobile game system. Oh, it's a Windows 11 or Steam. Well, that sounds like the next Xbox, basically. That's the next Xbox. Xbox wants to be a damn Steam player. Goofy as hell. $1,200 to play Steam games. Is Counter-Strike still on there? Because fuck, I might fucking play Counter-Strike on Xbox. Talk that into existence again. Mr. Now says, yep, under 50 ping in Italy with Ethernet was achieved in 2016. So this is a recent phenomenon. Yeah, mobile system supposedly has controller latency. That will suck for Battlefield. It will. Question. But your mind also gets used to that latency if it's consistent. So you'll adjust to it. Question, what year would you go back to if you want to? Oh, what year could you go back to if you want to? Oh, I'm sorry. If you could go back in time, what year would you go to? I'm asking because I saw this thing on Instagram where people were saying the best years were the 2000s. Yeah. Generationally wise, that's why. We peaked. We peaked in all the things that we like, but we didn't know it. We know it now. So we're going back to peak for us. This is what they're describing. So I thought about this without the external things. Like if I can go back in time to a point in my life and like make different decisions, like to pivot into a different direction, I would choose 2001 or 2. Where the party at with Nelly and them. Hot in here, all that. I'll go back to then Chingy, One Call Away. I'll go back to there. Amory, Why Don't We Fall in Love? I'll go back to there. I'll go back to Carl Thomas, I Wish I Never Met Her. I'll go right back there real quick. I'll go back to Brandy Full Moon. I don't have no problem with that. Donnell Jones, Where I Want to Be. I go back there to figure out where I want to be. I'll go right back there. I'll go back to 2002 at the latest. I have to start as early as 2001 or 2002. And then somehow talk to my past self and my future self, quantum entanglement, and just forward a few key facts or variables to him, and then go from there. And I think I knock it out the park. I think I'll knock it out the park. If I could redo 2002, I knock it out the park. Almost certain. But in recent time, I don't know. 2015 to 2019 is kind of blurry. I didn't like it too much in terms of media, but there's still peaks, like little points. It was like, oh, cool song, cool album, cool video game. Oh, Destiny came out. Oh, okay, we're going somewhere. And it was slower, and I was working more, and all that. So none of those times. None of the times at Apple, no. Surrounded by baddies, but they were annoying. Not that. What else? What's another time frame? 96. I'll go back to 1995, 1996 too. Way more dangerous to be outside. But if I can go back at my age, like if I was in my 20s in the 90s, Lord have mercy. And then you get to go into the coast of your 30s with all the shit we talking about after that, man. If I could have thugged out my 20s in the 90s and then had the early 2000s for my 30s, damn. Niggas be married and have kids already. Can you fucking imagine the variables? There is no social media yet. Pretty much almost anyone in our generation will take you to anything popular, social, or outside, or with women. They'll always take you before social media, actually. Mm-hmm. That's the wild card. Social media is what causes all the behavior adjustments. Mirror neurons, other people, consensus. Makes sense. And then the nudging and the marketing and the CIA and the Mossad, all their little tampering. But generally, you're always going to go to a time where most people, including yourself, is not hyper connected to everyone's fucking point of view or opinion or way of life. It's annoying. When you come from a time period where that wasn't available to you. Like they used to say, we ain't supposed to know all this about everybody. It's novel at first, and even low-key entertaining. It's a cool way to, kill time even, because we didn't have this many time killers. I'm bored these days, but when I was a kid, it would have been infinitely border. So at least having a phone and be able to pair in, so like I'll type in somewhere in California and just go through those reels. That's something you could have never done before then. You'd have to like wait for TV to have like National Geographic or some goofy shit and even glimpse at a city you heard of. Even when you had internet, everyone didn't have cameras or good cameras, so the pictures weren't even, HD yet. So even then, the pictures were limited, very big files for our internet speed. So most of life was in your imagination. And it's a good and bad thing, because you can imagine some shit that ain't realistic. But it's a good thing because it makes you dream different. It prepares everything you want to do. Is like, I can't wait to go to that place I seen in a magazine, saw on TV, and I can't wait to see it for myself. So you're not spoiled by all the other things, all other people's hot takes on it, what they think. You want to go to this thing, but you see some fucking weirdo go there. You're like, I don't know if I want to be there if he's there. Like it takes the fun out of discovery almost. It takes the fun out of the discovery for me, and I'm a navigator, so I liked Google Images and Google Earth, like being able to sit there and it's still. It's not active, it's not real. And then your imagination still works. Like, oh shit, this area seems like, if I lived there, I have this whole scenario I can go through on Google Earth. But if I type in those same locations on like YouTube 24-hour car video, it changes something. It goes from imagining to observing. And then you observe, whatever that person's pattern is or whatever they see on that day. And it's helpful. It's helpful for manifestation overall, but it takes away something from your imagination. The wonder, the mystery, the randomness in a good way. When that's the dangerous spot, and these people over there, and then cameras over there, and that person got shot over there, and you can see it all in your head, and you get there like, oh, that's what I saw on the TV the other day. Like, it'll blow it, man. Like, same shit, different story. So, 2002, final answer. 6 years after 96, 6 years before 2008. Yup. It ain't for the money either, shit. Minimum wage was $5.15 for North Carolina, so it ain't because I made a lot of money during that time. By the time I had enough money to feel like I was making money, man, the social order was already gone. Was nothing. It's the wrong time for it. Wrong time for that. Now we're recreating something different from whatever point this is. And I'm in fucking Las Vegas talking like this. I couldn't imagine this bitch in 96 or 2003. Man. Boy. It'd be a whole different life for me, I tell you. I'd be on that strip every weekend. I'll ride a damn bike down there, boy. It makes sense. But these days, nah, you ain't bumping into any opportunity, situation, person, or girlfriend outside like that. At our age, especially, they're already on the apps. Whoever's available and looking, and you're like, So this is what this city looks like. They got to type. I've been to Houston. Houston will ruin you. I've been to Houston. I didn't think, this ain't it. Shit. Okran 11 limited time events happening back in Ocean 11 time events. Yeah, man. Composure Slim says, bro, I dropped a bag on the UAD interface to kill latency. That is trauma I don't want, dating back to updating AZO for all. Trust me. Trust me. Thank God they're making better processors and AI chips and all kind of shit. That shit should be dead soon. We're the last generation of music latency, Lord willing. They said them M4 chips and them Max chips are better at crunching audio. This way you don't have to rely on your UAD, if you will. So we're starting from there going forward. That's how the music production goes forward. I know Yamaha just created a $50 million program to basically finance or invest in music ideas, companies, corporations, products, instruments. That's interesting. We got, what a time to be alive. We got Omnisphere 3 out of nowhere, thank God. We know what happened. We got Cubase 15, IV, Stay Woke Guard. And then you got Yamaha dropping the bag for new ideas and motion. So music production it's growing. It's not growing. What is that called? It's moving forward. But with hip hop and rap out of the top charts, aka labels are no longer funding it. That's different. And you have all these people saying, well, there are good music. They're just underground artists, ass niggas. All right, welcome to SoundClick. But when you have a space like that, this is like 2005 to 2008. Cubase SX came out and shit like that, but the industry was kind of like stuck between New York and Atlanta. So we're kind of in that conjecture too, because Atlanta is yesterday's New York and it's dead. Right. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's all it is. Atlanta just ran out of novelty. That's all. The music industry relocated to Atlanta, put all its money into Atlanta. And Atlanta is, it's Atlanta. It's a bunch of scammers and Tyler Perry kids. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's just the time is up for them. So the next jump, I don't know if it's going to be regional or if I don't know it's going to be subculture because of the internet and social media, but it's somewhere else. It's going to come, the spark of the next flood of attention is from somewhere else. You think it would be K-pop or something. It's not. They've been around for 10 years now. They're not going to do it. So it's going to be some other moment, musicality, taste, new definitions of things. And hopefully we get a fly era, right? Because a lot of the musicians in the 70s didn't like the disco era, didn't really get into house music, but then they had a second wind later. We didn't have our second wind yet. We've been in the same, we've been to 2000 to 2015 space in one long loop called hip hop. And the internet augmented that time, of course. And then it adopted way more immigrants into it, so it lived longer. It was passed around, like Common said. But now that it's not being passed around like that, the next thing in music, the next pop thing, the next pop culture phenomenon is going to be born out of these times that we're in. So you'll see the tone change in R&B, you'll see the tone change in money and clout lifestyle versus what's really going on outside with people who lost so many family members and sicknesses and lockdowns and being in school and Zoom. Like you'll see like the ingredients, the soup is like primed for a different voicing, a different meaning, a different tempo, everything. So whenever that shows up, I'll be there. I'll be there. Listen, I'm a musical genius. I'm going to figure it out. I might fuck around and teach it, right? You know what I'm talking about? Thank God it's going to be based on so many techniques already taught. Stay woke out here. Come on now. mgthefuture, don't sleep. So, I'm the influencer of influencers. Tell them to cut it out before I complain with me on that music shit for real. But even I was waiting for it to change. For 4 or 5 years now. I came out here as more of the same. I don't even hear that much music out here. And the music they listen to out here is old West Coast-ish music. So it's kind of like, all right, I ain't got no hits out here. You ain't got no hit makers out here. I saw some dude on the bike talking about, yeah, you know, they just signed those little niggas. Yeah, he like 15. Like, yeah, they still signing little niggas for some reason, but I wouldn't worry about that in terms of hits. Once these studios consolidate, remember Sony is music in movies, and they're losing their cash cow is media. So the record labels that are intertangled with media and pictures, they're losing their money in pictures. And they abandoned or did whatever fucking weird shit they did with streaming and music in the meantime. Meaning, as soon as the water starts to drop on their media because of streaming, they'll be looking at their music arm right there like, hey, maybe we should do something with all the fucking music clout that we've had for 100 years. Can you fucking imagine if we didn't give up on it, right? So media failing or visual media failing will lower, because remember all the heat was on streaming. Most people spent most of their time watching shows, so it makes sense if you're a business. But social media attention drops down, Netflix attention drops down, and what happens is because there is no music attention, life gets quiet. A lot of people can't sit still and be quiet as a whole, right? So that silence is deafening. I feel it already, but I'm a music person, so of course we feel it before anybody. But when the regular people start asking these questions we've been talking about, like, have you noticed that been a hit song? Have you? Once they stop lying to each other and acting like those 30-second clips in a TikTok video is enough for a song, once they realize like they're at home alone in their bed and scrolling all day long ain't that inspiring, and they want to go outside off their phone, ain't nothing playing in the background, like those kids are gonna realize like that's the key ingredient missing. You don't have no soundtrack for this moment in your life. You're not gonna go back in this time and remember a song that spoke to the time because they're not making them. And that's a tragedy. And the people who are making them, they can't bubble to the surface because of algorithms. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's cool, someone's doing it, but it's a tree in the forest that you didn't hear. So it's, knowing that it exists doesn't help us. The fact that it's so niche tells me even further, it ain't good enough. Hits don't care what the variables are. They spread through the people, and then they blow up. That's a different story, though. That's a different science. Everyone think they can make a hit because they can hit, mix, master, and publish. No. A hit is a frequency. It's a spectrum. It's cultural, it's time-based, it's sound-based. It's all different variables, and it's perfectly timed for the time you're in. It dictates the party, it dictates the car ride, it dictates the feeling of your summer even. Over and over and over again for most of the years of my life, and then all of a sudden it stopped. So here's to hoping it picks up again. It should. We still down here. It should. So yeah, I can't wait for music to make a comeback for real. Just as a listener, I can't wait for music to course correct itself and make you put your phone down. Like, I'd rather just listen to this shit. I'm talking about to the point like music is such a way where it's like, it's only going to happen because social media is dying off, actually. That's what replaced music, clips. So when you are tired of seeing the same shit on Instagram or TikTok, you'll listen to your old playlist, or you're playing a game, listening to music, or you're driving, playing music, you know what I'm saying? But even that's passive. Whereas before it was like, it wasn't that much on TV for real for you, and we didn't have DVRs yet, so you had your CDs, your vinyl, or your cassettes. Like they always ask, what did y'all do when y'all got bored? I can almost guarantee you, so during certain time frames, especially the summers, most of the time music is playing in the background. Even if you're not playing it, you open up your window, you hear someone's playing music for most of the afternoon or most of the night. If you're walking past a park, they're having a block party, or if they're having a cookout, they're playing music very loud. Remember, we didn't grow up with Karens. So that's a new phenomenon in that way. Everything else was racism. So we didn't have the Karen thing as much. But now it's like, you see people listening to music, but they're in AirPods, or their car, you don't feel the vibration of the trunk of the new hit song. You hear some weird shit. Like, what the fuck is that? Why is it loud for? Because it's not good. consensus-wise. So it was like niche. But the instruments that are coming out, the tools that are coming out, they always come out before something changes. Yeah. So Cubase 15, Omnisphere 3, and whatever the fuck else on this. They're just telling you they're moving the tools forward. That's all we need. Yamaha wants to invest in instruments. That's all we need to know. They're investing in the future of music. They're keeping it going forward. Irregardless of what the stats and metrics and piracy says, they still doing their jobs. They're still alive, thank God. They're getting old though. Keep that in mind. Eric and them are getting old, so just keep that in mind. Rest in peace, Bob. Rest in peace, Dave Smith. You got like 20 more years on this particular tangent of music technology anyway. It's not an AI thing. It never can be, actually. Add AI to it, but AI is not going to be able to create moments like people do. Remember, these people create the instruments, go to clubs, best friends with DJs, other musicians. AI is just a database of different random combinations, perhaps, but it's not going to be able to feel the frequency shift. You know, oh shit, this synth needs a frequency shifter. They're not going to go, oh shit, they're doing low pass filters. Some Toronto. Oh, and they're doing a lot of 808s and bass right up there out of California. Flying Lotus, what's going on there? Skrillex, That saw in wavetables. We need serum. AI wouldn't do that. Because AI is not going to those events. And once AI can do that, then people want to bet on the numbers, nudge it, bot it, trend report it, and then AI is just going to kick that out. And it's going to be like, that's from all the lame people. That's why no one likes your fucking music, using lame ass metrics. Most people are not prolific musicians. Why would you be polling on most people? Most people don't make hits. Why would you be tooling towards most people? Most people, you know what I'm saying? Like that trend and that data thing and that social media mindset was like, how do we nickel and dime most people? Whereas before that, it was like subject matter experts. You had a smaller think tank group. You had a smaller creative class of like actually good. And then they would ask them first. And then they'll listen to the stuff on the streets. Now there is no streets. Now there is no subject matter expert. There's Google, YouTube, Wikipedia, AI, and the guys with money. And those are never the guys who make good music. Never. The guy who had all the money and had all the equipment and had a studio in his garage because his mother was very beautiful and nice to us, he's never the guy that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like Teddy Riley and all them boys, Easy Mo B and all those, man. If you listen to all the people that you really love who make music, they get their first equipment from goddamn drug dealers. I mean, this is the first time in human history they'll even have the finances to access a class of technology of that level. You gotta remember what the minimum wage was. So for you to be working that hard to buy a goddamn SP1200, you fucking retarded. You buying that shit before a car, you're stupid. You buying that shit before you get a better apartment outside of the Bronx, you're stupid. Whereas, if you're a homeboy, make $3,000 a damn night. Yo, little nigga, what you looking at in that magazine? You cool as hell. All right, I'll buy you that this weekend, for real. You always talking about it. You better use it, bitch ass nigga. And all of a sudden, you got New Jack Swing. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. You know they gonna use it if a drug dealer bought it. First of all, you gotta understand the social dynamics. I didn't say his daddy bought it. Sometimes a drug dealer is the daddy. That works. That's a cool fucking story. I didn't get that story. But my daddy was a DJ, so I had the technology. Similar story. But he didn't let me use it. Wrong story. But when I got it, he is able to guide me for the initial steps of which way to go. Hallelujah. That's about it. But I wasn't a stranger to music at all. Yeah, it wasn't a fad for me. It was my life. I was raised by a DJ. I was raised by a DJ. I didn't have a chance in the 80s. Not many people's dads are DJs. paid to spin parties. Like, no, that was my dad. He was paid to spin parties, man. Bars, clubs, whatever. You know, a little chitlin circuit, but that's how he made the extra money for equipment. I'll tell you that. So yeah. He slowed down when he got older. But when I was a kid, E-Stars and shit. When was my dad not DJing? I don't remember. With or without a job. At least every 2 weeks. He going to somebody club. He figuring it out now. And that's how I treated selling beats on the internet. It's like, oh, my dad had a job and he was a DJ. Oh, I got a job and I sell beats on the internet. You know what I'm saying? I looked at it like that. I'm sure he would have loved to do some of the bigger things, but he was too scared. He was way too scared to like take a risk to create. It was weird. That's a very fucking weird hang up he has. Cause you know what they did to them? They got introduced to being fucking work for hire and taken advantage of and weird contracts and stuff and like copyrights and like people steal your ideas and then the song get big and they don't pay you. Like they're going through like the shit we hear about on the internet every day for 20 years. Like, all right, what else is new? So does that mean I don't do it? He chose not to do it. He had one little experience and his mom got scared. He said, you moving with your auntie, you don't go to Bel Air. He ain't, man. But also he didn't have the internet. Also he didn't have uploads. Also he didn't have the independent outlet in way of life. He was straight to radio, right? He was a radio DJ too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he was like music industry. His cousin Chris Lighty, like he trying to, you know, his sister's married to Neil Pogue. You know, fucking don't go chasing waterfalls. You don't get that song without my uncle, by the way. You don't get TLC without my uncle, by the way. You don't get Usher. You don't get none of that shit from Atlanta R&B 96 and after without Neil Pogue, by the way. You don't get Outkast without my uncle, by the way. So imagine, that's my dad's brother-in-law. Like my dad is a DJ. His brother-in-law is Neil Pogue. His cousin is Chris Lighty. So when I say my dad is a DJ, I'm telling you, my dad is a DJ. Like, of DJs. Like, blends and all that shit. That nigga is a fucking monster of how he hears things. But he can never take it further because he wanted to follow the yellow brick road of getting a nice job and X amount of money per year and take care of your kids and make sure your son has a mom at home. And he's trying to do that fucking 1960s dream. Repair the trauma he went through with his mom and his dad when they split up and everything he saw after that. And then my mom dying on him. You feel me? Like he trying to piece together a fucking regular picture, but the whole time he's a fucking DJ. He's a goddamn artist. He's from fucking New York City. He went down south to fucking die. No wonder why he ended up in fucking prison. That's the dumbest thing for a nigga to do. If you've been spinning records, so you know those stories you hear about, like people tell you on podcasts now, like their parents would be partying in the living room and they had the kids like change the records for them. That was my dad. Like in the neighborhood that hip hop started. You know what I'm talking about? Like he's that story that everyone tells. He's one of those kids. And like he raised me into music. You feel me? Like just to stack it up for perception purposes. He's always like comparing the game to them. Well, Neil and Chris and this and that. Like I couldn't hear enough of it. When are we ever gonna meet them? When are they gonna invite us to the studio? He don't think like that. Cause he ain't trying to get into music. But I was. And he couldn't see that. He couldn't see that when we talked about music and our family and music that I would light up. He wasn't even trying to make me a DJ. So he missed, like as a dad, he missed big time on that. And I don't hold that against him. Because he's just a person, right? I mean, my girlfriends don't get it. So my dad had his own shit going on. But that's what I'm saying. Double down on that shit. That music thing really saved my goofy ass life. Because it gave me a way, a path. Out of nothing. I'm second generation hip hop. I'm second generation beat makers. Yeah. I'm the second class, not the first one. Third one if you're technical, but you know, I'm a tweener. Raised by a mean ass boomer who was exceptional at spinning records. Exceptional at technology for his time, for his class, for his age group of people. So, you know, I just wanted to bring that to the internet for everybody else's kids, for real. I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same accord at least. Like, hey, I'm gonna give you step 1, 2, and 3. Fuck what these niggas talking about. Fuck what these niggas talking about. They talking about mixing them in. No. This ain't that. I'll call my Uncle Neil now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, nah, I'm sourcing. I'm sourcing from the sources. I'm not recreating samples. I'm telling you what they told me. Yep. That's what Spicy Sundays was about. I've had all those conversations with people in the industry already. I wasn't guessing. I didn't have to guess. That's all my dad did. Tell me about all the fucked up things that happens in New York in music and radio and things. I think my dad was an intern for Wendy Williams. He was just way before Charlamagne the God. Wait, my dad was on that path. Yeah. Yeah, some New York shit. So I had a New Yorker influence, but I grew up down south. Fucked it up for me. I'm telling you, you can't land that trick like that. Can't land that trick like that. That's why I moved my ass out west. I'm telling you. That's the only place I can do it. Down south, you can't do that. You can't. That what I'm groomed to do. You can't do it there. They don't care about being good. Only issues that programs aren't better at crunching audio. There's so many algorithms. TBFP3 full moon. I'm ready for the GPU plugins. Me too, brother. And that's what I'm saying. Them Apple's got them 10 core GPUs by default now. And the Roland synth from the DSP guys, oh, that's coming too. The Motorola guys got a new one. The JP, the good Roland. I forgot about those emulation plugins. Emmett, how did you forget about those? I failed. You hadn't been using them. Yeah, the Xenia. We said the Access virus in the Waldorf. You said that like we were talking about Hypersonic 2 and Eterol. We're talking about the Motorola synths of all Motorola synths. You're like, damn, I forgot I had those. Man, what is going on? Oh man, don't let me get back on one of those. Shit, I can use those before I get a damn Omnisphere 3 update. I might not install anything until I get through those shits. Honestly, this is going to irritate me as soon as I feel like sampling. But if I'm trying to do all that fucking wicked synth R&B shit that I do, those are it. ASIO for all. Hey man, don't say it out loud. I start twitching. Oh shit. 3-3. Rediscover that experience with CDs again. Started listening to full albums again. Yeah. Composure Slim. Music won't be valuable until the full album experience is back. Everybody chasing that streaming demon. The numbers, yep. Listen out. It's the only ones to use. Composure. Composure Slim says, I'm fucking up. The virus is the only virtual synth you should use. Serum, are you insane? Anything besides acoustic electric moving keys. Like I said, you put me in front of Motorola chips and some one-shots. Shit, you put me on fucking Xenia and goddamn Museo. I just take those two. I'll re-up that subscription shit for that fucking Wurlitzer and piano and some flutes and strings. It'd be the same 5 I always use, but that halftime, some low pass, some lo-fi over there. Don't let me get the mixing in Luna or Cubase. It's over. That's it. That's it. UAD, give me my tape plugins back. Thank you. Download. All right. No, squash banana. And then I'll get bored. And then I'll add everything I've ever dreamed of again, part 4. So I might come back with a fucking Roland Phantom. You know what I'm saying? I did Motif last time. I might do Phantom this time. I had a SP44 this time. I have a 303 next time. I had a goddamn all the synths and all the king sources. I'll have all the queen sources this time. Trust me, like, this shit don't stop. Even the Nord lead for the wide clean stuff. Bells and Nord. Yeah, the bells, the keys, the fucking bass too. Don't sleep on the bass. But that type of, we're not doing fucking acid jazz. So, but if you did do acid jazz, yeah, or that fucking Street Fighter soundtrack, that's that. This shit Japanese. Yeah, that's when they don't care about how juiced up the sound is. They listen to the texture, like, oh, it's a square. Use a Nord when you're like, oh, I need a triangle. I need a square. I need a sign. Like, those the type of people that use that shit. Because they're musicians. They're not sound designers. Remember, they make Nord stage. So this is for like keyboardists and performers. So when they made a Nord synth, it was like trying to keep it simple for people who need a square. You know what I'm saying? They're not thinking like, I need the Skrillex womp 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 and the LFO over there with the modulator over there on the low pass filter. And I still don't even know what the fuck that does, but I know how to do it. Same story. Yeah. I'm glad Omnisphere tagged in J3PO though. That was a very dope idea. I seen them try to use him for native instruments a few years ago. But they used him for the sound designing part of Omnisphere this time. Oh my God. Too bad it's 10 years late. But at least we'll have the fucking templates now for what the fuck he was doing. He's the one that makes all those patches that are like Flume. If I haven't listened to Flume, I don't know what the fuck going on in your life, but you can fix it real quick. Flume, Flume. And I only listened to his early projects when SoundCloud first was big for signing EDM people. So Flume's. And he had 10 managers too. Talk about an industry plant. I wonder how many producers he had, because 10 managers is weird. I think he's from Australia, so he needed a team, but it was weird. Like, he had like 10 managers. I still don't understand that story. He had 10 fucking managers help him get his career started. Can you imagine just getting one person to believe in you? This man had 10 people in the room doing a podcast about him, and he won't in the room. Very confused. Very confused. That's stranger than Daft Punk. Now I think about it, but Flume, all those sounds, that's the type of shit. J3PO and all of them, that's their school of sound design. Or certain lo-fi, because J3PO does lo-fi too. You know, jazz or keyboard style, but the sounds he uses. He put that shit in Omnisphere 3. I said, look at God. They even made YouTube shorts with him to show you how to do it yourself. He make it seem so fucking easy. Because it is. But he wanted them, I need a triangle type of kids. So that's why. Like, he can explain it. Like, hey, do this. I'm gonna move this little right here, and it's gonna do that thing. And with the pressure sensitive keys and the MPE. Like, no, I skipped a step. I'll map that to my mod wheel either way we do it. But still, cool story, bitch. Wait, you did what over there? You clicked on that and it did that? Oh, that's what you modulated. Oh, okay. That's what the filters sound like. Because I ain't changing the filter on my goddamn bell. So Eric's ears are still the streets, is what I'm saying. You know? And remember, both of those characters are older than us. So those sounds are for us. J3 is our age group and up. Eric is Gen X, or late boomer, early Gen X. So they ain't thinking about all this other shit going on. They're making that shit for us. So stay in there, gang. They made that shit for us. Composer Slim, Gorilla Gospel 3. Australia got some strange issues to export talent. I think the country needs like a fake amount of cosigns to get out. God damn. Flume and Sophie. I didn't hear about Sophie. Last song I heard from Flume was that I'm Blue remix. I heard Flume's album when he started having artists rapping and singing on him. You know, Flume was like a Timberland, Skrillex hybrid type of production style. Even that other white kid with Masigo, FKJ or whatever the fuck he is. He one of them I need a triangle ass kids too. Neurodivergent autistic keyboard player. Yeah. Them kids, boy, them white boys, man. I ain't got that type of autism. Oh man, I wish. For music, shit. They see that shit in calculus. I don't. I see that shit in algebra. It's a different story, but they're good at what they do. Sound design wise. They get sound design. So I just get their sound designs and I'll go right back to the hood. That's it. Part 2. How do you take that shit back to the hood and there's really not a hood no more? Great question. We have to call it something different. You have to grow up and modify it. Skip the suburbs. Take an Adderall, MG. Nah. As tempting as a Vyvanse prescription could be for a guy like me. I'm gonna thug this one out. Yep, even the JPEG Mafia beat he had on there, that synth hook sound caught my ears first. Yeah, these some sound designers. Yeah. Vyvanse MGM music. Nah, I'll waste that shit mixing, bro. Adderall probably just make me EQ better for real. That's where that's where my brain go. In sound design, I'm more concerned with the design of the stage, like how to get a sound from here to here, from here to here. Like my brain is more like I get stuck on that. Like I hate when I EQ something to make room and it's like the wrong shape. Like what the fuck? This shit is like either it's too loud or it's too far away. Like I be trying to figure out those hidden combinations of mixing that causes sounds to go where you want it, like a sound designer does. I'm a mix designer. There we go. I want to know like why reverb and pre-delay, and not the calculus of it. Not like Young Guru. They know the calculus of things and the woofers and the numbers and the ampheres, and that's more of an engineering brain. And that's their Gen X. That makes sense. They had that shit in their schools. They didn't have it in ours. We had mouses and printer buttons, so I just want to click and for the shit to work. So you can't do that in audio. It's a combination of things that I be wondering about. I'm like, damn, I didn't know that was a combination of things. They say you need to pan, EQ, adjust the volume, and do compression. Compression was the answer to everything, and compression is never the answer. That's the illest shit about it. We spent so much time. I still don't understand compressors. I know the A and B of a compressor. So I go like, well, if you have a waveform and has certain peaks, you set the threshold and the gate, and it causes the peaks to be more, some down. You do the output stage, you take the new shape, you make it bigger, it takes up more space, and you hear it more clearly. Cool fucking story, bitch. Why is there so many speeds for attack and release? What are the differences? Nah, I still don't fucking know. Oh, you gotta let the little transient slip. Bitch, this is not an envelope on a synth. We're talking about the speed of light here. Anyway, like, I be trying to understand it how they understand it, and I just come to realize, just like trying to understand women as a man, you ain't gonna understand these fucking nerds. They ain't answering my question. They don't even think about it how I ask it. That's the part that be real frustrating. I'm like, so for real, you wanna stop fucking playing with me? You just willy-nilly the attacker release on every fucking Neptune beat? You haven't noticed a pattern emerge? Like, on that synth. Entertain me. You know what these bells sound like. No, fucking, you heard the same flute we all use in our beats. How would you compress that flute? Well, it depends on it. No, nigga. So let's start with attack and release. And why? I already know how to set the threshold and make the gain reduction thing. I get it. I understand it. If it's peak, I get it. You're trying to I know. You don't get lost in the mix. No. That ain't my fucking problem. My fucking problem is like, yo, what is this? And how do you get it to sound like this? How do you just use this compression to completely contort this sound? And you only know that if you run into another neurodivergent. Greg, UBK. The way he talk about compression, I'm like, damn. I kind of know what he talking about. Like, I kind of get it. I can't do it now. I can't do what he talking about, but I can hear what he talking about. I'm like, yeah, I'm still not sure if the attack did that, but yeah, he's doing something else to it. Motherfucker ran around and made new tools to do it. So I know he understands compression. And no matter how many times I mirror neuron his ass, I don't know what compressor to use on my little John synth. Can someone answer that one? No, we got to figure it out for ourselves. Hip hop is below them. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of that too. Like, what do you mean? They don't think that you would pay that much attention to detail to our music. They don't hear the nuance of our music. That's their Achilles heel to their genius, is that they can't apply those same sciences and dynamics to a genre they didn't create or play in. Whereas I'll understand the math and algebra for all the genres because it's universal, but they don't see it universally. So many people, I've emailed studios and people like, yeah, I'm trying to mix and rap vocals. I want to make sure I get the right signal flow, blah, blah. Well, if you're just doing rap these days, and all you really have to do is make sure you have some saturation, that ain't what I asked. First of all, my vocals are not in front of the beat, so I know I'm gonna need some parallel something and a better EQ strategy. Second of all, I don't need too much de-essing or for the sibilants to be too sweet, but at the same time, I'm trying to re-level this vocal so that it sits correctly versus everything else. Our music is getting bass heavy. How do you compensate for that? Y'all turn the bass down. We're turning the bass up. So we had to do something different with these vocals. We got to wait for Young Thug's engineer. Cut it the fuck out. I don't want to hear what he got to say about mixing anything. I'm not listening to him when I want to mix anything anyway. No disrespect or anything. It's just that we don't ever get the answers from the people who need to answer them too. They're like, I get paid the big bucks, and if I just give you all my secrets, then the engineers watching me, they'll learn the secrets because they're almost there. Like, I get it. All right, we'll buy the presets. I guess. Like, and then the presets, they still throwing you off. I ain't got time. I ain't got time. I don't teach like that. That gatekeeping shit is weird. Like, we talking about music, bitch. On my ancestors that created this shit, we talking about music. On King James English, we talking about music and King James English, and that's my granddaddy. Like, what are we talking about? So, yeah, ain't no, you can't hold back on something so majestic. It's just like magic. You can tell everyone everything. They still gonna do something different. So what are we hiding? They ain't gonna do the same thing with it, Robin. And if your friends in the music industry turn against you because some other kid can do the same sound, then you need to reevaluate your industry relationships. Because it seems like those are the only things you defend, but those are the ones that seem so fucking loose. If the wrong information gets out and someone else can do it, like, your ass ain't secure because of people, not because of secrets. Your ass ain't secure because of the people you dealing with, not because of the people who about to make new music. Like, so miss me with the socialism. But you get it. Like, when it's always the answer, when that's just the way of life for that generation, it is what it is. Boomers and Gen X is really weird when it comes to this shit. But meanwhile, the millennials, templates, tutorials, pictures, all kinds of silly shit. And then a few of us that still take it serious. I wanted to pass down the seriousness. It's a serious art. It's a discipline. You really get better every year of your life. Music proves to me that consistency is key because the results show up. You get so much better over time. And a lot of it's not repetition. It's not like practicing a kick or a basketball shot either. Like, you're translating how you feel in your life. You're getting better at that. You're getting, like, you start like, well, what kind of beat am I going to make today? You go from that to being like, I heard something and I know how to do that. And I'm going to do that. And that's what it is. You go from, it don't matter what fucking sample it is. I could turn it into something. You see me do it every time I stream. But then it goes from that to going like, I hear what this person is saying to me. What kind of music you like? And I'll do my little field operations and try to, isolate. It's like a real-time synonym with words. Like, would I be like 1 dash Timberland and 1 dash this shit? All right, ancient Chinese secret real quick. Just get started. Oh, shit, you like violins or flutes or anything like that? Orchestral? What do you call it? You went to band when you were in school? You like any of the winds? All right, Lotus flute. Here we go. All right, and you South 808, you 808s or you bass lines? We talking about funk R&B bass lines, or you just talking about kicks? They always talk about reggaeton's bass line doesn't change. Bitch, it's not a bass line. Those are kicks. You talking about bass lines or you talking about kicks? All right. You need some fucking Afro beat. You sure you don't do Afrobeat? You do drill, don't you? You do New York drill, don't you? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Kirk, the boy, he did the grippy and shit. Like, he did that shit with the Foxy Brown chords. We can do the same thing. I can do the same thing. Like, you ain't saying nothing to me. I got those chords in chord book, by the way. Y'all don't worry about me. I can do it now. All right. So then your brain, you know what I'm saying? Like, as you get older, you can do that. Like, you can architect the song before you even open the program. I couldn't do that as a kid. I didn't know how to. I didn't know what was who, how, none of it. Now I do. The only thing now I can finally get better at is training my ear to music theory. It's like I saved the best for last. Technically, that should have been first. But it's cool that it's last for me because everything else that I've learned how to do first. So now when I go back into it and I get serious about playing music, and it's because all my limitations has been because I haven't practiced that more. Now, I've practiced it enough over 20 years, but I know what I'm missing. I know where it draws a blank. Like trying to do math in your head. Like 9 times 9 is 81. 9 times 12 is 90 plus 18. You know what I'm saying? Like, it start getting like that for me when I listen to keys and melodies of other things. It's like I'm guessing. I don't like that. But when I started, I guessed everything because I didn't know what it was. So now that I'm older, it's like, oh, it's up, up, down, or something like that. They doing something now, and I got enough memory to re-emulate it and catch it eventually. But I need to practice that more than anything else. So that when I go back to the drawing board, I go, that reminds me of this song. And oh yeah, that song, that's that melody. Oh, so it's this. Oh, that's on that chord, a minor. Okay, I want to start there. Like, I know the next step for it over and over and over again. And that's the one thing about music. There's always another step for it. Always. I might fuck around and learn guitar before I learn piano for real. It'll make the most sense. On Judah, it does, but you know, I might have picked up piano because of MIDI, but my ability to write music the way that people do might be better with a guitar. Actually, it might communicate to me chords and keys, and because of what it is, it might just talk to me differently than a piano. I'll find out. So yeah, like that kind of stuff. Like in my 40s, already determined that. As I said to myself when I turned 40, if I'm still in music, getting better, either I'm going to sit down and learn piano, or I'm going to learn guitar. Since I'm already doing MIDI and keyboards, might as well be something completely new, maybe. And then when I'm 50, I'll do the other one. So 40s, if I do piano, which would be more than enough time to do what I make, then by 50s, I can pick up the guitar and sing to some bitches at the beach and islands. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? You don't need a Bluetooth speaker for a guitar, boy. So 40 got to be piano, 50 got to be guitar, or 50 got to be guitar, or 40 got to be guitar, 50 got to be the rest of piano. Whatever, however life allows me to live my life, I'll be either learning how to really, really play keyboard better, or I'll just learn how to fuck around on guitar enough to make the type of guitar beats I ever wanted. You know what I'm talking about? Like, just enough to understand the chords and think about it as a musician and not just, what is this little, what do these blocks do? No. I want to learn how to play guitar and play guitar. And then I'm going to fuck it up with my internal chord book. Don't miss it now. I know how to do the shit now. Now I just got to learn, you know. And that's why I say 10 years. It probably won't take me 10 months for either one. But I know it'll take me 10 years to do what I want. I want to do something with that. That's how music is. You learn something and you want to do something else with it. Like, I'm learning this to do this. And you can't do it unless you learn that. That's one thing. Music will humble you. Like, I don't care about what tool, what preset, what AI it is. It'll do something, but it don't do what you want. That's the difference. I wanted to be able to earth bend, air bend, heart bend music, to do whatever the fuck I wanted. Like, okay, I'm gonna start with the sample. Okay, we're gonna remove this. Okay, I can play this better in Museo. Okay, now I'm gonna add synths. Okay, now we're gonna run it through tape. Okay, then we're gonna do the summing. Okay, wait. Let me email this such and such. They got this one thing. Let me see if they send me back something interesting. I'm putting that in the bridge. Yeah. Same thing. You talk to our sisters. Oh man, I'm sorry, girls. I gotta tell you again. A lot of these women, they don't understand how to lock in video games. They definitely didn't understand us locking in music. I don't think they will ever know how good I am at music. Because you know how it is playing a beat or two for someone. If they're not trying to listen to every beat you ever made, they might listen to 3 or 4 things and be like, oh, that's okay. You don't have enough time to find their wine library subscription. Whereas, if they saw me create music from scratch with someone, and they see how fast it happens, they have never met anyone like me. Even girls who do music. Like, yeah, the person, you know, we recorded it 2 hours, blah, blah. They, you know, there's always something wrong with the mixing, right? Like, charge extra for mixing is always a mixing handicap, right? Or, you know, we just gotta make it louder. Oh, you talking about mastering. They don't know how to use L3. All right, cool. Sorry, bitch. I did all that when I was 15, bro. I'm gonna use it today at 30, 5, 40. Like, They be like, yo, you don't even realize I know how to do everything you just talked about. They don't even realize it though. I got a song about it, don't I? I got a song called In Tune with one who didn't get it. She ain't posted a new song since, has she? Cause let alone the people you pay can't do what I do that easily. Ain't nobody gonna do that for free. It's too many steps. It took me 5 different roles in music to do that song for a girl by herself. All she had to do was write. Channel. All she had to do was channel me. And she did. It's the funniest thing about life when you're one of us. Metaphysics. We understand what's happening. And I ran through that in my mind just now thinking about it because it's this time last year actually. And I was like, yeah. I did the beat, playing around, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, I really got to finish this beat. I don't like this beat, how this is. No. This beat needs a little section, a little bridge, just something to give the time for it to do something else, for the hook to come back in. Like, I knew that already. 2 takes on Zulu already. I knew that already. Sure, SM7B, Michael Jackson. I got the preamps and UAD already. On Neve 1084, I do. In Your High is going to be weird. I got these new plugins. I had to negotiate with this guy on Facebook and the time, part 2. I had entered a $300 plugin in this chat for free. You don't know a nigga in anybody university that'll find the tool that you need, make an email, and get it for you to use it for free. Like, no, ain't too many producer engineers quite like me at all. Like, and half the people who got machine ain't got these sounds at all. I got all the damn sounds, and I ain't pirate shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know how to stack. Like, what mgthefuture is like, bro, I got Melodyne in auto-tune, in the old auto-tune. I got everything you need, and I know how to use it. Man, don't make me lose it. I'll put that shit on Oxide and everything in between us. I'll set up the goddamn Luna mix, and I hate damn mixing, and I hate even exporting shit into Luna. But for this song, this is what I practiced it for a song, not an instrumental. Yeah. Didn't even appreciate that shit for real. Swear to God. So like, yeah, man. Being a guy is hard, sisters. We can be an expert or master or dedicate our life to the things that we love, and most people won't even know, inquire, or notice it because of how locked in the degree of, hey, my name is mgthefuture, I'm a beat maker, is. Me saying I'm a producer or beat maker, if there's not a radio hit song to it, it's kind of like, oh, you're one of those guys. No. I'm one of those guys where one of those guys have the tools that they have because of I. You hear that song right there? Yeah, that's a tutorial I did in July. You see that tool right there and those presets? Click on it. My name is right there, mgthefuture. You understand? They're looking for a guy who's high value. And I'm like, bro, y'all weird. Y'all don't know what that means. Y'all don't want a man that's high value or a man that's proved himself or educated or none of those things. Y'all just want money. I'm talking about them. They just want money because if they heard what the fuck I just said, they'd be like, no, you don't know anybody like mgthefuture actually. Right. Imagine, I have a hard time with women. It's King James Kid. With everything that I contribute to YouTube, music production, technology, to all the relationships I have with everyone that they look up to, or the people behind the scenes of those people. From the managers, the models, the producers, the engineers, the rappers too, the artists too. I mean, I got songs with the girls from Making the Band for real. That's why they watch those TV shows, Love and Hip Hop. Like, the girl you saw on Making the Band, that girl, yeah, she's singing on my beat. I ain't paying for shit. Shout out to Oakland. You understand everything. Like, I got people outside. I was on the internet since I was outside. Like they don't know. They don't know about all those records I did on the lawn with Knife Wonder and their crew. They know about Knife Wonder and Little Brother, but they don't know about all the other rappers and how I got songs with all the other rappers. Already, since I was a kid. since I was a kid. They don't know that. They don't care. Like, oh, I know. I meet one or two girls like, hey, I like Little Brother. I like that first album listening. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, player. You was on the damn forums or something. But did you know? You know about Legacy and Joe Scott and all of them. And you know about these guys. You know about those guys. Yeah, all those Dan Johns and all of them. All right, all those guys. I got songs with all those guys. Nah, they don't believe in MG the Future, bro. Nah, man, no. They talking about they listen to Lo-Fi and J Dilla. You know my first beat machine ever was a SP303? They don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. But you love J Dilla. You missed my connection point. I'm not trying to be better than nobody. I'm just saying this is something we should talk about. You love J Dilla. You know, they like donuts and like SP303. Did you know when I was a kid, I worked at McDonald's for $5.15 an hour, and the first thing I bought was SP303? Can you fucking imagine the roots and science of this? Like, yeah, J Dilla's that guy, because I know what he did with that shit, and I ain't quite there just yet until like 2018, but you know what I'm saying? But, that, you know, no. J Dilla. That's big bro no matter what time it is. Rest in peace. So, yeah, no, like, nah. They don't relate to us in that way. They only care if it makes them a nice car and a nice house and some trips somewhere. If it does not translate to, well, how can we spend it? I've noticed, just me, and this is my natural selection. I know I don't get to date every woman. Please save me the gory details. So why would I? But I don't talk about myself as a music producer in real life. And I've absolutely made more songs than their favorite producer. I've made more beats than their favorite song person who make their favorite song right now. I've taught more people how to do the same thing than anybody they know in their social media. I've taught more people than they have followers. I've sold more kits to people than their favorite person that they follow and has sold records to people in real life. My name and my music come standard in every machine software package. Mass distribution, millions of units sold. I'm way bigger than platinum. I'm everywhere music production is, in one way or another. You're gonna be related to something in music and you'll see me in the streets, you'll take me to a studio and someone will mention a company and I'll know Dave. They will mention this plugin. Oh, you want a plugin boutique? Oh man, you should have seen me back in my day. Oh, you want to talk about this and that and that? Oh man, you should have seen my fucking legendary chats. Those are the guys who did Beyonce. Like, I know all the guys that work with fucking Beyonce. These girls love Beyonce. I talk to the niggas that work for Beyonce. You know what I'm saying? Like, they love Beyonce and Beyonce's records. I'm like, yeah, I mean, all right, watch the damn tour. You see that DJ right there? Yeah, that's an engineer. His name is Young Guru. Do you like Blueprint? You like the Jay-Z albums? Yeah, his engineer. Yeah, that's the guy I was talking to. Nothing. It's just, unless you have the money. That's the only thing I'm missing. I promise you, boy. None of those virtues, none of that hustle, none of the shit that they want in a man. Son, if I only had the money, nothing that I'm talking about would even be transferable to him. See, I be describing the dad of their future kids. They be thinking about their retirement because they're tired of working. How are we supposed to meet in the middle? They can't say that I need to work harder. They don't say I need to go harder. They don't have to say, I've never stopped going. To this minute, I'm on YouTube. To this minute, I still stream every day. To this minute, I can stream for hours and don't run out of nothing to say on God, right? On like the majority of my life for real. I've been going hard my whole fucking life for real. They can't even go hard enough to finish an EP. But they will judge us like we ain't ready for success. Meanwhile, I'm the only one with the blueprint. Shit tough out here, boy. This shit tough out here, boy. I'm the only one that she know with the blueprint. It's tough out here, boy. I did all that shit that you trying to do with your Etsy. I lived off of fucking YouTube, boy. Like, you know what I'm saying? college? You want to get some mileage? Like, do you know how fucking impossible it is for a nigga making beats and Fruity Loops to have done just that on YouTube for 10 years? They can't fathom the success that they're asking for. They're asking for men like that. And they don't even know how to communicate to a guy like that. And I'm one of them. Like, I see all of them describe me and watch TV in my face describing the kind of guy and say it's not about the money. And I'm like, you know, I learned how to do all this shit because my dad's in prison and my mom's dead. On top of that, because we always talk about trauma. We always talk about trauma, their trauma. Like, why they act the way they act? Trauma. Oh, my traumas and all the other gory details I don't mention. I still locked in. And I did exactly what the fuck you would tell a man to do. I started when I was 15. I maxed it out already. All I'm missing is an ungodly amount of money in royalties. Look outside, shorty. Them people with them placements, they ain't got it either. So they had some money, and they ain't got it right now. You know what they ain't got in the meantime? All the skills and experiences that I got. I can talk to anyone who does music about music, and I'll fuck around and end up teaching them something. It's not because I'm special. It's because I was fucking serious. For 25 years in a row. We don't retire from this though. You know, it's not corporate. Yeah. So I've been bet on myself. It's the only way I made it this far. And they're gonna tell you about their degree and their job they hate. They gonna tell you how much their partner ought to make. They gonna tell you about everything else they entitled to. And they don't hear nothing the fuck we said. I already sacrificed my life to make something out of myself. You just can't see it. It's music. You should listen. They don't. JPX says you're making me tear up for real. Don't do that. Composure Simpson's willpower. Their qualifications always matter. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified to do any of the things that I've done. I'm not qualified to know any of the people that I know. If we're going by paper and degrees and opportunities and placements, there's no reason why a guy like me in this space would have all of that access or influence at all. If we're using on paper metrics. But if we use reality and experience and wisdom in the shit, oh my God. What degree will they give me? How the fuck they gonna teach me about making music online as an internet producer and making money? Like the college courses and the AI and the art institutes that start teaching that shit. They give out degrees to do what I do, and they don't know what the fuck I know. So much so, they'll have me teach at an art institute in Chicago, and I have 3 times. I didn't go to college, and I'm teaching college. I'll say that, and they're like, oh, that's a cool story. Oh, shit, that's crazy. You can hear anything I said. Because they always look at it to see where it takes you. Like they want to see they don't want to see they don't seem to care about history or what you've done in the past. That's only interesting if it explains what you have. Right? It's kind of like the other way around. It's how you see rich people on TV. It's like you walk into their house and be like, oh yeah, and this plaque right here is from the time we did 10,000 units sold, and I met Usher, and like, oh, tell me all about Usher, because she's staring at the plaque. And then you go down the hallway and you see these crystals and like, nigga, you know how much I know about crystals? But oh, this is like some big Sean type shit. Oh, I like malachite. I got the biggest malachite I can buy at the store. Like, oh my God, what does it do? Meanwhile, right? Like they'll look at it, they'll look at a guy like that. He got some malachite in his crown, some kind of shit like that, right? You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. But look, I'll reach in my pocket right now on no autism, right? I got combinations of crystals that do things. You know what I'm saying? But they doing tarot cards and going to botanicas and buying crystals. And they will not ask me a damn thing about what I think or what I know about crystals. Like, it's almost like we're not, like, when you're a guy that has those other traits, they ignore it. It's useless in a casual conversational sense. I'm not even talking about women I'm with. I'm talking about girls, period. They don't hear shit that men say. And then they be like, what's wrong with us? Shorty, you didn't even hear me enough to realize that at that point in the story, a normal person would be proud of me. You're still waiting for the point. Tell me I'm lying. Right? They celebrate if they get the job. You apply to a job. That tends to what happens when you apply to it and you qualify. Got a new job. I'm excited. Let's go out and eat and do something nice. Oh my God, my contract, blah, blah, blah. And you're genuinely excited. Like, good fucking news. You got something that you wanted. But what did I tell you? Just keep your mind on it. I knew you was going to get it, but you can't say that. But you did. Magic. But then when I go through the same thing, I'm like, yo, I was trying this real bad and I was reaching out to these people and they finally got back to me and then bow, check this out. You can even see it on the website. I can email you the link. I didn't make that. How did I get there? How did my picture get there? You see my logo right there? How did I get there? How did I get there? How did I get there? You see, that's the same brand you see in Guitar Center. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? I'm a magazine girl. Stop playing with me. They're talking about a model is based on who they are on the Vogue cover, right? Hello? My logo on all the Vogues. What are we talking about? They can't fathom that. They can't fathom, like, they don't know, like, and I get it. And that's why I don't hold that. I don't care. That's why I don't talk about it and I don't go there. Because it's like, who's the asshole? Like, they don't get it. And it wasn't for them to get. I did it by myself. It's for my little micro subworld of digital music and the little communities and the people. If you know, you know. But, like, that's a big fucking deal in real life. Because you got to go to college and apply and get hired in real life in fucking Paris, Germany, or Los Angeles or New York City to even have a chance at knowing those people, let alone end up in their magazines. And I did that 300 pounds with no fucking hairline. You can tell me anything. Can't tell me shit about nothing, about how shit works. Can't tell me shit about metaphysics and manifesting nothing. Can't tell me nothing about perseverance and never giving up about something you love. Mm-hmm. It's a love issue. I did like that because I loved it first. All the pain and the sacrifices and it not panning out to the big house is just the way things go. But I still love it. I'm still going to do it, and I'm going to get better. That's a very unique prism. Everyone doesn't find that early or get to witness live up to that. But they be like, one day I have an idea, I'll start a business. One day, I really am passionate about when I was younger, and they never get around to it, never get around to it, never get around to it. Meanwhile, I've already been doing it for 25 years, sis. I'm not telling you to listen to me. But what I am telling you is, if you want to ask anybody about any of those things, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. What they do. They rather go on the internet and watch a tutorial and listen to someone else. They listen to people famous for telling people how to do it, but not for actually doing it. You know that, sis. You know that. You know, Anno Domini and Legion Beats ain't got nothing produced by them on goddamn SoundCloud or YouTube. So we know they ain't selling millions of beats. Because who the fuck is buying millions of beats and not releasing one song using the clout of I was produced by this guy? Meanwhile, I got hard drive files and folders and years and times. When the sound changed, I was there. When the sound changed again, I was there. And when the sound changed to lo-fi, hi, my name is mgthefuture. My name wasn't just making music. I was always on it. I didn't just play Call of Duty. I played every last single one of them. And made money doing it. And I have no problem with that. I have no problem with, oh, you make a little bit of money, oh, you're buying for this, you're paying the bill, blah, 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 blah. And that's where it is. It stops right there. Oh, that little hobby you have is good enough for this, but don't you want more one day? Yeah. That's why I'm doing what works. It doesn't work like that, sis. Oh, you thought because someone gets good at something or they know somebody that they're entitled to the publishing deal that you heard about. You think just because I know Nicole Ray and I have songs with her, that her label is going to re-sign her and distribute them. You don't understand the pipeline of the music industry because you're on TV watching music people and they don't understand it either. Hi, my name's mgthefuture. My uncle's Neil Pogue. Go and piss on this place real quick for me, real quick. Yeah, I've known him since I was 3 years old. If I didn't understand anything about this game, trust me, when I talk to him, I understand something. He don't even want his own damn son in it. So I know it wasn't personal. That don't stop me from making music, though. And that don't stop me from figuring out how to get some money. It don't stop me from being in the magazine. It don't stop me from being on their website. It don't stop me from going hard. And that's all they want. They want a man that finds his passion and go hard and do the thing. And I did already. I don't know. Your words and your expectations don't match the reality when you're face to face with it. You're still looking for something more. And that's what it is, brothers. That's a coonship deficiency. I don't know why they do that. I don't know if they know how these stories end with people like us. You can't skip that step without those ingredients. And they'll last if they don't have them. But they think they have time to find a finished product. They have no problem if you made something and it got a Grammy and they get to go to party with you. But you have to do that for them. Like, that's in their head. Like, all right, well, this is, they count the ladder of perception of success through mainstream. And it's crazy. They love underground music, but they want you to have mainstream success, right? Imagine. Like, which one is it, sis? Which one is it? They don't know. Counting the social credit score, yes. And they're trying to figure out how to convert the clout to a meme coin. Yes. And if they knew who I was on Spicy Sundays, they know that's everything I'm not about. I speak against that, which is the craziest thing, and they won't understand that. Like, oh man, you're crazy friend on the podcast, man. Do you know what we're talking about? I'm talking crazy on 3 a.m. I'm talking about human trafficking and freeing women. You don't like my hot take on the women that I've dated. Personal. I don't like them. But what does that stop me from speaking against abuse of women? Human trafficking through the music industry. What those tattoos mean. The same bitch will tell you to be careful. You shouldn't say everything on the internet. So when do you want your man to lead and speak up then? In the kitchen? Only when it comes to something to eat. Why would I be so caught up with slavery in the past? We got a fucking socio-political issue, being black. Can you fucking imagine I taught myself how to solve it? Like, I want these girls to find a man that's ever fucking done that they've dated. I know how difficult it is because it took me 25 years of research while doing everything else exceptional and not getting the exceptional rewards. Thank God that's not why I did it. Yeah, man. They said they studied 2 years in college on King James, on John Smith, on the Moors, on the Toltecs, on everything that I ever talk about for hours at a time on a Sunday. And they have never seen me read a fucking book. Then I asked them, do you know a guy who's done that to help liberate the mind of people? Not just his, but also everyone else's. Like tech support. Lowest common denominator. I found a liar. I found where the lie is. Oh, they on against the ropes now. Watch this. Watch me pull this bitch apart like Jenga and watch it happening next week. Then I asked him, do you know a guy like that? Speaking all this crazy stuff, but it just keeps happening. And I'm Indian. So if I can't figure them out, guys, if I can't impress them and convince them that I'm competent, that I'm serious, and that I'm a good guy, and I'll be a hell of a father to a kid, if I ain't got that federal 38 trillion negative debt C-note that they can spend, it means nothing. And I wish they stopped pretending. They be pretending. They don't mean it. They mean all of the things that add up to the thing they mean, and they don't say the thing they mean. You have to say gold digger. It's not a bad thing. Just say it. You gotta say hypergamous. It's not a bad thing. It's lately genetic. Or you gotta say, hey, I just want to be treated like a princess because I have a vagina. Men don't know no different, by the way, sis. But your qualifications to meet you there doesn't require all these steps now, does it? That's the craziest thing about it. You spend $1,200 with a picture with Chris Brown and he don't pay your rent. You paying him. You pay however much money it costs to go see Usher in Vegas. And you smiling and hoping he's singing to you. He ain't driving you home. So what's the difference? Besides your perception of their clout, how many women want them? And all of it's because they're famous, which leads to money, lifestyle. They don't want the brain stuff. They don't want the emotional stuff, guys. This generation of women have been trained to find the values that most align with a lifestyle. They're describing the lifestyle, not the variables. That's why you can have all the variables and all the things on paper and it doesn't line up. It's because that's what I'm saying. Like for men, it's like, wait, if you fill this points on your quest log, you beat the quest. But in the game of women or in the mind of women is no, they have figured out that those quest points line up to this loot, this chest. And even if you mark this stuff down, if it's a 1 out of 6 chance and you roll it and you don't get it, you telling them you went on a journey and rolled 1 out of 6 on that chest isn't what they care about. They care about if you got what was out of it. All that other extra shit is just talking. They're social creatures. They don't mean that. They mean the end game. They mean the lifestyle. They mean the clout. They mean the access. They mean the money. They mean the budget. They mean they don't have to go to work. They don't care if you're a good guy and you work really hard and you have all these accolades and blah, 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 because they're only going to ask you what? How come or why it does not add up to my ideal? And I was like, I'm sorry, bitch. I did not do this based on your ideals. I just met you. Can you imagine? I lived 40 years by myself. I had no idea. Like, that's what I was going for. But they talk like that. They talk like we molded our lives and life happened the way that they molded it for us. And it's like, you want to come at the finish line. You don't want to do the work. You don't want to jog. You don't want to run with us. You don't want to see us go through all the trials and the exhibitions. You want us after the podium. Cool. You ain't the only one. There's usually a crowd. And then when they get in that position, like, oh shit, I'm a groupie or a cheerleader. Yeah, and there's never one of those. Well, it's okay as long as my lifestyle. Exactly, sis. Stop saying you want a man. Say you want the lifestyle that comes with him. And they're ashamed of that. They're ashamed of wanting a better lifestyle at the back of another man. They'll sound like slave drivers or something, like it's in their ancestry, in the land owned by women. Wake your ass up. You read everything in history but about the women. That's for good fucking reason. Because you realize they're the ones that are doing all that shit. We didn't invite a bunch of gay friends over here. You did. Do the science, Montezuma. So yeah, on my grandfather. So yeah, on top of that, like cut it out. So yeah, no, this ain't that. And that's what I'm saying. I'm a son of kings and emperors, and it's not enough for women. I'm the son of kings and emperors. That means something when you get into spirituality in heaven. Like, I'm the descendant of angels, and it makes no difference to women. They're actually anti that. They're very anti-Semitic. They just don't know it. That's why it's weird. You meet them half on religion, God, and the Bible too. They don't like that. They'll have a book of Psalms because they're witches. And then you'll start talking about Ephesians and Malachi and all these things and making all these connections and making it make sense. And you even pull out a fucking whiteboard. And they never come back with questions. My daughter, though, my son, I have to be their father no matter what, right? And I know my life really fucking weird. And I know all my spirits and everything that's around me are really fucking weird. Can you imagine what my kids would have, right? Like what's not clicking to women, right? Because they don't look at it like that. They don't look about picking the man and the kids and all that. No. If the man can be there and pay for the kids, then I don't even need that man. He just got to pay for the kids when I move on to another man until I'm bored. Like, that's what we've been seeing. The numbers show us that. Now the podcast, we're hearing it out loud. Like, and it's more of those voices than any other voice. So the question is to my sisters out there, who are the women voicing something different? Why are they so silent? That's crazy. Because as long as y'all silent, y'all don't speak up. Guess what? Consensus. The mainstream narratives that you see now on the damn doom scroll, that's going to influence all the girls and the women coming in the future. And you got to live in that. And you got to raise your son with those girls. So it means you don't have to be somebody's mother-in-law that's like that. The more and more y'all just let that shit run away from you. Forget your retirement age. And if the retirement homes are funded by Trump, like, you got to grow up in a society of those girls. If men ain't shit, what do you think has happened to all these little girls? They're accelerating worse and reprobate than you ever have been. What you racked up in 20 years, they did in 2 summers. That's about to be your nurses. That's going to be your daycare center providers. That's if you have sons, and y'all know y'all love to have some sons. That's whose grandbabies got to come through them. Your grandkids got to come through them, and y'all ain't thinking about it. But you need all this money for legacy? Have you thought about the map yet? You know what game you're playing? What game you got to win here? Is that no matter what we do, me, you, or everyone in between us, everybody else on a general consensus, you see which way they're going. Is it getting better or worse? If you can't see that shit, then maybe we're right. Maybe this generation just has to fizzle the fuck out. Because these rules are fucking retarded. All of it for fucking lifestyle and Joneses. The root issue of all feminism. Fuck what everyone's talking about. Give me the money. The end. They don't want to be equal to men. They want to be equal to rich men. Okay. Go work hard and be rich then. I can tell you, as hard as I worked for 25 years, it does not equal rich. So working hard is not what you're missing. That's not how you get rich. That's how you become a master. Have you heard of a one-hit wonder? They get rich real quick. They're not masters of music. Like anything else, your professor, your doctor. They're not the richest doctor. He's 68 years old. He's been a doctor for 40 years, though. I hope he knows what's wrong with your ass. I hope, because he drove a fucking electric Prius, you don't judge him. The fuck going on? So they make you run through all the hoops in the society, the programming, everything suggests like everything that's under the 1% can become the 1%. It can't. But let's transgress the 86%. Let's get to the top 15% then. Cool fucking story. $400,000 a year. Doing what? Y'all per capita are complaining about the goddamn cost of living and the wages aren't up. It's a political thesis that we know across the whole fucking board. No amount of hours you work per those values will ever equal out of this loop. It doesn't fucking exist. And y'all trying to figure out like the women and the men who say it exists and how they get it. You keep forgetting they own businesses. They're not working hard. Their workers are. You want to start businesses? Oh, cool. Shit. I'm not a businessman. I'm creative. Wrong story. Just say all y'all looking for is businessmen. But you don't say it because you sound like a gold digger. Why would it sound like that, sis? Because it is. Y'all have niched in the idea of Mr. Biggs. Y'all have niched in the idea that a guy isn't a hard worker because hard workers don't mean money. You're looking for a guy that has a lot of cool businesses, whether they're legal or illegal. I understand how y'all give it up. That's why y'all love street niggas. They just happen to have $10,000 of no value. They just waste on bitches. And then you wonder why you can convert them into a businessman. Because a businessman ain't going to get $10,000 and spend the weekend looking for bitches. You're dealing with Baby Boy and Tyrese. But you're trying to describe Stringer Bell. You're looking for Idris Elba. You're looking for Stringer. You see what happens to Stringer, though, right? Y'all be describing Stringer Bells and the brother in that East Orange movie. Rob Peace and shit. Y'all be describing them. What happened to all those boys in those movies? They got a little thug in them, but they really intelligent. They get killed by thugs, nigga. Hi, I'm still alive, though. So you be wishing for the nigga that's a target in his own goddamn social circle. You want a street nigga that's emotionally intelligent and all these other cool things? That's a target, nigga. Yeah, they just be saying shit. They just be mixing shit together like it don't affect you. They don't do the algebra of it. Nah, y'all in love with pieces of shit because they have money. Y'all fall in love with the idea of a nigga that's just saying shit. As long as he got the money to say that shit. But you take that money away, you don't even hear that nigga no more. You can't even find those people who made that content no more. That shit is temporary. Look at the economy now. We wouldn't have so many people talking about food stamps and what's going on with the cost of living if it was really like that, like it was on Tumblr, bitch. Everyone just be saying shit. It's the internet. And you mapped your survival and your pairing off of that concept that there's an exceptional percentage of people, most of them capping for the attention. Cooking with Kaya talking about she broke, nigga. She on the fucking Twitch stream with her boyfriend on a fucking money phone. Where it go? She can shake ass and cook some shit, but she ain't a businesswoman. So y'all use the makeup tutorials of the girls who ain't businesswomen. But they really good at shaking their ass. Now imagine, I wake up every day like, oh my God, if I don't get up today, that girl that be showing her ass off to everybody on the internet ain't gonna answer my DM. oh my God, if I don't hurry up and save up for this $50,000 or more ring, man, the girl that's been like in everyone's DMs since fucking MySpace, like she might not be disappointed. I have to walk on eggshells with a girl talking about she gonna do OnlyFans for a season so she can get some more fucking purses. I'm waiting for a brother to tell me I'm lying. Is that not the science? Why don't women understand that about men? We already dying, sis. We're not working hard and dying to live. What? And we got to build up ourselves and all of our businesses and our bank accounts and all of our networks and all these things. And we do. And then you have all the human and nigger dramas involved in that too. Don't forget, it's not easy. And then deal with you as a challenge. Weird story. I just met you. Why would I be committed all my hustle and my time and my resources to you anyway? That's why this story works better before college. Because we in the same neighborhood. I thought you were cute since we started elementary school. We went to different middle schools and we linked up in high school. We're kids, but we go to college. And like, hey, I remember you. You remember me. Yeah, I'm going back home this weekend. I'm going to drive out there. You want to drive with me? I drop you off at your mom's house or your aunt's house. And then boom, 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 boom. And by the time we take off next to 40, you have known our ass for 25 years. You was there for 25 years. You was there for 20-something years before we got it. Of course, that man that's been with that woman for 10 or more years is like, yeah, this is everything. She's my everything. She's my fucking everything. You want a guy that just met you to be like, she's my everything. How? I got everything by myself. Y'all making yourselves the carry-on baggage. Y'all are waiting at the finish line to be carried on to the flight at the last minute. Y'all not down in the fucking elevators and shit trying to talk to the kiosk and get your tickets printed. Y'all want to be there like Honolulu. You want us to be holding up the goddamn, no, welcome to Hawaii ass niggas. Meanwhile, everyone that you're mapping, including your fucking grandmother, known Otis since he was a kid. Like, even if they weren't intimate and dealing with each other, they're in the same fucking neighborhood and church region. They got aunts that know each other. Meaning this nigga known her for over 20 years. What the fuck else he gonna do? Meanwhile, we dating and swiping on Tinder. Like, I'm your 20th pick. And if I'm not up to code willing to treat you like a wife, and I'm just on your roster, then the men have lost the plot about what women want. The fuck y'all talking about? Y'all goddamn 30 and over. Acting like that man knew you since you were 11 years old. The fuck wrong with the idea? I'm talking about this is where the debate is in this realm of values being fucked up. Your value of longevity isn't after the money, sis. It's before. Everything works when you can afford it, bitch. It don't always work. So if you don't have the time, patience, or entitlements to build something, partner up with someone, then you will be single and die alone. Because you're talking about finding a man who has to do it by himself. He's single and living alone, with or without you. You're not the X variable in that. So no one's being mean to women. Y'all don't listen to men. We're talking about common sense. The reason why you're going to get old and die alone is because we know you're not going to settle for no regular man. That's why we say that. We're not saying that because you can't have a man. We're not saying that because you don't deserve a man. They don't even say that because they don't want to be a man. They're saying the way that you talk and you act so far, and this is the age you are, and we know how we are when we get older, and we know older people. Can you fucking imagine? We've been on Earth for a while. Yeah, those people don't get better with time. In fact, people don't grow up past 15 for real. So all the arrangements and assortments that you're waiting for must be money, bitch. You're not going to get a different man as you get older. All of the variables are here. When you get older, we get older too. It's the same niggas that are there. So you're not waiting for the character or the variables or all the people in your friend zone. You're waiting for one of them to get enough money to woo you over and take you out of your world of independence.
You're not looking for a man, sis. You're looking for an assist. That's why you would settle for the man who takes you on nice dates. That's why you would settle for Tinder apps just to eat. That's why you would settle for some alcohol and some friends and some freaks. That's why you would settle for all of the things and not care about any of those man's personalities or traits, except for when it comes to your husband, the guy that's bring you out of the mud and putting you on the trophy cabinet. But he got to be the star of personalities and traits. No, he don't. You just say that to all these snakes. You be describing a man that don't exist to keep them away. Meanwhile, the man you're looking for ain't none of that shit either. That's why you haven't found him yet. You can't create the man that's successful. Look at your sons and kids. And that's no disrespect. That's why you need a father for. Because they want to keep it real. Y'all don't know how to keep it real for real. Y'all don't keep it real with yourselves, and we watch you not keep it real with other women. Y'all self-sabotage each other when it comes to this game. I played StarCraft. I know how it is when you look at your teammates and all of a sudden that shit go dim and he unallied you. You unally us in a heartbreak. That's women. I ain't the nigga y'all be talking about. And y'all do it to us. Women do that to us. I ain't doing shit to women. I ain't wasting their time. I ain't leading them on. I ain't ghosting them. They're doing that. I'm cool with it. I understand everything. I'm like, shit, fuck you, bitch. Like, it is what it is. But don't sit here and say, like, men ain't shit. Y'all are picky and you're looking for a prize that's not in that chest. It has a roll of 1 out of a million. You on roll 1,000 and you still ain't hit. Welcome to RPGs. Welcome to RPGs. Like, we learned that in RPG logic. Yeah, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to keep rolling a legendary. We know, but you need way more materials and you need way more boss battles. You need to go on way more dungeons to get the minimum requirements to just try to spin the shit again. You learned this shit from video games. Like, you're trying to spin a rare, perfect, legendary item. I get it. You want all the attributes too. You don't just want the sword. You just don't want it to be exotic. You want it to be 50% resistant, 50% critical. I know what you're trying to do. I play Final Fantasy. I play Destiny. I know what the reroll is. And sisters, when y'all talk to men, you gotta realize what you're describing. You're describing that you want to keep re-rolling men until they have the statistics or the attributes that you're looking for. But you're already talking about the top tier of men. You're already in legendary, shorty. You are not legendary, and you're already doing legendary men. Like, come on now, let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. You're shopping for legendary, not because you're legendary. Per capita, average women are average women. What's wrong with that? They can't even fathom that they can be evaluated as average. Their language model does not allow them to be average. They do not describe themselves or their friends or other females as average. They'll say they're above average, but not put any of the females down. Well, if everyone's above average, no one's above average. And if everyone's above average, then average is above average. And what we're saying is above average at average is still not legendary. You understand how algebra works? If all of you are above average and all of you are 10, then none of you are, right? That's the game y'all created. Y'all created those rules. We're all 10s. We're all beautiful. We're all good women. Men ain't shit. Like, okay, so the average of y'all is what you're calling 10s. All right, then. Let's go with it. Now, men are not looking for 10s then, if that's the average. You break the rules, then you break the expectations too. If you break the rules to hype yourself up higher than the value of the sexual marketplace, then men have to look at it accordingly. Like, these girls think they're 10s. All right, so there's another height above them. Damn. All right. You don't see that we say, well, if y'all 10s, we 11s. Bitch, I ain't got no hairline. I don't give a fuck what number it is. Am I a genius or not? What about your son and your daughter? Period. You can't pay for them. There's no job or no degree or no Jewish securities. Look at their fucking kids and how fucking evil this shit is that you're suffering through because you're paying for it, by the way. So I think breeding is important. All right. Well, you let me know when you raise that super producer. Since you got 3 of them, you
let me know when you raise a real nigga that's gonna be there for you. You got about two of them. You let me know when you raised that baddie, that girl that went to college and did all those things and made you happy. Y'all let us know when that's successful. Since you don't need men to help you do that. And to this day, I haven't seen it. And I'm 40. We ain't got a lot of time left. Within 20 years, we'll see all of their bets, how they'll end up, inevitably. And I bet you it won't add up to half of the man that they waited for and created in their own head. So that means what? Math. That's what we mean by y'all be delusional. We're not saying that you're not entitled to what you want or what you love or what you find attractive. No. We're just saying that the way you carry on about it is through an act of delusion. Because you want everything that's not common. And you don't fucking play RPGs. If you played RPGs, this would help you. You'll understand how common is. And you understand what type of boss battles you have to go through for anything else. And sometimes you have to wait until the end of the game and play it again to get something else. And when we go look at women and how they're dating, that's what it seems like, yo. It seems like y'all going through y'all are fucking farming the den of woe or something. Y'all farming bullshit, hoping to find something magical. So we can just tell by where you're farming what you're trying to do. You're trying to find one of those type of people and have them re-rolled with statistics of somebody else. Meanwhile, 4 out of 5 men have most of those statistics already. Per capita on average. The average man in our class is the middle class. And if you just do it for black men, it's like 60% of us. We're above 16% and we're below 1%. Don't listen, they ain't tricking me with numbers. I know what the fuck they mean by middle class. So, and even still, what would that matter if you've done everything for yourself? You see how men don't do that polarity that y'all do? Women have that very unique problem. Y'all get most of the new jobs and y'all graduate from most of the schools. So that means most of the men, if you're most of the women, then most of the men aren't. You know how tug of war works? If y'all are most of the graduates and most of the new hires, that means most of the men are not. So where do you want these men to get these jobs from if you also want these jobs? Y'all talking about fair equality, y'all not good at balancing math equations. Most of the women are graduating more than men, and most of those women are getting the new jobs over men. So why do you think you live in a fucking society where there's a surplus of men making more and have jobs better than you? Your feminism fought for you to be in a driver's shoe, and you're in the driver's shoe talking about you want when the men used to be above you, you want the men that make $400,000. Just fucking say that. You're not looking for men like your grandfather. He didn't make $400,000. You don't have a man like that in your family usually. And if he is, he's the first one. How's your brother doing? Look at your brothers. Those are men. How are they doing? How are they doing with women? That's your damn blood, your genetic codes. Ask them, call your brothers and ask how women are doing. Don't listen to me, don't listen to that. Call your brother. Call your cousin, that's a boy. Like a real one. Genetically same grandma. Call someone with the same grandma. Say, hey, did you make it to $400,000 a year yet? You know we're getting old. Hey, how are the women treating you? You don't get the same fucking story. So the problem is men? Or is the problem that women actually got what they want and didn't even fucking know it? But they want more novelty. As long as you're chasing novelty, you're chasing dopamine. As long as you're chasing dopamine, you'll never be happy. It's temporary because of the type of chemical it is. Your happiness is oxytocin. AKA, you want someone who cares for you. Duh. How do you think humanity made it to 2025? You changed those rules. You're the first generation to change them, actually. The last generation, X, complained about them. But look at these bitches. They're not loyal or faithful. Y'all be leaving that shit out. How much y'all be cheating? At all. Fuck if you cheat on me. Why you cheat on him for? He was paying for everything. Fuck if you cheat on me. Why you cheat on him? He loves you. Fuck if you cheat on me. You cheated on him. But you only had 2 relationships. How you cheat on 3 niggas? You listen to your stories? You always end up sleeping with somebody else. And you want us to be confident because, yeah, we're the guy with all the traits. Money. The fuck? The more money I have, the less I like you are to cheat on me? Cut it the fuck out. Who believes that? Not men. I hope you don't believe men believe that shit. We don't believe that. Y'all have normalized cheating by comparing yourselves to men. You're comparing yourself to something that you rate below yourself. You're competing with something that you put below you. So you're competing with the bottom of the barrel? Listen to your words. Men are not the prize. Cool. Then why are you showing off? Why are you peacocking? That's what the male bird does to get a woman's attention. So you're a woman peacocking to get women's attention? Oh, you lesbians again. Back to the beginning of my story. Yeah, a lot of these women in our generation are lesbians. On top of that, y'all need to come out the fucking closet. Y'all are some down low women, boy. That's why y'all don't know nothing about men or don't give a fuck. In your heart, you a goddamn lesbian. You have some down low granddaddies and down low fathers. You don't think that shit show up in females? I thought it was a spirit. Which one is it? Why are y'all pushing LGBT and DEI then, if it's not part of you? Correct. So you already filter your life and people through, people can be whatever they want. But when it comes to you and your man, that one man, the one supposed to take care of you, he can't be none of those things. What if y'all meet a guy and say, yo, I used to be gay? Would you marry him? Well, you gotta used to be bisexual. And sometimes in college, like your gay ass does. Every woman vehemently goes, no, I don't want a man that used to deal with men. But then say men are homophobic and toxic. Y'all don't make sense. Y'all cool with being gay a little bit, but the man that you want can't be gay at all. Who's homophobic and toxic? You in the closet. If it's cool for girls to be gay and DEI and everyone to be gay and transgenders and everything, they all your friends and high fives at work on your Zoom calls, but you refuse to marry a guy that used to be bisexual. Why? I thought gay doesn't mean masculine, you know. Anyone can be masculine, so it ain't because he's not man enough, per your standards. So what is this idea that, you know, because he had eyes for a fair fellow his own size or something like that throws you off? You like women. You bitches think women are attractive so much so you get dressed for women to find you attractive, goofy. Because you stopped wearing the dumb shit that we told you we didn't like for 10 years in a row. Y'all gay. How y'all part-time lesbians and homophobic against homosexual men? No, we're not homophobic. They'll let them do our hair and be our friends and listen to us, but we'll never marry one. Why? You're gay. Narcissist. It starts when they fucking experiment and playing around as kids. I'm deep, boy. They're messing with little girls in church and shit. They was on them little freak off parties as kids, doing shit with girls and letting girls do shit to them. And it taints their view of things. But they have to use the filters of society and the movies and put themselves out there as a certain way. But I'm telling you why it's so heavy-handed and masculine is because them bitches are gay. And I'm not saying there's something wrong with that. I'm just, what's wrong with it is that gay women are defining the parameters for straight men to live up to get a woman or be entitled to women. And then regular women listen to the gay women and think like that's how you win. And it's like, they're not trying to win men, shorty. They're trying to prove to you that they're better than you and men. They're gay women acting like men. Based on a true story. There ain't nothing wrong with that. As long as you know. I have to be psychic or something. Insane Asylum Squad 10 years max. Going thought son or gay daughter instead of great son or great daughter. You saw that video too? Shout out Tim to Time to Time, Gorilla. Took their advice and hell now everyone but everyone followed them and still in hell. Hold on, I'll be right back. Thanks, my ring got down. Don't go.
Les Miserables, La Resistance. Shout out to Revolver Ocelot for explaining that to us as kids. Took their advice to hell, now they're still in hell. Hate to see it. Going thought daughter gay son, that was a crazy video. Cats and dogs in the undefeated wall. Still looking back after getting the promised pay raise. A woman who likes bitches. Get that through your head. Mirror reality. As soon as that gay man stops spamming her, she bans him from the server harder than Twitter during 2020. Yeah. They utilize them for advice and protection. They'll manipulate anything now. But they don't see it as manipulation. But it is manipulation. Even if it's soft manipulation. Men are absolute in values. Like, it's in the category of manipulation. They're afraid of taking a word that paints them to be a negative polarity more than anything, I've noticed. They only lie to codify polarities. And it's weird because men are used to intensities. I don't care if you a hoe. What type of hoe were you? You're a dirty hoe, you're a crack hoe, you a hoe with everybody, you're a selective hoe. What were you doing? What kind of hoe? I can calculate what kind of hoe I can deal with. But if you go, no, I was never a hoe about any time in my life. I have no hoe tendencies. I would never do anything. Then I'm thinking like, oh, you're a decent woman. You're trying to go that way and play the Christian game or something close to it. We ain't got a whole bunch of other options for that playthrough, but we'll understand the Cassie girls live here somewhere. But you didn't have no Cassie girlfriends? That's crazy. Oh, so you're sheltered? Oh, you wasn't sheltered. Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll see what this playthrough says. You got a playbook for this one. You're a unicorn. Just to find out they're not. Oh, no, I'm not a hoe. I don't like when, you know what I'm saying? Like, they do all the number dodging. Don't want to talk about how many minutes it was because it equals up to hoe. They talk about the last relationship, whether it was serious or not. They don't really talk about details because it equals up to hoe. The little freak off party that was at in Myrtle Beach, they won't talk about it because it adds up to hoe. So instead of being like, I have hoe tendencies and hoes are your friends and hoes are your enemies, like Ludacris taught us, they'll go, no, I'm not a hoe. I'm a classy lady and I'm entitled to these things. The man that has to honor and respect me, and I don't want a man that's been with everybody, so why would I? Then you end up with a man who's been with a third of the people you've been with. Why would you want some unreasonable shit like that? This ain't the Olympics. But you understand? You want a man that gets bitches, but less bitches than the amount of men you've been with. Oh man, this shit ain't adding up in nobody's damn book, man. We 40, boy. We 40. It's okay. We can deal with it. We can do. We knew the whole time. First of all, the only thing that's disappointing is that they lie. Their lying is an act of manipulation. They're doing what the government did with money and SNAP benefits. They said one thing and they did something else with it. Right? The government is acting like how I'm talking about women we've been with, boy. I'm talking about like relationships and trying hard and trying to figure shit out and be a decent person towards too, by the way. Nah, they'll lie and move things around. They're manipulative. They're manipulating energy though. They're manipulating data. They don't want to be seen as worse or bad, as if that changes how we feel about you for doing it. Not wanting to be seen or categorized doesn't change the feelings you cause in other people, right? Like and they argue the same point when men do something foul. And the crazy thing is that you'll take a situation where a man was foul to them and you think of it as a man or as a third party, like that wasn't really that foul. He just did what was best for him. But it was like the end of her world and he's just this guy and he just don't get it. He won't change. I know he won't change. That's why he left you. He left you because he's not going to change. And you're stuck on the fact that he left with all the benefits and he's the bad guy because he wouldn't change. No, tell the truth. You presented to him another fucking curriculum. He didn't want to play the game no more. And he went outside and found a woman that expected less from him. He can't handle no woman like you. Exactly. Now listen to what you're saying though. The woman that he left you for requires less and they're happier. She didn't require less of him. She required less than you. He didn't change himself. He changed you. You're the problem. That woman don't see it the way you do. She see him for exactly who he is. And that's above her expectations based on where she been. It just depends, right? It's a luck of the draw usually.
These days, the way we play this game, shit, it ain't like we got a cool fucking Amazon filter for women. Tinder will tell you how tall a nigga is, but won't tell you how big a girl is. A patriarchy, the dating app hides how much your big ass is. It won't do the most common sense statistic there is. I'm a man. I want a girl under 130. They won't even do that shit, y'all. They won't add weight to a dating app. Why? Is it not obese men? A woman went on to filter out a guy that's like over 300 pounds? Of course she would. Of course, of course, of course, of course. Why can't a man just go on a dating app and just scroll for the skinny girls? You know why? I know the answer to this. This is logical, but you know how marketing goes. But let's go to the psychology of the fact that they still supporting them like princesses, even on a dating app for mating. They won't let the chubby chasers say no to the big girls unless they see their face first. Why? Because most of the men will set that filter at such a value that most of those women would disappear. Game over. So that's probably why they don't understand the leftover women phenomenon, because they don't have leftover women filters yet. But they're sounding like it. If they put weight on any dating app or blind dating app, most of the women after a certain age will not be in that filter system. No different than most men are not 6 feet and most men don't make $400,000 or more a year. So you have the man that make $400,000 a year on that dating app. If he can find him a girl under a certain height and under 130, and guess what? All of your wishes and all the men on your list and all the things you're looking for, you'll realize real quick, ain't none of them ever swiping for you. Just because of weight. But you think men care about degrees, diplomas, success, accolades, and clout, when weight will take out 80% of women today. Tell me I'm lying, fellas. If you went on a dating app and you get to pick your ideal height and ideal weight for the women you just want to look at and swipe across, no guarantee you're going to get them now, because men know how to gamble. You know, have you seen sports lately? We know how to gamble now. But if we're going to gamble and wager, a man who got all his shit together, and he just happened to be single because motherfuckers is crazy, no mRNA, now I understand what time it is. And then you go, all right, so, if I can pick anything I want to swipe on, and since I have to pay for the date, and I have to pay for the kids, and I have to work until I die, right? Because you got to think about it, like, whose choice is more important here, the man or the woman? Who's dying for this shit? Okay, so can you imagine a man that's dying to live for another person can pick a person that don't weigh 200 pounds? All right, then. Now imagine if they just added that variable to dating apps. Matter of fact, they should add that shit to social media and see how many friends they'll get. And it's not even because they're big or heavy or nothing like that. You'll just understand, like, the default setting for a man, if he's going for an ideal, you'll find that you're not in it by default, off of weight alone. Tell me I'm lying. High value guys not dating big girls. Tell me I'm lying. Guys who hit the gym all the time, who know about how much fucking body fat index they got, they're not dating big girls. Tell me I'm lying. Now, do how estrogen, age, and after kids and all that stuff affects most women? Are they ever going to be the weight they were in high school again? Usually not. So what does that tell you about dating and pairing for men and women? Why are men looking for smaller framed women? Go past perversion. They're kids. If you don't take care of your health and your weight beyond a certain reason or limit, come on now, let's be reasonable. And he can pay to fix it. Why would he pay to fix it if it's already fixed in someone else? But then his kids. Are you going to raise two little fat kids? You talking about a man that's high value, that's hard working, that goes to the gym every morning. He don't want no woman raising no fat kids, eating fucking Cheetos and Takis. Why would he? You don't want to date a man like that. So why would that man want to raise a kid like that? Yeah, I can go through all the simulations in my head where this shit don't make sense actually. And then it's taboo to be like, yeah, we don't want the bad built who don't take care of themselves, obviously, law of correspondence. And we don't give a fuck about what they want because they're not our wife anyway. What are we talking about? Y'all niggas talking about dating. Y'all applying husband rules to niggas you're dating, and you're on the 50th date. Stop it. Y'all grown ass women now, right? I'm talking about in this dating argument. Y'all grown ass women now. Ain't no man that ain't your husband gotta pay for shit, let alone your rent. What the fuck are we talking about? How does that make sense to you? That a man you just met off the street, you didn't grow up with, is just gonna come into your life and start paying your bills. Until when? Y'all get married? You ain't got married by the last 5 niggas that did that. And you think other men, the men you haven't been with yet, don't see it. Sis, got bad news for you. Smart brothers out here who've seen everyone else's dating patterns, the women and the men, and ain't got nothing to do with us. We can see it. We can see it. We can see it. We don't have to be in it. We don't need the woman. We don't need to be in it. No. I can see it in everyone else talking. I can see it. Like, no, that's stupid. Oh, he ain't know no better. How old is he? Don't wonder. Oh, he got money for the first time. He thought tricking was gonna win, and he ain't win. Now all the men are stuck saying the same thing. Come on now, look at them white boys on your timeline. Stop playing with me. They got haircuts, they got Edgars, they going to the gym, they in Tesla, and they complaining about bitches. How? How? How are young men, masculine, athletic, with enough money to have a Tesla, how would they be saying when they have a dating app experience? It sounds just like me. I ain't got that Tesla or his money. And I heard the same thing he describing about the girl he describing. It's the same program. It's a bad built lesbian program. It hides lesbianism and bad builds all at once. Who would ever move the data around? Who would ever come up with a feminism? Who would ever a fat ugly white bitch? That's a lesbian. Now go back to that time frame and look at these bitches. They're fat ugly lesbians. I seen these bitches. We did the research on them, man. Marcus Sanger and them didn't age gracefully, bitch. They wasn't attractive in the face to begin with. We back to the same pattern. Our women are perishing for lack of beauty. Y'all used to be beautiful per capita. Now beauty is rare in women. That is the most scariest thing about this timeline. That you rarely see beautiful women. You see all kind of ass and makeup and hair and stuff, but I'm talking about beautiful women. You barely see that with beautiful women. You rarely do. When's the last time you seen a beautiful woman? And don't talk about it if you got a girl already. You better shut that whole time. I mean, don't even type in my chat. But when's the last time you seen a beautiful woman? You're like, wow, that's a beautiful woman. Not a baddie, not a model, a beautiful woman. Where none of them other bitches even add up to her. Just in theory, just in the idea of her. When's the last time you had that type of idea? Like, damn, I think this is the most beautiful woman I've seen on planet Earth so far on Midgard. You know you can't swipe on her. Even if you swipe on her, you know she ain't swiping back. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about just for the thought experiment. Nah, I haven't seen that in a long time, actually. I've had some dates with some attractive females, but never did I think like, yo, this is like the most beautiful soul, beautiful nature, talks beautifully. Everything's just beautiful. It just seems so beautiful. It doesn't matter. Sweatpants or not, she's just beautiful for no fucking reason. It makes me sick how beautiful she is. And I listen to a bad built ugly lesbian act like she her, telling us the world about her experiences with men. Yo, you be getting these niggas when they drunk. I'm talking about a woman that's beautiful when you sober, right? They don't understand the difference. Can you imagine? We've lost the recipe for beauty in the music, in the art, in the TV shows, it's not beautiful. There ain't nothing beautiful about this. That's not how beautiful women talk, or like not how they used to, man. That's not how beautiful women carry themselves. Beautiful women wouldn't even be in these damn shows for half the time because they know what the game is. They know more than anyone because they're beautiful. They get to see all types of delusions and pretenders and fakers approach them. So they need a totally different result. Right. Right. Yeah. Everyone doesn't start with the same attributes, man. Ash didn't start with Pikachu in the first one. You had to pick between Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got Mewtwo and shit out there. Missing No on the horizon. Can you imagine? So now women are more beautiful than men by default. You know, that's why we love our mothers so much. Can you imagine? So men actually rate beauty higher than women just in our processes because of how we look at our mothers. She doesn't have to be the most beautiful woman on aesthetics or models. No. She's the most beautiful girl in his world by default. Usually, if she's a good woman, if she's good to him, and even the men that have a mother that goes through narcissism or some type of addiction or abuse by men, he'll still hold on to the thing that's beautiful about her and still show up for her, no matter how hard that is. If there's beauty in her, they'll stay around. So same thing. We're not even working this hard for something beautiful. We're working this hard for a slave master. The way it sounds, that is. That's the narrative of dating. It sounds like we're trying out to be slaves. Like we're getting drafted by like the guy that runs the Cowboys. Like, are you 6'3"? Do you run a 4.5? Like, hey, then you can go on my team. And like, nobody want to do that. We already do that on 2K and Madden. We already do that. We ain't doing that in real life. We already simulate that. We already simulate specking characters to be chosen for that too, per capita, every day of our life, damn near. So we already do that game. No one's doing that game on the TV and then wants to do it again in real life. Well, we wouldn't play games like that. Goofy. Goofy as hell. If they just learned the top 3 games that most average men play, they'll understand those rules of those games and they understand why this dating narrative don't work for them. It's mathematical. You guys don't have leverage. That's what's happening. It's like a stock market system. Inflation. For real. Can't get liquid into the banks. For real. As above, so below, all dimensions. I wish women knew how powerful they are. Now, how powerful they imagine. I'm talking about power, like in moving things. Yeah, magnetism, attraction. I'm talking about power, real power, like the power itself, like the source of power, like that type of power. Not human cerebral powerful, but like power. You have a raw power and y'all abuse it. Vain imaginations. It's in the Bible. But if y'all don't evaluate what vain is correctly, then you'll never follow that Bible correctly. Hence, church. So, yeah, you gotta be honest about these integers and values. And men are not describing women as beautiful no more. And y'all are not alarmed about that. Or any of those words that mean that. Y'all keep using the word attractive and fuckable. Y'all keep thinking with your vaginas. That's the craziest thing about life. Well, my vagina attracts a lot of mileage. I mean, men can't get enough of me. Huh? Here we go again. No. That's not what the value is. It never was, by the way. Goofy as hell. Y'all trying to think like a man, but you don't think like men. So how can you try? Y'all can't be like a man. Y'all can't think like a man. So what are you being like? You're being like your idea of what you think men are. That's what you're getting wrong. Because that's not what men are. Men are not your idea. What you think a man is and what you're looking for a man, you can't act like that because that's not real. So you're never acting like a real man anyway. No matter how masculine or independent you think you are. Nope. You can have a child by yourself and say it's too hard, and everyone will be like, oh, we know, we relate. A man could be a single father, and if he don't think it's easy or he don't work really hard, he'll like, oh, get up, don't be lazy. You can say, oh, I don't think having a kid is the time for me. You can go and kill a baby. A man can just not show up for a kid he never fucking wanted, And they be like, oh man, he's a deadbeat. Let's throw him in jail. A woman don't go thrown in jail for killing a child, but a man will go to jail for not paying for a child he didn't want. Y'all talking about fighting for equality. Y'all full of shit. Y'all can murder children and get empathy because times is hard from the society. But a man can be like, I told that bitch I did not want that kid. And he will be demonized and even imprisoned if you bring the law involved with it. But they can kill a baby legally. They vote for that type of equality. We supposed to be retarded? Feminism unlocked humane sacrifice. I'm supposed to be retarded. And I hate when they say about the exception of why. Nigga, over 98% of abortions are completely elected by the women. It's not a special case scenario. We said 98. We said 98. We didn't say 48. We didn't say 78. Shit, 88. I'm like, no, we said most of the damn time, almost 100% of the time, it's not because of those reasons. Y'all get to murder fucking babies in your womb because it's your womb. And then get empathy. And then people understand and reprogram the whole fucking culture and murder in the Bible. Go forth and multiply, not go forth and divide yourself. God will strike a nigga down for pulling out. But you can just, abort the child anytime you want to. Because it's not the right time, the right financial time, right? It's all about money usually, right? Because why else are you getting pregnant by a loser? Fuck out my face. You get to get pregnant by a loser and kill his fucking kid. But if you keep it, if he don't arise to the loser that he is, he get to go to jail for it. Come on, guys. Y'all don't want no fucking equality. That shit don't make no damn sense. Y'all get to redefine what murder is. Well, it's technically not murder. Yeah, you're talking about that 2% exception that barely happens. 98%, when you just make up your mind, hey, I'm bringing a new life in here. That's kind of my fucking job by blueprint genetic design, is to bring new lives in here. And because my cultural, social, occupied, colonized timeline doesn't make me afford the type of lifestyle I want for my kid, I get to murder that nigga after already sucking and fucking and popping my pussy for another not shit nigga to get pregnant by again. Y'all ain't living in the same life as men, obviously. We can't get like you. We take a risk of fucking with this ugly ass, goofy ass bitch, and she fuck around and get pregnant, and she keep the kid, and we got to pay for 18 years. You get to murder kids. Y'all get to go for 2 elected abortions, 3 elected abortions, popping motherfucking abortion pills like they're vitamin C, all the way until you 40, and then go what a real man is. You could have been a real mother at least 10 times already. Shut the fuck up. You had 10 attempts of being a real fucking mother, and you ain't do that shit yet. Equal to men? Patriarchy. Y'all goofy. Women are the only people who get away with murder. Tell me I'm lying. 1 abortion, alright, she was 15. They be up to 5, nigga. When does it stop being inconvenient and becoming murder? And just like you said, and then wonder why shit gets flooded. Mm-hmm. The blood crying from the grave. Moses got freed because Pharaoh was aborting all the firstborn boys. And that changed the storyline. It's the abortions. It was the murdering of kids that fucks up societies. Did y'all know that? Flooded the earth. Same story. The giants were eating humans. Kids. God shows up when the kids, the new souls, are being aborted the most. Every fucking time. On Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot presented his 2 virgin daughters to these fucking animals. Why would he think that's a good microtransaction? Because of what they're used to doing. I know there's men that ain't shit. I'm just trying to figure out why you keep getting pregnant by them. If you want a good man, why are you getting pregnant by bad men? over and over and over. How do you want a good man, but you're sleeping with bad men? Please don't tell me this is harder than math homework, because there's a lot of steps in between sleeping with a man and knowing if he's a bad or good guy. We're asking, why are you getting pregnant by losers if you don't want a loser? Is that not avoidable? You have to sleep with the bad guys and losers? Why? You tell everybody else after you hit the wall that you wait in 90 days or 3 dates. You trying to take things serious? How come you've never applied that for the first 30 years? That's a new concept to you? This is all we have heard about my whole life. How is this a new concept? There's a new concept of Claire Huxtable? Did you see what she was talking about with Denise? Did you watch The Cosby Show? I know. But men have to adjust to whatever neuropathy a woman consensus comes up with. And then finally, men, on average, said, no. Fuck it. We don't need a wife. Y'all misunderstand something. Y'all thought that men would be, be devastated that we don't have wives. What the fuck's that got to do with hoes, bitch? Can I be honest? If a man resolves in his head that he's going his own way and he's not getting married and doing that thing, they ain't got nothing to do with getting hoes, bitch. You don't turn hoes into housewives. So if you're not going for a housewife, who's left? Hoes, nigga. The fuck? These men got hoes, love. It is what it is. It was what it was. They ain't trying to get married and have kids with her. That's why they have more than one. So she don't get it fucked up. Come on, sis. If a man don't get a wife by a certain age, he's okay with just dealing with hoes until. He's been dealing with hoes the whole time, acting like girlfriends. None of my girlfriends were my wives. They're just some hoes. I'm gonna tell my wife that. They're some hoes. They don't know wife material, right? Or they be my wife material. Understand everything? Like, as a man, your definition of what it is changes too. It ain't about getting bitches and hoes or nothing like that. It's no. He's no longer filtering for wife. All that's left is hoes then. There's only 2 types in the Bible. There's a wife and a hoe. That's it. And everybody else is somebody else's. So off limits. That's a commandment. So out of the singleness that's left, either you got a Ruth on the way, Boaz, or you got a Jezebel, Hoaz. There is no other version of women. What is that speaking to? Their sexuality, right? Do the science. What's a hoe in 1950? What's a hoe in 2020? I don't fucking know, but what men know is we know what a wife is in any year. So if men are walking away from providing and protecting and taking care of women, that's not to say they're not going to be fucking women, because 8 to 2, you understand the ratios. There's plenty of women out there to waste time with. Trust me, they're wasting time too. They're single at 40. Who feel bad about this? Y'all got what y'all want for 20 plus years. We're just getting to it. You understand the time scale split? Like, shit, if I gotta live through my 40s just dealing with hoes, I mean, that's not like the last 20 years of my life. Minus the expectation of providing and protecting and taking care of them, just in case they became my baby mother or my wife. Nothing changes for men. We just get access to way more hoes. From 40 to 20, for real. There's no shortage of them. 4 out of 5 are. If 4 out of 5 women are sleeping with 1 out of 5 men, 4 out of 5 of the women are hoes, bro. That's not their husband. If he fucking all these girls, how'd he get mine? He was taking his time with them? How? He fucked the other 7. This is just using the numbers to talk for it. It makes sense. And none of them is wife. So what are they then? Sex partners. All right, cool. Sex partners. Women have more sex partners per capita. Cool. So what defines a hoe again? Someone who's had a lot of sex partners, at the very least, right? Whether it's monetized or not, you're talking about prostitution. We're talking about whores. Y'all be getting confused with shit. A girl can be a prostitute on the weekend for a summer and sleep with 3 guys a weekend. And let's say she did that for 2 months, right? What is that? 3, 6, 9, 12, 24 men in all, and then quit. By my age, I'll find a woman that's single and has been with those same 24 guys just in the last 10 years on fucking dating apps. What's the difference? Velocity, intensity, or numbers? Numerically, there's no difference. I ain't gonna find a woman with less than 20 bodies our age. So do a polarity. Oh, I love these terms. Where hoe at? Hold on. Maybe we've never thought about this in our generation because we've been using girl math. We should use boy math because we're boys. Hold on. Because we can do the ratios and realign it to the women's variables and desires. I'm not leaving them out of it. They just don't contribute to these conversations because they deny they exist. So maybe we can't gain agreement on things if women keep saying there's nothing to gain agreement about. Now, understand everything. I've done tech support at the highest level my whole life. So stop playing with me. Y'all run away from this hoe ass shit. The whole time still be hoes either way. I don't understand what you're hiding from. Just say, yes, I'm a hoe today. Thank you. All right. So we ain't getting married. Cool. Chill. Fuck. You still want to go to the movies, bitch? No. I'm not introducing to my mama and daddy, not just because of you a hoe or nothing, because I know what they want to say if I'm bringing homes around here. Shit. Can we keep the peace? Can we keep it discreet, bitch? Same story, right? That's just like going on Tinder. Stop playing with me. That shit was unnormal before it got normalized by hoes. Stop playing. All right, so hold on. Let me just do the hoe ratio chart. Hold on. Yeah, 0. Yeah, virgin. Hold on now. You got 0. You got 5. You got 10. You got 15. You got 20. You got 25. Oh, this is unreasonable. It's like going to Lot's house. Hold on now. I ain't gonna draw all those numbers. It don't even fucking matter. That's just too much. All right, so let me do the science on this real quick for my sisters out there who are not in this conversation for some reason. I'm just talking to boys. Guys, so a virgin is 0 bodies, right? If you met a girl, hold on, let's say bye. Let's say, because, I'm from the hood, so I knew these girls were active by the time I was 15 years old, man. And right now I'm 40, so it doesn't fucking matter, man. From 15 years old to 40, boy. All right. So if I was 15 years old in middle school and high school, and I met a girl who had slept with 5 of the homies on the football team, is she a hoe or not? I'm 15 though. When I'm 15, if that girl slept with 5 of my basketball and football friends, because I was on a sports team, is she a hoe or not at 5? So this is where the hoe threshold starts in a 15-year-old boy's head, right? That's where it starts. From 0 to 5. Like, once you get to 5, even that's too much by that age. So let's do this shit by 21. By the time we get to 21, you're like, oh, you've had 5 partners. Whoa. I knew this girl when I was 15 who had 5, but you're 21. So that's 6 more years. All right, so that's like one guy every other year. We kind of pushing it there. You ain't take none of them serious. You got up to 5 in 6 years, but cool. You're 21. But by the time you're 21, it's actually 10, ain't it? Because 5 of them is just from our first 2 years in goddamn college. And one of them's our goddamn bestie. Cut it the fuck out talking to me. And that's not even doing the line of how gay they are with women. By 21, is at least 2 of these bitches. Stop playing with me. All right, so between 5 and 10, right? At the very least, by 21. Now you're getting up to 30. Let me spare you the gory details about what happens for 21 to 34 female that's already been fucking 5 to 10 people by 21. You going to get to 30 by 30. So now you're looking at 15 to 20 plus. Whole way back here, sis. But the age is stacking up with you. All right, so you've been dating since you're 50, so 15 years. So that's one brother per year. All right, I guess we'll just, men do math, man. Like, all right, that ain't too bad because I know a bitch that did all 5 of these niggas in the locker room. So you got 1 per year going on. And then you get to 40. That number gonna be 5 or more, man. Don't fucking play with me. It's gonna be greater than 5. That's the whole side. You ain't supposed to be single at 40. That's our problem. But anyway, so now we are greater than or less than hoe. But what number is too much for anybody? Because what number do women pick that's a hoe in their head? And that's an unknown variable. I don't know. I don't know what women think a hoe is. Like, what number is it? It's got to be greater or equal to 5 then. Because I know y'all lying at our age. I know y'all fucking lying at our age. I know it ain't less than 5. I know y'all don't think y'all body count less than 5. And I know you don't think any man believe you at this age range. Cut it the fuck out. We knew girls already when we were kids who were already 5 to 10. We see these girls right now between 21 to 30 get on a fucking podcast and be like, ick. And they lying about this range. The whole time they all up here, boy. Stop fucking playing with me. They way over 25, boy. They'll tell you about 5 boyfriends in 20 fucking years. Fuck out my face. I know y'all had 5 options before college. You only have 5 boyfriends by 40? Cut it the fuck out. So who are these other guys on this list then? So if there's only 5 good guys and one try to propose and the other one didn't work out for 10 years, cool, then how's your number 25, bitch? Who are they? So 20 guys who ain't serious. Don't fucking play with us. That doesn't equal hoe? You've interfaced in that ratio. Let's just do the ratio. Fuck the numbers. That's why I love math. Because it's not even about that. Let's say it was just 5 guys in all, and you've only had 1 guy. That's 1 out of 5 ratio. Right. So as time goes on the yellow brick road, that ratio will stay there. So it don't matter how many times you upped it up. If you tell me you've ran into 3 good guys, you really dealt with 15. AKA you dealt with 12 bad ones. All right. Let's say you ran into 4 good guys. All right, well, out of 20, you know how averages work. All right, you ran into 16 bad ones. All right, you had 1 good guy, but you slept with 5. Well, that means you slept with 4 bad ones. So your boyfriend and good guy fucking reference point and what age someone asks you to marry them is all these numbers that we be talking about. We're talking about relationships and boyfriends and girlfriends, but y'all niggas created the situationship Olympics with Tinder. Y'all gave that a word. Boys don't come up with no goddamn sayings for goofy shit that don't make sense. Y'all do. So your situations outnumber good guys anyway. So I'm just saying, just look at the bottom row of numbers though. Which one of these tiers is hoe? If we define what that is before we're in high school. Men, this is men's logic. Don't worry about it, sisters. Y'all don't live up to it, we know. But this is the lies we tell in our head, that our women haven't been with more than 5 men. As we get older, cut it the fuck out. So you understand why a hoe can't be a housewife? Because of ratios. A hoe can't be a housewife. How can you be a housewife? 3 opportunities didn't equate to a wife, but there's 9 more that were none of those things. So how do you equate that to housewife? If the original housewife was 1 out of 1 for you, that's the original housewife. I know there's hoe in the word. They'll throw you off. The housewives were virgins 100 years ago. Y'all niggas are now. Y'all are 25 and above by our age. And y'all outnumber men. Y'all do. Per capita. Women have more partners than men have partners. Per capita. Because of that ratio. One more time. 4 out of 5 women want 1 out of the 5 men. So these guys, yeah, I mean, shit, they're fucking Olympians out here. But they're sleeping with all of you. There's 4 other guys down here that don't got a clue. So when they start doing these variables, remember, they're looking at that shit kind of weird because the men are under 10. Average sexual partners for men is 6 or less. That's for men. Real life, per capita, on average. It matters. I know they ain't counting all the foreign and white guys. I know. But even if the average in a lifetime, look it up, women, is 6. One more time. I need you to understand what hoe math is to men who average 6 partners in a life. the average not 6 for men? Y'all look that up. It's going to be anywhere between 6 and 8. It's going to be in these two variables, like I said. The average partners for a man in recent history is 6 women. Period. So a hoe is what? Or above, right? If the average of a lifetime for most men, and we're talking about this little right here, is more than them, right? So anything after 10 is more than all men on average. So we're way up here trying to do hoe math. What are you talking about, sis? What are you talking about? No, seriously, I really want to know. I don't know why they can't do this with math. Because I was like, oh, I'm not a hoe. I mean, I had a good guy or two. Yeah, what about those other 15 that are in your goddamn DMs? Oh, when I was in college, I got up to 10, but then I slowed down for 20 years and only had 5 cents. Okay, but you're way beyond zero. Like, we ain't talking about your fucking velocity of how you got to the number. Yeah, when you're 18, you're a wild girl. But the problem is this number is much higher for most average women if they're sleeping with the Pookie and Ray Rays who tell you they've had 100 bitches. So we know y'all lying. We know. Per capita. Not all of you are lying, but we know if you're still single by this time and you're not a housewife. If you're not a housewife by this time, we know these numbers have to go up. That's how life works. We ain't fucking retarded. We just trying to figure out why you keep saying you're not a hoe. Yeah, you are. A hoe is greater than 5. What are you talking about? I know this I know this science. I know it. I've been a guy my whole life. You've been with more than 5 guys. They're in the whole spectrum, that's all. Y'all be worrying about the spectrum of hoes. Hold on. Y'all are the spectrum of hoes. I mean, so 5 is too much, by the way, sis. But we're going to give you grace because we old, too. Like, we some old hoes, too, if we use the same math. But we'll never be as much of a hoe as you if we're average. Anyway, so hoe math starts at 5. So you greater than 5. All right, that's where hoes start, man. Depending on how old you were, I guess. But if you hold on to that 5 until you damn 40, holler at your boy. Like, shit, you did great. But let's be fucking realistic. What number is too high for a man to wife a wife? I'm going to say 20 is unreasonable. By 30, because we talking about the wall, nigga. So she had one guy per goddamn. She had a crazy summer and a crazy fucking, she's going to have a crazy fucking college or high school experience. But then she's going to taper off to get to 20. Now imagine most of the time it's more than that. Stop fucking playing with me, sis. Anyway, so from 5 to 20, what do you think a wife is going to land at? What's the happy medium here? Like 15-ish? Maybe 25 divided by 2 type shit. Come on now, no ratios. Stop fucking playing with me. What do we got? Like, we got down 12.5, right? All right, cool. XY equals MX plus B. All right, so you think the wife is going to be on the 5 to 12 side or the 12 to 20 plus side? Well, I tell you one thing, sis. If it's at 12 and higher, this is not the wife quadrant for any normal man logic who's used to coming from a bloodline of virgins. Now, I know grandma could have been lying, but she ain't lying about more than 5 at the very least. So 12.5 is a beast in the last 200 years. But that's easy just in 2 years of Tinder for a girl. Trust me, I've been on Tinder with girls. So the wife, you think she in this category in the 12.5 and higher? And does that number get higher or lower with age? Stop fucking playing with me. Do women get less efficient with time? I don't fucking think so. They learn how to cheat and to get what they want faster. So the number is going to be exponential either way. Wife? No. Hell no. So what are we talking about? Men are settling for a wife in this range. Ask any man you know. If he could find a woman between 5 and 12, and they're just using, this as a thing you put on paper, like, it would be cool if, ain't no man gonna tell you he's looking for a woman to be his wife with over 12. And many ain't gonna say over 5 with a straight face. Because 0 used to be the prize for a wife, right? So how can a hoe be a housewife? They don't equal the same variables, dude. Y'all said body count don't matter. That don't mean body count don't matter. It just means it don't matter to you. Because a man who can get a lot of bitches is one guy who keeps getting the majority of the Joneses bitches. We get why you like the man who get a lot of bitches. Hypergamy. That means up to 4 times the amount of women that he's worth something. They ain't the same for women. We don't look at it like that. Y'all look at it like that. We don't look at it like that. If you had a high success rate with a lot of men, that's cool. If we're measuring you on a hoe style, oh, you a good hoe then. Whatever. You know the ropes. So you ain't gonna give me a whole bunch of headaches. You don't expect a whole lot. You a hoe. You've been with a lot of men, so you know how a lot of men are. So why are we talking about wives? You have the experience in the fucking background of a hoe. So you're sending us mixed signals. You say that none of these ratios matter, and we're telling you it absolutely does for wives. But if you're not a wife, then what are you? A girl? You're just a girl. You're in your girl phase. You're a grown ass woman. What are you, a woman? That's a type of male or woman. I'm a man. I mean, shit, it's right there in the word. What does that mean? Which one are you? Are you a type of woman that's a hoe? Or you're a type of woman that's a wife? And if you're a type of woman that's wife, then how come you over here? You can't turn a hoe into a housewife over there. Housewives are over here. The fuck? You can't be over here and be like, oh, yeah, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. No, you can't. It's math. You gotta ask men what they want. Not what you're projecting that men should have or want based on what that one guy did with 4 girls that you heard and then you followed his ass. You looked at that guy and said you can match on his math. Is he wife material, bitch? No, he's not. He's a man, not a woman. So you're not looking at men like wives. You're not even looking at men's behavior like a wife. Men don't become wives no matter who they sleep with. You get it? So you're not looking at our body count. You're looking at this. You look at this trait and go to broke. You turn how many bodies into how many thousands. And you be like, is a husband between 5 and 12,000 a year? And you're like, come on, bitch, stop fucking playing with our intelligence. Of course not. Right? But you say if a man makes more than $80,000 a year, he could be a husband material. Yeah. Most men achieve that by the time they're in their 40s. But by the time you're in your 40s, you already in home material. So you gonna wait 25 years after college to find a man over his 40s who equal a husband, and you gonna keep your legs closed? We know you don't. So stop fucking playing with us. Nobody getting what they fucking want in this society. Men ain't getting the fucking wives that they dreamed of. I'm not getting a woman with less than 5 bodies the more that I get with time. Time ain't kind to nobody, let alone a woman's body count. That 40 they secret average. I ain't fucking stupid by our age. By 40 years old or 40-year-old women and above, they been through 20 niggas to 40 niggas. Stop fucking playing with me. But they the ones talking about what a husband is. What are you talking about? Why are you a hoe talking about husbands? Do you understand how men look at things? That's how men look at things. You can't change how we look at things. That's why I don't like it. But what I'm saying is, it don't matter what you like. That's how we look at things. We gotta get that done first. That's how men look at things. That's how men think. That's how men use logic. And if they're older, they do it quicker. It's like doing multiplication in your head. Like, oh, shit. Who said hoes were unlikable people? We're just saying we are not going to become a husband to a hoe. So a hoe cannot be a housewife. I will not present husband qualities to a hoe, right? Does that make sense, sisters? You know what tricks and johns and simps are. Of course y'all do. But I'm just saying, but if a man grows up and is like, there ain't no wives out here, I'm only dealing with hoes, he's not trying to do all the things a husband would do. And the craziest thing is that 1 out of 5 dude, he's treating you like a hoe. He's the one you always complain about. The one that took you for granted, the one who didn't take you serious, the one that had too many other bitches, the one that was always cheating, the one that was unavailable, blah, blah, blah. He had some cool money and some cool times with you. But he kind of like treated you like you weren't that damn important. Why? Because he wasn't ready to settle down? Of course. Who's not willing to settle down? He's not a husband. So if he's not a husband, what is he, ma'am? Only a husband wants to settle down. You keep dealing with men who say they're not ready to settle down. So who are they dealing with, shorty? They're dealing with wives, or are they dealing with hoes? And if you run into a man who's not willing to settle down, or he's not in that phase of his life, then what type of women are he dealing with? Now you understand why he let you go. The minute you started to act like you weren't a hoe no more. As soon as your feelings start getting hurt, as soon as you start changing what the rules and directives were for your home and your house, he said goodbye, didn't he? And not because he was mean or because he was an asshole. It's because you were breaking the social contract. You were catching feelings. You were trying to get him to stay stable, sit down, and be committed. You wanted him to stop his motion, meaning you're waiting for him to be ready for commitment. And he told you, this ain't this. Then what is he saying if this ain't this and he ain't husband and you ain't wife? He's saying you a hoe, shorty. Who said men don't like hoes? Y'all confused. Y'all love hoe men. 1 out of 5 to 4 out of 5 of you, you get pregnant by them. So why do you assign such a low value to hoes then? Because you're competing with other women. Tell the truth, shame the devil. We in a hoe ass society, guys. We gotta grow the fuck up. We like 40 now. Like, it's cool. Your body count way over 5. Stop fucking talking to me. Please, please, please. Spare me the gory details about my grandfather and your grandmother. Please stop. Stop. They didn't have those body counts. They're not in that society. It's World War II and slavery. Stop. Stop. Fucking stop. Y'all the first generation that's free, and y'all are free to be hoes. Correct? I'm not saying men weren't. All men don't want to be husbands. You've noticed, but all of y'all want to be wives. That's different because you actually have to do something to be a fucking husband. To be a wife, you just have to be chosen by a husband. To be a husband, you have to get it out the mud and do things and build things up and do it times 2, times 3, times 4, times 5, right? Social contract. But are you going to do that times a woman that times 5 her body count? No. Why do you think men date younger? Because the younger they are, the smaller this threshold of numbers is. The fuck? They're looking for a younger woman that's a wife. Let's go back to the equation again. They're looking for the woman that doesn't have the body count of the hoe going on. So if this multiplies over time, and it does, then it must divide or decrease back in time. And it does. That's all. That's all. Like, I mean, if you start there mathematically, that's why men are like that. They don't want to marry hoes, bro. Y'all can't fathom that. Y'all confused with what men want for their kids with what men do sexually. A wife is for your kids, right? Family, the future. Who's going to inherit your shit? Obviously, because you're the one getting it for them, right? These men don't want no hoe ass daughter. Well, maybe they should stop sleeping around. Shut the fuck up. It's 1 out of 5 to 4 out of 5. Most average men are not sleeping around. They can't because the hoes are busy fucking the same 2 people. The man you've been sleeping with was cheating on you. That means there's at least 2 or more hoes in your town sleeping with the same nigga, and you know who he is. One more time. A man is messing with you, and you break up with him because he's messing with other girls. You're hypergamous, and so are they. That man, yeah, as of your story, he slept with at least 2 other people, and one before you and another one after you. That's 4 bitches. I get it, sis. Men just sleep with everybody. That's the men you like. You don't like all men, and you don't like average men. So above average, whatever that is to you, men are sleeping with at least 4 different women in a particular season around you. I get it. That ain't most men. That's most women, though. Stop fucking playing with us. If a nigga had a rotation like that, he wouldn't even be talking about a wife, bro. What are y'all talking about? You think a man like younger than me
getting money or figuring life out, and he getting 4 different women in a season, you think he looking for his wife? Listen to yourselves. Y'all be asking men what they want in a wife and getting mad because you a hoe. You don't ask these niggas what they want in a hoe. Oh my God, that would be a podcast. You come arguing as a feminist lesbian hoe, but you talking about what a husband is supposed to do. You ain't representing wives. You're not even a fucking wife. How the fuck would you know? Call 3 of them real quick. All right then. So if you don't know 3 diehard wives who've been married over 20 years to the same nigga, then what do you know? You know hoes. You know how brother say he got hoes? That's who you know. That's our language model though. It's not a greater than or lesson. It's just hoes ain't housewives. That's it. Y'all competing with that. The whole time that your average body count in a lifetime is always more than a man. Y'all want to be equal to us? You gotta sleep with less niggas. Your velocity is times 4. So if I get 1 girlfriend a year, you get 4. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Every time I meet a girl, there's a guy before me, and there's usually a guy right after me. That's 3 niggas in 1 year period. I'm still hung up on the same bitch. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Women go monkey branch. They don't enter new relationships without leaving another one, on average. So there's always 2 guys in that year, no matter what, in their vagina. Stop fucking playing with us. And then if we don't last a whole year, there's another one. Just check our Instagram. That's 3 niggas. That's 3 niggas in your pussy hole in 1 relationship. If you have 3 months before and after, that's a year. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out, right? Like, men don't monkey branch. Men go through droughts. Have you heard of this terminology? Like, oh shit, this ain't my time. Oh shit, I gotta get my life together. Can you fucking imagine? Oh shit, I'm not where I want to be in this desert. Can you fucking imagine? Oh shit, I need another car. I need to level up all the shit for me just to be a man. Fuck a bitch. I need to double down on my fucking music and my fucking website and get my shit rolling. Like, I ain't got time to be going to 3 bitches this year. What I need 3 hoes for? They want to spend my money. I'm trying to get more money. And if I get more money, I'm not about to spend it on 3 different hoes. Do you understand, men? The more hoes we have, the more we have to spend if we're doing hoe shit. I'd rather settle down and get a solid woman who actually wants to build something with me. But I gotta be finished. Okay, well, it's gonna take me about, I know how to do math and science because I'm a man. I ain't gonna be finished no time soon. So I guess I'm always get settled into this hoe shit. And just because you get settled into the fact that everyone you're gonna run into a hoe doesn't mean that you, at our age, chasing these hoes. You let the game come to you. You understand? Like, all right, I'll be cute enough one day when I get my new car and some shit. And if I come across a hoe, cool, we'll see where it goes. But I'm not looking for that because as a man, when you get older, you know it's already there. We weren't looking for hoes. That's all we were dealt. Y'all are the choosers, not us. We choose who we marry. But in the meantime, everybody ain't marry. We know that. It's the woman that we deal with that sells the other illusion. Like, oh, I'm not a hoe this time. I'm actually a good woman, and I like you, and we're having a good time. We're taking pictures and everything. That's when men get caught up in the matrix, and then she start demanding things and controlling them, and then they forgot you dealing with a hoe, ain't you? Am I lying, brothers? Women have been competing with Jonesy and Tyrone. We've been hoping one day God will roll a wife. It's a different story. 20/80 rule. Yep. That's all it is. In favor of women.
Y'all just choose the narrative. Y'all get to say what the words mean. You get to determine who's gay and what's not, what's acceptable, what's not, how much a man must be, what's a hoe, what's not. Like y'all just make up the shit just to suit your needs. And your needs ends up being a man that provides everything. That's fucking weird. For people who talk about equality, fairness, and justice. Y'all don't do none of that math with your vagina. Leave your vagina my TED Talk. Oh, Cool J, you ain't never lied, just like their phones. No, they don't like when we talk like that. You don't like it because you're not used to it. That should tell you everything. These men ain't talking to you and telling you these things. I know. What does it change? Telling a hoe that she's been a hoe don't unhoe her. We be dealing with trauma of hoes, bro. A lot of these women who are traumatized are hoes. A lot of that trauma is sexual trauma, ain't it? And it's not always caused by themselves, we know, but they don't get the help they need early enough, so they spiral into some hoe shit. We ain't saying who fault it is. We ain't got a problem with a hoe, bitch. We just ain't marrying them. The fuck is wrong? Did they hear us? We didn't say we had a problem with hoes. We said we're not marrying hoes. So if you're trying to get married by a man, it's best that you're not a hoe. Like the fuck, why would you go against that? It don't change our answers. Our math is still mathing. Plenty of men do, and they're fucking miserable. I know. As soon as the gay man stops pandering, boop boop boop, 333, laughing my ass off, missing out, aborting firstborns without even reading a Shriner to make it up, cut it up. We got no wonder it's lonely. They were here to do a job just like us. We're missing 10 out of 13 for the army down here. We gotta be. Half of our brothers and sisters from upstairs would like to come help getting yanked out. Yeah, they're not being born. Hoes in different area codes, real gospel. Mr. Now says, think that hiding from one of the watcher hides from God or something. And also, if Venus would give a damn about that, which adds the fear that the presence isn't there. You got it. Cool J says, the kids call these girls 6'7" now. Element 67 in periodic table is for homium. They're hoes. They're 6'7s. I thought they were doing something cool on 13 on Israel. God damn, or 187 undercover cop. I don't know what's going on. They say the average is 7 to 8 for women. But they talking about, they ain't taking into account social media and access to dating apps. Yeah, that was the old average. But even then, we know it's higher than that. That's my point. The average is 8 for women. That's higher than men on average for men. So I'm just talking about ratios. Like, yeah, it's higher for women. Women sleep with more men than men sleep with women, and they just can't fucking believe it. But they describe all the losers proving it to us. We'll describe 2 or 3 bitches we know. And they'll be like, all men ain't shit. Like, oh, how did you determine that from 2 boyfriends? Mr. Nas says, based on what those girls did with the cup, 1 cup now. Oh my God. Well, I forgot about that damn meme. That was the first viral thing in our fucking emails. Can you fucking believe it? Jonathan L3. I hate to see it. Spirit swapping Max in his expensive price. Yeah. I'm on IG right now. This woman on the podcast saying men want to marry hoes. No, we don't. We don't want to marry hoes. That doesn't make sense. Work all of that for some idiot to spend it all because they don't know how to control their water. That's a bad investment since, marriage is so fucking transactional. Why the fuck would I be doing something transactional with a hoe that doesn't understand value? We can just do this with math. We ain't even got to talk about personalities and who deserves anything. We're just talking about the value of what we're talking about. The value of what we're talking about. Nobody qualified for husbandry is looking for a hoe to be his wife. Unless you're talking about men who never got bitches before and they trying to get that hoe shit out their face. They ain't talking about wives. They're talking like that because they're fucking ridiculous. They never wifed those bitches. Have you noticed how many are not married? So she saw some goofy nigga talking about he's a high value man and he's looking for a wife. Meanwhile, he's fucking every bitch that gives him attention because he skipped all that shit in school. That nigga lame, bitch. You make him cool because he got money now. Don't talk to us about him. We didn't like him 20 years ago. Fuck you. You should marry him. Y'all go perfect together. You understand? Like, they can't filter like that. They can't see people for who they are. That's crazy. I guess I had to be psychic or something. So no, most Men who are husband material are not looking for hoes for wives. Period. I've never heard that in my life. I've met all kinds of guys, black, white, Hispanic, Latino, Asian. Nobody around the powwow with us, high or sober, talking about, you know what, at the end of the day, I want to meet the freakiest, nastiest bitch that fuck the whole city, all my friends, and fuck my brothers and my cousin, and I want her to raise my kids. What the fuck you think a wife is to a man? She's not a fucking bank account to us. She's not how bad she is or how much money she got. So no, we're not looking for a woman that has things because hoes have things. Y'all are looking for men that have things. So it's different for y'all. Y'all looking for a guy that got the things. We're not looking for a bitch that has the things. We're looking for her not to be a hoe. It starts there. It literally starts there for me. It starts with, is she a hoe or not? Then it's everything else. There's plenty of hoes with dope personality. There's plenty of hoes that know how to play 2K. There's plenty of hoes that got PlayStation 5s and don't ever turn them on. There's plenty of hoes out here. And they really cool for conversations. They're not cool enough to pay 100% of the date for, though. They're not cool enough to pay bills for. They're not cool enough for me to get up out my sleep and help her fix her goddamn tire. There's 3 other niggas in her phone. The fuck you calling me for? Why am I paying half the rent? You talking to him behind my back. How come he don't pay the other half, bitch? Why am I paying anything? He the simp. The fuck I marry a hoe for? Like, what's not clicking? Marriage don't make a nigga faithful, and it sure don't make a bitch faithful. Look how many file for divorce. Fuck on my face. Like, so what I'm saying is, in their own jargons and narratives, they'll say some stupid shit like that because they can't unho they hoe facts. That's cool. You don't have to. You just have to stop saying you're not a hoe first. Y'all tricking and manipulating men by moving the goalposts on what a hoe is. Y'all haven't made a hoe cooler. Y'all just said, I'm not a hoe because numbers don't matter. What the fuck are you talking about? What about a man gives a fuck about your goddamn personality and all these other attributes that you journaling about? Bitch, did you sleep with these 10 niggas in my city or not? And if they ain't paying for it, why am I? Because I can afford it? And that's where their logic ends. They can't see that shit. Don't hold that against me. That's my past. We're not holding it against you. We're just doing math. You're not a bad person or worse person off for it. Hopefully you learn from it. But hopefully you learn this, that our first impression, our first pick for a wife, don't start at the hoe level. So many men are dealing with women knowing they're not wife material. Then why do y'all do that? Why do you sleep with so many fucking men? Why are you asking us a dumbass question? We don't want to be lonely either, stupid. Why do we deal with any woman if a woman that's a hoe ain't wife material? 4 out of 5, sis. You want us to wait a very, very, very long time for one of them. Okay, cool story. Then how come you can't stay on one dick? Why y'all asking questions y'all can't fucking answer for your damn self? Like, that's how they stop arguments. I can answer the question for you. I can answer your question for you too. That's how crazy life is when you live a long time. Men end up dealing with women that they're giving a shot because they're nice. They're not dealing with the woman hoping she's a wife after a certain age. There's no fucking such animal here. Nothing in our fucking biology says we need a wife. That's Social Security for women. Remember, your brothers? We were polyamorous. On King David, on King Solomon. All this shit new to us. Y'all forgot that part. We gotta play fucking monogamous. That's not even the way we were born. We played monogamous in Christian marriage. I'm a goddamn Judean. I'm a descendant of David and Solomon. Where's their one marriage at, Goofy? You read that Bible yet? No. But they were kings, and I'm not. I get it. So I'll play the game with you. But those are kings with 300 virgins. I ain't meet a virgin in my fucking life. Wife. Queen. Princess. The fuck are we talking about? Why are you using kingdom modifiers to stack yourself up? If ain't no kings out here, queen. Even queen means hussy. Ho. Do the etymon on it. Words mean things in King James English. The nigga who wrote demonology. Right. Very demonic. I know. Shout to my grandfather. So I'm telling you what these words mean. You look it up and you'll find it. The language is highlighting the fact that we're in a hoe-ass society. They said Proverbs 31:13, woman. He's describing an angel. Hebrews 13. He'll do it again. Most people are not angels, nor are most mankind's women. We didn't even get to the scary part of this story yet. Most people can't even fucking do it. Species level. Why would there be a bunch of monogamous wives on a planet that's trying to quickly replenish itself by having many children as possible? When do you have time to play house and play catch with your children if the mission is to replenish the earth? And one woman carries a baby for 9 months and one man can get 9 women pregnant the same night. The ratios don't add up. Men should have more women, mothers, baby mothers. That's not what's happening. Women are having more baby daddies. Y'all are acting like men in a kingdom, and you're not kings either. You're acting like your grandfather, I think. I get it. You might get it naturally if you know who the fuck you were. But too bad. You're still a woman. Why the fuck would you want to be a man for? If we ain't shit. What are you trying to stack up against? It don't make sense. Y'all language model don't make sense. It's not algebra. Y'all just be saying shit. And every man knows that. Ain't that the craziest shit? Men know that women just be talking out their neck. And still find a way to love them. Almost like it's biological. Like we just gotta protect them and teach them and keep their ass safe. No matter what. Hoe or not. A man is still a man whether he's dealing with a hoe or not. This ain't a fucking movie. You know, we can be decent humans and you not be my fucking wife. I can take you on trips and everything and have a good time. I love having a good time, but it's going to sound like more like my good time because you're not my fucking wife. You want to come with? Cool fucking story. Most men will tell you that the most fun with a girl that was a hoe. Why? Because he's not pandering and eggshelling and expecting her to be around too long anyway. Novelty. It's tick, tick, tick. That's the difference, sis. You can deal with a man with a hoe hoping that he lock you down forever or for the commitment until you're divorced. A man don't get with a hoe thinking that she's going to be around forever. That's why she can't be a wife. Like, I can stack this shit up for you. It makes common fucking sense. That's why I don't understand what these hoes be arguing about. A man who knows a woman is promiscuous isn't expecting her to stay around for him. And if she's a hoe and she talks like that and she's cool, he ain't going to perform to be a husband for her. It's temporary. If our long-term relationships are temporary, you think our impressions of how our brain works goes to a hoe and goes, oh, this one's going to go the whole mile. They just hope she don't get pregnant, nigga. End of story. Men don't want to get hoes pregnant. Do y'all know that? The reason why I leave all these girls is I don't want to get these hoes pregnant. Not because I can't pander and fix their fucking bullshit. It's like, what am I doing this for? I don't need this hoe raising my kids. Y'all haven't got to that level of man conversation yet because y'all won't agree on what a hoe is. Cool. And then as soon as a man starts talking like this, you start degrading us. Cool, cool, cool. That don't change the rules. Y'all can't deal with reality. We have to. It's very expensive to deal with hoes. Especially the ones who act like they're not one. Real hoes are actually cheaper. Did you know that? Manipulation. So y'all even gaming the system. You're daylighting as a wife material, but you're hoarding as a hoe. Y'all don't think that's evil? That y'all get to change your costumes depending on how you feel and what age and era it is? But the whole time a man gotta be a good man through his whole track record? And you want polygamous men, we bred polygamous, right? We had to. So genetically, I'm polygamous. I have to be. I know the history of our fucking country. But I'm okay with being monogamous with a wife. Why would I be okay with being monogamous with a hoe? Like, are y'all? They don't clock it. Okay, oh, cool. I'll lock down the hoe. But she a hoe, so she know how I am. So when I go out in the streets and I get other bitches, my hoe that's my wife shouldn't be tripping on it. You get a girl that's a hoe that becomes a wife and then doesn't want that man to get other bitches. Which one is it, sis? You don't want to share your resources. You don't want another more qualified woman to take that man away from you because she know how to cook or something. You know how these hoes is. The average woman, right? Because every woman ain't you a hoe when you talking to your man. If a man get a call from anyone from work or his past or anything, and he don't even have a sexual connection to her default thing is like, who is this hoe that want to sleep with him? Or who is this hoe that he want to sleep with? By default, any other woman that ain't them is a hoe in their damn defense mechanism. By default, no woman is trustworthy by herself with her man. By default, they know how their homegirl is. By default, they saw what their aunt and their mother was doing after their dad. By default, these hoes know they be hoeing. And be wondering why men don't want to marry hoes after giving them the damn science. Hoes don't become housewives. Hoes don't act right. And here we are in 2025, arguing with fucking hoes about what a man is. And wonder why we're not getting nowhere. That's a crazy fucking story for human history. Don't you think? Go on. Ain't no 50-50 with no hope. Ain't that what Drake said? His sassy ass? He'll tell you. He ain't going 50-50 with no hoe. Let alone 100. Hoes don't require you to pay their rent. So going 50-50 meaning a relationship. I'm not going in no relationship with no hoe. You can't go no 50-50 with no hoe. Leverage. Because she thinks like a man. She fucks like a man too. So she gonna be trying to tell him what to do. We ain't talking about their vagina no more. Once you already start dealing with the hoe, you know how they are. You don't want to listen to no hoe. Are you crazy, girls? Women are insufferable as women. Now imagine a woman that has no qualms about being a hoe and getting as many men as she wanted or had and she wants to settle down. She's full of herself. Her personality, that type of whole personality different. I don't think y'all know. That's why y'all don't understand our math and science. Because you keep everyone's wonderful and they're beautiful and everyone's not fat, they're skinny, and everyone can be a wife and everyone deserves Prince Charming. No, they fucking don't. Shut your dumb ass up. Nobody deserves anything. You tell men all the time, we don't deserve shit. We gotta work for it. So why the fuck these fat, ugly hoes gotta be different? Because y'all need community as your defense and protection. This is your genetic dispensation. Y'all do that to keep each other safe. Even we know the answer to why y'all got shenanigans, bro. Are we paying attention or not, fellas? We get it. We get what your group quirk is. It's very natural. Problem is, we know that and we know what the fuck a hoe is. Stop fucking playing with us. That's it. Just stop fucking playing with us. Ain't no one got no pics out here. So all that value and imposturing and 50-50 and shit, y'all don't deserve 50-50 as hoes either way. Y'all negotiating for 100? Y'all fucking up the whole game. Hoflation. Too many normal girls who want to be wives are playing the whole game. And then get the whole overtime and like, what happened? There's no men at the finish line. There's no male cheerleaders. Seriously. You didn't hear like this shit since you were like 15, bitch. Men don't change. They don't grow up. Well, you heard everything that a man ever said when you were a kid then. We playing video games. We don't grow up. So what the fuck did the kids say when you were a little girl about hoes? Has it changed since? No. So why would it change if women are getting married because too many women are hoes? We have too many hoes in our civilization. We have too many hoes in our society. We literally have hoeflation. It affects the fucking economy. Benjamin Franklin, Issues of Mankind, 1751, 1752. They're dealing with hoeflation. It led to the American Revolution, by the way. You want to guess where this game is heading in our society? We're going to end up going to war and blowing up more people and more kids because of supply and demand based on the needs of hoes. The banks are ready for it, right? The banks are the first pimps. So understand everything. So the banks are like, yeah, cat litter, invest in that, invest in wine. We're preparing for 50% of women. Listen, because it's a math equation. It's a banker that said it. It's not feelings. They're predicting, guaranteed, because they're bankers, right? They're really good at fucking math and astrology, if you know anything. 50% of the women over 30 by 2030. I think it's like 25 to 44, actually. So millennials, right? Half of you in the next 4 years, meaning it's not if, it's on its way, right? This is very fucking serious. Half of you. It starts with this: childless and single. So invest in cats and wine. What are they saying in that equation? That you're not fine, that you're not awesome, that you don't have a good personality, that you're not educated? No, because if you have a house, wine, and a cat, you're doing pretty well for yourself. So what are they saying? By saying 50% of you will be childless and single, but have enough for wine and cats. Meaning 50 of you ain't having fucking kids, genius. 50% of you are slotted in the next 4 years to never be fucking mothers. Wait. Men listen to numbers. So half of the women we'll ever meet in our age group, we know within 4 years, whatever the reasons are, they're not mothers. They can't be or they won't be. 50 fucking percent, guys. You know what the fucking 50% is? That's 1 out of 2. So that means anybody you meet is 50-50. Either she's going to be a mother or she's not. You understand everything? Every woman we meet from this point to the next 4 years as a man, within the age range of 25 to 44, out of all of those millions of people, 50% will be childless and single. Not single mothers, childless and single. One more time, we're not talking about single mothers and divorcees and second timers. We're talking about people who've never had a first time at being a mother. Then what have they been these whole times? Because they ain't saying nothing about them not fucking. It's a different stat when you say that for men. That's like saying 50% of men will be bitchless. But when you say it for women, no, they said childless, not sexless, and single. So if you're single, childless, but still having sex, what are you, sis? They're saying that they're preparing for 50% of their population to be in the pattern of hoes, wine, and cats. That's why y'all need to fucking listen to men. We talking math. Our society, bankers, like why you want a man to be high value? He got to get it from a bank first. So the men up there on the 1% bank level is saying, yo, the way we design shit is going to leave this population with 50% single women between 25 and 44. You think they're ready to hang their vagina up? They're telling all men that out of every girl you're going to meet in the next fucking 4 years, one of them going to be a goddamn hoe who can't have kids. Have fun, nigga. That's the bank, not your fucking people you vote for. This ain't socialism and feminism. This is hard numbers. They're betting on it. Childless is not sexless. Single, not married. 50% of all women, 25 to 44. 4 years left. It's about to be 2026. That's a graduating class. And what you think the number is already? You have 4 years to trend to 50% of you are hoes with no kids. That's what they're talking about. Y'all don't like the word hoe. Give us a different word for the same thing. The numbers are the thing. 50% childless and single. They ain't virgins, dog. 25 to 44, childless and single. It's not the same thing as describing men as bitchless. We know. They're not saying you're not going to have male companions and tricks. They're saying that you're not going to get married to them and have kids. So why do you need to be a wife? A man only needs a wife to have kids, dog. And that's not a requirement. That's the ideal that we thought we were doing as United States citizens and shit. Like being decent people, the best, strongest, smartest in the world. The smartest people, the most graduates per capita can't figure out how to do a functional family. Y'all niggas retarded. This shit sucks because y'all played this game like retards. If I'm honest. It was a dumb fucking idea for y'all to compete with men. Without actually competing with men. Y'all are competing with the liberty to fuck and spend. And that's not most men. Thus, most of us will die off. Hoe-ass societies end up having a lot of men die off. Hoe-ass societies end up getting corrupted and then recolonized by another society full of men and wives. Every fucking time in human history so far. Y'all are not smart enough to be the fucking exception this time. That's just what the data suggests. That doesn't speak to every woman. That doesn't speak to your individual chances either. Just know that whatever your chances are, 1 out of 2 women that you meet, childless and single. TikTok. That means a hoe-ass society. The problem with hoe-ass society ain't the fact that everyone's fucking on Tinder. Have you noticed? We're already there. The problem with a hoe-ass society is that it becomes unserious. We're losing the United States, guys. We're not the world #1 anything no more. Y'all know that, right? So y'all still trying to go for the top #1 of men and everything. They're not even in the United States no more in 4 years. Most of the jobs are opening over there. You a passport sis at 40? Cut it out. What you gonna do here if 50% of the women only have vagina to offer? How will you stand out to whoever the fuck gives a fuck left? When, for context, 1 out of 2 women are hoes. Childless, single. Imagine how they acting with no children, over 30. Cut it the fuck out, right? So a guy finds one girl, and this girl's giving him a hard time. Not even wifeable, right? Because she's way beyond 5 to 12 partners. She's already in the whole spectrum, but she's not putting out, or she's disagreeable, whatever the reasons you hear about the podcast are. That means if that man was rolling dice like y'all roll, the next one's going to be a hoe. Do you think that makes it easier for a man to stay faithful or more difficult? If every other girl you know is a hoe that's single and childless, you think she's going to be playing nice with your man? She don't want to fucking marry him. She's childless and single. She ain't trying to get married, bitch. So do you think it's going to be easier for you to keep your man happy in a society where 50% of you are hoes? Not seeking marriage, not seeking kids. They have vaginas, don't they? So it's not like they can turn those off. We wouldn't have hoes if that was possible. So these women who are not shutting their vaginas off, 25 to 44 in 4 years, one out of two. Marriage is cooked because of numbers. What the fuck going on here? Like dead ass. This shit's math. It's not feelings. So if you were the exception in 96 and 2006, guess what? That paradigm is over. It's done already, guys. Trump is already president. They're already going to war with South America. China already shut down the trade lines with America. Already. They know 50% of the women are about to be childless and single. Now you see what's happening to food stamps now. You see the incentive to have random children by Pookie and Ray Rays ain't going to be really loud in the next 4 years, are they? You see how the homelessness and encampments are, how much rent costs. Well, fucking around trying to raise 3 kids by yourself and to rent $3,000 per normal now ain't a good idea for no fucking smart woman, is it? Don't stop them from fucking, by the way. That just stops them from partnering up and having kids. They don't keep competing and being the best man they can be one day. Trust me, we see it right now on the social media. We got 4 years left. This shit ain't about to transform into something better. 1 out of 2 women, single and childless. So any woman I interface with next, if she's a hoe or not, it don't matter. I don't got to stay with her because the next one will be. If that's all I'm looking for, right? That's all men want. Well, because you casted that spell so much, that's all men got. 50% of women are single and childless. I hope you don't miss what these numbers are saying to you. That means the other 50% have children or are married. So 1 out of 2 women between 25 and 44 will be single and childless in 4 years. That means most of your single women are childless. %50 of all women will be single and childless, meaning less than 50% of our population will be married with children. One more time. So the majority of the people outside between 25 and 44 are single. Not fucking. It's not. It's talking about what a man is going to do with. Every 2 women. Either one's going to have kids and be married, or she going to be single and childless. And at that age, she a hoe. The fuck we talking about? Look at the age range again. 44 up to 44 single and childless. Like, do the science on this. She been fucking since she was 14. 30 years. Cut it out. So the quality of the single women in the next 4 years will be the worst it's been since 1751. Where the casket girl showed up 40 years prior. Those are hoes, by the way. It's mirroring the genetic expression. It's a fractal, by the way. This is quantum entanglement in physics, which is why the people who stand on business came from people who stood on business. And everyone on that bullshit come from people who didn't. That's why they used to arrange marriages. So you didn't have this stupid ass society to begin with. But we'll be independent and equal. Yeah. Darwinism isn't equal. Survival of the fittest isn't equal. None of the natural things that you're using as your math is ever about equality. So you'll never fucking have equality. Talking about equality and doing equality math if you can't fucking do algebra. That's all. That's all. And that ain't a judgment of one person listening to me. I'm just telling you I'm talking about numbers. I might have 20 girls in here and all of them are the exception. I'm exceptional. It wouldn't surprise me. They ain't got shit to do with what I gotta do when I go back outside. Like, 1 out of 2, boy. Oh shit. Hey, how you doing? Oh, you're single? You have kids? Oh, you single and childless. You like every other girl I know. I don't want to know the married ones. Can you imagine? A man that doesn't want married women to deal with. Can you fucking imagine? I don't want to deal with her and the sloppy seconds of her fucking husband. Y'all, if women don't get us, that's crazy. It seems like common sense. Cool J says, and they're not women edition. Never passes enough time in between to make a screensaver repair. 25 to 44 is basically everybody outside, yes. It's also the range of when you're supposed to reproduce. And a bank is counting on that. They don't give a fuck about marriage. If they care about marriage and reproduction, they want to be investing in fucking wine and cat litter. That means 50% of the population is about to drop off. On top of that, can you imagine? Hoes are bad for civilization growth when they outnumber virtuous women. Can you fucking imagine when Jezebel outnumbers roofs? You have a fucking problem. That kingdom had a problem with one of those bitches with her influence. Now imagine half of your society's on Jezebel and Lilith's side. They think this shit funny. I'll die alone. Bitch, it ain't about you dying alone. Everything that you fucking know about to die with your dumb ass. It's selfish. Retarded. It's because they're retarded. On top of that, a lot of these single women, you've seen them on these damn podcasts. Those girls are retarded girls. You can't tell because of their fucking eyelashes and their makeup. But nah, bro, I went to school with smart kids, and we had the retarded classes still before everyone was equal. These are the girls that be in the behavioral retarded classes too. Baddies. They're retarded. They shouldn't do nothing to have nothing to do with men and math. But they're influencing everyone's daughters. Luxury. Like, and the mothers don't step on, like, yo, why are you listening to this retarded bitch? Am I raising a retarded bitch? Is that too toxic? What's the contrarian? To say nothing and let some retarded bitch groom your children? I don't like the words either, but they mean something. They mean retarded bitch. And that's what they are. So if your society ain't got retarded bitches no more, what are we talking about? What is the value of the polarity of what you are then? If there is no retarded bitches or hoes in your society, then what are you comparing yourself to? Law of averages? Like the fuck are we talking about? So there's gotta be retarded bitches and there's gotta be hoes if you're an exception. Because retarded, goofy, basic bitch, asshole ass bitches is the average. And that'd be the majority by 2030. That's just me breaking down the math for you. Who the fuck's a woman single and childless at 44? You think that's normal and healthy? On human history. On which Bible? It's never happened before in human history. You know why? Those civilizations fucking die. You won't have a record of it because there's no fucking kids to record it. It's not that it never existed somewhere. It's that shit ain't here no more. We'll hear about y'all on the fucking Discovery Channel one day. Oh man, this girl had a whole cache, a closet of Chanel bags and all this other shit. Bottom this Gucci, this. Oh my god, she lived like a fucking pharaoh. She didn't have no kids. That's weird. The fuck were they doing? Oh, they thought like they could take all this shit to heaven or something. They all try to put it like our sisters trying to like buy their way to heaven or something. Listen to Kanye. Goofy as a man, brothers. We're cooked. Thus. Most men are kind of like, bro, I ain't gonna get a wife. I don't really want to deal with these hoes either. Where they at? Exactly. It's one thing to be a hoe. It's another thing to be a delusional, retarded hoe. We learned from our 20s. So we are already maxed out of probability of success for our dream. It's a very small percent. And you know what's so crazy about that, being a man for real? I gotta give all that glory to God. Why? Because I already know it's fucking impossible. On math and science, I know the type of woman I want. It's impossible. The woman we would work hard for to marry and do all that goofy shit does not exist no more. So I have to count on me standing by some moral integrity, fabric, patience, and principle that God can surprise me with novelty. If not, 40 on the way, 45 on the way, 50 on the way, 55. Oh man, niggas ain't got time to dream by then. That's what women are running against. It's not just y'all running out of time to find a good man. Y'all running out of time of men giving a fuck about finding a wife. That time is against you. It's not just one timer. It's your timer and your biological time clock and what you want in your retirement. But out of the men that are left that are not that guy, your dating pool is also waning off of marriage and commitment and all those things. Can't turn hoes into housewives. So you're not getting older looking at men who are expecting to find wives anyway. We're not seeing that on social media anyway. Y'all have cheapened what it means to be a wife. As a consensus. That's all women, bro. We've been protesting our whole lives. Well, if that was the case, then why do men... You talking to me, bitch. I'm not men. One more time. I don't like those goofy bitches. Have you seen me with one? Am I on that show? Am I on their Instagram? Am I in the club with them? Am I at that restaurant? So why the fuck? You're not one of them either. So why are you looking at them and looking at me and acting like we're the same thing and you trying to be like them? Shut up. You're in a fucking fantasy. You doing the Victor Newman thing with the fucking cell phone. Y'all doing stories. Y'all doing that one life to live shit that the aunties used to talk about on the corded phones and shit. Like, y'all think life is like that still. That's crazy as hell. I can't fucking imagine if fathers were around. Shout out to feminism. Y'all won. Y'all done erased the fucking United States colonial force by 50% before I'm fucking 40. The devil could fucking never. Any questions? Jonathan said 3. Yeah, this is deep. This is way deeper than supplying needs and providing for somebody's kid. Who fucking... Whatever, man. Women need providers after having everything they could ever fucking need. $50,000 ago. This shit don't make sense, boy. Yo. Your grandmothers would have gave up a long time ago after the first fucking 3 handbags, after the first 10 fucking vacations, after the first 10 trips to California. They'd be like, I lived the life, girl. You 40, sis. You did more than most of your grandfathers ever did by the time you were 40. When is it enough for you? A lot of y'all slept with more women or men, shit. Some of y'all slept with more women than your damn grandfather did. I ain't forget, bitch. So y'all slept with more men and women. Don't fucking play with me. Don't forget. In your baddies dialogue, a lot of them bitches is bisexual. Don't forget. Them orgies don't happen alone with Diddy. Don't forget. Like, just because it's an orgy don't mean fucking 10 different people the same night. Like, are we stupid? Men ain't trying to be in men and girl threesomes. So if you've ever been in a threesome, you've been fucking a bitch and another man that's fucking another bitch at the very least. You slept with way more women than your great-grandfather. Stop fucking playing with us. It's just college. It's just fun. College just made up by fucking Jewish ugly women who can't have kids. Like, all right, you just act just like them. All right, cool. Fucking story. What does that mean? What did God say? I'll leave on that fucking note. What did God say for your goofy ass? What did the Most High King of Israel, what was his covenant with your goofy ass? What was Genghis Khan's covenant with his daughters? What would Jesus say? Go and be more whores? You ain't arguing with us. We ain't fucking you or marrying you. You gotta take this shit up with God, don't you? You wanna manifest without God? Try it, bitch. Y'all don't piss me off with that shit. Fuck all your witches and all your orishas. They don't hold a fucking candle to this. So. On King James English, which you speak, on my grandfather's language, what the fuck did they say to you? All right then. All right then. So you don't listen to the patriarchy. Your patriarchy. You don't listen to God. Your God. You don't follow your customs and traditions. And this is your fucking language, you goofy bitch. On King James English grandson. So don't tell me about African and slavery and what happened in the 1800s. I watched you in real life as his grandson. You making shit up. I'll pull a book for you and prove you a goddamn liar. So your excuse to be a hoe is just an excuse to be a fucking hoe. Ain't because you were slaves or nothing. You were servants working for someone because there's no Walmart to apply to. Because you're unmarried. Stop fucking playing with us. Okay? When y'all take that shit up with God, don't say his grandson didn't give you the fucking light about it. Because you know this already. And that's the most terrible thing about all these conversations. We have never said nothing different or new the whole 40 years I've existed. Yet our society just keeps getting fucking worse because of these bitches. Not all of them. But they want to tell me about some men that they don't want and can't marry and what they're doing. Yeah, cool story, bitch. How about you don't focus on them? You know how we don't? I gotta filter it back to, but what did God say? Don't tell me you believe in manifestation and spirit and tarot and all this shit, and all of a sudden God's a weird story. Because if you can't say you don't believe in the Bible said, I'm saying if you believed in God, you goofy bitch, what the fuck do you think he would say to you? Imagine if you can bypass religion and God created your goofy ass. How would you think he would want you to be? The crazy shit is you gotta imagine it. Does it rhyme with what you're doing? And if it's no, that means you have a conscience. If what you imagine, you making this up, what you imagine God would say to your ass don't line up with what you doing, and you came up with that. You ain't even living. How many times I have to do science and algebra for you? Right. Who going to debate that? That God will be proud of these women. I'll fucking snap. Trust me. God's very clear when he's up with our shenanigans. Look at the women he sends us. You think we ain't fucking figured it out? A society's punishment is the women. Every society crumbles because of women, bro. You want to tell how society's doing? See how they treat their women. They're treating and pandering to our women who thinks it's okay to abort all their kids with a decreasing population size and to be free and make more money than men and take all the jobs from their partners and all this shit so they can be in the spotlight and then demand imaginary men who don't have none of the education or jobs from nowhere here. Like, the math don't even fucking stick out here, boy. But we'll keep voting and waiting for our sisters to, blame Trump. Can't take accountability for God.
Can't take accountability for yourself. And here we go again. Final round. What are we going to do, sis? Blame the white man? All right, then. You sound more like niggas than niggas do then. Tell me I'm lying. Full circle. From 95 to 2025. Our sisters are the new Pookies and Rays and Jonesies, blaming the white man for how things are going in our society. Can you fucking imagine? All right, then. All of them blaming the white man. Is Trump a white man? Everything that's wrong with food stamps is the white man. Everything about publicly, oh man, you voted for the wrong white man. Every woman that has a modicum of intelligence, everything that's wrong with our society, the first thing she do is go to the white man. It's Trump. It's the white man. It's the white man. It's the white man. And then if you're a sister, it's like, well, the black man needs to do what compared to the white man that you keep fucking voting for, you dumb bitch. Y'all keep voting for white men. But boo-hoo slavery. And you wake your dumb ass up, go to school, and go to a fucking election to vote for white pedophiles. That's you, per capita. Y'all do all the voting. Y'all vote for white men. Fuck out my face. When we want to talk about an Indian? When we want to talk about a Pocahontas? Y'all be voting for the white man. We don't go to vote. I haven't voted in my fucking life. I'm a fucking Indian. Are you stupid? That shit used to mean something, American. I can't even do this. You gotta be fucking delusional to deal with a modern fucking woman. You have to forget where the fuck you come from, who God is, and then go, man ain't the problem, but unless it's her shit. Benefits. All right then. Check this out. White man cutting off all your benefits. I don't know if you noticed it. That's why they can guarantee you in 4 years. 50% of you. We only 30% shorty, 13% shorty. 50% of us is what, 6 to 7? They telling me that 6 to 7% of us will not be here by the next generation. So let's say 2050. You already blaming the white man, and there's about to be less of you. Goofy as hell, right? Can you imagine if we took math serious? You'll understand what the fuck they're saying to you. We out of here messing with your goofy ass. Waiting for your standards to meet reality. Either way you do it, half of us is out of here in 4 years. So all these videos and all these timelines and all these tweets, that's really just the story of those people in this civilization. And it's not going to be passed forward by nobody's damn kids. We're the last of this generation. 1 out of 2 of us will not reproduce. 1 out of 2 of us won't have to worry about great-grandparents and great-grandkids and legacy. No matter how fucking hard we work or how much money we stack, there is no legacy. The bank's gonna take that as soon as I'm dead. I ain't got no kids. Cooked already, sis. Niggas ain't got time to play no fucking games with you. That's why you notice the change. We already know the math. It's not getting better for men. And it was never good. Our odds were never good. Our outcomes were never great. And now they're getting worse. You're going through the good times made soft men made hard times, and hard times are making strong men. You're starting that story. Strong men don't want no hoes, sister. It's a modifier. You talking about men. You talking about niggas. We're talking about strong. Value, honor, godly. At least leaning that way. It's on the fucking radar. Versus who you've been raising. Y'all raised all these fucking demons by yourself. I could have sworn I lived through the 90s and 2000s. All these YNs are your kids.
You raise these demons by yourself. Per capita. Stop fucking playing with me. And then the white women, single women, they got the $4,000 a month food stamps and all this shit. They boys on there looking up trannies. Y'all creating shooters who can't fight, and they creating fucking memes and Pepe's and 4chan kids. They don't even fuck with girls no more. They watching niggas who Twitch, streaming shit, dress as women now. Gooners and shit. Calling a nigga with dick and balls a baddie. Single women shit. Is that not the code of your society? You should do a fucking trend report. Y'all raising faggots. 1706, casket girls. How you doing? Mamelukes and eunuchs, Thomas Jefferson. How you doing? Addis, Statue of Liberty, Yaz bitch. How you doing? On gay ass Barack Obama and that man called Michelle. Macron and Brigitte. A whole society of that shit. What would God say on Sodom and Gomorrah? What happens to societies like that? When it's that loud? When the abortions are that high and homosexuality is that wild? What happens to society? They get wiped from fucking history every fucking time. You see remnants of them. Like, well, I wonder what happened to them. Hi. It's 2025. Can you imagine how much time we got left? If every day sound like Revelations? All right then. Back to Fortnite. The circle already closed in on us, partner. Are you gonna win? Chicken dinners? Anyway, I'm sorry. That shit's kind of heavy, but so I need to download that for somebody. It's your boy mgthefuture. I don't know shit. I ain't got no bitches. I ain't got no wife, and I ain't got no kids. So I'm not, I'm biased. On King James grandson, I'm just biased. That's all. Don't worry about me. Don't take me seriously at all. JP Morgan's daddy, and he told us what the numbers are already. So we'll let White Daddy determine on who he's going to clone and who gets to be in a 15-minute city, since no one's going to have no fucking benefits by next summer. All right, cool. All right, shit. Is it not written ye are gods? I can't fucking tell. Till next time. Peace.